Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 137, Elite Team. Sorry but, this chapter was edited a bit in a hurry. I'm a bit late for uni, and I edited on the fly very quickly. It should be alright, but in case something happens, I'll be editing it on the way back. Peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. Inside a decorated hall, Thanatos sat on a big round table, holding a small teacup, drinking tea calmly as he waited for someone to arrive. Crunk. In front of him, a pair of massive double doors opened, revealing two people clad in white clothes. Look who we have here. It's a pleasure to see you in full form again, Thanatos said with a smile as he looked at a woman in the plain white robe. Next to her was a man in similar robes. He always stood a step behind her, silent and unresponsive. Like a statue, or better put, a shadow. Because that was his place, his position. The woman lifted her hood, revealing her face. With a serious expression on her face, Ishtar replied. Can't say I'm flattered seeing you again. How cold, please, have a seat, else the tea will grow cold. Thanatos pointed at the chairs with a small smile. Enough talk, I don't have all day, my schedule has been a mess ever since that happened, Ishtar said in displeasure. Everyone commits mistakes, albeit I hope that you stick more to the overall plan, or at least warn us before doing such a thing. I want to repay you for everything you've done to us, but I can't do so if, he said with a genuine smile. But Ishtar simply smiled scornfully, interrupting him. I came here to make some things clear, not for small talk. Speak then, I am all ears. She approached the table and sat on the chair. It was very comfortable, and the tea was perfect, although she herself wasn't a fan of this type of flavor. I'm thinking of increasing my investment. Oh. That's music to my ears. His eyes then sharpened. But what do you want in return? Simple, I want you all to hurry up. Thanatos was once again very surprised, but he retained his emotions and said. Ironic, after all that happened, you wish to push our plans forward. Ishtar's expression changed to one of distaste as she replied. Spare me the talk, I did not come here to hear you making fun of me. Nor will I stand it. Thanatos was quickly to apologize. I had no such plans, instead I only wished to ask. Why do you wish to push things forward? As he said that, someone appeared on the side, holding a silver tray full of bottles. I believe you misunderstood me, I do not wish to push the plans forward, I merely wish for you to become faster, she said as she grabbed a small cup full of alcohol. I understood my mistakes, I let my anger rush to my head, I thought I had it all, that the pieces had fallen together. That it was time to pull that pretentious hoe from her throne. She stared at her reflection on the cup, and upon seeing her now, shorter hair, she bit her lips and said. I have reflected upon my actions, but this simply reaffirmed my goals. I want power, more power than ever before, and I need it soon. I'll invest more in you also. Your plans may progress further and more stably, while I'll also try harder from my side. My children should be now trying their best in the dungeon, training to improve after their previous failures. She looked at Thanatos' purple eyes and said. Next time I won't fail, and for that, I want you to guarantee your side as well, to make my investment worth something. Oh my, it looks like you truly changed, he replied with a smile. You can trust us, we'll deliver upon our promise, after all, you can come to see it for yourself any time. But at the same time, some things cannot be sped up, not because we lack funds, but because we're already operating as fast as we're allowed. Any faster could attract unwanted attention, so some things will have to be left for later. Sip. Ishtar took one more sip from her tea, before pushing it aside and drinking the alcohol as she said. I know, I was just reaffirming what I wanted. But there are a few more things I want. I thought as much, this is little compared to your promises, speak your word. Ishtar put her cup down with a bit of force, saying in a deep tone. My children. I want you to assign assassins to each of them. Thanatos wasn't surprised. Going directly to the point. But. Are you truly willing to follow such a path? I'm surprised that you would be this sympathetic after everything you've done, she said with an ironic smile. Is that how it looks to you? I'm merely concerned about the losses you'll take from these actions. The gains will surpass the losses, a new level 4 can outclass 2 to 3 level 3s. So yes, I'm sure, otherwise, I wouldn't have come here, so enough talk and tell me if you can do it or not. The feasibility of such a thing is not the question, it can be done, at any moment, in fact. The problem is the success rate, I cannot guarantee it when we take into account your entire familia. That is up to me to consider, you just need to do your part. Ishtar said as she got up from her seat. She grabbed a paper from her bosom and threw it on the table she was sitting on. This is? Thanatos asked as he grabbed the paper. It's a list, the order in which and the appropriate level for the assassins for each of my children that are close to leveling up. How reliable. It seems you came more prepared than I had initially expected. Thanatos said with a small smile. Of course, I'll not send in my children to die, I'm not that wasteful and cruel, I only need to push them a bit further so they can grow. Amazons are used to fighting to the death, leveling up in such harsh conditions. Ishtar said in a deep tone. So let us have them remember the brutality in their blood, and the power they have. All right, I'll make it happen as soon as possible, the details. Ishtar waved. Send it to me once they're ready, I have other things to do. It shall be done. Thanatos said in a low tone with a thin smile. He watched her leave silently, being escorted by a few guards out of the room. How amusing, to send your own children to death over a simple desire. Carnal beauty. Envy. How fickle. His smile became macabre as his expression darkened. In the end, does it really matter how? I should be thankful she is so eager to send her followers to the domains of heaven. This is a good trade, an increase in our funds, and now Ishtar has gotten serious. Instead of living secluded in her tower, deeming herself as the queen, she has now decided to embrace the true potential of her familia. Her personality did not change, but her methods have, she's now a bit more self-aware. This makes things harder, if the Ishtar familia becomes too strong, controlling them will. Sigh. How tiring. He mumbled out loud. I'll leave this to Valetta-chan once she's back, she'll know what to do. In fact, she'll probably join in herself. She's very keen on the holy task of sending souls back to heaven. If everyone was just as enthusiastic about this as her. Thanatos said as he thought about the many souls waiting to be cleansed back in heaven. Sticking to his name, the god of death was more than happy in killing mortals, as it was his job to do so, even if it meant descending and doing it with his own hands. Forever. And ever. Slash back in the dungeon, slash. Slash whoosh, slash. The Xenos ran across the dark hallways of the dungeon, going floor by floor as they fought and killed everything on their path, making use of every secret path they knew to catch up with the poachers from the Ikelos familia. And right behind them was Silver, with his augmented stats, he found no difficulty catching up to them, in fact, their pace was rather slow. He approached Lyd and asked. Look, if we go by like this, someone is going to die, even if we accomplish our objective. And you already know that, don't you? Lyd did not reply, his expression said it all. There is a way though, they can be saved, we can win this fight. Although I cannot guarantee that there will be no casualties, I can at least save the hostages. Silver said quickly. You. Grow approached them from the side flying, his expression was one of a mix of concern and anger. Is what you said true? He asked, going straight to the point. Silver did a small smile before proceeding. According to what the hobgoblin said. Jamara, his name is Jamara. Lyd interrupted. Right, apologies. Slash cough, slash. According to what Jamara said, from his group, he was the only one that escaped, while the other 6 were captured, isn't that right? He asked as he looked behind. Yes. I'm a failure, I escaped alone and... No, it's okay Jamara. Ray said reassuringly. Silver nodded and said. There is no need for you to feel guilty, someone had to come back to tell the tale, otherwise, we would have still been down there, waiting for no one to come. The hobgoblin, Jamara closed his eyes with a pained expression. Still. It's clear they let him escape, also they could attract us and hopefully capture more of us. Lyd said as he looked at Silver. You're right. Their objective is to capture, not elimination, but this doesn't mean they'll hesitate to do so when the time comes. Get to the point. Grow said. Seeing his impatience, Silver said, calm down, as he jumped from a tall rock. Before he hit the ground, he came to a quick stop as he floated on the ground, landing smoothly. We have some time, if we don't make this clear now, we'll run into problems later on. What I'm trying to say is that they'll have a nasty trap waiting for us, so I want you all to be aware of that. If something were to happen to any of the 3 leaders, then everything will truly be over. He said towards Lyd, Grow, and Ray. So what do you suggest? Ray asked as she flew by, looking forward and scouting for any potential danger. I'll rescue the hostages, or at least, help with doing so. You. How? Grow asked. Silver smiled, saying, yes me, like this, as he disappeared, reappearing several dozen meters ahead. Once everyone arrived next to him again, he continued. I can teleport around and do so with others as well. This means that as long as I can get my hands on the hostages, I can bring everyone back with me, essentially ridding you all of the worries of having to rescue them. There is no need to think about their reactions unless their leader has a divine level of foresight. It is impossible for them to predict this. That. It's actually feasible. LYD said as he went into deep thought. Silver raised his index finger and said. There are several problems with this, the first one being the enemy's decisiveness. Depending on how serious they are, the moment they realize something is wrong, even if we did nothing, they may injure one of the hostages or do something worse in order to put pressure on us. A fight will obviously be inevitable. I don't think any of you will concede to any of their demands, nor will they try to negotiate at all unless it's within their wishes to buy time. But the possibility of them starting to hurt the hostages in order to affect our morale is extremely high, especially you three. He pointed at Grow with a frown. Don't rush ahead, don't rush ahead. Did I already say for you to not? I heard you. Grow growled from the side. LYD let out a sigh while Ray closed her eyes. We definitely win in terms of numbers, environmental knowledge, and firepower. As such, they'll lure us somewhere where they can reduce those advantages as much as possible. Ray thought as she flew, eventually reaching a conclusion. The 18th floor. She said in disbelief. What? Grow said loudly as his eyes darted open. What does the 18th floor have to do with this? Unfortunately, that may be the case. Silver said slowly. Grow did not understand shit, but it seemed things weren't good. The 18th floor is adventurer territory, if suddenly, a group of monsters rushes inside while going after a group of adventurers. LYD closed his hand saying, everyone is going to attack us, frustrated. But Silver said one more thing. But that is not their plan. What? Explain it in simpler words. Grow said, extremely annoyed. Of course. I'll go over everything again while changing my words. We're currently halfway through the 22nd floor, while our enemy is most likely taking their first steps into the 20th floor at this point in time. If they arrive at the 18th floor, there is no more discussion, we lose. Albeit there is a very faint chance of us being able to finish them before others intervene, that in itself is going to be hard. It wouldn't be surprising if they have a team waiting for us there. Because of that, we mustn't follow them to the 18th floor under any circumstances. We'll be forced to wait and lead this fight to the surface, either that, or ambushing them after they leave the 18th floor, but that'll also. Especially since they'll never do so. The Ikelos Familia has access to the entrances leading to Gnosis on the 18th floor. They don't need to leave through the conventional exits. The moment they arrive there, they'll vanish together with anyone they captured. But this isn't what our enemy wants. They want to capture more, otherwise, they wouldn't have let one escape and warn us. If they wanted to flee with what they had, even if it meant silencing him and incurring losses, Jamara wouldn't be here with us right now. /Gr/. Grow growled, he didn't like the sound of his words. Sorry if I sounded insensible. No, it's okay, continue Silverchi, LYD said deeply. As I was saying. They don't want to escape like this, they are greedy, and our enemies have another plan in mind. And we'll use that greed to our advantage. He pointed towards the three of them, LYD, Ray, and Grow. If you three were to run with everything you had, it would only be a matter of time until you reach them. You'd probably intercept them around the 19th floor. Don't tell me. LYD said with a frown. They want to separate us. Ray concluded. Correct. Their plan is to have the fastest to arrive first. They are definitely fully aware that the ones that'll arrive first will be the strongest, but they must be extremely confident of their ability to finish things before the slower ones arrive. That is why I say they'll definitely wait for us on the 19th floor at least for a little while, as once they finish, they'll be able to retreat to safety. Or in case something goes bad, they'll have a retreat path. Roar. Grow suddenly roared, shaking the entire cavern. He was frustrated, incredibly so. Grow. Now's not the time to give in to your emotions. Ray said hastily. Gore. I know. He replied. He looked towards Silver and said. Human. Can you do it? Can you save them and allow me to rip them all to shreds? Silver smiled slightly. I have a few ideas, but first, let's determine who'll be coming with us. LYD and Ray nodded. Me and Grow will advance with you. Ray, you'll stay behind just in case they have something else prepared. LYD said as he looked behind. Understood. Ray said as she decreased her flight speed. You all heard that right, everyone? He screamed loudly. Silver took this opportunity to say. From what Jamaru told us, their numbers are around 12, but this number is very likely to increase once we're actually there. I can imagine something on the likes of 20 or even 30 adventurers. The problem was their strength. According to him, they were only attacked by 10 people, while 2 remained behind, being subdued after a decent struggle. This means they're all at least level 2 by the adventurer's standards. And albeit a bait team, all of the captured Xenos were equivalent to level 3, so subduing them shouldn't have been that simple. We should be expecting something in the likes of 15 to 20 level 2 adventurers, 5 to 10 level 3s, and perhaps a few level 4s, but no more than 5. Also, if their captain makes an appearance, something I'm sure it'll happen, we'll have to be even more careful, because he's definitely level 5. A strong one at that. LYD nodded as he looked at the Xenos behind him. We'll be taking 4, Rainy, Let, Helga, Odd, Cliff, Kiln, Echoes, and Igor. The others will continue marching behind us and try to catch up as soon as possible. Roar, /. Behind him, a tall Formure, an Arachne, a large Hellhound, a War's Haddo, a Hippogriff, a Mad Beetle, a Merman, and a Troll all nodded, increasing their speed to keep up with Lud and Grow as they marched towards the horizon. Both 4 and Rainy were level 5 monsters, while everyone else had their strength around 4 and 5, these were some of the most elite warriors of the Xenos. Albeit not all of them, after all, a few had to stay behind to protect the villagers and the non-combative Xenos, while some others were left in the Backlands group to ensure their safety. We'll be saving everyone, LYD said with determined eyes. Silver remained silent. He was thinking about what to expect, and what plans his enemy could use against them. But he would have to wait in order to see if what he chose was for the best. His actions have just changed the future of these Xenos. But was it for the best, or did he just condemn them to die? Notes. In the past, I made a small mistake, although the leaders were the only level 5s apart from the elder Xenos, but that isn't true, there are many more level 5 Xenos. They also aren't the strongest, what makes them good is probably a mix of their leadership abilities and combat abilities. Since not all Xenos can talk, even if it's level 5, you can't have a mute leader. Chapter 138, Leave it to your next life. Here it is, the chapter, exactly at the time web novel updates the daily rankings and all. I hope this chapter pleases you all. Also, I'll likely post something extra soon as this novel has just hit 1 year. Yay. But due to this, the number of comments was reduced severely for some reason. It makes me kind of sad. I loved seeing many comments to reply to, but oh well, such is life. See you all later. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. /somewhere on the 19th floor, / Inside a lit cave, several people worked non-stop. No one was still. Some were sharpening their weapons and checking their armor, some were resting, and a few others were keeping an eye on a bunch of metal cages. Inside those metal cages were monsters of all shapes and sizes. Albeit those, different from the other monsters found in the dungeon, remained silent, observing their captors with eyes filled with wisdom. If any of the adventurers were to drop their guard for even a moment, their numbers might as well reduce by 1. It was clear what these monsters were, who they were. /tap tap, /. In the middle of the cavern was a large table with a map spread out on top of it. The map was the layout for the 19th floor, not all of it though, and instead, only a smaller section of it was drawn, but even so, it looked like a mess of scribbles if looked from afar. But for those with an experienced eye, thanks to it being smaller, the map was filled with details to a scary degree, allowing for precise planning. In front of the table was a man wearing a pair of aviator goggles, reading the map time and time again, thinking. Sometimes he moved something and placed it on top of the map, trying to visualize something. Everything looked rather peaceful, but that was only an illusion as the atmosphere was like a pressure pot, ready to burst at any moment. /step, / Dix, I don't want to question your decision, but are you sure this is the right call? Asked a woman as she approached the man next to the table. Shouldn't we ditch out while we still can? Dix wasn't pleased with her questioning, he didn't even turn to face her as he replied. This again? How many times will you babble your mouth about my decisions? The woman didn't seem convinced. Look, I won't repeat myself after this time, he said, annoyed. He pointed at the map, tracing several roads as he started saying. We've been tailing them for close to half a day now. Not only that, we realized their intentions from the very start. This gave us enough time to prepare all of this, all for the sake of striking gold. We gathered materials and equipment, building an excellent trap. As long as you sorry asses do your job properly, we'll finish this in the blink of an eye and retreat safely, together with a fat room worth of gold. If things go well, we'll immediately depart once again and capture the remainder of these monsters. So go back to your position and wait for the signal. Last thing we want is you being slow. And with this, Dix turned to face the map again, completely ignoring her. The woman was slightly frustrated, but she ended up doing what he said. There was no point in arguing now and causing trouble. This wasn't the first time she had clashed with Dix over his choices. For years their relationship had been like that. And 95% of the time, Dix's plans would succeed. Would it be any different this time? Slash thud, slash. This noise. Suddenly, Dix turned his head to the entrance of the room. From his angle, he couldn't see the outside since the cavern curved, but he could hear everything very well, so much so he could hear the rustling of the leaves of the forest outside. But this noise was unnatural. He knew there were 4 people stationed outside, 2 to protect the entrance, and 2 to observe the surroundings and alert them in case they saw any intruders. And this included other adventurers, as all eyewitnesses had to be cleared out. TSK, those sons of bitches, I told them not to make any sound. Are they fucking with me? Slash sniff, slash. Then it came to him, the strong smell of iron. Blood, fresh blood. His eyes opened wide as his muscles tensed. Alert. Intruder. He said out loud as he jumped behind. Slash crack, slash. Out of nowhere, a pair of gray claws swiped in the position he had once been, cutting the table and the chair into pieces, ripping the map into thin stripes. Slash grr, slash. Gro growled as he missed, jumping after his enemy, not giving him the chance to grab a weapon. Fuck off. Dix exclaimed as he kicked Gro aside. Their difference in status made it really simple for him to do such a thing. But his foot hurt a bit. Gro's scales weren't decorations, they were extremely hard. Slash whoosh, slash. But from the side, a sword was swung, cutting the air with the intent to end Dix's life. It was LYD, striking from the shadows with precision. Slash clang, slash. URG. From behind Dix, the woman who had just discussed with him appeared, blocking LYD's strike and saving his life, or at least, saving him from a serious injury. But it wasn't for free. She was sent flying, smashing her back against the cavern walls, not getting up after as blood trickled down from her forehead. She had been knocked out. Even a high-level adventurer would go out cold if their brain shook too much. Yet, this was enough time bought. With his level 5 status, Dix had enough time to rush to the backlands and grab his spear. Image. Slash roar, slash. What? Dix exclaimed suddenly. It was then that he had time to process the situation, thinking quickly. It had just been a few seconds, no more than 20, no less than 10. But all around him were monsters, at least 10 of them, clashing and slashing against his familia members, taking them down like weeds. It was clear, there was an essential strength difference here. As he thought, more and more fell to their surprise attack. Armored monsters, equipped with the highest quality equipment and extremely coordinated. Their eyes glowing red and brimming with bloodlust as they drew out blood. They came out of nowhere, like smoke. But unlike it, they hit hard. In the blink of an eye, around half of his forces were neutralized. This wasn't good. Where did they come from? Dix's brain started to work at high speed, so much so the world around him started to slow down. The scouts didn't report a thing. Meaning. They were taken out before they could so. So that was what happened. The entrance team was eliminated in the blink of an eye. But how did they do so in complete silence? We had the territorial advantage. Dix didn't have any more time to think as LYD and Gro rushed to his position. Plan B. Everyone. Regroup. Dix exclaimed as his vision sharpened. He jumped back, grabbing a small box, pulling a small string, and throwing it forward. Slash flash, slash. As the box opened, several small vials filled with yellow powder were released into the open. In the middle of those bottles was a small bomb, exploding quickly and igniting all of the bottle's contents at once. It was a flashbang tool. Blinding the monsters and giving everyone else the chance to group up. Prepare the items. Proceed with the plan. He exclaimed to the people around him. TSK, we lost the lead. If this keeps up, much less capturing them, I'll end up dead. But it isn't too late, the plan stands. They came here for their friends, but even if they save them, they won't be able to join the fight since I cut all of their tendons. They're as good as sitting ducks. No, this may even weaken them as they'll have to focus on protecting them. I need time. Dix looked around, immediately recognizing Gro and LYD to be the strongest out of the 11 monsters attacking them. I have to do this. He raised his right hand, pointing it towards the Xenos. Become lost in an endless nightmare. Fogter deadless, he chanted loudly. Slash shun, slash. A red wave with him in the center burst out into the surroundings. It passed through all of the Xenos, making their eyes turn red and slash clang, slash. Slash roar, slash. They started to fight each other, incapable of determining friend from foe. This was Dix's unique magic. Or better put, curse. A curse that bewitches and confuses the opponent. Upon casting, a red wave of light travels across the area, affecting everything it touches. And when used on a limited number of people, Dix could modify the effects like how each individual would react to his confusion. Credits to the wiki. But like any curse, it comes with a severe drawback. While the curse is active, it drains his stats to the point he goes back into being level 4, the more people he affects, the greater the drawback. Right now, Dix had lost an entire level without a doubt. "We're ready," said a man from behind Dix. It was a bald man with a skull on his left hand, and a massive sword on his right one. His name was Gran, Dix's loyal dog. Dix smiled eerily, saying, "Good, now," Dix said as he turned around. Whoosh, slash. From behind Dix, a black afterimage cut his arm off. Time seemed to stop, his arm that held his spear was now flying in the air, blood moving beautifully like a wave, drawing an arc in the air as his expression twisted. Not everyone reacted to this, it was too fast. But it didn't take long for some of the stronger ones to see they had an intruder among them. As he turned his face towards his assailant, he saw a young man with a pair of platinum eyes, staring at him with a small provoking smile. "I missed," Silver said in a low tone as he grabbed Dix's spear in the air. "No matter, the plan continues as per normal. Take him out," Gran exclaimed as he crushed the black skull, activating the curse within it. A black skull flew in the air faster than Dix's red curse, clashing against Silver's chest. He suddenly felt his body grow heavier, extremely so, as if he was on mud. This wasn't good, he had been cursed. Before his companions could react, and before he was bombarded with a dozen curses, Silver lifted his two arms and opened them in opposite directions. "I'm not your opponent," he said quickly. "Not now at least. So go play somewhere else." Slash bam, slash. This created an extreme force, sending everyone into the air as they couldn't remain in the ground anymore. Several curse items were flung into the skies, but Silver caught each of them. Slash clang slash. The strongest after Dix, the bald man with the giant sword tried to attack him, but he easily deflected the blow away. "What?" the bald man exclaimed as he flew away. "The curse didn't work." "No matter, I need to stick with the plan. Eliminate this nuisance and regroup while activating as many curses as I can. Commencing part 2. Silver mumbled to himself as he took a step back. While everyone flew around, he raised his right hand, pushing Dix and making him fall right between LYD and Grow. There was no need to comment further on what happened. With his status decreased to that of a level 4, and being in the middle of two berserking level 5 monsters, Dix's fate seemed to be sealed in place. "Damn it!" he exclaimed while in the air. "My arm. My goddamn arm." His eyes fell onto Silver, who was now turning his head to face Gran. For a moment, he saw his smile of ridicule, and he immediately understood the predicament he was in, and why his plan had failed so miserably. Whoosh, slash. The moment he fell on the ground, he rolled skillfully and evaded the sword swipe from LYD, being grazed on the shoulder as his blood splattered around. Roar, slash. From the side, Grow came in, swiping his claws at him. Now. But he took this chance to evade once more, taking the fact they were berserk to make them fight each other again. Huff. Once he rolled away, he immediately realized that there was only one way to survive this, and that was by deactivating his magic. Doing so would make him recover his status, and maybe give him enough time to regroup, but it would also make the monsters recover their bearings. Right now, most of his teammates were still alive, being either incapacitated or occupied. He just needed to give them an opportunity to regroup again. By deactivating his magic, this would cause a sudden wave of mental pain in the monsters, and that would be enough. It had to be. As long as he could make use of those items in that short window of time, he would be able to decrease their fighting power severely and give himself and his companions enough time to counterattack. "Get ready!" he screamed. Snap, slash. Dix deactivated his magic, making all of the berserk Xenos stop, making them clench their heads in pain. His companions used this opportunity to kick their foes away and rush together once more. Some were greedier, trying to actually deal a fatal wound onto their opponent, without caring if that would kill them or not. Cut, slash. Splurt, slash. Right now, they were more focused on surviving rather than on profiting out of this situation. And just like them, using this opportunity, Dix rushed to the backlands, hoping on turning the situation around. Dix suddenly became slower, he didn't feel weaker, but why was he so much slower than before? My speed. No. It was then that he realized he'd been had. In front of him was Silver, holding a magic catalyst in the form of a staff, pointing it to him. It was a curse item, one with the ability to decrease someone else's fighting power drastically. Now, even though Dix had successfully recovered his strength to level 5, it was once again sent back to level 4. Although not as severe as before, it was still a massive decrease. Dix felt as if his strength had returned to the day he became level 5. Slash clang, slash. With his mission completed, Silver smiled, raising his right hand that was holding his halberd towards his back, blocking the charge of the bald guy with one hand. Son of a bitch! Gran screamed as he swung his greatsword down. Silver smiled, saying, spare me the talk, you won't be getting anywhere with it, in a low tone as he moved his body. He pushed the massive sword aside, but he found it to be extremely heavy. The curse was taking its toll on him. His right arm trembled, the sword impact had left a certain toll on him. Hee hee. Looks like it did work, I got all worked up for nothing. Gran said with a thin, dumb smile. Gran wasn't the brightest of people, he was strong and that's it, and also, he was very good at following orders. But seeing his expression, Silver frowned. Man. Did your mother drop you when you were small or something? He couldn't take this insult, so he took a step forward. Argg. Ah. Gran exclaimed as he kicked forward. Smiling, Silver moved his legs, quickly changing into a martial stance. Slash thud, slash. Slash whoosh, slash. But Silver easily pushed his leg aside while he threw his halberd into the sky. While Gran raised his head, trying to clutch his sword, Silver bent down. He grabbed his foot with his right hand and pushed down his knee with his left one. Slash crack, slash. Ah! Gran screamed painfully as his leg bent. He fell on the ground, clutching onto his waist. But he quickly opened his eyes, slashing with his sword in a last-ditch attempt. Slash clang, slash. Yet Silver once again blocked it, this time, without even touching it. What is this? His hand glowed slightly purple as his fingers bent in the air, grasping onto something. But this caused Gran's sword to come to a complete halt as if it had hit solid iron. This is it. Slash pull, slash. Silver pulled the sword out of his hand with telekinesis, letting it rest in the air above his own head. Don't come any closer, you fucking monster. Gran screamed yet again with eyes full of fear. What is this guy? I don't understand. You'll be coming with me alive. Silver said emotionlessly. Slash splurge, slash. His halberd fell like a meteor, piercing his shoulder. Slash smack, slash. And while Gran fell due to shock, he kicked his face, sending him to sleep. With a few teeth less. Slash drip drip, slash. He raised his left hand as he turned his face to the side, his faithful halberd unlodged itself from Gran's shoulder, flying to his hand as it answered his call. Taking a look at the situation, Silver asked himself in a low tone. Are they done? He saw a battlefield full of blood, several bodies on the ground, none of which were from the Xenos. Dix was currently in a pinch. He had tried to rush to Silver, but was intercepted by Grow, while the other members of the Ikelos Familia quickly found out that all of the curse items had been moved somewhere else. Obviously, this was done by Silver. Realization quickly fell and they realized things were extremely dire. He saw an Amazon sitting on the ground, holding her knees in fear. She was trying to hide behind some boxes, trying to keep quiet, hoping everything would end. The moment she saw Silver, her eyes trembled in fear as she started moving backward. This revealed a small trail of blood. She was hurt, but it wasn't enough to kill her. Seeing that things were slowly being settled, he approached her. No. No. Don't. Stay away. She said weakly. But Silver said nothing. He approached her step by step, holding a blood-stained halberd in his left hand, and Gran's sword on his right one. Above his head was Dix's spear, glowing in an eerie red light. The blood on those weapons was a dire remainder of her fate. Inside her head, she thought for a moment, which one of those would be the weapon to end her life. She clutched onto her stomach, pain filling her body each time her heart beat. Close your eyes, that is the least I can do for you. Silver said as he stopped in front of her. PP pitying me now. FF fucking hypocrite. She blurted out as blood seeped from her teeth. Pity her. Perhaps so. Silver blinked slowly. By the time his eyes opened again, his expression had become resolute. Opening his mouth, he said coldly. I hope that the gods have mercy on you, so in your next life, you may grow onto the thing you desired the most. You. Cough. Son of a bitch working with monsters. How do you feel? Killing your own kind to help some bee-beasts. Traitor. She exclaimed in a high pitch. Silver did not reply. He raised his finger and pointed it at her. It slowly glowed purple, and a black nail started to form in front of it, the air twisting around it creating nauseating ripples. I cannot judge her simply based on where she stands. I don't know her reasons, much less her condition. Saying she is deserving of this fate would be, just like she said, hypocrisy. Even so, what would be her end if left alive? Torture. Perhaps if she's lucky, a life of imprisonment. I don't know how lenient Arenas is, perhaps, once he investigates her and finds her to be relatively clean, she'll be left aside after a few years in jail for the crimes of being part of an illegal familia. Giving her a quick death is probably the most merciful thing I can do. But should I give her this chance? Despite everything I've said so far, there is a big risk with this operation. The guild finding out about Nasus way earlier than they should, especially when they aren't prepared to face it. When I'm not ready to do so. As I said before, I'm not bothered by the changes in the timeline, my actions here are already shaking it up completely. Xenos that should be dead will remain alive, these people. The people that are currently helping Evolus by raising funds will die or be apprehended. Their plans will change regardless of what I do now. It was already too late the moment I got in contact with the Xenos, perhaps even earlier. But Evolus isn't some weak faction, they never were. Everyone thinks they're dead, or at most, fragmented, a shard of what they once were. But if they're thrown into the light again, who knows what they'll push forward. Originally, they almost wiped out the Loki familia on more than one occasion. I'm not ready to face them, and right now, I've got a lot of people to look after. Should I just have them die here and bury this matter? Leaving it to the future? Or should I just let things roll? I can't predict their movements, so should I leave it to the guild? When he thought of this, his finger that was previously pointed towards her chest turned to her head. She trembled, recoiling in fear. Ah. I see it now. Why you were never human, to begin with. Monstrous bastard. The Amazon said as a small tear came out from the corner of her eye. For the first time in a while, Silver smiled as he remembered the past. The proper term would be. I stopped being human quite some time ago. /whoosh, /splurge, / Notes. Chapter 139, Fall of a Criminal. I'll go make some rice, see you guys in half an hour. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. / around a minute later, / clang, / Arg. Dix exclaimed as he was sent rolling down the rocky ground. Ha. Ha. He breathed deeply, exhausted, his face pale, he had lost too much blood. Even though he had used a potion on his arm by luck, that was only enough to close his wound, stopping his blood loss. Is there something? Anything? He raised his head slowly, he didn't have that much strength anymore. Shit. Bunch of. / Dix turned to the side, seeing the muscular gargoyle looking down on him. The gargoyle's eyes were full of anguish and burning anger. Without even giving Dix some time to think, it raised its right claw high, ready to rip him to pieces. How disgraceful, to die at the very hands of these beasts I once tore apart as razor. Perhaps this was my fate, I'd rather die here in the dungeon than in the hands of this disgusting curse. He closed his eyes, his expression serene. Dix never regretted his actions, he ripped apart both people and monsters alike, all for the sake of his cruel desires. Something that started as a method for him to keep his curse at bay evolved into a pleasurable activity. That was when Dix lost all humanity if he ever had any, to begin with. A monster in human skin. Perhaps this is what all descendants of Daedalus are. /bam, / Stop it Grow, we need him alive. LYD said as he grasped Grow's hand. LYD. This is what I've been waiting for. The man behind it all, the snakehead, the fucking bastard. Grow. He's right. Silver said as he approached them from the backlands. He was holding an Amazon, she was unconscious but alive, her forehead bleeding severely. Behind him were the 3 weapons he collected, floating behind him. /thud, / Silver threw her on the ground without a single shred of care, saying. Grow, does it matter if you enact your revenge now or 2 weeks later? For now, we need to collect information, and he can only do that while he's alive. After that is done. It's up to you. I can't promise anything on the guilds instead, so I'll stop at that. To me, it doesn't matter if they are alive or dead, I can get information regardless. However, this isn't the same for them. Huh. I suppose I can. Hold it for a little longer. Grow replied as he calmed down. After this operation, Grow's perception of Silver finally tipped over, changing completely. He now respects this little human, enough for him to trust him and listen to him. From time to time. His revenge had been completed, and no one was lost, that was enough for him. When he starts to think about the casualties he would have incurred had he rushed forward. Or if he wasn't here. Simply gazing at the many tools around, he understood that they would have had a bad time without a doubt. URG. Now that everything had been settled, they started to take care of themselves. Many were hurt, some gravely. This included LYD, who was currently clutching onto his stomach. My injuries aren't healing. What is happening to me? Grow approached him concerned. LYD's injuries weren't necessarily serious, but they didn't stop bleeding. Seeing this, Silver quickly replied. You've been cursed. Cursed? They asked in unison. Silver thought for a moment before replying. First, sit down and press onto that wound. I'll think of a solution while I explain. Thud. While LYD sat on the ground, Silver said. Just like there are magic items, there are curse items, objects that cause debilitating effects on someone at a certain cost from the caster, normally being the destruction of said object. The most common form of curse is unhealable wounds, and in the midst of the chaos, you were probably cursed without noticing it, as I bet a few of the adventurers here had some sort of curse object or item. He grabbed Dix's spear and showed it to them. This is a cursed spear. I don't know what'll happen if you get stabbed by it, but better if we don't find out. No. Damn it. Is there a way for me to heal? Not only me but everyone else? LYD asked. He was concerned, not only himself but the others around him as well. There are special items that can cure minor curses and people that can do the same via different channels. The problem is that for the first option, I can't guarantee that the curses will be dispelled, while the second option is unrealistic to be performed given your circumstances. Besides, both options would take a while too. Silver was suddenly interrupted. You all want some tips? I can give it to you. For a penny. Dix replied with a bloody smile. Grow, expression soured, he was the last one he wanted to hear, so he grabbed his collar and replied in an angry tone. You think you can negotiate with us? While there, I know my position very well. But man. I wonder if you know yours. He mocked the monster. You. Stop it, don't fall for his weak provocation. Silver replied. Dix turned to face Silver, his eyes narrowed for a moment before he let out a sigh with a defeated smile. Ah. The reason why everything fell apart. One of the recent rising stars. I didn't expect to meet you like this, to be honest. Dix said with a sly smile. Is that so? I would have preferred to never meet with you. How cold. But are you sure? Thud. Instead of hearing him spew shit, Silver raised his index right finger and blasted his face with dark smoke, sending him to sleep. The others were taken aback from this action, and LYD was the first to question him. Did you? No, I just sent him to sleep because he was starting to annoy me. In fact, we should get ready, we need to move as soon as possible. He said as he looked around. Move? LYD asked as he scratched his head. Are you satisfied with just these people, when just above us there is another group? Exclamation point. Both Grow and LYD frowned. We need to be fast, as soon as the other group comes, we'll move. Grow replied with a nod, saying, right, there are still more bastards for me to beat up, as he clenched his fists. For now, we need to keep these people alive, so start patching them up before they kick the bucket. Silver said as he pointed at the adventurers fallen on the ground. Silver waved at LYD and Grow. Not only that. We need to do something about your state. If we leave you all like this you won't last a day. Although you're right, how do you plan of fixing us? For now, let's do this. He said as he pointed at LYD's chest wound. Freeze. The wound on his chest froze. It wasn't bleeding anymore, but that was but a temporary solution, one that would cause more harm than good in the long run. Ouch. LYD exclaimed as the coldness reached his bones. I want to cry. This will have to do. First, let's clean this place. I'll think of a solution. It's too dangerous to play around with these people nearby. Everyone nodded. They started to grab the adventurers, healing them with weak potions or with Silver's healing magic. He also used this time to heal all of the Xenos to full power, or at least, the most he could, since some of them had been affected by some sort of curse. After this, as he did with Dix and the Amazon girl, he threw a black dart towards each adventurer, incapacitating them for the next few hours. This black dart was filled with a potent paralyzing toxin he developed, a lethal plasmid that he normally didn't use as it wasn't very useful in direct combat. In general, he would want to fight his enemy by using his body and maximize his gains, or the fight would end too quickly for the venom to work at all. It wasn't an efficient plasmid. N1. And albeit doing all of this drained him quite a bit of mind, he had a few mind potions available from the Ikelos adventurer's stash. In total, from the 34 adventurers inside and outside of this cavern, 12 died, 10 suffered heavy/fatal injuries, and this included Dix, who lost his arm and was slashed in several parts of his body violently. while the rest received mild amounts of damage, such as Gren that had his leg snapped in half by Silver and the Amazon that hit her head a tad bit too hard. The survivors would be taken to the guild for investigation. What the guild would discover with this wasn't exactly Silver's concern, although he would try to keep himself informed nonetheless. Lastly, they recovered quite a lot of curse items and objects, some of which Silver discreetly kept to himself. LYD asked Silver about these items, and to it, he further explained what he knew about curses and the likelihood of the Icolos Familia having access to a hexer. A hexer is like an item maker, or better put, a magic sword maker. They apply curses onto objects, like how blacksmiths create magic swords, thus creating a curse item. Such information is extremely important as hexers are 1,000 times rarer than item makers. Perhaps in all of Orario, there are less than 10 if not a single active hexer. Besides, deeming this quantity and the quality of the curse items, he was bound to be a very proficient hexer. With this conclusion, the Xeno's revenge could be said to have been closed with a golden key. The plan had been incredibly successful despite the great risk they suffered there. Why? Because if not for Silver's support and intervention, the moment Dix activated his magic, the tide of the flight would have changed in their favor. Originally, the plan was very simple. Silver would scout ahead and determine their position before they found out theirs. With that, he would teleport a group close by and take out the guards silently and quickly. This was probably the most important part of the plan, as if they were discovered early, they would lose a massive chunk of their advantage. In the end, Silver ended up leaving this for later, doing the next step first. According to his plan, after eliminating the guards with the help of the Xenos, he would scout inside and determine the number of enemies, the location of their supplies, and where the hostages were located. With that noted, he would notify the Xenos inside so they could prepare to escape amidst the chaos, but that was changed when he realized they were incapacitated. Still, Silver gave each of the Xenos a potion secretly via teleportation so they could heal and burst out while the chaos was let loose. Following this, he would teleport another group inside the cavern, causing chaos as the adventurers would try to figure out what was happening, while in the meantime, the outside group would rush inside and pick off on whoever was on their way. And this was where his plan came to an end. At least the one he told the Xenos. He knew very well that Dix would forcibly use his curse, and he told the Xenos that it was likely that they would use their hidden cards and that they should be ready. Silver took this chance to attack Dix, but failed as the latter evaded to the side, losing his arm in the process. He then stopped the Icolos Familia from using their curse items while forcing Dix to retrieve his magic, as if he didn't, he would die. There were many holes in this plan, but it was flexible enough. Silver considered being extremely sneaky and using his abilities to conceal all of their movements. He considered poisoning everyone. He considered simply teleporting inside and taking the hostages first, basically trapping the Icolos Familia inside with no cards. There were many ways to approach this scenario as his abilities allowed him to do so, but he is satisfied with how things went. His only regret was not being able to properly clash with Dix. Fighting a high level 5 adventure would have been quite the experience, especially if the one he is fighting is a murderer. But he had to concede and perform his tasks. There'll be many other criminals for him to stomp over. This leads us to the final section of the plan, and that was taking out the reinforcements of the Icolos Familia on the 18th floor. There was nothing that said to Silver they existed, but he was over 90% sure there was one such group there. Considering how cautious and thoughtful Dix was, he was bound to have several plans ready for action. Perhaps there is an entrance to Nasa somewhere around here, albeit the maps he read so far didn't have any clue to that at all. Sometime later, Okay. It worked. Silver said with a smile as he saw LYD's wounds heal. Arg. LYD exclaimed painfully as his scales were removed and regenerated. But it hurts. Just clench your teeth. Here, have this cloth. Silver shoved a piece of dirty cloth onto LYD's mouth, making him tremble. Mugh. After a few tries, Silver found a way to cure the curse, and that was to completely remove the cursed area. Via an operation very similar to surgery. If it was on the skin, he would remove its surroundings and even a part of the muscles, and heal the rest with potions. Of course, this only worked due to the precise control of his plasmids, otherwise, they would have to stop and wait for a solution from the guild. Thank you, Adventurer Silver. Gro said in a slightly gentler tone. No worries, now, come here, you need to recover too. Ha. Are you afraid, Gro? Go on. LYD replied with a sly smile. I'm not afraid. Do it. Ah, come on, it's just a flesh wound. It'll end before you know it. Silver rolled his eyes and started the procedure while the other Xenos retreated in fear. Erg. The only sound in the cavern were the Xenos' cries of pain. When they were done, they sat down and healed, resting their fangs as they waited for the backline group to arrive. A few minutes later, Silver raised his head, stopping his rest. They're here. Took them long enough. All of the Xenos in the room reacted as well, some by sound, others by smell. Whoosh. the wind moved, the sound of wings flapping echoed all around. It was Ray, and as soon as she saw everyone, she let out a breath of relief. She opened her mouth to say something, but Grow intervened. Not now, we need to move, there are still some left. Wah. Ray was confused, she barely even arrived, yet she needs to leave again. But to that, Silver gave her a quick debrief. We successfully rescued the hostages and captured the poachers, but there are still many out there, we were simply waiting for you all to arrive. Ray was still slightly confused, but she nodded, she understood the gist of it. Ray, wait for us here, we'll be back soon. Lyd said as he got up from the ground. Let's go. He exclaimed loudly, rallying the same group as he ran outside of the cavern. What are you doing? Grow asked as he saw Silver stay behind. If you take so long, I'll take them all for myself. He said as he left the cavern. Ray smiled slightly, but she didn't say anything. Silver looked at her and shrugged slightly. You heard him, duty calls me. Be careful. Always been. Silver said with a small smile as he teleported out. Good luck. Albeit I don't think you'll need it. The other Xenos could only watch as their friends left, they didn't know if everyone would come back, but from the bottom of their hearts, they wanted to believe so. For now, they occupied their minds with the unconscious adventurers on the ground. In front of one of the many entrances to the 18th floor, It's here. Lyd said as he looked at the dark stairs. According to the map we reassembled, this is the secret entrance they were planning on using, their reinforcements should be here. He seemed tense. Is something the matter? Silver asked. I've never been this close to the surface before. Lyd replied as he crossed his arms. Really? That's surprising. It's too dangerous, the concentration of adventurers keeps increasing the closer we get to the surface, especially here on the 19th floor, we never know when we'll meet with a team descending from the 18th floor. Tread lightly everyone, we'll be retreating if anything out of the norm happens. All of the Xenos nodded. They started to carefully walk, Silver right behind them. He offered to go first like before, but Lyd said that they wanted to resolve this themselves. They couldn't rely on him to solve their own problems, especially a matter they started out of their own accord. Shine. As they reached the other side of the stairs, a bright light shone on their face. It's so big. Lyd said as he looked around. I've only heard of stories. Ray would have loved this place. No, she would have hated it. Grow replied with a frown. Seeing all of this open space yet being forced to remain hidden. Lyd shook his head, agreeing with Grow. You're right, Ray would have felt really conflicted. The hidden entrance led them to a forest, so they were pretty well hidden, no signs of adventurers so far. Someone's coming. Grow said as he turned his face to the side. Everyone tensed, could it be who they were looking for? But when they saw who it was, all of them stopped, confused. You. Lyd exclaimed loudly. Notes. N. Honestly, Silver has stronger toxin plasmids, you would think that given what he can do, doing something as simple as imitating a pufferfish would be a simple matter no. However, a pufferfish poison would likely be able to kill a level 4 and below adventure depending on their status, but this isn't by far his strongest toxin. On Earth, the strongest toxin is unironically made by anaerobic bacteria. Botulinum toxin is so strong, at most 1 nanogram per kilogram can kill a human. How much of this substance would you need to take down? Let's say, the level 6 Peak Gareth, someone who maxed their constitution value and has abnormal resistance G. And what other forms of potentially killing forms can you think of? Chapter 140, End of a Familia. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_abatum. In front of Lyd was a person clad in black cloth, someone of seemingly unknown gender, thin, and of tall stature. Pure shock could be seen on his and everyone's face. Because of everyone they expected to see up here, he was the last on their list. It was none other than the guild's shadow, Fells. Taking the lead and trying to break this awkward situation, Grow was surprisingly the first to talk. What are you doing here? But Fells took a while to reply, equally as confused as everyone else. How? Unexpected. I was about to descend. This is certainly against my predictions. I could ask you all the same. We came here to take care of their reinforcements. Lyd said with a serious expression as he clenched his fists. It took only a moment, but Fells figured out what had happened. She looked at Silver and said, I imagine this was your doing. Silver shrugged. I feel a bit singled out. But indeed it was. Things happened and now I'm here, somehow. He displayed a look of helplessness, but inside, Silver was in deep thought. She doesn't look surprised to see me. But she's acting as if she was. As expected, the guild intended for me to participate in this fight, but they won't assume responsibility for it. Did Aurenas want to test my position on this matter? What I would do when I'm confronted with people? Fine by me, their missions allowed me to grow much closer with the Xenos and get my hands on a few interesting items. What about you? He asked Fells. If the guild is down here, it should be to take care of the loose ends. Me. It's simple really. Do you all think I would have been able to remain still after giving you all the tools to wage a war? LYD was dumbfounded. Huh. You are here. For us. Fells nodded. The plan was simple, while the Xenos would attract the attention of the main group, I would take care of their reinforcements. Why didn't you tell us about this? LYD asked as he interrupted Fells, conflicted. Fells also looked conflicted as she replied. My sincerest apologies, this was a plan better done fast, in fact, most of it was done on the fly, so even if I wanted to, there was no way of doing so. Fells said as an excuse. But Silver knew that was a lie, as if this was made on the fly, this century-old wizard, So he pointed it out. You wanted to use the Xenos as bait. Fells immediately replied, as if waiting for him to say it. No, I did not. I just so happened that the situation made itself, so I made use of their distraction to cut their tails while they were looking forward. I knew it, they won't assume responsibility for such a crazy plan. The guild definitely doesn't want any of the Xenos to die, but they definitely underestimated the resources of the Icolos Familia. If I wasn't here, all of the captured Xenos would have likely either died or been sold off outside, the casualties would have been severe. Not really an ideal scenario since it would have resulted in a fall in the relationship between the Xenos and the guild. The Xenos felt slightly awkward, but they were simple creatures, they accepted the situation very quickly and were glad there was no need to fight. With the exception of LYD who seemed to be thinking about something. Continuing from where I stopped. Fells said. Once I was done with this, I would then go and join the fight below, doing a pincer attack on the enemy. Fells said as she lifted her left arm, pointing it in the direction the Xenos came. But seeing you all here, I imagine something happened. They looked at each other for a while until Silver said. Yes it did, some of the Xenos got captured, forcing us to go after them. Fells was stunned. Is everyone okay? Please explain to me what happened in detail. Yes they are, we managed to control the situation and capture several members of the Icolos Familia. After that was done, we came here to take care of their reinforcements, meeting you in the process. All is good in the end, less fighting means fewer people for me to punch. I'm not a bloodthirsty demon, I'm not seeking to kill people left and right. And it would be best if the Xenos didn't grow used to such a thing either. If they see all of the surface dwellers as enemies then their dream will truly die. I see, it was indeed a heavy miscalculation on my part. Fells stopped to think for a moment. Deeming how cautious the captain of their familia was, I was thoroughly expecting him to either fight and retreat immediately, or to not even engage at all upon noticing that it was a trap. I underestimated their desperation. But it ended up like this, and my oversight caused me to put you all in danger, I hope my apologies are enough. Fells said as she bowed. I would like to hear the details if possible. Especially as we move, time's against us after all. LYD looked at Silver and he nodded, it wasn't like he was the leader of this operation, it was up to LYD to determine what they should do. Everyone turned around to leave, and on their way, LYD started to explain what had happened, not cutting a single detail from his story. 15 or so minutes late, After hearing the story, Fells looked at Silver, thanking him. I thank you Adventurer Silver, your willingness to help has saved many lives today, both Xenos and human lives. It's nothing. It was what I was asked to do anyway. Silver opened his mouth and asked. But let me ask you a question. What do you plan on doing with these people? The captured members of the Icolos Familia? Fells asked. Silver nodded, it wasn't like he was talking about someone else. First, I'll find out all of their hideouts. The Icolos Familia used to be a medium-sized familia until around 7 years ago, when their expedition group disappeared in the deep floors. Even the remaining members of the familia on the surface disappeared. Since then, we rarely heard about them, the few times we did so was when they popped out from time to time in the black market, that was the only indication that the familia was still in operation or within Horario at all. It took many years to figure out a sketch of what had happened to them, and now we know that they control a big portion of the black market, and a lot of evidence pointing to them being fully into illegal business, becoming a fully fledged illegal familia. They have expanded their business to all areas from item making to blacksmithing, alchemy to magic. They should have multiple level 4s and dozens of level 3s, while the number of level 2s and 1s is indeed very hard to estimate since they are scattered all throughout Orario, but those people are likely, merely people that have nowhere else to go or were coerced into working for them. The people that matter are at the top, not the menial workers. Fells pointed at the captured people on the ground, saying, "With these people, I plan to find out where they all hide and properly apprehend them together with any illegal items and substances. Those that have committed a crime will be punished accordingly with the level of their infractions, while those that haven't or that fall under a specific set of conditions, like being slaved into labor, will be apprehended, investigated, and then judged properly. But considering the nature of their familia, it's most likely that all of them have committed murder or some minor crime." Silver interjected. "Yet not all, that is why the guild is being so cautious, right?" Fells remained silent. Whatever their conditions may be, confirmed murder is punishable with life incarceration within Orario unless it's under the pretense of a familia conflict. In that case, the guild won't intervene. Fells said in a low tone. The guild only intervenes in these cases when it's either against the civilian population or when the subject is an illegal familia, albeit most of the time, the judgment befalls the familia that captured them in the first place. The guild always strives to maintain neutrality while also trying to keep the dozens of familias in control. That in itself is very, very hard, especially when you consider that a psycho level 4 is a menace to society. There are tens of thousands of level 1 to 3 mercenaries, assassins, bounty hunters, and such professions out there in the shadows. Murders happen all too frequently within this city. And the guild isn't the police, they are barely the government. Doing this is already impressive. For example, unless there is clear proof, murder in the dungeon is often brushed aside. If two familias go on a bloodbath outside of Orario, who cares? If they do it inside, then it's another story. The property, the people, and simply the fact they are creating chaos. It must be a pain having to walk on this tightrope. Fells then stopped and asked, "If this was a normal situation, as a representative of the guild, I would be asking for your cooperation in this matter. And once our investigation was done, it would be up to you to determine their punishment, something that would then be published officially for all of Orario to see. Of course, the specifics can always be discussed. It's normally a rather complicated process that involves a lot of paperwork." "I see." Silver replied with a nod. "I don't." Grow replied as he shook his head. Most of the Xenos, apart from Lyd and a few others, were like Grow, not understanding what Fells said, or at least, not understanding the implications behind it. If it was a public situation, I would have probably investigated them as well, before holding a public trial. "A public trial?" Fells asked. "Yes, I imagine there were many affected by their actions and schemes, so I think it's just fair that they have the chance of participating in their punishment. Nothing too serious like a public execution. Such violent forms of punishment rarely ever accomplish their goals. Unless the main goal was to cause fear. Public execution only works when the populace has a collective desire to see someone dead. Or if the governing party wants to push the attention onto something else, it's usually for these reasons. A valid way of thinking, although I'm legally required to stay neutral in regards to this matter." Fells joked slightly. "I imagine so." Silver replied with a chuckle. "But now that this matter has ended, the situation I wanted to prevent the most will likely happen. The guild will without a doubt find out about Gnosis if it hasn't already. Once they do, I wonder what the end result will be." Silver and everyone went back to the cavern on the 19th floor, and seeing everyone reunited, the Xenos roared happily. But it was also their goodbyes. A farewell to those that fell in the hands of these people. Fells looked at the unconscious captain of the Ikelos Familia. To think he would even capture him. Not only him but so many as well. When they described what happened, I was already shocked that they managed to come out with only minor and medium injuries, but this. Something I've been wanting to do for a long while, but failed each time. It once again goes beyond my expectations. Fells turned to face Silver, thinking deeply. He always seems to find himself in the middle of some trouble. Twice is a coincidence, and thrice is a pattern. It seems that as long as a matter is tied with this young man, it'll end up breaking all of my predictions. I'll keep this as a mental note for myself. While she was lost in deep thought, Silver pulled several boxes with telekinses. "Take a look at this." He put them all next to Fells and opened them, and their contents shocked Fells once more. "I was expecting to see some cursed tools, but you undervalued how many there were when you told me your story, Lyd," she said as she grabbed the item inside the box. Lyd coughed, saying awkwardly, "Ha. Sorry, I also don't know how many there are inside there." "At least 5. No, 8. Fells said as she counted the number of cursed tools. "And this is just this box, there are at least 5 of them. They prepared thoroughly for this. The cost would be massive." But so would be the resulting selling price if they had indeed captured them and escaped. Was the end rewards truly so grand? But who outside of Aurario would be able to amass such a fortune to pay for this operation in the first place? The Ikelos Familia would only move if they had a guarantee of being paid. And besides, what did they need so much money for in the first place? The bar will have to be raised massively. The money they were making from this surpasses the expectations. Not to ask where they got such a collection of items from. Also, how would they move them? This has bothered me greatly recently, after finding out that the Xenos had been captured, and finding their traces on the surface. When and how were they moved? Even if the dungeon guards had been bought, even if the Ganesha Familia had in some unforeseen circumstance betrayed us, it would still be impossible to move so many without causing some sort of ripple. Sigh, what a mess. This is not the end. Silver said as he pulled Dix's spear via telekinesis. He grabbed it, saying as he gave the spear to Fells. This was his spear. Just by looking at it, I can tell it isn't an ordinary curse item. Let me take a look. Despite how she looked, Fells was an expert of curses, not a hexer, but she, like Riveria, has received the title of sage. Her knowledge of magic and its intricacies is no way beneath the 100-year-old elven sage. Her cloak and gloves were special items that could protect her from curses. Even this strong curse would be completely ineffective against her. Indeed. It exudes a strong feeling. It was definitely made by a very skilled hexer. The curse within this. It would be difficult, even for me to purify injuries caused by it. Not impossible though, the problem is. Can the hexer produce more potent curses than this one? This will require extensive research, and in the meantime, I'll have someone prepare a counter-antidote against these curses. Silver nodded, but his expression sharpened as he said in a still tone. So, I won't be able to keep the spear. Huh. Fells was stunned. She gazed at the serene gaze of the adventure in front of her. I guess so. It is integral for the formulation of an antidote after all. Fells replied awkwardly. Depressed, Silver's head dropped down slightly as he said with a sigh. I understand. Don't fret. Your actions won't come unrewarded. Fells replied quickly. Silver smiled. In any case. I imagine everything is over, or is there anything else for me to do? He asked as he looked around. Flap flap, The sound of wings flapping faintly echoed nearby. It was Ray, saying as she approached from Silver's side. You can leave the rest to us, you've already done a lot already. Grow and Lyd nodded. Will you be going somewhere? Lyd asked. Yes, of course, I was planning on going to the 24th floor to train. Silver replied plainly. Soon enough I'll start exploring the lower floors, but I'm not done with the middle floors yet. By training you mean? Lyd asked. Silver nodded with a smug smile. The same thing I did last time, but this time I'll restrain myself. I promise to not burn over 5% of the forest. Everyone looked at each other before Grow said. In that case, I'll be waiting. Next time, I won't be defeated so easily. Oh. It would be my pleasure to spar again. Silver said with a smile. He gave them his farewells with a bit of small talk before making his way to the exit. But midway through that, when he was alone, Fells appeared and said. Adventurer Silver. Yes. He asked as he turned around. I don't think it was needed of me to remind you, but be wary outside. We don't know what may happen, and the worst it could happen is. She stopped midway, but her meaning was clear. But Silver simply said. I'm aware, my guard has been up for a long time already. Especially when I have so many bothersome things happening at once. I have not been given a rest ever since Apollo came for my ass. Literally and figuratively. Just thinking about that guy makes me sick. I hope he's being worked to death in heaven. In that case, good luck. Fells said as she turned around. Thank you. He said with a small smile. Onwards towards a small adventure, he left the cavern. Notes. Chapter 141, Bring me someone that can. A bit later than usual, had a few things to do during the morning and the afternoon. Recently there hasn't been much to say about the chapters, it's just how it is. Once I finish writing everything I have in mind, I'll write the extra side chapter for my birthday. I already have the main setting for it. Now, enjoy the chapter. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. Not long after Silver left the dungeon, somewhere on the 18th floor, a woman with strong pink hair gazed at a hidden camp of adventurers. Her expression was that of extreme displeasure as she clicked her tongue. The camp itself was full of men in black, the faction they belonged to and their appearances were all impossible to discern. Any adventurers that approached them were pushed aside formally, and so far, no problems had arisen from troublemakers. This entire camp was built around several people inside metal cages, bound by ropes and other items like metallic handcuffs, all for the sake of keeping a close eye on them. It was the guild, preparing to move the captured members of the Ikelos Familia back to the surface for interrogation. Oh shit, looks like that mad fucker really did it. He fucked up royally. Valletta said as she looked at them. I came here to relax a bit, but I found more work, holy shit. These single nut guys can't do a thing without me. She looked around with sharp eyes. Still, how were they even captured though? She sneered. They were equipped and Dix isn't stupid. Not much anyway, but he's better than 99% of these muttheads. The guild wouldn't be able to pull this off so cleanly, they had help. Was it those monsters? Doesn't seem like it. Dix wouldn't allow himself to be tricked by them, even if he was, he would escape. Does the guild even have the personnel to take them out? From our research, they shouldn't even have a level 4. It's one of the requirements for them to be a neutral faction. The possibility of them hiding forces for so long is not completely zero, but it's slim. If they had any or anyone with such prospects, they would have appeared that day. So there has to be a third party. But who? She smiled. I just need to go and ask. She jumped from the tree she was standing on, going back to the dark forest. A few minutes later. Slash thud slash. Well shit. She mumbled to herself as she looked at the unconscious members of the Ikelos Familia. They're out cold, don't even react to me when I touch them. She looked at Dix, full of scorn. Really Dix, I want to slit up your throat for the diarrhea you shat today. That being said, taking them all out with me is unrealistic. They were drugged pretty heavily, they're like logs, unmoving. The guild sure took every precaution there was in the book, I'll give this one to them. Still, I can't leave like this, even if I have to go back empty-handed, I'll break what they have in theirs. Valletta smiled. Should I just attack them? No. Not yet, this won't buy too much time, but more time is better than nothing. Valletta smiled wickedly. She approached a cage and punctured the major arteries of all of the people inside. They would slowly bleed to death, and within a few minutes they would be beyond saving even with magic. Consider yourself lucky Dix, I have 2 shoulders and one of them will be for you. She said as she grabbed Dix, putting him on her back. Who was it again? The strongest one after this idiot. Yeah, it was this lady. After grabbing the captain and the vice-captain of the Ikelos Familia, she rushed outside of the camp with a satisfied smile. Not long after, flames would engulf the 18th floor and amidst the chaos, a group of people would disappear, causing the guild a great deal of trouble. It was the start of a war, old wounds that had yet to close. What would spiral from these actions? Slash even later that day in a small coffee shop near the dungeon, slash. 2 people sat at a table near a window on the 3rd floor of the shop. The atmosphere looked tense, but at the same time, relaxed. To be precise, one was tense, while the other person was relaxed. Slash clack, slash. Only when a clerk approached them, carefully putting down 2 cups of coffee on their table, did one of them speak. Ah. From everyone that I know. You were among the last ones I would expect to call me, especially so late like this. Hermes joked as he looked at the men in front of him. With that in mind. What do you require of this me? Messenger of the gods, your good old friend, Hermes. Do you need me to send a love letter? I guarantee that I'm just as good of a wingman as Cupid. Maybe that's not what you need, how about a secret operation? Or do you perhaps need me for something else? Hermes said with a sly smile. My friend, Silver. Silver remained silent, he still couldn't get used to this man's pace. But the longer he remained silent, the restless did Hermes become. Ah. Don't tell me you're still upset about what happened last time, right? Hermes said with a pale expression. I said it many times already. It was a joke. A little prank. No. I was tricked. But I don't think he would believe me if I were to tell him that. Still. It was a terrible first impression to have left on him, it's no wonder he thinks of me like this. Hermes was still traumatized due to what he was forced to pass through that day. Silver blinked for a moment, saying with a straight face. No, didn't I say it last time? That never happened. Everything that happened on April 1st. That never happened. Hermes replied with an awkward smile. Ah. Right, right. Look at me, I must be confusing things. It seems he was merciful with me this time. Silver took a sip of his coffee, saying calmly. I came here to collect what you owe me. Call it a favor if you must, but there is something I would like to request of you. Hermes smiled awkwardly. Oh. Right now may be a bit difficult. I'm in A. Silver interrupted him. It's nothing serious, it should be pretty doable, no matter how occupied you are. He said as he stared at Hermes with his silver eyes. Hermes' eyes sharpened, it seems he won't be able to get out of it so easily this time. Sigh, then say it. I need you to find someone for me, the faster the better. Hermes raised an eyebrow. If that is what you want, why me and not some other source? Hermes asked as he lifted his hat, curious. Looking for someone. How unusual coming from him. And this smells trouble. Big trouble. Silver looked outside of the window, thinking as he said. It's because the person I want to find can't be found through those sources. And in the end, you're the only one who would comply with my requests. This isn't something I can ask just anyone, they'll call me a weirdo or direct me somewhere in the entertainment district. I don't have such time to waste. Alright, I can try, but you'll have to give me their details. Looks like this will be something I'll have to carry on my own. If I ask Asfi to do this and she learns the background of this request, she'll make me go bald forever. Before replying, Silver asked, going straight to the point. Aren't you going to ask what I want to do with this person? Cough. Ha. I mean, if you're willing to share. Hermes said as he sweated slightly. It's so hard to deal with him, he's always so damn direct. But better him than Loki or those crafty old gods. Hermes grabbed his cup to drink a bit of coffee. I need you to find me a goddess, it can be a beauty goddess, or a love one, any will. //. Hermes spat all of the coffee in his mouth onto Silver, but he used telekinesis and gathered everything in the air before he was stained. And he then shoved it back onto Hermes' mouth. /gulp. Cough cough. That was unnecessary. Hermes said as he took in deep breaths. And brutal. I think I burned my lips. I almost went to heaven there. He joked slightly. Next time don't spit it on me. Silver said coldly. Hermes smiled, making a complete 180 in expression as he said. Silver my boy. I knew you had it in you. I'll introduce you to some beauties. I didn't know you were like this, don't you worry as I got you covered. Men. Who is the best option? Let me see. There are a few free goddesses who would be willing to give it a try. There was. Who was the one that recently descended? Parvati. Hathor. But she may not be his type, she has that single mother vibe. Silver is just an 18-year-old boy. Juno. No. Why did I even consider her? She's too clingy, and despite always seeking a stable relationship, she's always super serious and ends up getting dumped. Silver stared at Hermes with a poker face as he ran his mind, who knew what he was thinking. We'll have to think this through. Listen to me my friend, depending on what they do, each goddess has their own unique way of being conquered, their own route, their own flag. Hermes' expression darkened as he said deeply. What is your type? A busty and cheerful goddess of life. A strict and cold that happens to be clingy when alone, goddess of trials. Perhaps a more refined taste like the emo goddess of shadow and dark. Cold on the outside, even colder alone. Hermes said as he used many hand expressions to help with his explanation. Silver replied with a dark expression. I'm not looking to hook up. Looks like there is another day I'll have to erase from history. Those two can never learn about what was discussed here today. So what did you mean by that? He wasn't even moved by my offer. It looks like he's truly in a relationship with Hestia. Oh boy. This is truly fiery news. But I can never be the first to disclose it, or else this guy will. Hermes looked left and right and said. Yeah. Now that I think about it, don't you already have Hestia? You're misunderstanding things. No need to hide, I won't tell anyone. I swear. Silver frowned. How does he know I'm in a relationship with her? Did she blurt it out on accident? Well, that isn't really unexpected. I never expected Hestia to be able of hiding it for long. Knowing her, the moment someone makes fun of her, she'll run her mouth telling that she has a boyfriend already. And it wouldn't be hard to link it back to me depending on how much she talks, and the fact we went on dates quite a few times already. Someone that snoops around frequently like Hermes would likely learn a thing or two as time flies. Anyway. What do you want then? Hermes replied as he scratched his head. I want you to find me a goddess with the ability to charm others so she can use it on me. And if it's possible for me to resist it, and if not, what can I do to recover from or prevent such a scenario? My original idea was my diary. I have one I keep in my subspace. I write what happened each day every day, and I read its contents once per week, never missing a day. So in case my memories get messed with, I'll be able to identify that I was charmed when I read them. Or so is the intent behind it. Hermes took a few moments to process that, and when he did, his mouth opened fully, completely shocked. What? Silver rolled his eyes in annoyance. Do I need to repeat myself? And no. Just. Why? This guy. Heh, I knew this couldn't have been so simple. What a bummer. Hermes' eyes sparkled. But he managed to get my interest once more. So show me. What will you do with this? I want to see for myself how it works and feel to be charmed, nothing more, nothing less. If possible I'll try some things, but that is better left for when he actually brings me a goddess. Hermes suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. I can try and meet your conditions, but the power of the charm is greatly dependent on the goddess that uses it. For example, Freya's is so strong she can charm most gods easily, although that does not extend to the goddesses. The grand majority at least. I don't mind, I just want to see how it works. Besides, you speak as if gods actually care. Most male gods will go down on their knees if they see either Freya or Ishtar, be it if they're charmed or not. They're simply. What was the word again? It's on the tip of my tongue. Whatever. I already know that strong adventurers have a greater resistance to charm, but that is also highly conditional. If Freya was serious, it doesn't matter how mentally strong you are, she'll get what she wants. Perhaps her charm isn't something that affects the mind, but the very core of a being, their soul. But my target isn't her, and I bet Hermes knows that too. In fact, he may know what's going on already. Hermes nodded and continued. Charm is similar to mind control, but at the same time it isn't. Mind control affects the mind, forcibly twisting it. Charm is more of a natural attraction, more like a very strong influence. As you said, I can find someone that fits your description without much trouble. The problem is having her agree with this. She may ask something out of it. Hermes said with a small smile as he got up from his chair. That's up to you to pay, not me. Silver said sternly. Hermes deflated. A day. If you give me that much time I can do it, no problemo. Meet me here tomorrow, same time, I'll book the entire floor so we aren't bothered. That works for me. Silver replied with a nod. Hermes bowed and turned around, leaving Silver to pay for the bill. Silver said heavily, interrupting Hermes. Just one more thing. Why yes? Hermes asked meekly. If you just as much entertain the idea of bringing a male god of beauty, I won't hesitate to commit a deicide and send you back to heaven. We are clear on that note, right? Oh, of course. I would never do such a thing. Hermes said as he patted his chest. TSK. Although Silver was annoyed, he just let out a sigh and paid for the coffee. Hermes on the other hand was in deep thought. It seemed trouble would soon stir once more. Notes. Chapter 142, I feel at ease when I'm with you. A rather slow chap, in fact, I could even say it's a side chapter. It's more of an inter-chapter, bringing back some issues so you all can remember and develop the world, while also hinting at some possible encounters of the future that some of you want so goddamn much. For those that are eager for more fighting, don't worry as more fights will come soon since as I said before, we're nearing the end of this volume. About 20 to 30 chapters away from that sheesh. And we'll see what that volume title was all about. See ya. I gotta eat. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. / the next day, / chirp. Chirp, / With a tired gaze, Silver opened his eyes, being slightly blinded by the radiance of the sun. Goddamn wild roosters. Hum. He felt a weight on his chest as he opened his eyes, not heavy at all, barely enough to make him feel anything. It would take a lot to make him uncomfortable. This weight was soft. And even a bit warm. It was a nice feeling, one he felt many times before. What a mess. It was his goddess Hestia, sleeping with her face glued to his chest. But her legs were locked to his body, preventing him from moving at all. And she was currently nibbling at his clothes, likely having a dream of eating something. She had a habit of moving and talking during sleeping. It was cute most of the time, but there was one time in the past she bit his fingers and he woke up with his eyes red. Sigh. He put his hand on her head and thought. I don't mind spending a few more minutes like this. Around half an hour later and a quick shower, / Hestia was now up, sitting on the bed as Silver brushed her long hair that was still slightly wet after a bath. It had a faint fragrance of flowers, a smell Hestia loved very much as it was her most prized shampoo. This brand was recommended to her by Silver long ago when they still lived in the old church. He gave it to her as a present and she seemed to like it, so much so she uses it every day. Long hair isn't easy to take care of, be it mortal hair or divine hair. Will you be going to the dungeon again? Not now, first, I have some things to do. Silver replied as he got distracted. Can I ask what? Ouch. Don't pull so much. Hestia complained as her head twitched. Sorry, I'm barely even using any strength here. If my dexterity wasn't so high, this wouldn't even be possible. But yes you can. Silver said as he cleared his throat. Today is one of those busy days. So. Silver thought for a moment, before saying. First, I'll be visiting Mayak. That's rare, it's been a while since I talked with him. Hestia said as she thought deeply. She turned her head to face him, asking L. What are you going there for? Hashtag. Please, don't turn so suddenly. I lost track of where I was. Oops. He rolled his eyes, gently grabbing her hair as he continued to brush it. Some time ago, I left Mayak with a small project for an alchemical product, and last time I went there, he told me it would be ready by today, so I'll be going there to see how everything went. I didn't know you visited them so frequently. I really have to pay more attention to what's happening. We do have a contract after all, so I go there every once in a while for commissions related to herb gathering and material acquisition. He said with a small smile. It's good money that I can make without much effort, and it also helps in improving our relationship with them, especially when you consider I'm stronger than their captain, so I can get rarer materials without much trouble. Materials they would have had to buy from the market or commission to someone else. But both options end up being pricier than simply commissioning me. They pay me quite well for it, in fact, I do the same with the Hephaestus Familia, however in their case, they rarely have any sort of commission for me since they have so many suppliers. So I rarely go there with that in mind. In fact, it's been a while since I visited Hephaestus herself. There isn't much to talk about in the first place, but I guess it would be fine to visit Hestia at her work to see if I can meet her. I could also use my halberd as an excuse, but she would notice it in an instant. Oh well, a reason will appear one day. Hestia was impressed. Oh, I never considered that before. Hey, you can go a bit faster, if you take too long to brush my hair it won't get in shape. She said as she looked at Silver. Silver closed his eyes, feeling defeated. I'm trying. This would have been faster if she had allowed me to use my abilities. But for some reason, she thinks it's bad for her hair if I use them. Silver shook his head. Anyway. Perhaps I should have helped you understand this more, the papers I gave you last time don't really talk about this. Besides, they're boring aren't they? He asked with a small smile. Hestia was caught off guard as she froze. Ah. No. Silver patted her head gently, trying not to mess up her hair. Don't lie, such a minor thing won't really upset me, I know very well how boring those papers are because I myself felt bored when I wrote them. The very reason I pushed the position of vice captain to Daphne. Ah. Cough. I mean, she was just perfect for the position. Hestia scratched her cheeks in embarrassment as she replied with a bit of guilt. Sorry. I tried to read them but I fell asleep midway through, I don't even remember what I read. Daphne helps from time to time, but I truly know very little. Now that I think about it, I don't do much apart from lazing around and updating my children's status, do I? Don't feel sorry, this isn't something to be ashamed of. This was a big change, and I never expected her to adapt quickly, and in a sense, I imagine she'll stay like this for a long time. Gods are very hard to change after all. Why don't we go over everything in a simple way? Silver said as he hugged her. Of course. She said with a flushed smile. Silver cleared his throat as he shared with her his simplified explanation. In short, what I wanted from this contract was for the members of our familia to visit the Mayak familia on a regular basis to get commissions, with the intent of them doing so every day before going to the dungeon. But reality is harsh. Everyone is still on the upper floors, so they can't really complete any commission even if they wanted to. Most medicinal herbs are within the middle floors after all. The only ones who could complete them right now are Cassandra and Daphne, but they don't have the time to descend to the middle floors. And by themselves, it would be quite the work to go there alone, even if they are backed by the other veteran level ones. Speaking of them, I overheard their conversation one of these days, and they seem to be extremely comfortable with their new home, they can feel free here. They can go to the dungeon whenever they want, they don't have any annoying superiors, and those below them are quite likable. Cassandra and Daphne will often go to the dungeon, not only to make money but also to increase their statuses. Hopefully, soon enough we'll have multiple parties that can come and go to the middle floors whenever they wish. You see, it would be bad if there wasn't anyone to take their missions. It's not like this is required in the contract or anything, as the amount we have to do is very little. But the thing is, these commissions are just as important to us as it is for them, as they themselves have their own commissions to complete, like making a specific potion or medicine, and those need materials that if they don't get those through us, then they'll have to buy it off the market. And that oftentimes takes a load on a familia's pockets. So I visit them every once in a while to grab plenty of commissions at once. This is enough to keep our end of the contract, get some money, and help them continue their business since competition is fierce. They can commission other people, but there is simply too much competition. Albeit, this will probably reduce over time as the Dien sect familia is gobbling up the entire business, and within a few years, the Dien sect's pharmacies will be the way to go for all first-class adventurers while the low-value business will be left for the rest. Putting Mayak in a similar position to what they should have been. If I hadn't intervened. Although. This will only happen if they do manage to last long enough. Mayak is too kind for his own sake and will often gift potions worth tens of thousands to people like candy. Not really a sustainable form of business when they are already competing with someone else. Cough. Silver continued. That is only for the commissions, of course, we still buy potions in droves and other medicinal products, so they are profiting even if we didn't do any commission. The contract was very equal in the first place. You may think they gain a lot since we can only buy from them out of the other pharmacies, but in truth, we gain quite the discount, and with the commissions, money tends to fly both ways. This is pretty much it for Mayak. You can always visit him to ask him exactly what is going on between our familias or Daphne. Considering his personality, Mayak wouldn't mind sitting for hours talking. Silver approached her ears and said in a low tone. But I would recommend otherwise as Mayak is more focused on making potions than he is on his own surroundings, so it would be better to ask his captain, Naza. Wait a bit, this is a tad too much information for me to process at once. Hestia said as she massaged her temples. She raised her fingers and started to go over everything again, and after she was done, she said. What about Heffy? Silver's expression soured, so he said seriously. Hephaestus is actually a similar deal, but in their case, they are losing more than they gain. It isn't an equal relationship, and in a sense, if it wasn't for Hephaestus keeping most of the information of our deal hidden, most people on her familia wouldn't see us in a good light. Some problems will likely arise in the future due to this. But who cares about a random smith making a fuss? They can talk all they want, but the moment they raise their hand, things change. Albeit if that were to happen, Hephaestus would likely give them a beating first. Her captain more likely, since Hephaestus has a rather soft personality. What? Hestia exclaimed, appealed. I can't believe I'm doing this to her. Especially after everything she did for me. The month has already ended, and it's time for me to go back to work. You were there when she gave us this massive 300 million Valis debt, and you were there when I suggested this deal, don't you remember? URG. Don't even speak about it, my head spins every time I hear that number. Hestia said with a frown. He smiled, replying with a smug smile. Well, would you feel better if I were to tell you that I already accumulated a sixth of that? Hestia turned to face him in the blink of an eye, disbelief spread on her face. You did. Just how much money do you make? Thud. He knocked on her head lightly with a helpless expression. I'll say how much money I make if you stop moving so much. I'm almost done. Let's see, I did at least half a dozen commissions every day and hunted in the middle floors for close to a month. So overall, this amount is actually low, slightly below the average of what a first-class party would make if they were to do the same things I did. This is if we dismiss the money I stole from Ishtar. If I managed to liquidate everything, I would have more than enough to pay her off and much more. And also the massive amount of materials that keep accumulating in my subspace. I normally don't sell everything at once, and albeit I'm increasing the amount I sell at the guild every day, it's still lower than the amount I acquire. The only reason why I don't dump this in the black market is that they pay less than the guild, even after the taxes. If I sell everything to a good merchant, however, I would probably double what I have, going from a sixth to a third immediately. Hearing his words, Hestia's eyes rolled. You talk as if that wasn't a big deal. A level 3 is talking about being slightly less efficient than a party of first-class adventurers. Cough. I mean. Just as I make a lot of money, I also spend it on many sources. A big part of everything I make actually goes to buying more potions. I spend a lot of mind every day, not only in the dungeon but also on normal training. And this will remain for as long as I am an adventurer because the process of spending a lot of mind at once is great for improving the magic stat. Even though it gives me constant headaches, but at this point in time, I've gotten used to it. It may seem as obvious, but my halberd needs maintenance, and I can only ask Hephaestus for it since only another god would be able to work on it. I sharpen it every time I come back from the dungeon together with basic maintenance, but the time to give it a proper overhaul is approaching. Not because something is wrong with it, but only as a form of checkup. And also due to the exclusivity contract. Normally, my halberd would be able to last longer since it's technically alive, but I use it a bit too much. Much more than Hephaestus imagined when she made this. She always asks for quite the amount as well, it's quite heavy in my pockets. She isn't merciful in regards to this, perhaps she is regretting asking for only 300 million and has decided to ask the rest through this. Another part goes for the familia. Since we don't really have money in our reserves, I've been having to do as our vault," he said with a small chuckle. "Even now?" Hestia asked with a pale face. "Well, I did invest a lot already. But that's just how it goes. A familia is an abyss of money. Everyone will always need better equipment and items. Everyone is pretty equipped, and they make quite a decent amount of money. But it's still true that they use a fair share of it to buy supplies and fix their equipment in the Hephaestus Familia's workshops. Take the Loki Familia as an example. They always change their equipment before every dungeon dive, and 60% of their earnings go towards maintenance. Depending on what happens, a knife can become useless after one dungeon dive, a shield may have to be replaced, a chest plate may have to be reforged. All of it costs money, and it adds up pretty quickly. I can safely say I lost close to 30% of my total revenue to taxes. I would have a lot more if I actively sold my items to merchants instead of the guild, but I never had the time to procure buyers for them," Silver said in a deep tone. "I hate taxes. Especially the guild with their minimum price policy. That is why literally almost all adventurers above levels 3 and 4 will choose to sell their items to merchants. The only times when the guild becomes an option is to bigger familias. They gain quite the benefits." "I never knew that you had so many things to consider," Hestia said in a slightly depressed tone. "He told me a few of these things once, but I never really put them together and understood the bigger picture." Seeing her expression, Silver hugged her again and said, "Don't worry for me, this is all pretty manageable. It may seem overwhelming when I put it all at once like this, but I rarely have to deal with more than 3 of the things I mentioned here in the same day. Soon enough we'll pay this debt, and most of our worries will go away," he said as he pulled her head to his chest. Hestia felt as if she was going to melt away. As for your hair," Silver said out of nowhere. "I'm trying here, okay. It's hard to brush your long hair while using little strength and being fast. One of the downsides of becoming stronger, menial activities become harder. If I get upset and grab a fork too strongly it'll bend over and snap before I even realize it." Sigh. Hestia exhaled. "Is something wrong?" Silver asked. "No. But the mood just died." Hestia rolled her eyes, but she smiled. She was used to it, she liked it. This was the man she loved, that cared for her. So she stayed put and waited for him to brush her hair, pointing out his mistakes as he struggled with her glossy long hair. Notes. Chapter 143, A Necessity to All Female Adventurers. Not much to say, you can consider this a side chapter. Literally, not much happens in this chapter. I wrote it on a nice day after relaxing, albeit that was a few weeks ago. You could also consider this a slight foreshadowing chapter for some events. Up to you. Have a nice day. I shall now write more chapters. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_abatum. /not so long later, / In the end, Hestia ended up going with Silver, making their way across Aurario peacefully, just like one of their many dates. But Silver wasn't here to play, he was here to finish some businesses. He would play later, perhaps eat dinner at a restaurant with her once he was back from work. Still, he didn't mind having some fun on the way, buying Hestia a new pair of fluffy slippers for her to walk around the manor, and even sneakily buying a hair clip for a certain blue-haired goddess. After a few ins and outs exploring Aurario, they finally arrived at their destination. A large wooden building just west of their manor. It was rather close by, a 10-minute walk was enough. Such proximity made buying potions a much simpler process. "We're here. /blue pharmacy / ding ding / Silver opened the doors inside, making a small bell chime loudly. It was still rather early, so there weren't that many customers, but it was a considerable amount nonetheless. Phew. I find alchemy shops to be prettier than some jewelry shops sometimes, Hestia said as she looked at a long collection of colorful potions. 500, 900. 1,100. Those are the basic potions. We have at least a few boxes of those back home, but they aren't really useful. They can at most heal surface wounds and clear infections. Why do their prices change so much though? She kept reading their labels, and soon found out the reason. Different materials. Oh. It's for people that can develop allergies. 16.5k. 9.9k. 14k. HM. Variations of the mind potions, not much to say about that. We have a few boxes of these as well. 41k. 53k. 46k. High potions, huh? Expensive as always, but fixing a broken bone, a deep wound, or healing most kinds of severe injuries can save your life, and that's priceless. I think we had a small quantity of these back home. Everyone has at least one just in case. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. Wow, this one's over 98K. Oh, it can fix a broken bone regardless of its position. That's huge. Normally, dislocated bones need to be forcefully put back in place, otherwise, they will heal badly. A good example of this is with amputated limbs. Using one such potion on the wound will just close it, making it impossible to reattach the limb later. Unless you reopen it. Not a pretty process to go through. But in a do-or-die situation. They even have dual potions. They aren't as effective as high potions, but their price is the same. Do they have dual high potions? I guess not, those are normally made on demand. She frowned at the price tag of some of the potions, closing her eyes and shaking her head, trying to forget what she had just seen. Even if her financial situation was better now, it still pained her to spend more than 5 digits on anything. What is that inside the glass case? She saw a beautiful glass case in the center of the shop. Inside, she saw several potions of varying colors. These are elixirs. The ultimate healing item that cures all wounds and status ailments in general, albeit it cannot bring back lost limbs, it can connect them back together in most situations. But the price? By the flame. Even the lowest priced elixir goes as far as 740,000 valis. This. Didn't we have one back home? Oh yeah. It was the one eye. The one eye. Almost dropped the other day. She realized something with a pale face. I see why Silver was so upset and gave me a light scold. She shook her head, taking her gaze away from these overly priced things. Although her eyes lingered on a small vial of perfume for a bit too long at that. 65.500 valis. URG. This is pricier than some high potions, forget it. We could use the money to buy one more high potion or a few normal ones. Or equipment, or, sniff. She sniffed the bottle, and immediately loved the smell, alas. She turned her face from it, trying to forget it as she carefully put the perfume back in place. Look at her. If you want it, you just have to ask, poor girl. Her actions weren't missed by Silver, who immediately started to look around. No worries, in these circumstances. Silver looked at the closest clerk, and she immediately recognized him, understanding his intentions. With a small nod, she led him into the inner part of the shop. But on the way, he turned around and had the cashier separate that vial of perfume for him, all to make that little someone a bit happier. He wondered though, what would that person like? Next time he visited her, he would have to take a closer look to make sure he hit the jackpot with a surprise. Along the way, the clerk leading Silver and Hestia said, "My Ixama has been waiting for you. He can be found inside his laboratory on the 2nd floor at the moment. He's been wanting for me. This means he's done with what I asked, as expected. It was just a prediction, but he did it. Impressive." She nodded. "Your commission has been successfully completed. You can hear the details directly from my Ixama's mouth. What about the others? The shop seems oddly quiet." The girl seemed a bit awkward. "This isn't entirely unrelated to you. Due to your commission, my Ixama has used quite a large deal of materials trying to accomplish what you asked for, and this has caused a small dip in our reserves. Don't feel pressured though, this was my Ixama's own mistake for being a bit too excited trying too many things at once, so currently, Naza and the others are in the dungeon acquiring a few more materials. A few others have also gone to the nearby markets to see if they can get a few good deals, and lastly, a few that have the development ability of mixing are currently on the 3rd floor finishing some commissions. All of this left the shop with the minimal personnel possible. ///. She stopped in front of the door to Mayaka's laboratory and knocked on it. "Please enter," Mayak said in a low voice from inside. He seemed slightly tired. The girl bowed slightly. This was Silver's and Hestia's cue to get inside. Upon entering the room, Silver said, "Excuse me. There's an odd smell in the air." Hestia sniffed the air, but her eyes soon went slightly red. Cough. "Excuse me. Cough. What's this? It's so heavy." The moment the doors opened, a strong odor assaulted their noses, a mixture of herbs, materials, the smell of burnt things, and more, all concentrated in the air over a long period of time. For Hestia, this was simply an irritating and both borderline unbearable smell, but for Silver, this was much more than that as his senses were considerably stronger than hers. But he kept calm, just like his senses were higher, his tolerance was as well. What the clerk didn't tell Silver was that Naza didn't leave simply to collect materials, but also because she couldn't stand this smell. Being a Chianthrope, her sense of smell, sight, and hearing were much stronger than those of a normal human. And with the fact, her senses were further boosted by her level No matter where she was in this large pharmacy, she could smell Micah's experiments, and despite her massive loyalty to him, sometimes, her nose needed a time off. So no dog girl for you. Hello. Oh. It's you, my friend, and you brought Hestia with you as well. Welcome, welcome. Mike said as he turned around. Like before, Mike had a simple one-piece garb that was similar to a dress, and over it was a leather apron. It was very noticeable, but his garb was severely stained in many places. This was likely his expendable clothes to use while performing alchemy. Or he simply didn't care. His hands were very clean this time, no doubt due to the fact he was using gloves not long before, or perhaps he just washed them not so long ago. But his face. A pair of large dark circles enveloped his eyes. It seemed he hadn't slept for at least a day or two, probably even 3. Behind him was a metal table with many tools on top of it, such as a pair of thick leather gloves, a pair of protective glasses, and a leather mask could be seen resting on top of the table. Apologies for my current shabby look, not long ago I was in the middle of an experiment, you see, nothing too great. But it ended up going bad and now the entire room is foggy. Silver smiled, approaching Mike for a handshake. I hope we aren't interrupting anything. Cough. Can't you open a window so some air may enter, Mike? Hestia said as she moved her hands around. Hestia on the other hand was more focused on breathing properly instead of minding her courtesy. Haha. My apologies, I'll do so right away. Naza says this every time, but I always forget to open the windows after I'm done. He said as he turned around to open the windows. Hestia frowned, grabbing a thin book to wiggle in the air. Why don't you keep them open? Mike became embarrassed, scratching his cheeks slowly. Haha. The people outside often complain when I do this. Thud. Wah. Is that your reason? You're the owner of a damn pharmacy. Of course, it would smell strong. Can't you see you're inconveniencing everyone else by doing this? It's bad for your health. Hestia said as she helped him open the windows wide. This guy, can't he learn to be more considerate of his close surroundings? Naza says that every time, perhaps I should do so. Mike became slightly concerned of the people outside, but he shook his head, pointing at the table next to him. In any case, I don't think you two came here to hear these little stories, right? He started to walk, talking along the way. I thought it was odd at the start, but the deeper I went into your request, the more I saw myself drawn into it. He said energetically. At first, I thought that refining what you asked for would be a rather difficult process, but after a few tries, I succeeded, just to realize that it was, actually, a simple process. I'll be honest. I may have gone a bit further and overworked myself, but I did manage to make a few variations of it like you proposed. Mike said as he approached a large object covered in a brown cloth. Here is the result. He said as he pulled the cloth. //. While Silver slowly approached the vats, Hestia frowned. I'm sorry, but I didn't quite understand. Can one of you tell me what this is? She asked. In front of Hestia were 4 large clay vats filled with a cream, very similar to ice cream that she saw once or twice throughout her walks around Orario. The Rock looking at you suspiciously. Oh. This is. If the name did not escape my lips. Deodorant. Silver replied calmly with a dark expression. Rent. Hestia questioned as she tried to pronounce it. That's right, deodorant. Quite the interesting idea. Mike said with a nod. But. What does it do? She asked with a frown. Allow me to explain. It all starts with the mixing. But Silver cut Mike in the middle and said. It's like a perfume, albeit, its goal isn't to make you smell good, it's to prevent you from smelling bad, although, when you change your perspective, its goal is indeed to make you smell good. To be precise, it's an antibacterial antiperspirant. Mike pointed out with a smile. Can any of you speak in words I can understand? Hestia said as her eyelids twitched. Silver let out a sigh, turned his face to look at the vats, saying. In other words, this is an alchemical product that aims in killing the bacteria in the skin, preventing it from causing bad odor, while also decreasing the flow of sweat from the sweat glands. But. What's the use of this? Hestia asked. Instead of replying, Silver went into deep thought. To be honest, this was more of a test. I wanted to know just how capable was a god of alchemy in regards to chemistry. And obviously, he is very capable. I'm in awe at just how quickly he made this, and how perfectly did he do it as well. Although some more things can be done to improve this as a product. The manufacturing process is completed. I shouldn't have underestimated the gods in the first place. Not underestimated, but undervalued their skills. Not really any reason for the deodorant itself though, it just came to my head after I thought to myself how much I missed it. No, that would be a lie. I missed it for a reason. Adventurers. They smell. A lot. To a point it gets uncomfortable. So out of spite, I just asked Mike to make me one. He had an idea, saying as he turned to face Hestia. Let me ask you one thing then. Do the girls back in the manor? Do they smell when they come back from the dungeon? Huh. What a redundant question, of course, they do. And insensible as well. Asking if a lady smells. Humph. Then let me ask you one thing. What if that smell could be decreased? I can't do much about the smell of blood, but sweat. Now we can. Silver said as he pointed at the vats. It suddenly came to Hestia. Can this be used to prevent bad smells after training? If so, it seems you're starting to understand what this is for. Orario has a lot of hard workers, people that sweat regularly. What if there was something to make them sweat less and smell fresher? Silver asked with a small smile as he turned his face sideways. This. Everyone would want it. Hestia said as she understood her own words. Of course, they would. Just a shame we can't make much at once. Mike said as he shook his head. Slash thud slash. Hestia dramatically fell on the ground. Mike touched his chin, thinking about the process. The manufacturing process isn't hard, but everything else has its own complications. The materials used in this can't really be all found in the dungeon. Most of it can indeed be found in the middle floors, such as the oil I used for it and the root powder. And the flower extract I used for the smells as well, although alternatives can be used with materials from the surface, albeit that would need some researching. There is one mineral used in this process, and we can only get it from melon. A similar alternative can be mined in the dungeon, but that can only be found on the lower floors. It isn't cost-effective to send a party there to collect rocks. Mike said with a sad expression. The process of putting everything together, processing each part, and reaching this point isn't hard at all. Putting it together takes no time at all, but the pre-processing. That can take considerably longer. A single vat can take less than 10 minutes to make depending on how efficient I am with my time. No more than 15, and I can definitely look over several at once. If I were to fully focus on it, which is unrealistic, I would at most be able to make 100 large vats like these in a day, which would equate to a few thousand vials. Quite the considerable amount to sell. It doesn't require a lot of attention, it's really simple really, the hardest work I have is stirring everything. Mike said as he pondered. But after filling many vials and processing the results, I'm afraid mass production is unrealistic. Mike then became a bit embarrassed. It is rather shameful of me to assume this, but our familia does not possess the necessary facilities to mass produce these. Only the Dane sect familia would be confident enough to proclaim having the necessary personnel for such a massive task. This is, of course, going over your recommendation of trying to keep the price below that of a potion so normal civilians could get access to it rather easily. But Silver shook his head. Don't mind it, when I asked you to make this I wasn't thinking entirely about the money. A few thousand to sell is not a bad number at all, and even if we were to consider the complications, that number could still go to around a few hundred. And with the price. Well, the thing was never about making a profit. If it was about that, a god like Mike is better off making elixirs. This item becomes valuable since it has the potential to be mass-produced as it does not need unrealistic needs such as the mixing development ability. Still, the technology of this world still confuses me from time to time. The gods have created many materials and inventions that far surpass this age, like rubber, plastic, and the invention of swimsuits. Yet, people still move around either on foot or on horses. Few can claim to move around on beasts or monsters like the Ganesha familia. It is also surprising that these inventions often come from the gods themselves rather than the people. I guess this is how far most gods are in their way of thinking and knowledge. It makes me wonder just how advanced that knowledge they hold actually is. As for this experiment, it was more of a test to push Mike around, but perhaps, this wasn't the best choice to test that. Next time. Still, if we sell it as it is, we could still get a profit of at least 35 to 60k valis per vat. The price of the materials is rather low and if it wasn't for what I said before, we could have made much more. Mike said. But in the end, it isn't as profitable as making potions. Silver said as he shook his head. Hestia looked at the two of them in silence, she truly had no space in this conversation. Let's make it like this then, instead of reducing the price, we'll increase it. Silver said plainly. But that would be. Listen to me first. If we turn this from a simple alchemical product into an actual potion, things would be different. We could sell it as an actual potion and give it the normal price, and then, turn it into an exclusive product of the Blue Pharmacy. Silver said with a small smile. I don't really care about royalties or anything, I just want to see how things would progress. Take it as a small test investment, I want to experience how business is done in Orario. Besides, if this increases their reputation, all the better. The Dien sect familia is simply growing too strong, and a monopoly of the market was never a good thing when you are on the consumer's side. Oh. Like giving it additional properties and... Okay. That could work. But I would have to redo the entire process. Mayak said with a serious expression. That's a given, you can treat it as an extra commission, we can discuss it later. But make sure to rest first, for now. Silver said with a small smile. He grabbed a small pouch on his waist and passed it to Mayak. Here, the commission fee. Oh. There's no need for it, I had so much fun making this that honestly I... Silver rolled his eyes, there he goes, the natural nice guy. Mayak wasn't even trying to be a nice guy. He just was, this was why he was seen as a natural gigolo in heaven, making many goddesses fall for him. Coupled with his pretty looks. No wonder many male gods resent him. In the end, Silver simply threw the bag at him. If it was intentional or not, Silver had no need for his kindness, nor would he take advantage of him simply for a few 10,000 valis. You better take it unless you want to be yelled at by Naza again. He said as he shrugged. I'll take your word for it. Mayak said awkwardly. They exchanged a few more words before both he and Hestia made their way out. Where are we going now? She asked with a small smile. Let me think. I was just thinking about lazing around until the time to meet with Hermes comes. So why not? Silver decided to enjoy his time with her a bit more before making his way to the dungeon. Notes. Chapter 144, What Will You Do? Hey everyone, here is today's chapter on time like most of the time. I'll likely be posting a side chapter soon since I started writing more. Anyway, we're approaching the next milestone for the volume, and once that happens, be ready for that final arc. See you all later. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. / a few more minutes of walking around later, / After finishing his business with Mayak, they left the shop, making their way across Arario until Silver noticed Hestia looking at a sweets shop. Are you hungry? Eh? Not quite, those sweets just look so yummy. She said as she gazed at a red strawberry cake. That reddish strawberry at the top was beckoning her. Do you want to bring a few cakes back? Silver asked with a small smile. Can we? She asked with puppy eyes. Silver smiled, saying, Of course, we can, why are you even asking me, as he walked to the shop. Well. You're the one with the money. She replied awkwardly. He let out a small sigh as he shook his head. I'll give you some allowance from now on. This can't go on, if she can't even buy such minor things when she wants, then I've failed as the captain of this familia. But she refused, saying proudly. I'll go back to work, don't worry about that. Silver nodded, genuinely happy for her. That's great, but I'll still give you some allowance. Huh. What about my hard work to become independent? Silver entered on the shop with Hestia, and after selecting several sweets, she left the shop as she waited for him to settle things. / whispers. Whispers, / Hestia turned her face to the side, looking at a pair of girls wearing an unusual piece of clothing talking with a demi-human. Their clothing was indeed very odd, a purple kimono with a wine-colored cloth to tie it at their waists. Image. The two girls were very pretty with deep black hair, their features were unlike those commonly seen in these parts, and they were very young as well. Hestia thought they to be around 15 to 16 at most. But with that, it didn't take much for Hestia to figure out where they had come from. These two girls were from the Far East, and the very reason why Hestia could determine that was that in heaven, she knew several gods that wore clothes just like them. And just back home she had a child that just so happened to have come from there. The Far East, an island nation at the edge of the continent. It brings back some memories. But did they just say what I think they did? Haruheim. Well, although we kept her story from the other members of the familia, it doesn't change the fact she came from the Far East. Hestia shook her head. Just because she's from there that doesn't mean anything. I'm imagining things, there's no way they know Haruheim. Hestia yawned, turning her head to face the shop where she saw Silver paying up for several cakes. Excuse me, revered goddess. Someone said faintly behind her. WH. She turned around, and to her utmost surprise, she saw the two girls from the Far East staring right at her. One of them had long hair and dark purple eyes, while the other had short black hair that blocked her green eyes, giving her a timid look. Coupled with her small size, she looked like someone that needed to be protected. Image. If you don't mind, can we take a little bit of your time? Asked the one with long hair. Oh, of course not. Hestia said awkwardly. Oh crap. Did they hear me? Oh no. Silver told me to keep Haruheim a secret at all costs, else trouble would come. What to do? Hearing her reply, the two smiled brightly before going directly to the point. We heard you mention a name. Haruheim. Would you perhaps know of a lady called Senjino Haruheim? She asked quickly. One of them took out a piece of paper, raising it so Hestia could see. She should look like this. Pardon the old and rough sketch, she should be considerably older. No way. I'm sorry, Silver. Hestia bit her lips, frustrated with herself. The name sounds a bit familiar. Hestia said as she looked away in shame. Perhaps if I believe hard enough, it won't be the same person. Is that so? She has blonde hair, and she is very refined and... The girl with long hair grabbed Hestia's hand and started to say a long list of characteristics, in a very excited tone while the one with short hair nodded quickly. They're 100% talking about Haruheim. And she's a Renard. She proclaimed with a smile. She felt her knees go weak all of a sudden. Once again, I talked too much. While Hestia had an inner conflict trying to figure out a way to deal with this situation. Yes, we know her. Silver said from behind Hestia. You do. You heard them, Chigusa. They do. The girl with long black hair talked excitedly as she turned around. But while they did that, Silver looked at Hestia, who was quietly looking at the ground like a guilty kid. He rolled his eyes and whispered to her. Don't mind it, this was bound to happen eventually, instead, roll with me for a bit. What is he talking about? Hestia became confused, her shame making a complete change within the moment she realized Silver wasn't upset. Please. We're... But before she could continue, Silver intervened and said. I know, but here is not the place, if you don't mind, can you lead us to Takamikazuchi first? Silver replied with a serious expression. Silence. The two girls were stunned, not expecting the name of their god to come out of his mouth this suddenly. Did he know him? But if that's the case, how? Hestia was also just as equally as surprised, she didn't expect the name of her friend in heaven to come out of Silver's mouth. Could it be that these two girls were actually Takamikazuchi's children? She thought to herself, what a small world. Chigusa raised her head to stare at Silver, she had a stunned expression, disbelief plastered on her face. How do you? Long story, one I'm not comfortable with sharing right here, so please if you want to hear it, lead me to Takamikazuchi. Saying this name out loud more than once tires me. The two girls looked at each other before nodding slightly, but it was clear that they were now wary of both Silver and Hestia. Silver let out a small sigh, saying with a small smile. Well then, ladies first. Pinch. Hestia lightly pinched his waist, it seemed she wanted to say or ask something, and Silver knew very well what it was, but now wasn't the time for that. To be honest, despite him not showing it, he was indeed slightly upset. After all, Hestia put Haruheim's and her familia's safety at risk all due to a slip of tongue. Would she have done the same were anyone to mention her? Or was this a special circumstance created due to her nostalgia? Silver didn't know. He only knew that this couldn't happen again no matter what. This was why he decided to go with them, because now that they knew Haruheim was a thing, they had become a risk, not only for themselves but for him as well. So with a small smile and hands full of cakes and sweets, he followed the two of them around Orario. Over half an hour later, They were led towards the northeast section of the city, towards an old housing complex that had been almost entirely rented by their familia. The housing complex had a strange architecture, but Silver recognized it as the one used in the Far East, and this must have been the reason why this place was chosen to be their familia home. Of course, not without their own struggles. Their familia had to work severely to pay up the rent, and this place was very far from the center of the city. It had a high stone wall surrounding the entire place made of wood and stone, and if it wasn't for the wood's bad state, Silver would have rated this place higher. Image. But all of this was counterbalanced by its privacy and space. This is it, we're currently using this place as a temporary home. We call it Temporary Residence Townhouse for the lack of a better name, said the girl with long black hair. On the way she introduced herself, she was called Yamato Mikoto, while the other one was called Hitachi Chigusa, and they were both members of the Takamikazuhi familia, a familia that has recently moved to Orario with the objective of sending money back to their homeland. And put recent at that, all of their members were level 1, but they weren't newbies as even back home, they honed their martial arts every day. Silver found it odd that they were low level, as finding a challenge that could level up someone once wasn't hard at all, but he linked that to the more peaceful nature of the Far East, or they were simply given a blessing recently. It's a nice place, Miss Chigusa. Silver said as he looked around. Due to their culture, calling them by their second name is the most appropriate thing to do. Only the closest of the closest will call them by their first name, people like the close family and such, not even they call themselves by a first name basis regularly. Silver did not mind at all, whatever people wanted themselves to be called, he would use it as long as they had some respect for him as well. Inside, Silver and Hestia saw a long stone path going over a small pond and leading towards a wooden house very reminiscent of traditional Japanese culture. Although Japan doesn't mean anything in this place. Huff, /. They didn't even take a few steps inside, but they heard the sounds of someone training. Quick breaths followed by kicks and punches. I'll go call Takamikazuchi-sama. Mikoto said as she walked inside the home. Once she was disappeared from their gaze, the other girl turned to them and said in a low tone. Please. Silver and Hestia followed her inside, but before Chigusa could say anything, Silver said. Hestia, make sure to take out your slippers. Huh? Why? It's courtesy in their culture, see those slippers on the side. I imagine they are for the guests. Oh. How? Interesting. Guest slippers. You see something new every day. She said amazed. Chigusa on the other hand stood there like a block of ice, confused as to how this man knew so much about their culture, a place several months on foot away. Eventually, she woke up from her delusions and guided the two of them towards a small room with a single table and a few pillows on the ground. Silver sat onto one without problem, but Hestia had a lot of difficulty sitting on it. So after a while, having difficulty staying still, she complained. URG. My legs are getting numb. Why don't you sit on that chair over there? Silver asked as he pointed at a chair behind them. There was a chair. I feel bad for doing that though. Hestia eventually sat on the chair, but she felt awkward being so far away from the main table, so she dragged her chair closer yet she still felt out of place. Everyone was going to sit on the ground but she was there, on a chair. Step. Eventually, a man came running from the hallway. It was a sweaty Takamikazuchi, wearing a basic white kimono. He had a towel on his hands, wiping his face along the way with it. The first thing he said once he got inside the room was to ask. Hestia. High take. She replied awkwardly. It's truly take. But what is he doing all the way here? And why is Silver so calm? Did he know he was here already? He did read the book of Familius a few times, so he might have known that already. But to recognize the two of them at a glance. Do you two know each other? Mikoto asked as she looked at Takamikazuchi. If that's so. I was extremely rude previously. Yes we do, our regions in heaven were close by, so we often met. He said with a small smile. But he became serious soon after, looking at Silver. I didn't expect this to be connected to you. The rookie that has caused quite the commotion not so long ago. Rookie? Mikoto asked. She took a closer look at Silver and she suddenly realized. You are. I was so focused on overthinking that I didn't even notice. Silver got up from the ground, saying. Yes, I am. It still feels odd to be recognized for those things. Sorry for meeting the two of you in such a state, normally at this time I'm doing my warm-up exercises, I hope you aren't offended. Take said with a light bow. No worries, we were the ones that came practically uninvited. Hestia said as she raised her right hand. He's as formal as always. That being said. I think I ought to say a few things first before we proceed. Take said as he sat down on the pillow on the ground, without even a shred of difficulty. This left Hestia in an awkward position. She tried to sit on the pillow again, but she couldn't do it. Silver followed him and sat on the ground opposite to him. First, I see that you all have already introduced yourselves, so we can jump that. No. Allow me to apologize first. Mikoto said as she bowed. Apologize? Hestia asked. I was wary of you two for most of the way, so I did greet you two properly, my deepest apologies. She said, bowing even further. Please, don't bow. Hey, you. Say something and just don't stand there. Seeing Hestia pointing at him, Silver replied calmly with a smile. Don't worry about it, your actions were based on what you had at hand, why would I feel offended? I'm not that narrow-minded. Of course. Mikoto said with a smile. It's difficult to associate him with the men that took down Apollo alone. Those images are still printed on my mind, a true warrior as Uka would have said. With the mood a bit more lively, Hestia asked quickly. Are they your only familia members? I'm not insinuating anything, Take. No, but the others aren't here right now. You came to visit at quite the bad time as some went to buy groceries, while the rest left to do their own things. So I was left all alone until now. Our familia is small and it only has 6 members, all of them are from outside of Orario. It hasn't been long since I established here in Orario, and I didn't think about increasing our numbers at all either. Back in the Far East, I run an orphanage, and around half a year ago, I took the oldest members of the orphanage and led them all to Orario in order to raise money since our conditions back there aren't really ideal. His expression became a bit sad. And receiving support from others isn't really something we can always count on. High-level adventurers can feed many mouths easily, and my hope is that we can raise enough to give everyone back the lives they deserve. Take said with a small smile. And this leads to the matter at hand. You see, Hestia, it was not like I came all the way down here simply for the money, but also because I learned of something that made me severely upset. Hearing his tone, Hestia remained silent, letting him continue his story. The area our orphanage is located in is ruled by a noble family, the usual you'd expect. Several years ago when Mikoto, Chigusa, and the others were but small children, they had a friend in this noble family. Haruheim. Hestia said in a low tone. I heard her story from both Silver and her several times already. It makes me pissed just thinking about it, that her parents would throw her away like that. If I ever meet the guy who did that to her. Humph. Exactly, it was Haruheim. By your tone, it seems you know a bit of what is going on. Take said with a small nod. Take looked at the outside and continued. One day, she suddenly disappeared, leaving us severely aggrieved since no matter how much we asked, their parents wouldn't disclose to us what had happened. Mikoto and Chigusa looked down, depressed. His face became serious, showing his anger. They were probably too fearful about their prestige and reputation being stained to even claim Haruheim existed. Honor and tradition are 2 very important things in the Far East. And it was only until recently that I discovered what had happened to her. I followed the very faint tracks, and they pointed at Orario. My hopes were to try and learn what had become of her while also working towards our goal of raising money. It was more of a goal, one I didn't expect to ever accomplish. So you can see how surprised I am to learn that you know her. It is indeed such a small world. He said with a small smile. Yeah. Ha. Hestia said as she scratched her head awkwardly. She looked at Silver, wanting him to say something. He rolled his eyes. While Take bowed once again, almost touching his forehead on the table. With this out of the way. Please, implore you. Tell us everything you know. Chigusa and Mikoto also followed, doing an almost 90-degree bow. Silver remained silent as he thought. These people do like bowing. Okay, focus. It seems Take truly cares about her. Or perhaps, he feels guilty, since, in the end, he was the one that pushed them to visit Haruheim, something that might have led to her being abandoned by her parents. Nevertheless, I can't keep quiet about this anymore, since that's the case, I'll go all out. Hey, Sil. Before Hestia pinched him again, Silver said. Sigh. I imagined this was going to happen sooner or later. Speaking of that. Mikoto said that you. But Silver interrupted Take. Yes, I know a lot about your culture, about you, and about everyone here. Because I heard it all from the mouth of a certain blonde fox. Haha. I thought so as well, Mikoto made it sound as if. Mn. Mikoto placed her hand on Takamikazuchi's mouth, preventing him from talking further as her face reddened. I can understand, I wasn't subtle about it in the least. But that was all because I didn't want to put you all in danger. Danger? What do you mean? Take replied as his gaze sharpened once more. Just what happened to Haruheim for him to be this cautious. You don't know her circumstances, and that puts you in a very dangerous spot. But I'll say right here that, you're all very lucky for not attracting the wrong attention after all this time. What happened to Haruheim to make you? Mikoto exclaimed, worried. But Silver shook his head, continuing. There was a reason why I didn't contact you all despite knowing about your existence, keeping it a secret from Haruheim herself. Silver proclaimed as he opened his eyes. I've known about you all for a long time, and I managed to recognize those 2 due to their distinctive clothes and styles. It isn't really that hard. Haruheim has told me a lot about you too after all. So you knew that we were looking for her? Mikoto questioned with a frown. Her emotions were complex, both happiness and sadness. Her friend always thought about them, but she couldn't meet with them as her life was taken away from her. In the first place, back in her homeland, did she even have a life of her own? Living inside a cage of a clan, perhaps being disowned gave her a little bit of freedom, even if that led to her being sold as a slave. Rather ironic. I did, and it was exactly so that I kept silent, although, I oftentimes questioned myself if this was the best approach. Just why? But before she could continue, Take interrupted her by raising his hand. Can you please elaborate? That'll depend on you, although I know you're determined, I'll ask regardless. We aren't dealing with a simple force here, if we were, I would have already dealt with this trouble, and Haruheim would be here with us. Your familia is composed of 6 people, all level 1. If I told you Haruheim was tangled in a mess that could very well involve first-class adventurers, would you still do so? Silver stared at Takamikazuchi, waiting for his answer. Notes. Chapter 145, Friends of the Past, Reunited. Next will be a bit of a spoiler. But if you are interested in knowing, there are about 4 chapters until the time skip. See ya. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. WH. Can you elaborate? Take said as sweat dripped from his forehead. It was difficult to believe how a girl from another country, so far away from Orario, managed to get herself tangled with first-class adventurers. What had happened in those last few years since they last saw her? First class. Just what happened to her? This is the worst. Silver words were heavy, they implied the worst possible scenario out of everything he had thought of. The scenario where not only they couldn't help her, but instead, they would become a dead weight if they tried, and as a god overseeing a familia, isn't his job to ensure their safety? But was doing nothing truly the right thing? If he were to back down now, would his children even respect him? Would they be able to live on with smiles on their faces? After all, making sure everyone is happy. This is the reason he was here in the first place. Out of everyone in the room, Mikoto was the most affected. She bit her lips in frustration trying to keep herself calm. She couldn't stand the thought of turning a blind eye to her friend that she dreamed so much of meeting again, regardless of her plight. It wasn't what she grew up believing in. Your answer? Silver asked without budging. He's hesitating. I imagine it to be expected, first-class adventurers aren't candy that can be found everywhere. In some scenarios, they are equal to nations. Much less a strong first-class adventurer with the potential of going beyond level 5. Of course, we'll do it. Mikoto exclaimed as she raised her hand in defiance. It isn't right to abandon her simply because her troubles are too big. Instead, we should be there for her. She then looked at the ground in shame. Just like we should have all those years ago. Not only her, but it seemed that Chigusa agreed with her, nodding her head quickly in silence. Takamikazuchi closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, he was determined, not wavering anymore. Sigh, as you heard, that is my answer, I am with my children. Take said with a helpless smile. Always. Silver smiled as well, he kind of expected this to be the result. And one of the reasons why he didn't contact them all this time. That's an admirable mindset to have. Not everyone can be righteous. I'm not. Like that. Mikoto replied, slightly embarrassed. Everyone smiled slightly, the mood became a bit better. Hestia let out a small sigh of relief while Take continued to smile helplessly. Since that's your decision, I won't question it. So. Silver interrupted Take, getting up from the ground. It would be better to hear it directly from her. As expected, they are very honorable. I saw that he hesitated for a moment, not because he was weighing down if it was worth inciting trouble over her or not, but more because he was worried for his children. But it seems things will progress regardless. This was the familia he raised after all. So come with me, I'll lead you all there. To our familia home. Wait a moment. Take quickly raised his hand, stopping Silver. Would it be okay for us to wait? As you said, some of my familia members still have to come back. And I don't think it would be alright to leave them out of this, I would like to hear their decisions and worries as well. Take said with a small smile. Takamikazuchi-sama. Mikoto said with a small frown. I know, I'm not considering that at all, I just think Uka and the others need to hear about this as well. Especially Uka, who has hardened himself to be the captain. If he sees us making such extreme choices without him knowing, he'll get upset. That's up to you, I don't mind waiting a few more minutes. I have a lot of time to spare. Tap. Hestia tapped on his shoulders upon seeing his concerned expression. Is something wrong? You seem a bit down. She whispered in his ears. But Silver said with a smile. I'm just afraid this may be too stimulating for Haruheim, she may have a small heart attack. Hestia nodded. She's indeed a bit too meek. You're one to talk. Silver retorted. Huh. Say that again. Mikoto smiled a little as she thought. They're very energetic. Unlike what I expected from him. I don't much about him aside from what I saw that day in the war game. But it seems my worries were unnecessary. I feel stupid now. For basing my impression of him on that single event. She looked outside. Haruheim. We'll be meeting you soon. This time, I won't let you go away. Don't pull my hair. Are you a kid? Silver exclaimed as Hestia jumped on his shoulders. It won't fall off. And rude. Hashtag. Just because I'm strong, it doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. Excuses. Chuckle. Mikoto and the others chuckled. It seemed time would pass very quickly. A few minutes of waiting later. Perhaps it was fate, or simply inevitable. Do you really need to do this? Hestia asked with a frown as she looked at Silver and her surroundings. He's so shameless sometimes. It's his first time visiting Take End. Can't he wait a bit more? Just because it'll take a while for the others to come back, it doesn't mean he can. Yes, I can't lose this opportunity, who knows when we'll have time for this again. Silver said as he took out his shirt. Her face became a bit red, a mix of embarrassment and anger. But does it have to be right here and now? And when would that be? Both me and you are always occupied. You are G. Do as you wish. Hestia said as she closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Chuckle. Image. He, you thought something was gonna happen, didn't ya? Are you ready, Adventurer Silver? Takamikazuchi said with a small smile as he tightened the belt around his waist. Silver smiled in reply. Both of them were currently outside of the house on top of a patch of loose sand in the gardens next to a small lake full of colorful carp. They were standing off against each other while the others observed from nearby. Take was still using his traditional garbs. It seemed that like Hestia, Takikazuchi had some sort of problem with using the same clothes every day. Silver on the other hand simply took out his shirt and removed his shoes. He preferred to fight barefoot at this point as his soles were stronger than any shoe out there. They only served to get in his way, apart from the shoes that were made from monsters' materials. But Silver wouldn't go out with those on a more casual day. If it wasn't clear by this point, they were about to fight. Ready when you are. Since I'm here, I might as well do this. Take then replied. I'm confident in my abilities, but can't say I'm fully ready to face a level 2 adventurer. Especially one with your abilities, this will be a first for me. He smiled with a confident gaze. I hope to learn a lot from this exchange. He said as he bowed. Silver bowed in reply, being courteous with him as well. I won't be using my abilities though, as I said, I simply want to have a light spar. But why was Silver fighting a god with the body of a mortal? Well, Take wasn't just any god. He was a god that presided over martial arts. He was so good at it in fact, that even with a mortal body, after a few sacrifices, he could throw a first-class adventurer onto the ground. That was a level 5 adventurer using the strength of a normal man. Imagine what he could do if he actually had some level of strength like Artemis or Hercules, one of the strongest gods physically. It is clear that if he were to prepare himself, taking out a level 3 or even 4 adventurer may be possible. Take has an extreme understanding of combat, a divine level of observation, and his perceptive decision-making puts him at a level where he can control his enemy's movements. He knows hundreds of combat techniques, most of which were never seen before in Orario, some actually being pretty powerful. He also possesses knowledge in ninjutsu, a fighting style that he himself thinks of as dirty, as it relies on the use of sneak attacks, traps, ambushes, special tools, and more. Using whatever is necessary to achieve his target. Wiki. And to top it all off, his mastery of weapons is extremely high, surpassing those of first-class adventurers by quite a bit, from the axe to even shurikens and kunai. Using this knowledge, he taught everyone in his familia how to fight, and even now, they're still learning, barely qualifying to have passed his basic training. All of this combined, together with his approachable personality made Take the perfect sparring partner to learn from, one that Silver wanted very much to befriend so he could often come here and learn. Even if his stats didn't increase, as long as his technique could, that was enough for him. If he could receive all of his combat mastery, together with his current body, how far would he reach? This is a question he asked himself a few times ever since he met him. Not going to use your abilities? Take asked. Please don't take it as an offense. Silver replied lightly. Of course not, I can understand the meaning of starting slow. He scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. And honestly, I can't really do much against your magic. But regardless, I won't hold back at all. I'm not arrogant enough to do so either. That's what I want. Silver said as he looked at Hestia. She rolled her eyes. Without further ado. Start. Hestia said as she threw a small white cloth into the air. Whoosh, slash. Silver dashed forward, but it was really slow. He was, after all, using the strength of a normal person. I would prefer to study his movements first, but the longer this takes the dimmer my chances become. At least on our first meeting, I would like to win. Despite lowering his own strength, Silver's thought process and senses were still the same. A direct approach. Trying to not give me time to think. Good thinking. But Take was unfazed. He took a step forward and changed the position of his hands, his left hand lowered and close to his waist, while the right one was slightly above his chest. Silver looked at his hands for a moment before taking his own stance as he stopped his charge, ready to throw in a punch as he transferred his momentum across his body. Exclamation point. Damn. It was a trap. But Take suddenly moved forward, stepping over Silver's foot. He used his shoulder to lock his arm in place, preventing Silver from hitting him as he grasped onto his pants, ready to throw him down. Huff. I'm not done yet. Yet Silver wasn't ready to concede like that. He kicked the ground, using Take's own strength to send himself into the air. And in a show of dexterity, he locked his legs onto his neck. He knew he couldn't stay like this, so Silver was already midway through another movement. But. Slash thud, slash. Yet. Take was ready for that as he simply used Silver's awkward position to send his head straight onto the ground like a nail. Slash silence, slash. Everyone shook their heads. Mikoto and Chigusa were slightly worried as hitting your head like this is bound to be painful. That guy. Hestia simply let out a sigh. She knew this would happen. She knew more than anyone else just how capable Take is. Especially how insensible he can be of his surroundings when he's focused on something else. Adventurer Silver. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Take asked, slightly concerned. That was quite the fall. Did he try to use that on me? Was that a Frankensteiner? I didn't expect to see it here on the mainland. Slash whoosh, slash. Silver lifted his head, getting out from the sand. Why wouldn't I be? Silver asked as he looked at Takamikazuchi. My neck won't get hurt just because my body's weight was suddenly transferred to it. I'm still an adventurer. Silver got up from the ground, cracking his neck and stretching his back. That was why I took out my shirt. I didn't want to mess it up before going to the dungeon. I feel a bit embarrassed, but such a light fall won't do much apart from messing up my hair. He said as he shook the dirt off his head. Take smiled, before saying. Adventurers never cease to amaze me. Back in the Far East, this would have taken out most warriors. I liked your approach. You tried to close the gap and end things in a hurry before I had the time to analyze your style. I'm glad you had such faith in my abilities. But you exposed yourself too much in the process. You made things simpler for me than you realize. That's really dangerous. You should avoid that in the future. Yeah, that is a bad habit of mine. Silver said with a small smile. He didn't say much, but he already got to the crux of the matter. Due to my abilities, I've grown used to not taking much care of my body in battle, preferring to trade small wounds for large ones. As time went by, I kind of neglected basic combat training like this, basically putting all of the training in further implementing my magic into my combat style. Take shook his head. That is the path you have taken, and it's in no way a bad one. Understanding that you can still improve, that in itself is a blessing one most can't fathom. Indeed. Silver replied with a small smile. That is why I would still like to improve this side of me. This was one of the reasons why I stopped using multiple weapons and decided to stay with a single one. For quality. Even though the monsters in the dungeon won't get better at combat in general, having better techniques will at least guarantee that I won't face difficulties against other people. That is only for the recorded floors. There may be a time when a fully intelligent monster, not a Xenos, would appear somewhere deeper. If I had half of his combat sense, no doubt. I definitely would have been able to defeat the executives of the Loki Familia even if they came at me with their full strength. One at a time, of course, two or more and things might become complicated. Albeit not impossible. I'm talking about the executives. Let's not discuss the top executives yet. I won't judge your fighting style, each has their own. For now, why not another round? He asked as he went back into position. He's like Uka, very straightforward and headstrong about his wishes. However, unlike him, he seems to be more open toward others. Silver's lips twisted into a grin, saying, that was barely a warm-up, as he got into a stance again. Oh I. Try not to hurt yourself. Hestia said as she shook her head. Okay. All right. If everyone is ready. Start. Slash whoosh, slash. Hestia stared as Silver ran forward once more, but her thoughts were quickly drawn somewhere else. I hope that she can move forward with this. Being stuck in the past, only by accepting it can she rise up. Hopefully, these people will help her with that, something neither I nor him were fully capable of achieving. Even after so long, she still holds a small spark of hesitation in the deep corners of her heart. By making up with the childhood she lost, will she be able to extinguish it? Or will that spark turn into a raging fire? Slash around an hour later, slash. Slash humming, slash. Hum. Who hum. And then the leaves drink the rain and say, choo choo. Haruheim sang a childish song in a low hum as she took care of the flowers in the front garden of the Hearth Manor. She wore a maid suit and a hood that hid her ears, and from far away, it was hard to discern her race, only that she had a tail. Despite the hard work that it was to take care of this massive garden, she found happiness in taking care of these pretty flowers. Pure and unsoiled, unlike her. Many stories started and ended among flowers, be them of hope or despair. She dreamt many times in the hopes that hers ended with one of love, and despite it all, she was slowly believing that she was indeed worthy of harboring such thoughts. Slowly but surely, she was changing as she wished for her own happy ending. Creak, / Haruheim said as her ears twitched inside the hood. The sound of the front gates opening, she was very much used to it. Haruheim paid a lot of attention to that as she had to try and keep herself far from unknown people, so every time those gates opened, she would take a look back to see who it was. She first saw the iconic Hestia, but then she saw something that made her drop the dirt bag on her hands in shock as she remained frozen in place. Who? It can't. She saw a group of people wearing the nostalgic, traditional Far East clothes, followed by being with a faint divine presence. A god she knew all too well. Her eyes trembled, and she got up from the ground, unconsciously taking a step back. Perhaps trying to flee from them. Thud. But she hit something. She quickly turned around. What are you doing? Silver asked with a small smile as he looked forward. They came all the way here to see you again, are you just going to leave them hanging? She closed her eyes in remorse. But I'm not with that talk again, how many times will I have to repeat myself? He said as he patted her head. She started to get slightly red, not of embarrassment. Independent of the past, you are you, don't let that dictate how you want to live your future. Her eyes started to water slightly. A gentle girl with an equally gentle smile, you don't need to hold it all inside, let it out from time to time, we're all here for you. Haruheim started to cry silently. Always. And when things take a turn for the worst, at the very least, I'll be there for you to pull you up again. Silver said with a small smile as he cleaned her tears. So stop going after the shadows, and go smile in the sun. Go prove to the world that you, Senjuno Haruheim, are, and always will be, a beautiful girl. Silver pushed her forward, her eyes were still a bit watery, but her expression was a bit more relaxed. She didn't look back, and instead, walked slowly to the people in front of her. Hell. Before she could even say hello, Mikoto ran and jumped at her, hugging her. Friends of the past, reunited. Notes. Damn onion ninjas. Chapter 146, Consequences. Time to dig in. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Around the time Silver met with Takamikazuchi, somewhere in Deadless Street. Tisk. Not here either. They've completely evacuated. Hermes said as he looked around. He was currently inside a large underground room filled with empty boxes and broken things scattered around the place. As if someone had left in a hurry. As he pushed a box to the side with his foot, a blue-haired girl approached him from the side. It seems the Icolos Familia has completely given up on its previous plans and has now holed up somewhere. Well, that is to be expected. Hermes said as his eyes sharpened. Or so they want you to think. Ever since the Ishtar Familia lost its influence due to a certain someone's actions, many dark forces started to make moves, trying to use this slight chaos to profit. Including the Ishtar Familia, likely trying to recover what they lost. Although their actions will have to be analyzed at some other time. Above them all was the Icolos Familia, who were planning on taking over a large chunk of the black market all at once, making use of the chaos to become the top dog. If it wasn't for the recent events, putting them back into the limelight after years of hiding in the shadows, they might have succeeded. And even upon learning of this, I thought they were reckless given their past familiar records, but the recent information I got proves that I had severely underestimated them. Hermes pulled his hat down with a small smile. Several level 4s and one level 5. That was much more than I expected. If things had gone bad, everyone might have. Hermes looked at his children, before shaking his head with serene eyes. Looks like I owe a favor to him. He said as he flickered his hat. I'll be meeting with him soon enough. There is only one thing I'm worried though. Asfi said on the side as she looked around. Yeah. Despite the Icolos Familia retreating, their plans seem to have not stopped at all, or someone has taken their place. Hermes replied with a frown. Despite their retreating upon losing most of their combatants, leaving only their production workers and lower-level members to be captured by us, their plans are still in motion. Someone sneaked into the camp and retrieved the Icolos Familia captain while killing all of the other captives before the Ganesha Familia arrived to escort them to the surface. Even when I sent Asphai and the others there, the traces just seemingly disappeared out of nowhere. Could it be that the Icolos Familia has a stronger force hidden somewhere? That wouldn't make sense. Their captain was captured, and I've yet to meet with that Icolos bastard. Someone is keeping their planes in motion. But who is it? Who is enacting their old plans? Who could take over their mantle? This is the worst situation. Hermes said as he started to walk. How so? It seems the Icolos Familia has a backer or an accomplice. And a pretty nasty one at that. Someone that wouldn't be afraid of clashing with everyone from the dark side. And the guild at the same time. Worse, they seem quite capable. Asphai was surprised. Is there anyone in Orario that can do such a thing? Of course there is, but the question isn't that, the question is who would have the interest of doing such a thing. Hermes replied as he walked a set of stairs, Asphai right behind him. I have several suspects, and despite me not considering them to be the true target, I'll make sure to confirm their alibis, one by one. It's the most I can do right now since the traces have disappeared. Of course, keeping tight monitoring on Deadless Street is of utmost importance as it's definitely the center of all of these troubles. But I've been wondering who should be the ones assigned to this task. There is also the possibility of it being a force from the outside, trying to take over a small part of Orario. It's not like this is the first time something like this has happened. Regardless, the chances of the target being within Orario are almost 100%. To react this fast, their chain of command has to be within the city. Somewhere. After all, someone has to have built these places, the Icolos Familia alone wouldn't have managed to do so on their own. These mazes that flow beneath. But it's not my job to explore those right now, I won't have my children risk themselves to such a degree. The pieces are starting to fall into place, but more questions keep popping up. Hermes suddenly had an idea. URG. Asphai grunted as she saw Hermes smile. When he smiles like that, only trouble follows. And work. A lot of work. Looks like I'll have quite a few things to talk with him later. Hermes said with a small smile. Are you meeting someone? Asphai asked. Yes, I'll be. Hermes then realized his mistake. It's a secret. He said awkwardly. If Asphai realizes I'll be meeting with a goddess of beauty, she'll drop all work. I can't let that happen. There's too much to do. Asphai frowned a little, but she shook her head. She kept following Hermes around as they investigated the abandoned outposts of the Icolos Familia. Later that day, Silver quietly left the Hearth Manor, thinking as he yawned. It was fun. And a bit overly emotional. I would have liked to stay there for a bit longer, but I have things to do. I have yet to go to the dungeon, and later, I'll be meeting with Hermes to test that out. Silver turned around, gazing at the manor. With this, Haruheim should fully recover from her trauma, even if it takes a few more months. She has taken her first step toward recovery. However, there isn't only good news about this. Now that more people know, the risk of exposure increases significantly. And I'm nowhere near the level of strength I would have liked. No matter how I choose to settle this matter, one day, sooner or later, I'll have to clash with Ishtar. I don't want to rely on Haruheim to finish her off, I wish to do it with my own strength. No matter how hypocritical that may seem, deeming the entire speech I gave her about her being needed and stepping up for herself. To defeat a top level 5. I'll have to reach at the very minimum the high ends of level 3, perhaps even take the next step. And this is only if I wish to equate my strength with hers. My other stats would likely surpass hers, but the level difference would make up for it. Considering what I read from the status sheet I stole from Ishtar, her entire being is perfect to fight against me. Extremely high magic and abnormal status resistance. Given the difference in level, the only way I would be able to deal with her would be via a direct physical fight, as my plasmids would have little to no effect on her. Despite my incredible magic value, I cannot compare myself with the top mages of Orario, the people who would have been able to deal damage to her. The more I go on, the more I know things aren't in my favor, especially when we consider that, if we do clash, she'll have many supporting her. Terrain advantage, resources, and who knows what that goddess will cook up if she's given time. And her equipment, of course, it'll surely be top class. Ideally, if I could level up to 4, I would be able to deal with her on my own. I could even. But Silver stopped, shaking his head. I've had this train of thought many times recently. Silver said with a helpless smile. No matter what, time will always be the problem. But it's not like I'm not working hard. On the surface I have Takamikazuchi to help me train, now that I successfully established a relationship with him. Visiting him every once in a while to train won't be a problem at all. Now that my familia has contacted his, they'll likely start working together and hopefully, grow stronger together. In the dungeon I have the Xenos, just like Take's familia, they've started to strive towards strength, and I'll make sure to be there when they do get it. Training with them every day, although I probably won't level up by fighting them, the last thing that I lack is a suitable partner to just try my best. The Loki familia is a good partner to train, but they're a busy bunch. From a period of 2 months, they spend 1 in the dungeon, 1 to 3 weeks preparing for the expedition, and the little they have left is spent resting. I could try to tag along on their ventures to the lower floors, but that wouldn't cut it. I would instead lose time, money, and Excelia. The only way for our partnership to work would be if I showed them my ability to move floors quickly. In that case, I could have them carry me through the deep floors and below. A place where I can definitely be right now, but the chances of me dying in the process are very high, so having a proper team would be rather interesting. But this option has its own problems. I could also simply continue diving further as the lower floors have a steep increase in difficulty as compared to the middle floors, and soloing those floors will likely increase my stats even further at an even more explosive speed. Once I'm done with this matter, I'll start exploring them. Silver said with a nod. This can also be seen as a foothold for the future. Every exploration-type familia that reaches D rank will be requested to go on an expedition by the guild, that is a fact. And always, they'll set the target to be the lower floors, so this can be considered scouting. I'll probably bring some members there beforehand so they get used to it, but that is up to the far future. I should wait until we get a few more level 2s and hopefully, a level 3 before I start doing that. Phew. My main motivation to explore the lower floors is money though. Silver mumbled awkwardly as he scratched his head. Just as the difficulty increases, the price of things skyrockets. An example of that is, there is a common metal that can only be found on the lower floors called undercoral. Image. It's just one of the many exclusive things of the dungeon. There are many such things. They grow in branches like dead twigs but are much stronger and lighter than steel. One entire sample of undercoral can be sold for upwards of 3 million valis depending on its quality. Depending on how you haggle, you can get a profit of around 2.5 to 3.5 million valis. They are rather common, but normally, adventurers don't have the time nor the ability to collect them since they grow near violent waterways, so it can be difficult and extremely risky to harvest them. Monsters can burst out of the rivers, walls, and ceilings at any time. So most adventurers would be too wary of their surroundings to have the time to harvest them. At most 1 or 2 bushes of undercoral if it's on the way. Not for me though. I could go on, like saying that in the lower floors, adamatite veins become that more common. Albeit still a bit rare. And purity is what makes the value of adamantite soar. In any case, that's all for the future. For now, I'll simply do my daily training as I wait for Hermes. He said as he walked down the street. Not long after, he made a sharp turn, getting inside a dark alley where he vanished like the wind. Slash at the same time bellow orario, slash. Slash smash, slash. A pink-haired girl punched a stone pillar in anger, cracking it slightly. Give me a break, first Ishtar, now that dumbass lost an arm. Valette said with a smile as she looked at a man clad in dark clothes. Slash chuckles, slash. It wasn't all for naught though, as despite their losses, the Ikelos familia got a new level 5 into their ranks. What remains of it of course, as they lost almost all of their warriors yesterday. Thanatos replied calmly. How ironic. One leveled up while the other one was sliced up. She said in annoyance. As for Dix, he can't even do something so simple like getting stronger despite the beating he received. Unless he's keeping something from me. Perhaps I should do a little digging, push that beggar-like god around a little. Perhaps I should have saved the other level 4s, maybe one of them might have had leveled up. She said in deep thought. It was a desperate situation, retrieving them all was impossible. Not peacefully of course. Thanatos replied. TSK, I know that man. She said as she turned around. Such a waste though, killing them was no fun. It isn't the same when they don't struggle. The situation is getting too chaotic for me to properly predict things. I can't say I dislike this though. She said as she fixed her hair. There is a certain order in chaos, and moving around in flames is what I'm best at. First it's that bitch doing things she wasn't asked to do, and then changing her entire plans, causing me one hell of a workload. And now this, fucking great. We lost a bunch of losers but got a new decent pawn. And now Dix will likely be full of revenge and anger in his head. She smiled, showing all of her teeth. That'll make his actions that much predictable. If the price to get all of this were those weaklings from Ikelo's side, then so be it, I'll do it all over again. But at the center of all of this, it's that kid, the one that became famous for a little while. The miracle boy of Hestia. I'll keep an eye on him. With that line, Valletta left the room, leaving only Thanatos in the darkness with his thoughts. Notes. Chapter 147, goddess of beauty from overseas. Probably, some of the things discussed in this chapter may be addressed in the next volume of Danmachi that'll release next year, but we can't wait for that, can we? I had to make some things, but I tried to make them believable. Of course, as always, I'll be open to changes later. Peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my Discord RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. /several hours later, / creek, / That was good, perhaps I should try some of those hot springs in the dungeon. If I find any. Silver opened the door of his bathroom, leaving with a towel hanging on his waist. He had a relaxed expression, yawning slightly as his hand vanished as it entered a dark hole in the air, coming back with a small cup of juice. A small nap would be perfect right now. But I have a lot to do. Sigh. I always have something to do these days. No. Wasn't it always like that? He walked slowly to his wardrobe, opening it with a vacant gaze. I won't be doing anything formal. But I guess it would be disrespectful to treat this too casually, especially since I'll be meeting with a god I've never seen before. Not like I've kept this formality that strictly, but at least this one time I'll try. Silver grabbed a nice pair of brown pants and a shirt, nothing fancy but it was good enough. When you had a chiseled body, many styles just became that much better. He checked the time on his pocket watch, about 10 minutes until their agreed time. It's enough time, he said with a yawn. After I'm done with him, I'll look for a few merchants around Orario to sell my items. Long were my days of selling to the guild, enough of losing money to taxes. Especially now that I'll start to venture into the lower floors, and if I were to sell to the guild, I would literally lose tens of millions just from tax every time. No can do. The only problem would be haggling with the merchants. Since I'm a new customer, they'll probably try to press me down. Albeit it would likely still be higher than the guild. I could sell a portion to Mayak, but that is all. Hephaestus won't really buy my products at a high price, only if I sell her things that can only be found on the lower floors and below. Higher quality materials that are difficult to acquire. My progress has been much faster than I expected, who knows? At this speed, I might very well clear my debt within this year. Perhaps then I can ask her to make me something else. This should be all, Silver said as he looked around. After checking everything, he walked outside, greeting the people on his way before leaving the manor, entering an alley, and disappearing. Silver had considered bringing Hestia with him despite what he was about to do since he wanted her to understand his choices and be there in case something bad happened. But she went to Babel to work for Hephaestus. She said that she wanted to do something, no matter how little it was. I told her to try and help Haruheim in the manor, but she's so stubborn. He mumbled to himself as he kicked a small stone nearby. In truth, she simply doesn't want to work as a maid, nor would it be proper anyway. Perhaps having her mind full of work while being near Hephaestus is for the best. At least the other girls have some sense of responsibility, helping Haruheim clean and cook, even I help with my abilities. Silver looked around, thinking. Anyway, I'm here. He looked at the coffee shop with a small smile. No need to draw attention, I'll just. However, he didn't enter through the conventional ways, instead, he teleported inside the third floor, immediately noticing how empty it was. There were only 2 people on this large floor, a couple of sitting on a table, the people he came here to meet. Thud thud thud, a relaxed blonde man, and a long dark-haired lady that seemed too energetic as she kept using the table like a drum. Is he coming? She asked. The man's expression didn't change, he kept inclined onto the chair, his hat on top of his face as he tried to rest. He lifted his hat to speak, saying, I told you 16 times already. We are early. He should be here on time. Instead, I told you there was no need to rush. But I was so eager to meet him. Sigh. Hermes seemed tired, but he just let the girl play and waste her unending childish energy as trying to stop her would be nothing but lost effort. But his eyes darted to the side, taking a look at the men that slowly approached them. Oh. He's here. Hermes said with a smile as he saw Silver. Finally. Freedom. Really? The girl exclaimed as she turned around to face Silver. As expected. Silver felt his heart stop for a moment, but the little guy went back to normal soon after. The girl was extremely beautiful, no. He already knew that before she had even turned around. The aura of a goddess, and it didn't take much for him to think what type she was. Her black hair flowing down onto her shoulder, and her golden eyes akin to the yellow sun, seemingly glowing in faint light. She had a certain charismatic aura around her, glowing faintly, making people feel relaxed and happy. Perhaps that was an illusion, one caused by her divine presence. Or perhaps because she was a god, or simply because she was that happy. She suddenly climbed onto her chair and jumped. Her red dress flew in the wind elegantly as she made her way to Silver. Time started to slow down as Silver pondered over what to do. What should he do towards this flying goddess? Yay! She exclaimed as she fell on top of Silver. In the end, he caught her in a princess carry. What's up with this girl? It's overwhelming. She's very light as well, albeit considerably heavier than Hestia. Is it because of her height? She's rather tall. Silver grabbed the goddess, but now, he was confused about what to do. Hashtag. Kicho. Calm down. Hermes said as he got up from his seat in a hurry, his head almost falling. How can I? Hey. I've long been wanting to meet you. She said, staring at Silver's eyes. They do glow. Like the moon. Is that so? Does she know me? I mean, it isn't strange. Hermes must have said who she was meeting and why, and that must have given her enough time to process that. I'm also a bit famous, albeit most wouldn't recognize me at first, a few with exceptional memory can. There was indeed a period in the guild where my profile drawing was hung on the guild's walls so people could learn a bit more about who the record holder was. Albeit I asked them to take it down not long after. Besides, she being here means she's trustworthy. Hermes wouldn't risk involving such people with my personal matters, especially one I asked out of favor. But wanting to meet me. Did I ever meet her before by chance? She's not the kind of person I would forget. She nodded quickly. You're making him confused. Please. Explain to him what you mean. Hermes said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. I don't think anything bad would happen, he isn't that kind of guy, but if he gets a bit suspicious I may suffer slightly. Oh. You saved several of my children some time ago, and ever since the war game, I've been wanting to meet you. Silver raised an eyebrow. So that was why, even now, the result of my actions in the past. I knew not everything had been resolved, but I didn't expect there'd still be people that liked her and wanted to meet me. People that I saved on a whim on the upper floors. They do account for something. There was a time when I meet some of the people I saved at a bar as I explored Orario, and they paid for a few drinks. It was good to see that they were doing fine. Still. It's not like where I live is a secret, you could have just. She placed her 2 hands on her cheeks, flushing. Kia. I can't visit a boy's home just like that. Silver looked at Hermes, and he looked at Silver with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for this man, she's just like that. Even in heaven, she used to be a pain. She and Apollo used to live near each other, the latter trying to approach her several times but failing each time. In the end, their exaggerated personalities matched and they became friends, annoying many for as long as I can remember. The goddess seemed really offended. A pain. You're the one too stuck up with your things, your eyes are sharper than your nails. She said as she rolled her eyes. Stuck up. Hermes muttered to himself. Am I really like that? I'll ask Asfi later. Not a good idea. But she quickly focused her attention back on Silver. Thank you for saving my children. She said with a nod in an oddly formal tone. But the situation didn't look formal at all as she was still being carried like a princess. Well. How about we first introduce ourselves? Silver asked awkwardly. Although she's very beautiful, she acts more like an overly excited fangirl. She's one of those girls. They can be either very nice people or very annoying. This makes her feel younger than she actually looks, and that may be why I don't find her attractive. Doesn't change the fact she's beautiful though. And soft. Oh. How could I forget that? Tehi. She said cutely. Silver looked at Hermes with a dark expression while the latter just begged him to be patient. After a little more empty conversation, the goddess finally rested her foot onto the ground, saying, Kichijoten. She said as she raised her arms up high with her back towards the window. Silence, I see. A pleasure to meet you. This girl. She's amusing. Although it seems Hermes finds her extremely annoying, cough. Hermes coughed, continuing her talk. Her name is Kichijoten, goddess of happiness and beauty. As her appearance and name may suggest, she's from the Far East in order to spread happiness and make money. She arrived in Orario around Mumph. Kichijoten suddenly blocked Hermes' mouth, saying, M.O. Don't you know that it's bad to say a lady's age? She said with a pout. I wasn't even going to say that. Are you worried that he may look at you as old? You are old though. Several thousand years old. That isn't even secretive information. Now that you say. Silver mumbled as he looked at her. It does look very reminiscent of what I know. Her clothes and manner of speaking, it's very formal, they resemble Take and his children. Albeit in his case, Take's clothes are poor. Hers are more akin to royalty and fancy with a mix of gold and red, purple and blue. I should have paid more attention. She was using a fancy red kimono that was more like a dress as it went all the way to the ground, and despite it scraping against it, it wasn't dirty in the least. Her kimono was full of golden details, mixed with a bit of purple, red, and blue. On top of her head were 2 golden pins on her hair that together made her seem as if she was wearing a small tiara. Cough. Well, apart from that, her familia is rather small, but I don't think that matters. I have 13 children, 9 level 1s, 2 level 2s, and 2 level 3s. One is very close to level 4. She said proudly. That's quite good. Silver agreed. This means I should have saved one of the level 1s, perhaps their party. Don't agree with her. Hermes exclaimed. Later. After a bit more useless talk, they sat down on the table again. Hermes now looked more tired than before. But Silver was rather amused. Let's start this before I go insane. Hermes said. Did I make the wrong choice bringing her here? He raised his hand in Kicho's direction, asking. Why don't you start explaining what a charm is? She said pensively. Charm is an intrinsic ability all goddess of beauty have. She said in a rare serious tone. Even after we sealed our powers, this ability couldn't because it isn't entirely under our control as it's more of a side effect of our arcanum. The same happened to many other gods. You can't remove a god of death's ability to see souls, nor can you remove a god of nature's ability to draw in animals and hasten crop growth. In a sense, it is possible to take off your clothes to enter a pool, but is it possible to take off an arm? Or the question should be, is it sensible? She asked herself. Hermes was mouth opened, he couldn't believe how serious she was being. All right, in that case, what are the scopes of it? Silver asked slowly. From an interesting perspective, perhaps the charm ability can be sealed, but not without some sort of harmful backlash. Perhaps it's more harmful than neutral, hence, the gods simply choose to keep it since they're in the mortal world for fun, and not to suffer. In the end, this goes into the very nature of an arcanum, and I know very well, if I were to ask what is an arcanum, no one would be able to answer me. Don't know. She said plainly. Each goddess is different, their charms can vary, their powers in different scales. Kicho. He's asking if there are restrictions or limits. Oh. I made a mistake. Tehi. Don't know. She said plainly once again. Hermes looked at Silver, but seeing the later calm, he calmed as well. For the same reason really, each goddess is different from each other. So let me tackle this question through another perspective. Silver said with a small smile. If someone was charmed, can you protect yourself against it? How can you free someone from a charm? And is it possible to realize you've been charmed? For that, I may be of help. Hermes said with a smile. If it goes on like this, he'll learn nothing from this, and I'll feel bad. I myself am very interested in knowing if he can actually resist it. And what he intends to do with the final result. Just for my morbid curiosity. For your last question, I can say with certainty that it's almost impossible for a normal person to realize they've been charmed unless an extreme situation happens. Gods can somewhat feel that depending on the situation, but most wouldn't mind as they are. Simps. Hermes said after a lot of thought. Silver remained silent. N1. A goddess charm isn't mind control, but more akin to a very powerful form of suggestion and coercion. To make someone abide by you as if you were the closest person to them. As if you were their everything and that was the norm of things. That seems like mind control to me. Silver retorted. You don't quite understand, mind control is intrusive, charm is natural, it is only natural for a mortal to follow God's will. Sometimes, the charm can be very well aware that she were indeed charmed, but will still do what the charmer wants. Similar to a mind-controlled person who would do things completely against their will. They can still do, but the limit of such actions is relatively smaller. Since in a situation where they are put under extreme stress, the charm could break on its own. Hermes said as he lifted his index finger. Albeit several things could happen after that. And also, the chances of the charm breaking go down with time. The longer you are charmed, the lower the chances of the charm breaking. Of course, at any given time the goddess could stop the charm or reinforce it. Another goddess could outpower the charm, and cancel it afterward, freeing the person from their grasp. Many things can happen. Hermes replied with a shrug. Kicho nodded at his words before saying. I don't think there are any ways to protect yourself from such a charm unless you are an adventurer. Regardless of it all, being high level is the only solution I can blurt out. Sorry. She said apologetically. No, it's okay, this is plenty. Silver said with a smile. But not what I wanted. This means I'll have to be extra careful. Alright, there's only one last thing I would like you to do for me. Silver said deeply. I considered this many times, but Hermes is sufficiently trustworthy. So I'm willing to let myself. Alright. I've been waiting for this. Hermes said with a small smile. He took out several objects from a small bag, and put them all on the table behind Silver. It's simple, take a good look at these items and memorize them. After that, Kicho will charm you and tell you to forget about it, and after that, she'll ask what is on the table behind you. Normally, after she stops, you would remember what she did while you were charmed, but not in this case. We'll be able to measure how effective it was based on that. Are you okay with that? Hermes asked. Yes. My level isn't particularly high, so I don't expect it to help much. It may be enough for it, coupled with my mental fortitude to make me resist the natural charm of these goddesses, but if they actively use it on me. Let's see, this is only a test after all, but if I fail here, I'll not be able to allow myself to even meet with Ishtar in the future. Is everyone ready then? If so. Wait a. Flash. Kichijotun's golden eyes flashed, and Silver couldn't help but be drawn into them. Would he be able to resist being charmed? At the same time in the entertainment district, a naked goddess could be seen updating the blessing of one of her children. As expected. Ishtar said with a pleased smile. The number of level 4s under my command has just doubled. With a thin smile, she gazed outside towards a distant tower. This time, I won't fail. She licked her lips in delight. Notes. N. Actually, gods are similar to us, the readers. They have terms and a way of speaking that's pretty similar to ours. For example, they understand that the names they give to the children are wacky, cringe, and chinibyo in a sense. But the people of this world don't have a concept of 9th grade syndrome. So sometimes, they'll use terms that don't really make sense, but to Silver, he can somewhat understand what they mean. Chapter 148, Deep Within. Hey my bros. As I said, I'll post one chapter and perhaps one side chapter later on depending on my mood, but that is unlikely as my mood isn't that great. Exams were not exactly pleasant. Can't win them all, at least I'm not depressed anymore. Enough of this, we shall continue from where we left off. This chapter was heavily inspired by the new episode they released for the Danmachi game, the one that pretty much confirms that most of the main characters seem to be the reincarnations of some important figure of the distant past. We also have some explanations and base to go by towards how the powers of the past went, such as the goddess Finn tries so much to measure up to. She indeed existed, albeit she wasn't a goddess but just a normal palom that was deified as time went on. She was also someone's past reincarnation. If you are interested, just research a bit and it shouldn't be hard to find out who she was. For example, we found out how strong they were, around level 5 to 6 if they used their abilities, and also, the innate connection between divine artifacts and the soul, how the warriors of the past could awaken abilities within their soul, and how spirits could see it to choose who to go by. Kind of like that, anyway. Some hate this development, while others like it. I find it interesting, perhaps. How would some of the characters think and react upon realizing their past? Would they refuse it, believing it to be merely something that already happened, or would they stick to it with some level of pride? It's interesting to think about. Anyway, that's all from me, see ya. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_abatum. // As her eyes flashed, Silver couldn't help but start to lose himself in them. Realizing once and for all the magnitude of the being in front of him. Such beauty. A being indescribable by words stood before him. Sensual. Mature. Pure. All at the same time. Something that attracted all, beauty unrelated to gender and species, capable of stirring the hearts of all, heroes or demons. This was what the being in front of him represented, not a mortal, a god. A god of beauty, incarnation of nature, personification of a concept of nature, standing in the flesh in front of him, beckoning him. A thought process way over the common sense of a mortal. Impossible to understand, impossible to refuse. Should it even be refused? What can a mortal do when even those that stand with her will fall to their knees? It's done. As her eyes darkened and its glimmer vanished, Kichijotun stared at Silver's eyes. No, was she staring at something beyond that? Her body moved slowly, like a tree in the faint wind, in sync with nature. Silver watched as her lips parted and closed, faintly breathing in cold air. He could feel it, he could hear it, all of his senses magnified. Wanting to move at her pace. A petite body hiding beneath little clothing. Feeble, weak, it could not stop him. Such were the events that happened within the single moment, faster than the blink of an eye. His desires surging, he continued to watch. Like ice, his mind melted away. His body desires it, his mind desires it. But his soul? Yeah. What about his soul? I charmed him, but... Is something wrong? Do I lack practice? Maybe, I rarely do this after all. Kichijoten looked at Silver's platinum eyes, they seemed to glow faintly, perfectly reflecting her image, like a mirror. She knew he was a man of will, and she saw the moment her eyes fell upon him. Many. That was the number of mortals she met throughout her life, and all, male or female, would feel attracted towards her. However, him did not gaze at her with hidden intentions. Even from the first time he saw her, she knew he found her beautiful, as his reactions were very honest. But at the same time, he acted cordially. He saw her as a woman, and not as an object of desire. It may seem odd, and even out of place to say this, but for her, that was a great accomplishment in itself. As gods many times failed in accomplishing this, that in itself may not be that big of an achievement, as gods aren't that different from mortals, but that is a matter of perspective. It's not like he was the sole mortal that ever reacted like this. She saw a few throughout her life, each with their own conditions, all regardless, possessed some sort of great will. Be it towards a cause, idea, someone dear, revenge, and the many other complex emotions she saw ever since she descended. That was, after all, the reason behind her descent, experiencing the many colors of the mortals, understanding it, and finally, spreading smiles across the world, warm, like the sun. This was her motivation. Despite it all, her charm still took him down. Or did it? His face was slightly flushed, and he was unresponsive as he stayed motionless looking at her, showing that he was influenced. But she felt that the connection wasn't properly established, something seemed to be missing. Normally, the gaze of someone under charm would be more akin to one of desire at the start, more suited words may be, absent-minded. But he looked oddly focused on something, and that thing wasn't her. Ah. Did I do something wrong? Oh no. Please no. It has been so long since I actually used charm that. Even though she descended long ago, Kichijoten rarely used her ability as she thought it was wrong to impose herself on others. But sometimes, bad people needed to be disciplined, and as a frail goddess, her only weapon for self-defense was this. Lords that ruled tyrannically, merchants with lewd desires, assassins with dark hearts. She took care of them all. A simple charm can send them to their knees. Their looks were always the same and at the same knot. When their soul is exposed upon the charm of their mind, their truest emotions will be displayed for her like words on a sheet of paper, like the words displayed on the back of someone who received a god's blessing. But she saw none of this on him. Something was lacking. She simply couldn't see it. Her charm had not reached his soul, this was what she concluded. But was that even possible? Hermes saw her expression changing, and he started to have a bad feeling, but he shook his head. There was no way such a thing could happen. Is it done? Hermes asked with a pensive expression. Even great heroes will fall to the beauty of a goddess. Be it legends or myths. Such is fate, nothing to be embarrassed about, nothing to cry over. I wouldn't be able to sleep if he could do so. It's not like he is the king, the man with the biggest self-control I had ever seen. But their conditions are just that far from each other. It should be. She replied awkwardly. She breathed in and out, trying to calm herself. Hermes nodded. Then let's do it, better have this done as quickly as possible. He said as he got up from his seat. If he gets charmed, Hestia wouldn't let me be. Neither would Artemis. Now that I think about it, several goddesses would be mad. Hey, he's exceptional even in this. Now. Once this is done, I'll have a talk with him. There are a few things to discuss. He walked to the table behind Silver and set several cups of multiple colors and sizes on top of it, just like he said before. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here in case anything happens, and to keep an eye out for unwanted visitors. I brought a few things with me as well just in case. You have to be prepared for anything. She nodded. Silver, could you turn around and take a look at the cups for me? She asked cutely. She mumbled, confused. A certain feeling starting to take hold of her heart. Because Silver was unresponsive, like a statue he stood there, unmoving. His silver eyes simply stared at Kichijoten, not in defiance, not in anything, a simple gaze devoid of emotions. Hermes muttered in deep surprise. He's not moving. Resisting. Doesn't seem like it. Even if someone tries to defy a goddess charm, they'll at least show some sort of emotion or bodily reaction. He looks more like someone that has been brainwashed. Hermes looked at Kichijoten, but her expression was pale. Kicho? Hermes asked, concerned. Things don't look good. I think somehow his soul it. She stuttered continually. Hermes realized something had gone wrong. Okay. Calm down and reply to me slowly, he said as sweat started to go down his forehead. Did something unforeseen happen? This isn't good, she isn't one to take such serious things lightly. Hermes grabbed her shoulders, trying to calm her down. Tell me what happened. I think his soul is gone. What? Hermes replied as his expression twisted. Of everything you could have said. He frowned, brought his right hand to his forehead, thinking. And then he said. Slam. Hermes slammed his hand on the table, knocking the colorful cups on the ground. Please take another look. I refuse to believe a simple charm experiment would have done any sort of harm to him. It makes no sense. Why would a charm do such a thing? Unless. No, that is simply. Those times are long gone. However, there are many irregulars in heaven who wouldn't mind breaking the rules. More than once. But I'm telling you. I cannot feel it. I cannot sense it. The two continued to bicker with each other while Silver stood there. Until. Blink. His gaze shook as he blinked his eyes, the white sheen on his eyes vanished as he started to look around confused. My head. Silver felt extremely dizzy, a level of confusion he hadn't felt ever since his childhood training, a time when working out until he passed out was frequent. It doesn't quite hurt. I just feel overly heavy. He raised his head, seeing a peculiar scene. Do you even? Hermes exclaimed. Me. I simply. Two gods were screaming at each other furiously, their expressions were pained. Hermes bit his lips, he didn't want any of this to happen, he never wished nor predicted this. He felt he failed, an oversight, he should have done more research, asked other goddesses' opinions, prepared beforehand for any scenario. While the beautiful goddess was full of grief and indignation, guilty of what she had just done. Due to his current confusion, their words were echoing in his ears, so he couldn't quite understand them, only when they talked loudly. But that hurt. Akin to when someone screamed next to you while you were extremely hungover. To do. Hermes said as his eyes trembled. How do I explain this to them? No. It's not too late. Someone that knows the soul intricately. I know several such people, one is bound to have a solution. Their screams were starting to pain Silver as his headache continued to increase in magnitude, and he also didn't like the course this conversation was taking. So before they screamed further, he said. Stop. By all of those up and down. Speak less. And in a lower tone. Silver said as he clutched onto his head. But before Hermes could think, Kichijoten jumped towards Silver and grabbed him as tears formed in her eyes. Sniff. I'm SSHORI. She said, stuttering. I almost. About what? As his vision returned to normal, he saw the relieved yet concerned gaze of Hermes with a face full of sweat, and the crying face of a goddess as she plunged into his chest. What happened? Did she use charm on me? Why is she crying? And why does Hermes look like that? I never saw him so out of character. His eyes darted around, but he saw no signs of struggle or anything bad. But there was none, everything was in its respective places, apart from the cups that were scattered on the ground. He turned his gaze to the side, looking at a small ample Hermes had set up beforehand. It's lower. So time passed, was I charmed? Around 3 or so minutes. Silver tried to remember the cups, but he couldn't. This only meant one thing for him. He had failed. He had been charmed, fallen under the control of someone else. And even now, he couldn't even remember what had happened, only a terrible headache remained on his mind. Damn it. So in the end, it was useless. Frustrated, Silver misunderstood what happened, his expression becoming dark as he thought about everything that just happened. Still, he couldn't understand their current actions, why were they bickering with each other, and why were their expressions like that? What happened? He asked out loud. At the same time, he thought. Regardless if I was charmed or not, my plans do not change. However, I would like to know as much detail about this as possible, so I can formulate any sort of failsafe. Hermes thought about what to say, but he couldn't find the right words to do so. While the goddess remained there, hugging him, albeit, she had stopped crying. So Silver resumed his thinking. My greatest idea so far would be to walk around with a bomb. Every few minutes I would stop it from ticking, but if a goddess charmed me and stopped me from doing it, the bomb would go off and throw her into heaven. Just kidding, that was a dream I had one day, but it stayed in my mind for some reason. I woke up with a loud gasp, scaring Hestia awake. Are you okay? No stress, no hard feelings. Hermes asked as he sat down, finally gathering the words for the situation. His expression returned to normal, not to his usual relaxed appearance, but to his true side, the cunning man he is, the messenger of the gods. He thought and thought, trying to make reason of what just happened. As the cards fell in place, the theory formed on his head. Someone had to think, and that little goddess over there wouldn't be the one to do it. Why would I feel bad? Silver asked, starting to understand something gone wrong. Albeit I do have a headache. And this goddess? How long will she hug me? I don't quite mind, but lady. We met not so long ago. I'm afraid this might provoke a few too many people. I know gods have completely different standards in regard to things, but this is pushing my tolerance limits. I just don't want to push her aside when her mental condition is like this and sound rude. I have a certain image to maintain, despite it not being that important. And cough. A goddess of beauty is quite. Cough. Seeing his expressions, Hermes let out a small sigh of relief as he formulated his response. Well. To explain. You weren't charmed. Kind of. Hermes replied slowly. If hypnosis takes hold of the mind, charm takes hold of the self and the soul. So the phenomena responsible for this awkward situation have to be contained within one of those two. Or within the process. Meaning that he has to have some sort of ability that can block a goddess charm. It's the only possible scenario, and I'm sure he's not with any sort of protective gear. And as far as I know, there are no such examples within Orario anymore. As for the matter of her not being able to feel his soul. There is no living being without a soul. So it has to be a skill. One that when activated, resulted in him being absent-minded. Perhaps that was his reason for wanting to do such a thing. If that's the case, he still doesn't trust me enough. Kicho not feeling his soul may have been due to that, something strong enough to make it disappear from her senses. And if that isn't it? He was born with some unique element inside his body like the heroes of old. As he processed Hermes' words, Silver asked with a confused gaze. I wasn't charmed. Say that again. You weren't charmed. Hermes replied seriously. Everything points to that, friend. You don't remember the cups because you never looked at them in the first place. If you did remember, I would be even more confused. Hermes said with a small smile. Nod. The goddess nodded slowly. Despite being like this, she was somehow paying attention to it all, much to Silver's discomfort. Ignoring her, Silver continued with his questions. Then what happened to me? He asked as he scratched his head. If I wasn't charmed, then what was I doing for 3 whole minutes? And how did this cause them to start arguing? What could make a composed person such as Hermes lose it, and make someone that wishes to spread happiness scream in anger? You don't remember. What is there to remember? Silver counter-asked. This is peculiar. I was expecting to hear some sort of reply from you. He isn't lying, how concerning. So despite it all, did the clash between the charm and whatever happened result in his mind shutting down? A protective measure perhaps? Or something else? There were a few cases where mortals had displayed capabilities on par with the gods. So it wouldn't be surprising if they cancelled each other. But that is so rare. Or is it something else? URG. I hate having so many possibilities for a single question. Can you explain to me what happened at least? Silver said, ignoring the goddess that had somewhat calmed down. Well. Explaining is pretty simple. A minute or two later, Hermes quickly went over what happened, leaving Silver with more questions than answers. I can understand why you're so puzzled now. He said as he shook his head. Summarizing what he said. She used charm on me, but something happened and the charm failed. I became unresponsive, and it was then that Kichijoten found out that she couldn't feel my soul. More precisely, she couldn't see it from the beginning, but she, like many other goddesses of beauty, can get in touch with the soul during a charm, even if only for a brief moment, or in different magnitudes varying from goddess to goddess. But not feeling mine even after using charm was indeed distressing for her, greatly in fact, because it meant something she had never experienced before, and the unknown was fearful. Hence, she assumed my soul had just left my body, or worse, the recoil of whatever happened might have destroyed my soul. Something that isn't impossible considering the differences between gods and mortals. Freya is unique in this regard, she can see the soul at all times. But I can't ask her to be the one to charm me to confirm what just happened. There may be others like her, or others with their own unique features, but that is irrelevant right now. So what happened exactly? I have nothing, nor did I ever do anything that could generate such a reaction. Perhaps my skill. I could say that the charm of a goddess is a challenge to overcome, and hence, it activated. However, if I assume it did. Even if it did, how would it? Regardless, this is a stretch of its capabilities, albeit I cannot deny such a possibility since in the first place, analyzing a skill simply based on its hieroglyph explanation is unreliable. The divine glyphs can be wrong or incomplete as they are often unable to discern certain abilities, like Finn's intuition and Cassandra's prophetic abilities. It seems we got a mystery upon our hands, Hermes said with a small smile. Whatever it is, things took a turn for the better. But now, I need to make sure it stays as such and no sort of side effects will haunt him. While also finding out his uniqueness. My attention has once again been picked. Not that it ever dwindled. Hermes smiled. It has been ages since I felt this eager to find out about something, ever since Zeus left things became quite. His expression soon darkened. Without him, things became a tad bit darker. Even the children that once held the future choose to turn their backs on their past glory. Just what did they see that day? That doesn't matter now. Once Hermes was done talking, Silver looked at the goddess, thinking that enough time had passed and it was time to act, so he looked at her and said, "Thank you for your concern, I'm better now," he said with a small smile as he patted her head. Sniff. "Okay, sorry for intruding," she said slowly. She stopped hugging him, walking away from him, but when she stopped, she started looking at the ground like a kid that had done something bad. Hermes looked at her and thought. Sigh. For someone eager like her whose happiness is to spread more of it all around, causing such a scene must have taken quite the toll on her mood. But she'll recover soon enough because that's how she is. Once enough time has passed, that'll work. Hermes smiled once more, another plan lit up beneath his golden head. Anyway. Thank you all for the help, I've learned a lot. Silver said with a bow. It's time to start moving after I research more about this. Are we ending this like this? Hermes said as his eyelids twitched. You can't just leave. Is there anything else to do? Silver asked. Of course there is. We need to find out what exactly happened. I could try looking for someone more versed in this field and... Silver raised his hand. Thank you for your effort, but I don't think it'll be necessary. I know what he's trying to do, figuring that the problem is within my soul is the most likely scenario since that is the root of the fauna. But no matter how good the intent behind it is, I don't think it's a good idea to go after gods that can peer into my soul. Much less allow them to do as such. Since that is pretty similar to allowing them to see my status. It would depend on what they see. Still, I myself don't know what they'll see. And in a sense, I fear that. Silver's expression blackened. Not like I can stop him if he brings one to me of his own accord. But in that scenario, I'll have the moral ground, not that it matters much. Depending on what they see, they may just ignore everything including morals. He saw that his answers wouldn't be bought so easily by the two of them, so he said. If I start to feel bad, no matter how much, I'll come to you too, okay? He said with a small smile. Hermes wanted to say something, but he simply let out a sigh. He nodded, and Kicho did the same, albeit she was still a bit down seeing how well-mannered she was being. Take care. She said in a low tone. Sigh. Silver said as he shook his head. One of these days, why don't you visit our familia? Silver asked with a small smile. It wouldn't be bad to have her familia know ours, since she is a cheerful goddess, most likely, her children would be well-mannered as well. Ah. Her expression brightened, and she said yes with a smile, she was back at her usual appearance. And that was how it went, albeit, the repercussions of this event were only starting. Notes. Not applicable. Chapter 149, Target of Revenge. Hey, this chapter took a while longer to post because I added a lot of extra words to it. Mainly a few things that I forgot to address, and since I didn't want to do them after the next chapter, you'll see why soon, I ended up adding them here, even though the chapter was 3K words long. Of course, this also means a portion of the chapter was done without much editing. So consider it a boom, you're getting a larger than normal chapter. Yay. /step// Under the setting sun, Silver made his way back home. He had done almost everything he wanted to, and starting tomorrow, he would dive into the lower floors. But first. /vush/. Silver vanished after entering an alley, reappearing somewhere further away. Hello. He reappeared in front of an old house, it looked abandoned. He told me to come here, did I come too early? Hermes said he had something to give me, and here I am. Well. I don't mind waiting. Here. He followed the weak voice behind him, taking a look at the Chientrope girl on the ground. Silver knew who it was, but he became a bit confused as he thought of her reasons for being on the ground. Hey there. If I'm not mistaken, you're Loyun? He asked as he gave her his hand. Image. Why yes. Thank you for the help. She got up from the ground, dusting her pants. May I ask why? You startled me. Suddenly appearing in front of me. Silver chuckled, making Loyun annoyed, albeit she didn't have the gal to complain. My apologies, I hope you're all right. Ah. I'm not that fragile. I'm level 3. Oh. That's pretty good, wanna join my familia? Silver joked. How's the pay? Question mark. Forget it. Loyun said, seeing that her joke wouldn't stick very well. Depending on how much money he offered, there was a high chance Loyun would bail out. That was how much she loved money. But it would have to be a lot. Like. A lot. Enough money for her to never care about it again. This is what she would say. Anyway. Come inside, outside isn't a good place to talk. She said as she pointed at the door. Sure, lead the way. Silver replied with a smile. Is something wrong? Why yes. The door is locked. And I was told you. Oh. No problem. Grab, whoosh, Silver quickly grabbed her shoulder, and in the next moment, they vanished. Inside. Thud, Loyun fell to her knees, feeling her stomach revolve. I officially have something I hate more than those accursed gambling dens in the entertainment district. N1. Silver could do little to help her, so while she recovered, he looked around, but there wasn't much to see apart from a few broken furniture here and there. It was an old and abandoned house, nothing else. Albeit his eyes noticed something, there were footprints on the ground, and those weren't his. After connecting 1 to 2 he understood that this place was likely a hidden base under the Hermes Familia. There. Loyun raised her hands, pointing at an empty wardrobe. Silver had already noticed that place, there was a false space behind it. There was metal. And other items within it, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. Why your things? Just give me a moment to breathe. Go on, I don't mind waiting. Perhaps I should have just opened the door. Silver kept silent. Loyun soon recovered. She was a level 3 adventurer at the end of the day. She shook her head and slapped her cheeks, smiling awkwardly as she pushed the wardrobe aside. So. Here it is. She opened a small locker, showing a pile of things, horns, gold bars, and a few gems and misshapen rocks. I see now. Silver said as he looked at the locker. My payment for doing the guild's commission, I was wondering when they would pay me, if at all in fact. Whistle. Loyun whistled as she looked at the gold, but she shook her head. Just take it away before I start having second thoughts. That's at least 10 million just in gold. That tusk. URG. 5 million at the very least. Those gems. 3 to 7 million, I can see it for 10 if I find a black dealer outside the city. Not to say those ores. I think that was pure adamantite. Enough to make a dagger. URG, chuckle. Silver raised his hand, and the safe unlodged itself from the wall easily, like a piece of Lego. Ah. Not the safe. Oops. Loyun felt that Silver was a bit more likable than she initially thought, albeit she was energetic and friendly, she still has a few mottos. Such as, not approach dangerous adventurers above level 4 unless absolutely necessary. It may be a bit over the top, but hey, Loyun was used to dealing with the black market, and she saw many things there. And a fate she would prefer never falling into. Silver eventually parted with Loyun, vanishing in an alley as he carried his spoils. Once he was out of sight, he stored everything and continued on his way. Thud. Out of the way, old man. A kid said as he ran around, with several other kids behind. So sorry. A younger girl said as she stopped in front of Silver, apologizing for a friend. It's okay. I like this piece. But old man. Forget it. Sigh. No point in getting frustrated by a bunch of kids. He looked around, seeing the people moving on with their days without a care, he decided to do the same. Pretty much everything short-term has been dealt with. He mumbled to himself. I still have many people to visit on a daily basis, people to spend time with. Not because I have to, but because I want to. To go out with my goddess, eat tasty food with Artemis, and make fun of a certain elf at a certain bar. Especially the workers there, making fun of them is definitely a decent pastime. Those that I want to be with, my own familia, my friends. And many others as well. He raised his head to look at Babel, the setting light from the sun behind it, something seemed to flash at the very top for a moment. A lot has happened recently. Ishtar, Icolos, Evolus, the Xenos, and the Guild. Loki and the others as well. All of those matters will have to be dealt with over time. They have just started and are far from over. Today, I learned that I do have some sort of resistance to a goddess charm. But I get incapacitated in the process. Further testing wasn't done due to some obvious reasons. Still, it's not time to enact my plans. Ishtar can wait for now. But not for long. Dionysus. Silver said as he looked at the moon rising in the sky. Like always, I'll stay away from that maniac of a god, but I do need his special wine. One day I'll have to get it. So I'll investigate him on my own first, and see if I have the opportunity to take one of his wines without him noticing. Once I have that done, I'll take care of Ishtar. But until then, it's a game of patience. I can't stay put, nor will Ishtar. She's still on edge from what I did to her last time, and due to it, I have stopped sneaking around her manor due to the risk of being found out. But she can't be on edge forever, nor can she allot resources to seek Haruheim forever. She'll have to go on with her life, but that doesn't mean she'll give up on what she lost. Orario is only so big, and I don't doubt she'll turn it over if it means getting what she wants. Albeit, she'll have to be very careful of that. There are many strong creatures living beneath this mountain that is Orario. Soon, everything will fall in place. He said with a small smile as he walked down the street. Hey! One of the kids nearby kicked a ball in his direction, and Silver precisely kicked it back to them. As they laughed under the night sky, he thought about the future. While Silver returned to his home, Orario welcomed the night. But below it, in a dark and humid place, a man sat alone on the ground, messing with something. He looked like a beggar, his clothes were ripped apart, he looked dirty, and his beard and hair were unkempt. Creak. Creak, slash. From the dark, a woman approached, taking a look at this pathetic man and giving him a light kick so he would stand up. And albeit he didn't, he still took a seat on the ground. That was enough for her. How does it feel? Asked Valletta as she looked at the man opening and closing his new and brown, prosthetic hand. How does it feel? How does it feel? He asked, word by word as he looked at the glimmering metal of his arm, now occupying the place his old flesh arm once stood. This bitch. She came here to make fun of me, didn't she? Couldn't have expected less from her rotten personality. He looked at Valletta with dead eyes, saying, I feel terrible. It hurts. It burns. But most importantly, my shame, my pride. Wounded more than my arm. I can't. Holy shit, you look like a dried fish. You even smell rotten. She said with a sick smile as she grabbed her nose. He looks as if he's about to explode. Perfect. He's exactly where I wanted him to be. Just like that other crazy son of a bitch. Fuck you. He said slowly as he pulled his fingers, but as expected, he felt nothing. He couldn't feel his bones, his flesh, his muscles twitching under his skin. He only felt the cold and hard metal. I can still feel it. It is here. Yet. Not. Creak creak, slash. TSK. Hey man, it wasn't me that fucked up that badly down there. She said with a sarcastic smile as she walked away. You even lost that spear, it wasn't cheap you know. I really tried to recover it, but the guild was smart for once and didn't leave all of their eggs in one basket. They brought the weapons first. This is troublesome as they'll likely create counter curses. I'll have to take that into consideration in the future. What a fucking situation, the losses outweigh the gains. Well. I'm magnanimous, and I have. Shut the fuck up. Crazy bee. The man said without looking at her, his attention entirely focused on his arm. You sure have some balls to call me that halfman. She said sarcastically. Albeit inside, she had the urge to kick him in the face. You better watch out, otherwise, that girl will end up taking over your place, since she at least still seems to have a decent head on her shoulders. She smiled evilly. And a pair of functioning arms. What a pathetic attempt at rilling me up. After I'm done with him, she's next. Hey, despite it all, she has already realized her position, taking over the reins since you're here crying alone like a lil bitch. Valletta said as she shrugged. Well. I guess this suits you more. So sit your tits and learn how to use it, K. Not wanna hear shit of you breaking it, had to sell my ass for it, damn those pharmacists and their unreasonably steep prices. She said with a frown. But internally, she was smiling. Creak. Clink, slash. You owe me one. And oh. See you around. She said as she stopped before taking a turn to a hallway, leaving him alone in the dark, tinkering with his metal arm. Until. You and I. We don't look that much different. A man with a weak voice said from the darkness. A catman with one ear and arm missing walked out into the light. His appearance was very sickly, reminiscent of someone that has eaten and exercised very little, and his eyes had large dark circles signalizing that he had many sleepless nights. Image. Even the faint light coming from the lamp near the men on the ground seemed too strong for him as he faintly closed his eyes to look at the men below him. But that was only for his face, as his body wasn't a complete twig as most would think, but neither was it muscular. His expression wasn't one of sarcasm, neither one of pity, but more of understanding, as he knew very well what was like to lose everything, including your own body. The hate, the pain. I can understand it, he said with slight difficulty. I also felt it. I still feel it, the pain from my missing limbs every day. They burn, and they ask for revenge. I can see her face. Every damn time I close my eyes. Sleep has become a chore, but I moved on. I'll take her out from them. He touched his head, saying with a pained expression. Every single day. But there is no need to give in to complete despair. Shut up, don't put me in the same box as you, Jura. The man on the ground said as he turned his face from the dark. Compared to this hopeless man who has already given up his mind to despair. If it wasn't obvious already, it was Dix Perdix, captain of the Icolos Familia. Or what remained of him. Without his glasses, his red eyes with deadless initial now shone under the light. He exuded a faint pressure, making the catman retreat into the darkness again. N2. Eek. But. Wouldn't you like to hear what I have in mind? Jura said with a sick smile. You want to take someone down, I want to take someone down as well, our interests align. Combined we even share the same familia. Get to the point. Dix said in a deep tone. URG. I have researched, for many years. Something. A creature. A monster. A holy beast that purges everything when the dungeon bleeds. Jura said slowly. However, I still lack some things too. And. Dix said, already losing interest. I would like you to help me gather the remaining intel so. Wait. Jura exclaimed as he saw Dix leaving. Don't waste my time with your monster fantasies and fetishes. Keck. I won't deny my love and interest for monsters. Jura said in a low tone. But this one. It is special. It could take down everything we know at once. And I have plans to control it. The research is about to be completed, a few more months is everything they need. With it, my strength as a tamer will reach a new height. Albeit. One thing is the research, another is testing, and another is gathering the materials and planning. Dix stopped moving, willing to listen to the rest of Jura's story. Would you like to hear the story of the ultimate monster I've been researching for the past few years? The beast responsible for the massacre of the Istria Familia, the Juggernaut. Jura said from the dark, his shadow seemingly distorting as the flame moved, resembling a twisted monster. Later that day, rower, Deep in the middle floors, a party of adventurers could be seen fighting a large green dragon ferociously. Albeit fighting is a kind word to use, as it was mostly a battle of attrition. They kept their distance, waiting for the beast to tire itself out. For these adventurers, this monster was considerably out of their league. But when the human mind is at game, things change a little. The dragon was considerably injured, its scales were twisted, it had gashes all around displaying its pink flesh for the world, and it even had traces of burns. And considering that one of its legs was buried in a pit, it was most likely caught in a trap. In front of it was a blue-haired elf with a thin sword, a rapier, evading as much of the dragon's moves as she could, while on the side were two guys, holding a set of metallic ropes, binding one of the dragon's legs with all they could. Behind the elf were two girls, one with a bow, and another one with a magic staff. Roar. The dragon opened its mouth, red flames channeling from within, aiming at the group of three girls. But it was a tad bit late, they had already prepared for this. Ordi Gyra. The elf exclaimed as her sword glowed faintly and a bluish-gold magic circle formed beneath her feet. N3. Splash. A dome of water formed around them, blocking the abhorrent flames as they ravished their surroundings. Row. After this breath, the dragon became clearly tired, it had lost a lot of strength already. Let's finish this. The elf exclaimed as she used her sword to cut through the dome of water. She ran and ran, determination in her gaze, a desire burning in her heart. To stand alongside someone, and enjoy an adventure in the process. Splurt. Like a history of old, the heroic elf slew the dragon, and the adventurers all let a collective sigh of relief, they had won. For now. To claim the dragon's bounty. After a well-deserved rest. Huff. Looking at the stone ceiling of the dungeon, the elf smiled sweetly. Little by little, sometime in the middle of the night, step, a man clad in dark clothes walked through a series of stony hallways, seemingly without an objective as he always seemed to choose the right whenever a junction passed through. It never ends. The woman said in a low tone. She placed her hands on the cold hard walls of this place, thinking deeply. As expected, is this a guise? I've walked on, but I never reach anywhere. The trail led here, but now. It's not magic or anything of the sort, it is merely a complicated and intricate design meant to mess with the mind of those that walk within it. Without proper ways of keeping track of where you are, getting lost is a given. She looked at the dark halls, her instincts told her that there was something hiding there. And whatever it was, it wouldn't be simple to deal with. Time to leave, I've gone too far on my own. She turned around, walking slowly in these silent halls. What Hermes said proved my suspicions, this place is too big for the Icolos Familia to manage on their own. Intricately constructed hallways beneath Deadless Street, fusing perfectly with the sewer system in a natural way. Due to it, the cleaning golems that perform maintenance on a daily basis never noticed anything. How long have they done this? Collecting materials in a silent way without leaving trails behind. Decades. Centuries even. This predates Icolos' descent itself. So who started it? Who made it? And for what purpose? How did they do it? To build such a space beneath Deadless Street without the guild noticing it? No, beneath all of Orario. It would be a lie to say the guild doesn't pay attention to this area. On the contrary, of all 8 districts, this one is likely to be the contestant for the place the guild pays the most attention to. A place where criminals gather, and the poor live. Hence, it is weird for their actions to be so invisible. It's as if they never used the surface to trade at all. Unless these tunnels lead somewhere beyond Orario. Beyond the guild's eyes. A clear gaze would be most appropriate. Still, some materials would have to move, they must have supply routes. From within and outside of Orario. Melon is a likely scenario, all naval products pass through there. And the reports from there indicate that a certain degree of corruption has taken hold. Albeit such a thing is the least of our priorities right now, it seems we'll have to send someone there soon. I'll set aside some time to contact the branch later. In any case, it is almost confirmed that the Icolos Familia has someone backing them. Perhaps they were even the ones responsible for making them disappear from our radar all those years ago. If they don't exist, this matter would become. She shook her head. I'll assume they exist for now. During those years, did they hide in these tunnels? Fell said as she looked around. It is a possible explanation, but that would mean this place is more than just a series of interconnected passageways, but an underground base. Where they lead is currently unknown, and it's very dangerous to proceed forward. The guild does not possess the necessary personnel for such a task, and due to our Inasama neutral policy, our greatest personnel does not surpass level 4. And that would be me. However, this has caused me quite the trouble. Yesterday, right after the capture of the Icolos Familia adventurers, someone snuck into our camp, incapacitating our guards, killing all captives aside from 2, whose bodies are now missing. Their captain, and a promising level 4 adventurer. I should be thankful that not all level 4s were retrieved. But this situation is the worst possible. It clearly shows the guild's inability to deal with this matter on its own. How frustrating. The right course of action would be to seek help. She mumbled as she walked. But that could lead to a potential breach and consequentially, chaos. Besides, who can the guild ask? In order to make things simpler, all familiars with level 4 adventurers have been set as possible suspects, and any adventurers with abilities that meet the situation have also been set as possible suspects. Aside from a few that have clear alibis. Investigating them all will take months. Years even. At a minimum, 7 to 9 months for any conclusive data to be compiled. Worse, this could very well lead to nothing, as it isn't difficult to expect that said familia would have kept their members' levels hidden. This has set our resources thin, and with our enemy's desire to stay hidden, we cannot risk potential losses by exploring an unknown place that is likely to be full of traps. Sending a single high-level adventurer is no different from sending them to their deaths. The Icolos Familia captain can deal with anyone below level 5, regardless of his current condition. It may even lead to nothing. This could be a ruse meant to buy time for whatever they were planning. It would be very good if their goals were purely monetary. But that money has to have flown somewhere. Following the money could very well lead somewhere. But the lack of personnel. We're in a bind. She said as she took another turn. Looks like this matter will have to be left for the future. My apologies, Adventurer Silver, I have failed my end of the deal. Killing Perdix at sight would have been the better option. She shook her head. There's no point in crying over spilled milk, I need to prepare some countermeasures. Especially towards the Hestia Familia. They're definitely a target now. If they're not, then they'll become soon enough. It would be too easy to eliminate them if they so wished. Adventurer Silver can't remain by their side all the time to secure their safety. His strength has been somewhat determined by this recent event, but I won't bet on his ability to deal with everything on his own. Given his way of thinking, I'm sure he has already realized this and is making preparations as I speak. I'll have to contact them. The Ganesha Familia. They are our most reliable allies right now, and the only ones with the strength that can rival Dix's. And whatever is hiding behind him. It makes me a bit sorry to inconvenience Ganesha. But it has to be done. Fells did not believe that there was anything stronger than Perdix hiding in the shadows, because if that were to be the case, that would mean a whole other heap of trouble. Regardless, she would prepare for it, find ways to make sure the populace wouldn't be affected by it, and peace could remain, even if such a thing is a greedy thing to ask for in a period full of distress. She couldn't be more wrong though. Oh. I should meet with him as well. I almost forgot. I wonder what he wants to show me. Her steps eventually disappeared, making the hallway return to its eerie silence. Notes. N. Actually, this is in honor of Gerald, albeit, there is an in-world reason of course. Luoyun has the ability to keep track of all 4 cardinal directions at all times, so when she teleported, this messed up her senses and she became sick. N. There is another meaning for Dix not having his glasses. I don't quite remember now, but I think Dix used his glasses in order to reduce the impact his bloodline had on him. Not using his glasses and still being sane meant that he had something that he was so focused on his curse couldn't affect him. Or something like that. N. There was a logical explanation based on her name and the myth she came from and her goddess, but guess what, I forgot everything. I wanted to add more words, but this chapter is already 4K words long. If I add any more, it wouldn't be better to put in a bit more effort and simply make a new chapter. Albeit this would delay the time skip. Anyway, thanks for reading. See you all next time. Chapter 150, Mad Bird Catcher. Another large chap, you all sure are lucky. 4.5K. But well, that was mostly my mistake. I forgot to address a few loose ends, so I had to add them over the course of these 2 to 3 chapters, making them explode in size. Of course, this will also end up impacting the future chapters, so I may have to alter or add some things along the way. But if I were to visit each and every single advanced chapter, one would end up killing myself. I'll do it progressively, and to that, I have my notes to always remember me. I actually edited this over the course of 2 days, starting at night while my air conditioner was making sure I didn't die when I took to bed and stopping when it was cold enough. I finished it when I woke up and ate my breakfast, and since it's a holiday for me, I'm free to do a few things. Hopefully, this includes finishing writing my shit since I need to write my other novel. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. / a few hours later that day, / creek, / Somewhere in Orario, 2 people left an old building made purely of stone. It had a dark aura around it, the smell of the dead. One hooded, hiding its face from the world, and the other with his hands on his shorts. It was very strange. One was trying its very best to remain invisible, while the other seemed like he had just left the bar close to the beach. They were silent, with the first one checking both sides, making sure there were no witnesses. This wasn't the front door that led to the main street, it was the back door that led to the alley. What were they planning? Or better put, what had they done? The one with the hood was very pensive, stopping in the middle of the alley. What's wrong? The other one asked, a guy. No. I'm still a bit surprised, that's all. The person said, by the tone of the voice, it was very difficult to discern if it was a man or a woman. Did it scare you? The man asked with a smirk. Stop with your jokes, this isn't the place for it. The men shrugged. But the atmosphere quickly became serious. The hooded person took out a notebook. With this, future operations will progress smoothly. For that, you have my thanks. Not only for offering to help despite our mistake but also for showing your sincerity in sharing this with me. I now have a better grasp of the situation. And also of the true magnitude of the enemy. Don't sweat over it, this isn't that great. If this isn't great, I'm a bit concerned about what you have in hold. Hey, you have no idea. Silence, / Anyway, has your headache lessened? URG. A little bit, albeit it isn't difficult. Maintaining concentration over long periods of time is a tad hard, even when I use magic so frequently every day. especially when I had to keep it long enough for you to interrogate it. My apologies. No, don't say that, all of the questions were necessary, in the end. The one who should be sorry is me. Why is that so? Because I gave you guys that much more trouble to think over. True. The person replied with a chuckle. The on in shorts looked at the hooded one, saying with a bit of worry. Will you all be okay? I implore you to not move with haste. But it also worked as a warning. Don't worry, I, more than anyone, understand the severity of this situation, and given what happened all of those years ago, the last thing I would do would be to move without a proper plan. Because now, everything has fallen into place. Below our noses. Hiding. Waiting. Eveless. Was never defeated. They may think the dead tell no tales. But in front of this man, the dead have a lot to say. How perturbing. Albeit, this information will be put to good use. So that this time, the casualties will be. Hello. HM. Apologies, I went too deep in my thoughts. Sigh, make sure to not overburden yourself with this. As shown, they're unlikely to move anytime soon. The men turned around. So you should relax while you still can. Unfortunately, I can't bring myself to take things as carefully as you. Ha. Who am I kidding? The one who's working the hardest. What are you going to do now? Now. Sleep. I'm tired. I'm not talking about that. You're in the middle of. I know. The men said without turning back. I'll keep doing what I know best. Picking up G. Cough. I meant, killing monsters in the dungeon. See ya, my friend. For now. I guess I'll focus on leveling up. Ha. The person within the hood seemed to smile, albeit that was impossible to confirm. Didn't you just level up? But the man never replied, because he wasn't there anymore. He had already vanished, like the wind. I ought move as well. Arenas needs to know this. Like the men before, the hooded person vanished. The sun rose after the moon, and so it did again and again. Time passed, the days rolled by, the weeks piled up, and the months washed away. Silver took his first steps into the lower floors, taking a glance at the Water City for the first time. He soon started his journey of killing monster after monster, and due to their increased strength, his rate of growth and wealth acquisition increased immensely. But he wasn't the only one trying his hardest. The Loki Familia continued with their monthly expeditions, deeper and deeper, or simply as far as they could, towards unknown territory. Ace and the others continued to grow stronger, each with their own goals. Be it for revenge. And something else. To never let anyone die again. For their beloved. For love. And for fun. To not be left behind, and to keep up with everyone's expectations. Growing beyond all expectation, at speeds never seen before, breaking their limit as said by someone close. Further down, against monsters only seen in history books. They fought to prove that they were one of the top familias of the world for a reason. But their drive for strength wasn't something only they had. Small but solid, a familia consisting of 5 adventurers trained daily, and like iron under the hammer, slowly turned into something beautiful. Sharing their sentiment, prevenient from far away, a familia of martial artists honed their arts under the skillful god, and capable friend. Their captain felt pressured, the newcomer's presence was a beacon for him, one he had to catch up to, unbeatable strength he himself desired so he could never fail at his task. Here is your order. Again and again, beautiful flowers dressed as waiters performed around, filling the bellies of hungry brutes that called themselves adventurers. It was a tiring life, but one they loved nonetheless. Sometimes things grew monotonous, but from time to time, a certain guy with too many tricks up his sleeves appeared to make their day a bit better. Or worse. In the dark where the light of the golden sun could not reach, women clad in thin clothes like dancers. Amazons fought for their life on a daily basis, all for the fickle desires of their beautiful goddess and her delusional quest for supremacy. Day by day, blood for blood, knives crossing, one up, one down. One buried beneath the earth, the other rises a bit above it, such was their sad fate. But in a sense, they were used to it. This was a life they weren't that much alien towards. Below the city, in a place where shadows lurked, within the maze of houses and alleys, people moved in and out, coming from nowhere, going nowhere. A man with red eyes sharpened his arm, vengeance coursing rapidly through his veins. A man without an ear laughed eerily as his research got closer and closer to completion. Visions of a massive beast started to form. A woman with the soul of a demon pulled their strings, setting up a stage for a grand performance. But who would be the puppets on display? And for whose audience was she performing? Mixing away. Smithing continually. Orario's craftsmen worked towards their next masterpiece. Some mortal, others divine. Some abandoned their heritage, traveling far away for a new life and purpose, fleeing from their heritage. and towards a new beginning, hearing tales and the promises of an adventure like none other. Others wish to reach perfection, at the expense of those around them and themselves, a dream that signifies their existence and gives them meaning. Even though they came here to seek something new, they're still stuck with their old ways. A man with a pair of winged boots flew around, putting his nose in all sorts of places he definitely did not belong. Being followed by a blue-haired fairy with tired eyes. A goddess that never grew tired of playing around continued to trick her kin. A man with bulging muscles gazed at the moon, reminiscing about his regrets. A woman with flowing blue hair gazed at her eternal partner, the moon, a longing wish within her heart to meet the other. Purple eyes atop the clouds, gazing at a soul most unique, desire suppressed by curiosity, a feeling like none other. A goddess waited. A prophecy in the midst of completion. But when? Lustful mind in a body most sacred, a holy intervention in the making. How long will her patience last? A man silently brewed away his wine, ignoring the responsibilities he himself created. Out of disappointment, regret, and helplessness. Causing suffering through those he once regarded as children. As they all now struggled for just one more sip of the divine water. With the exception of a tiny girl. That only wished to free herself from this madness. All gods, working towards their desires, to find something they never had, or wish they had. But at whose expenses? What a good day. Someone said as he cleaned the dust on the ground. Speaking of that. Where is Gain? Did someone ask for me? Here I am. I am Ganesha. All the while. Ganesha screamed his name loudly. Echoing cheers in a coliseum of hard stone. And at the center of all of this was naught but a small and frail familia. Whose members had yet to even start their own adventures. How would they perform in this strange stage fate was setting up for them? They themselves did not know. 2.5 months later, The months passed, leaving behind many stories to be told. In April, Hermes hosted his famed and rather infamous Hermia, a funny event that always manages to make Orario's residents laugh. And a certain girl pissed off due to the workload. What happened that day would have to be left for another time though. But overall, it consists of nothing more than a race around Orario by the younger generation. Only young boys may participate. This means no one over 20. There is a reason why this event always attracts the attention of some people with a unique taste. There is also a special event at the end where the top 10 will be given an interesting task to accomplish by Hermes himself. Like finding the roundest object within all of Orario. This year's tasks were rather memorable. But eventually, time passes, and April ended, giving space to a new month, new events to unfold. This time, unbeknownst to most, an incredible event happened behind closed doors. The Eleusinian Mysteries, held by the goddess of harvest and fertility Persephone and only for those of the highest class. Such class is up for Persephone herself to judge though. Finally, June came, and with it, the heat of summer. What could very well be the most awaited event of the year was here. Ganesha's monsterphilia. According to some rumors, this monsterphilia was also rather unique, albeit that story would have to be left for another day to be told as well. That week, while Orario rejoiced in a festive mood, Melon, their neighbors, mourned the dead with their Adonian festival, reminiscing about their lost close ones. May their souls find respite in this ritual. As in the end, is up to the gods to deal with the souls of the dead. It was also the time for the gods to meet once more in their overglorified gossip meeting, also known by the masses as Donatus. And this time, a certain small goddess had quite a few things to accomplish there. /Cocodile/URG. With the warm air of summer, a man opened his eyes to this beautiful day that was also marked the last day of July. Damn chicken, the most abhorrent hellion. Louder than any dungeon monster. Silver said as he got up from bed. Yawn. Like he did many times before, he turned his head and checked a small clock on the side and a small calendar he had set up on top of the side desk. Is it today? He mumbled as he scratched his ass. She was really excited for today, and now that someone else leveled up as well, she's getting borderline euphoric. Perhaps I should have taken things slower. I tried to help the girls that were stuck on level 1, and some ended up leveling up. It isn't unexpected, nor is it incredible, 90% of all adventurers in Orario end up going over level 1 within 4 years if they last that long. And those that last 10 years would become level 3. Besides, those girls were like gunpowder barrels ready to blow up as their status had already reached the minimum long ago, they just needed a little push. They weren't even improving anymore, meaning they had reached their limit. And unless they risked it all. So I gave them the opportunity. Soon enough anyway, we'll likely have a few more level 2s. As the stats of the other veteran level 1s increase, their time will come. Either naturally, or by my hands. Smiling, Silver took a bath and changed clothes before leaving his room. And after talking and greeting everyone, he escorted Hestia all the way to Babel. They finally arrived at Babel, and it was clear to all, several gods could be seen around, making their way to the topmost floor. Here it is, take it slow, it isn't going anywhere, besides, we still have a few minutes, we aren't that late. Silver said with a small smile as Hestia pulled his hands. I know. Then why the rush? Silver asked as he started walking faster to keep up with her. I need to show them that I am a strong, independent goddess, otherwise, they'll try to take advantage of our condition to give them terrible aliases. She said with a dramatic expression. You want to show your independence by walking around pulling the hand of your familia captain. Also. It's about to start, I told you that we wouldn't have time if you stopped by the guild. Silver remained silent. You were the one that decided to grab an ice cream on the way because you were feeling hot. Say something. Ugh. Good luck. Luck isn't going to help me with their terrible naming sense. Then what can I do? Make sure to hit them just as heavily so next time, they think twice before doing that. Albeit that could end up making things worse. That's a good idea. But I'm not that good with names. So I'll just try to stick with the plan and suggest a good name for them. Do you have any ideas? Silver asked as he walked inside Babel with her. Yes. I choose 3 names for each just to be sure, one of them is bound to be chosen, right? Right. Silver's expression darkened while Hestia's dropped. He patted her head and put her inside the elevator. From here on out it was a god-exclusive trip unless he wished to bring her into the center of attention by causing trouble. There wouldn't be that many repercussions, but this is an event made by gods, for the gods, mortals aren't allowed, no matter who it is. Unless you're Freya or Loki, then perhaps you can do something about it. Meaning, only in special circumstances will mortals be allowed on the last floor, like during a war game. I'll see you later, as I said before, I won't be meeting you when you're done as I'll be in the dungeon. But I'll come back earlier this time to commemorate their new aliases. He said as he turned around. I even ordered a cake. I'll grab it on my way back. All right. I'll try my best. She said with a smile. Ding, slash. With a clear chime, the elevator's doors closed. Well then. Silver turned around and got into the dungeon through the normal entrance, and not long after entering it, he vanished as he teleported directly to the 25th floor. Shua, slash. As soon as he appeared there, the sound of running water could be faintly heard in his surroundings. The air had become considerably more humid and damp. The stone walls had acquired a blue sheen due to the faint light coming from the glowing crystals and moss that can be seen everywhere. The lush forest of the 24th floor had been replaced by a blue cave full of running streams of water. The stone glimmered with hidden crystals and metals, full of resources and dangers. Time to work. Silver said as he looked around, making sure no one was around. He followed the sound of the water, and eventually arrived at a massive open area, a hole that led deeper into the dungeon. Image. Shua, slash. The sound of water was extremely loud now. If someone were to talk in a low tone, they wouldn't be heard at all even if someone was near them. The 25th floor was built around a massive waterfall called the Great Falls. It started on the 25th floor and it ended on the 27th floor, meaning, those 3 floors were interconnected and were actually treated as a single entity by the dungeon. The waterfall is around 400 meters wide, and over double that in length. It was like a curtain of water that covered as far as the eye could see. If Silver were to stand at the edge of the rocks around him, he would be able to see the waterfall basin and where the 27th floor monster Rex, the amphispana, resides. There were many paths built into the walls of the Great Falls. Materials of many kinds grew on those blue stones. Even some people could be faintly seen from time to time amidst the water vapor. If he looked up, he would see yet another hole leading somewhere unknown. It wasn't the 24th floor, but somewhere unknown. Large amounts of water seemingly fell from there, forming small lakes on the 25th floor. That water eventually flowed down, feeding the Great Falls. He tried to research and see where they came from while he was on the surface, but no one had actually been able to find that out. No one was bored enough to do that in the first place. But someone did research where they ended up. In the past, all of this water led to Melon's Lalag Lake, but ever since the passageway was sealed, it became a mystery where the water goes. All floors were full of water, and some sections were completely underwater. Rivers and lakes are everywhere, and a group of monsters could appear at any moment from within, as they move around hidden beneath the waves. If one is unlucky, they may even find the amphispana on the 25th floor, as it was the only monster Rex capable of moving in between floors. Hence, it is recommended to never drop your guard on these floors, not that it was ever allowed in the first place. Still, I never met it before, not even a glimpse of its silhouette. Silver said as he looked at the lake below. Once it's killed, it takes an entire month to appear, double the time it takes for the Goliath to respawn. And ever since I came down to the lower floors, the 2 times it respawned and its eventual demise happened within time frames when I was outside of the dungeon. Even though I spend over half of the day in this place, I guess that was my bad luck. Not like I would do anything to it. But seeing it once would have been pretty cool, especially seeing how the adventures deal with it. Following the usual, there is a massive increase in difficulty as monsters become more unpredictable due to being stronger, smarter, more numerous, and having the territorial advantage. Oh. I can see them here. Silver said as he looked at the waterfall. There, he saw dozens. Hundreds of red birds hiding behind the water like bats on a tree, resting with their eyes closed. Most would tremble and turn around at their sight. He said with a smile. But I came here for them. The iguazu, the most feared monster aside from the big baddie on the 27th floor. They are pretty harmless and are very fragile like normal birds. However, there is a reason why they're so feared. Always living in colonies of several hundred and being extremely territorial, at the first sight of an intruder, all of them will move in unison to eliminate their target. Attacking, however, is on their sight like suicide bombers, regardless of any losses they incur in the process. But how could a fragile bird kill an adventurer? Well, the iguazu can move faster than level 3 adventurers, and even some level 4 agility-type adventurers would find taxing to evade them. Not only that, the iguazu's main form of attack comes from their extremely sharp beaks, that coupled with their extreme speed, turns them into living bullets. Even a single iguazu is enough to kill a level 3 adventurer if they're hit in a bad place. And to add salt to injure, once they die, they explode with enough force to crack the dungeon's walls. In summary, if someone goes near their nest, they'll be faced with the machine gun fire of explosive superbirds that aren't afraid of death. Even level 5 adventurers will flee if they're alone or lack a way to deal with them. Don't try to be a smartass and act like a certain stupid level 5 adventurer. One day, the poor sod thought that as long as he had a tough shield, he could easily rake in millions of valis without work simply by standing still and letting the birds kill themselves on his shield. He died when he couldn't stand the impact of several dozen birds flying faster than sound colliding against his shield. Losing his grip and letting the birds hit his body. He didn't last very long. Ironically, his adamantite shield remained unscathed. Yet, despite all of this, Silver came to meet these guys. "Alright, I'm ready," Silver said as he cracked his neck with his left hand, holding his halberd with his right one. He was currently on top of a stone at the edge of the Great Falls. In front of him was the Great Fall, and on his back was a dangerously strong river, obviously the one that fed the waterfall. One of them, there were many rivers all around. If he looked closely, Silver could see a few adventurers walking around below him. It was normal, after all, the Great Fall was a central landmark for these floors. But he had to make sure whatever he was doing wouldn't interfere with their activities. No one would dare to get this close to the Great Falls, and given the distance, they wouldn't even be able to tell who I am. My clothes and weapon aren't even that noticeable. Unless someone was a fan of mine, no one would associate a black halberd being held by an unknown man with me. So without further ado, gulp, Silver drank a greenish potion, and almost immediately, his complexion became paler as he started to sweat. Phew. This is making me dizzy. There is a reason why they say that the poison vermis has one of the strongest poisons in the dungeon. Albeit, it is pretty slow acting, and that's pretty good for me. He checked his arms and legs. There were some black objects tied to them. They were weights. He then removed his shirt, and even his pants, exchanging them for a pair of beach shorts. Next, he grabbed a large cylindrical object from the ground, throwing it in the air. And hiding it with an air bullet. Thumb. The deep sound of his drum echoed in the cavern for a few seconds before it was overtaken by the constant sound of water splashing all around. Flap. But it was enough to wake thousands of red birds. Image. There they come, Silver said with a sick smile as he raised his head. My training commences. In the sky, a red cloud rose from the waterfall. It made a turn in the sky before setting Silver as its target. It wasn't a cloud though, but thousands of birds with shining red eyes. In the blink of an eye, the cloud parted into smaller segments, and several dozen birds started diving at high speeds as they broke the sound barrier. Bam, poof, Silver swung his halberd at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, cutting the first bird in two before it could hit him, making the bird turn into dust. But behind it, 5 more appeared. And behind those, 50 more waited. Bam. He cut, blocked, bent his legs, and even kicked, fending off the onslaught of these little monsters. Some of the birds missed, hitting the stony ground beneath him, leaving hand-sized dents on the cold stone. Some hit his body, leaving bloody blisters that healed soon after. Bam. As the sounds of explosions echoed, Silver continued to fight as magic stones pilled on the ground. Gritting his teeth, Silver slashed. A beautiful scene of a lone man clashing against doom, a vision that would haunt the spectator's eyes for days. Look. Is that What I think it is. One of the adventurers pointed out. Everyone turned their heads to look at where he was pointing. And one of them immediately recognized what was going on. Oh. It's the mad bird catcher. Someone else from the party replied. The what? They replied in unison. Who came up with that awful name? The man was quick to reply. Didn't you hear? 2 months ago, people would often say they were hearing the sounds of explosions coming from the top of the Great Falls. I think I heard about that. Well, so what about it? Calm down. It wasn't until recently that someone had the courage to actually go up there and check what was happening. And up there, they saw a madman fighting the Iguazu alone. What? Tell me more. They weren't the only ones that noticed Silver. Found you. In the midst of the chaos, a woman gazed at the lone sight of Silver fighting against the red cloud of birds atop the waterfall. With a smile on her face, she made her way to him. Notes. A time skip, finally. 2 months isn't much, and at first, I had jumped 4. But after some thinking, I realized that 4 months was too much. Albeit that would be ideal for me, I had to cut it by half. Because some people can't wait that far for the plans. Aside from that, next chapter will likely be a side chapter. I have several side chapters ideas for events that passed during the time ship. One includes having fun, centered around Silver and Loiju, albeit the latter won't make as much of an appearance. And it would also include many characters, elven in origin. The second one would be a chapter all about making money, and it would tie with the next chapter. Silver meets Hephaestus. A chapter dedicated for her entirely. And also, would he pay his debt? There are also the events that happened, like Hermes' event and Ganesha's monsterphilia. Overall, there is a lot to cover. I'll do it over time, but the first 3 I wanted to end soon. At least the money part since it's more integral to the plot. Anyway, see ya. Chapter 151, Side Chapter Special, SC 9 and 10. I said I was going to post 2 side chapters. One was going to enter the weekly releases, and the other would be posted as a bonus apart from the 3 weekly chapters. So I decided to simply fuse the 2 together. This is something that happened in the middle of the time skip, so be aware of that. Hopefully, you'll like it. Peace. This chapter does have a name, it is. Have you ever heard of? P.S. This chapter is almost 7k words long. Can I get some power stones? If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my Discord RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_abatum. 2 hours after the sunset, workers, adventurers, and even the gods all around Orario stopped what they were doing in preparation for their favorite activity. Sleep. And drinking, at least for most. Gulp. Of course, Silver was no different, having just returned from yet another physically intense day hunting monsters who knows how deep under the ground. Today he wanted a little bit of peace, so he sat a bit far from his usual spot, a seat in front of the counter, right in the middle of the shop. This time, he sat far in the corner, next to the entrance of the kitchen. He could faintly hear the whispers of the girls inside and the aroma of the food being cooked within. Of course, if he focused, he would be able to hear and feel everything, but why bother? He ate and drank away, recovering his energy so that tomorrow he could rise for yet another challenge. Cut and be cut, rinse and repeat. Normally, he would enjoy his time here alone or with his trusty partner, the forever virgin elf. But today he wasn't alone. Whenever he came here, there would always be one person to annoy him. Chatter. And that's how I've been thinking about making money. Silver replied as he took a sip of his drink, ending his story. It wasn't anything alcoholic though. Ever since his night tasting drinks with Loiju, both of them felt strange whenever they saw a bottle of alcohol. One felt aversion, the other straight out felt nausea. But that would disappear as time went on as compared to the day after they went on that little adventure. Loiju could at least stand after smelling beer. To his story, his partner said. Still. I don't understand why you need so much money, Naya. Chloe replied as her tail moved from one side to the other. The thieving black cat, always with her smug smile plastered on her face, her tail swinging in the air playfully as she thought of ways to slack off. Grab. Calmly grabbing his fork to take a bite of his food, Silver continued. As I was saying. Blah. Mamma Mia looked at her talking with Silver in displeasure, but she ended up skiing away, turning her gaze to the side as she ignored them. It was a promise after all. Not too long ago, she agreed that Chloe had 10 minutes to clean the mountain of dishes in the kitchen and that she could rest for the remainder of the time if she were to clean it faster than that. So Silver, after being paid a handsome fee of a free drink, paid by his cat friend, cleaned everything by snapping his fingers. And now there she was lazing away with him while the others had to work overtime to keep up with the demand. The problem wasn't she lazing away after doing a good job, but mostly doing it in the open in front of the other girls. She could already imagine some of their complaints, especially coming from a certain brown-haired girl whose fist was a tad too hard. Humph. Damn kid. Sometimes, it made her want to recruit him, but she more than anyone else knew just how much trouble that would be. And in any case, that wasn't the style of her pub, there was no space for a boy. He would have to remain on the other side of the counter. So for now, she'll have to bear with having one of her workers flirt away on the side. And that is why, I have a debt to pay. Do you spend that much money? You always gave me that responsible look type of guy, Naya. She asked as she rested her head on her hands. You would be surprised. He raised his hand, counting. The house, equipment for me and the others, items, potions. And a few more things here and there. Silver opened his hands wide. It adds up to a ton. Chomp, /. If I didn't have to spend money on those, then perhaps at this point in time, I would have at least accumulated half of my debt. Not including the money I got from slowly selling Ishtar's things. Managing a familia sure is tiring. It sure is. But luckily, I do have a good vice captain. Chloe smiled cheekily, and the moment she did so, the other waitresses around her that noticed her expression frowned. It was too obvious, they knew exactly what she was going to say. Have you ever tried the holy art of gambling? Gambling? Yes, Naya. Thud. She drank all of her water at once, putting a small block of wood inside the cup and then putting the cup on the counter upside down. Let's gamble. She was so serious about this she didn't even say the cat people iconic accent. Mamma Mia looked away as she shook her head. What do you want to gamble on? Silver asked, interested. What is she going to do with one cup? Dark uncanny Mr. Incredible. Naya haha. It's simple. Her tail moved from left to right like waves in the sea. You bet on the block being inside the cup or not, and I'll bet on the contrary. The winner takes it all. Oh. Is this a test of speed? Who knows? Naya. Heh. Silver chuckled. Fine, then what about the rest? Now we're talking. Chloe smiled from one corner to the other. It was a sweet smile, one a bit more honest as compared to her usual smug smile. You'll clean all of the dishes, but this time, without using that, whatever that was. You mean that bubble bath? So my defeat equals free labor. All right then. Just saying kid, no free food. Mia intervened on the side as she cleaned a few cups. But Silver merely smiled awkwardly. I already ate 2 large-sized spaghetti, if I order more food I'll die. Honestly, I can eat more but it's such a chore to process it all. I eat food for pleasure and I have no intention of giving myself trouble. Just saying. And then she returned to cleaning the cups, and once she was done, she started to mix some drinks for the customers. Thought of anything? She asked with a teasing smile. Silver raised his head, his pensive gaze washing away, being replaced with a determined expression. I did. You give me no other choice. He said as his expression became somber. Just saying, but I won't do anything strange. She said as she raised an eyebrow, her tail twisting in the air. I didn't even say anything. But he then stopped, grabbing a piece of paper from his pocket and writing on it with his finger. Chloe didn't even ask how he wrote that. Honestly, that was the least impressive of his abilities. Here. I want you to say, thank you Meowster again. That's a good one. Mia replied as she mixed the drinks on the side. She's still listening. Go back to work. But Silver just kept silent, waiting for her reply. Heh. This isn't the craziest gamble I've ever done. Chloe replied with slightly flushed cheeks as the corners of her lips twitched. Damn. He wants to humiliate me again. Fine. Say it. What will you be betting on? Silver smiled like a devil. I'll bet on there being nothing inside the cup. Gasps. Not only Chloe, but everyone around them also gasped. This included the adventurers drinking on the tables on the side. They were a bit far, but they were close enough to hear Chloe's exclamations. And this made Silver frown. Why is everyone paying attention to this? Go mind your business. Naya haha. So be it. Don't regret it later. She said with a happy expression. Thinking she had won, she grabbed the cup with a flushed face. Here it comes baby. Her eyes glimmering, she pulled. Slash pull up, slash. Slash gasps, slash. Naya. There was nothing inside the cup. While she went over 10 stages of grief in a single second, Silver's expression changed as he started to act a little. Ha. Ha ha ha. It seems. Like a villain, Silver turned to face Chloe, as if her movements were all within his plans. I won. Slash thud, slash. It doesn't count. Chloe smashed her hands on the counter, interrupting Silver and making Mia annoyed. You cheated. I never took the block from inside the cup. This was merely supposed to be a trick. If he chose the first option, he would lose. If he chose the second option, I would be the one to cheat. How did he outsmart me? As she exclaimed that, Silver merely shrugged. I don't understand, did I hear a meow stir? URG. Humph. This one doesn't count, you circumvented the rules, I'll leave. But as she turned back, Silver said with a dark expression. Bok. Bok bok. Huh? What are you saying? She asked with a frown. Me. Nothing. The only thing I hear is the sounds of a chicken leaving. Slash gasps, slash. The adventurers on the side almost dropped their food, some gulping down as they saw the cat girl's tail stiffen. This time, Chloe's expression reddened completely, but not in embarrassment, but in anger. You sure have balls. Made of orichalcum, they are unbreakable. Silver said with a smile. Ha. Fine. I'll play your game. I'll make you pay in the future. Mark my words as I am. GG. Say it a bit louder. G good work. I'm waiting. If you say anything more I'll cut your balls. Silver shrugged. Good work. Meow stir. Slash silence, slash. Slash buffed, slash. Who laughed? She exclaimed as she looked at the silent crowd. But everyone, in complete coordination, suddenly went back into minding their own business, as if nothing had happened. She looked to the side, seeing the other waitresses smiling and looking at her smugly. They were making fun of her. And this made her annoyed. You won this time. Wait. She suddenly turned to Silver, grabbing his collar. You didn't record it like last time, did you? Me. I would never do that though. TSK, she noticed. You. If I ever hear that again. You won't. Slash thud slash. 10 minutes are up, so stop causing a fuss and get to work. Mamma Mia said with an angry expression as she looked at Chloe. There was no room for discussion, her words were final. Erg. You'll see. She said as she turned around. I'll be waiting. Once she entered the kitchen, Mamma Mia looked at him, amused. You cheated, didn't you? Wasn't I just supposed to be faster? You want me to believe that you were faster than her? She asked as she raised an eyebrow. Looks can be deceiving. Just like your hands. Ha ha. This brat. Sigh. He sure causes trouble for me. Mia laughed for a moment, but she quickly returned to her serious persona as if a switch had been flipped. Anyway, are you going to order something else? Nah, that was enough for now. I ate too much, I was supposed to leave already, but I stayed to talk. Huh. Suddenly, Silver's vision was blocked by a pair of slender hands. Who? Chloe just left. I didn't hear anything. How's this possible? Now that I think about it. Damn. I was too occupied and relaxed. Mistakes. Although everything was black, Silver was ready to use his abilities when Mamma Mia said. Sigh. Fine. Hey kid, pay attention. She said as she turned her head to Silver. I'm always paying attention. Even her. Strange, Mia isn't the type to play games. She's the type to remain silent and turn a blind eye, letting her workers play around, and then tell everyone to clean things after they were done. Doesn't seem like it, seeing that you allowed someone to sneak up on you. Damn. Can't even relax in a bar. Silver complained. Enough talk. Let's gamble. Me and you. He asked. No, you and the person behind. Oh. Interesting. But no cheating. What would you take as cheating? Indeed. Don't make me repeat myself, kid, I have things to do. So no plasmids. Well, it's easy anyway, I already know the answer. Don't underestimate my focused senses. You have 3 tries, guess who it is behind you? 3. Alright, but what's on game? That's to be determined later. She said bluntly. Huh. What is it? 2 chicken. Chloe said from far away. Go back to work. Mia exclaimed, annoyed. Naya. Fine, I accept. Great, think for a moment and. May. His immediate answer surprised Mia. Oh. Are you sure? Yes. Then you're down a life. She said with a smile. What? Silver said with a frown. I told you to think, yet you replied immediately, that's what you get for not listening. She stopped for a moment as if thinking. But I'm a bit curious. Why did you say May? Isn't it obvious? Was it supposed to be? Well. May usually work in the kitchen making sweets. She rarely works as a waiter, mostly because she can be more clumsy than Anya, which in itself is impressive. That was what I based myself in. In the first place, it is impossible for a big establishment such as the Hostess of Fertility to have only a handful of workers. Of course, these very few could be said to be the poster girl. But realistically, there are at least thrice as many girls working here. Sometimes they work as waiters, but most of the time they remain in the kitchen. And I've met most of them, although my relationship with them isn't as strong. I can say that at the very least I won't be kicked in the nuts if I were to appear in the middle of the night. As for the rest. First, her hands, there is flour in them, a little bit. Oh. You could tell that? Mia asked, amused. Not only that, but she also smells of strawberries. Strawberries? She asked with a half smile. Her hands are also soft, very soft. She isn't an adventurer, or at least, never held anything heavy in her life. And. By the size of her hands, and the way she puts her hands on my face, I can tell she is a demi-cat as they often try to not hurt themselves and others due to their sharp nails. Lastly, I can hear the sounds of a tail swaying in the wind behind me. Exclamation point. The hands that were on his face trembled a little. And the tail came to a sudden halt. Oh. Kid, you sure know how to talk. He's way too observant. I just pay attention to how people present themselves to me. You talk as if that was simple, don't tell me you memorized everyone's scent. But she then stopped. It can't be. That is difficult to say, I'm not a dog, even some Chientropes might find that hard. I thought as much. But I did memorize some things. Let's start with that petty loser. Slash crack, slash. Something fell on the kitchen, making Mamma Mia's expression to twitch. Chloe said she liked Herman, so she often uses a shampoo based on that. It's not hard to notice when she flashes her hair around. Anya is a bit more straightforward. To keep her hair fluffy, she uses a special hair conditioner. I still remember, wasn't she upset with Chloe because she hid it away or something? Why you still remember that NYA? Anya exclaimed on the side. I'm still upset. Naya. Obviously, Silver had already noticed her presence, he didn't need to use his plasmids for that. Lunwar is pretty easy, she complained to me about her shampoo one day, so I recommended the one my goddess uses. That's pretty simple to tell, she's over there. Silver said as he pointed exactly at where she was. That's pretty good. Lunwar said with a nod. Don't agree with him. One of the waitresses said on the side. Albeit I do agree. As for Seer. She is very odd as she doesn't seem to have any sort of product on her. Of course, basing myself off smell is only a way, I'm not actively trying to do so either. But I do know she grows Ilias on her home, so her clothes have a strong smell of those. Actually, Seer rarely talks about herself, so there isn't much else to talk. Her taste for flowers is one of the few things everyone knows about her. Pervert. Lunwar said on the side. Let's not start this talk. Slash chuckles slash. He didn't hear any sounds, but he did hear a girl sniffing her own hair for a moment. Seer also tends to hum in a low tone whenever, so it's pretty simple to tell where she is. As for Rio. Alright kid. I'll have to stop you there. Oh. Fine by me. Then, your answer. Can I ask one question of my own? Go for it. Does she work here? Going for the killer one right from the start. Did he notice it? No, she doesn't. This complicates things. Silver said in a deeper tone. Who would do this to me though? I feel abused. I don't understand. Silver said with a headache. After everything I said, how is it possible that it isn't May? Same feel, same actions. As if it was her clone. May's older sister. He muttered, questioning his own answer. Not quite. Why are you so obsessed with her? I don't believe it can be anyone else. Then. Your last chance. May's younger sister. I'm doubling down on my bet. Like a true gambler. You. Fine, you win. I do. Cough. Obviously, everything was according to my predictions. As he said that, the girl that was blocking his face removed her hands, allowing him to see the world again. The first thing that came into his eyes was Mia. She was shaking her head with a tired and humpy look, causing him great confusion. He soon turned around to see the face of his assailant. May. No. The girl replied, flustered. It's her younger twin sister, Naya. Anya said with great excitement. Oh. I didn't know she had one. I know very little about the people that work here. They only have one thing in common. They have a sad and usually dark past. They are also usually pretty strong. At least above level 3. Dark and depressed girls that have nowhere else to go, Mama Mia tends to take care of them and shape them into humans again. Not that I ever dug deeper than this. While he thought of that, he turned to face the others. Anya seemed the same, no reactions as always, she seemed too airhead to understand. She was quickly told to go back to work by Mia, her ears falling to the side dejectedly. He also saw Ryu in the back, handing someone some drinks, but for a moment, he saw her taking a glance at him. He was quick to wave at her, but she turned her face coldly. In confusion, he turned to the side, seeing a scary sight. You sure have a good memory. Seer said with a warm smile. So he replied casually. Thanks, I often pay attention to these things. Some of the girls back in the manor said I was a great listener. I asked Hestia once and she doubled down on that, saying I was very good at talking. Albeit she isn't exactly the best target to receive such a compliment from. I'm proud of this accomplishment regardless. Listening to girls was something he had to learn, it was forced into his blood. All due to the girls that raised him. Good for you. She replied with a smile. Is something wrong? He quickly asked, seeing her expression. She wasn't different, her words and tone were normal. But it was the way she used those words that made him think. Nothing is wrong. Then. Something is definitely wrong. Did I? Forget it. Seer walked to the side, pulling May's younger twin with her. The girl seemed very confused, and overall, she was exactly like her older sister. Seer pulled her towards the kitchen, but before she could do so, Silver asked. What about my reward? Seer turned to face him with her warm smile. Forget it. He said as he turned to look at his drink. She then beamed him a very large smile, disappearing inside the kitchen. Despite everything, I still find it difficult to understand you all. Silver said as he looked at Mia. But Mia said nothing. Seeing that everything had somewhat returned to normal, Silver paid her up and thanked her for the food while also apologizing for the trouble he caused. He was, after all, a very formal person, he didn't force himself for it, it just came naturally. A person who opens the door for you but forces himself to do so, is such a person still kind? Or gentlemanly? Mia just scoffed in her half-rude way as per normal, but like every other time, she told him to come back one these days with her rough smile. With a stuffed belly and a new recording, Silver walked down the street with the moon hung high. But not without a few eyes on his back. Later that day on the guild, After eating his fill, Silver couldn't stop himself from visiting this friend of his, he had to try something out. And to that, he would bring him. Don't worry about the others back in the manor, they would be fine. For the most part. So. No. I didn't even finish. Silver replied awkwardly. By your look and the time, I'm sure you'll drag me into trouble. Again. Loiju was clearly talking about last time where he stayed in bed for an entire day after drinking some of the strongest drinks in the city. It has nothing to do with drinking. Only if you want to. That concerns me even more, what else could you want from me if not that? I fear the unknown more than those drinks. It'll be fun my friend, now, get your ass up that chair. Loiju started to ignore him, writing on his paper. And we can even make some money. Scratch. He lost his focus, making a long line on the paper, ruining it. Still, he didn't look at Silver, calmly just grabbing another paper. I'll pay for everything, and I can promise you it'll end within this night. Loiju was wavering. If you don't like it we can go away no problem. Let's go, in and out, 20-minute adventure. URG. Tell me what is it? Heh, I knew you were going to listen. Silver said with a smile. I'm already regretting it. Loiju sorted his papers and checked the time on the clock hanging on the wall. Give me 5 minutes to sort things on my end, as it seems we won't be back anytime soon. If I don't go today, he'll likely come back tomorrow. I better go so next time, I'll have an excuse to not go. Take your time. Silver replied with an innocent smile. Later. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Loiju blurted out as he looked at the massive red gates in front of him. This guy. I told you many times before. I don't gamble anymore. Don't worry, we won't be gambling. He replied as he checked his clothes. We won't. So why did you bring me to the red light district? He wouldn't come here for that. He said it many times. And if it is for that, I'll leave with great disappointment. Still. I should have known from the moment he had me put on this tuxedo. We came here to win. Silver said as he put a pair of dark glasses on his face. Son of a bitch. Right now, both Silver and Loiju were elegantly fashioned. With Silver's help, Loiju now looked like a proper elf, his beauty was clear to all to see. His dark circles were gone, his golden hair shone down onto his shoulders, and his eyebrows and eyelids were perfectly done. If it wasn't for his twisted expression, he could easily pass as someone noble. The same went for Silver, albeit he was much more relaxed than the former. His hair was neatly sleeked down, and brushed to the back. Honestly, this was the best that came to my mind. In the end, Loiju grabbed the pair of dark glasses from Silver's hand, following him into the pleasure corner of Orario. The two then started their journey, going from place to place, looking for a proper casino to start their adventures. There were many casinos in Orario, owned by many people worldwide. Some were private, requiring you to have an invitation, others were open to the public. Some shadier than others. Some of higher class than others. But in here, the concept of law was already a bit murky, to begin with, albeit, flaunt your crimes and you'll be the first one to be disciplined by the Ganesha Familia. Due to their neutrality, the Ganesha Familia was given the sensitive task of taking care of the protection of these places, in order to make sure there wouldn't be any sort of international dispute ever happened. Better put, the Ganesha Familia is in charge of dealing with international affairs in the name of the guild. Of course, if the need came to be, the Loki Familia would sometimes also represent the guild, not as much as the Freya Familia. For obvious reasons. After all, the only reason why the guild allowed these outside powers to settle in Orario was due to the pressure of the gods who wanted something interesting to do. But letting them have influence all around the city was impossible since it would create a massive leak of information and in the security of the city, so they were all sent here, and it worked. Perfectly. Albeit it would be too much to say it was flawless. Everywhere, no matter where you are, there will always be some people that are simply. Well, better see for yourself. If you are lucky enough to not be their target. This place, it's perfect. Silver said as he pulled his glasses down. Golden dream. Ah. This place. In the end. You know this one. Unfortunately I do. Let's leave. Why? This place is shadier than its golden entrance indicates. They'll let you be for as long as you wish, then the moment you make more than expect, they'll start pushing you around, trying to have you lose it all. It happened to a friend of mine once, despite me gambling often in the past, I knew where to stop, and where to go. Most of the time. Even though I'm lucky to be part of a group that can boast of having a positive gambling score, that was mostly due to me leaving early. I'm sure these guys became worse over time. I think this place is good. What? Follow me. Silver said as he walked to the side. Wait. Where are you going? Heh. Loiju followed Silver to an alley where he was given a mask, not anything fancy, it merely covered the eyes. It was something rather normal around here. Here, wear it. A mask. Oh. Do you want to hide our identities? Of course I do. This won't do much. But fine. Who said that would be all? Loiju felt cold air wash his face, making him tremble. But when he saw Silver grab a mirror from empty space and shove it at him, his expression changed. There was an episode where Silver showed some of his abilities to Loiju. WHWH. Shiu. Don't speak too loudly. Ha. Just what sort of trick did you pull this time? He asked as he touched his face. My face. My ears. Wait. I can still feel them, but they aren't there. I just changed our appearance a little, it's not actually real and more of a disguise. Silver now looked much more muscular, and his shoulders were thick, with a small beard growing on his chin. His skin was a bit darker, not much, his disguise was mostly real, he had changed his body to be like that, and it wasn't pleasant. While Loiju's hair turned brown and his ears became normal-sized, that was pretty much it. From now on. I'm Fambrug, a tall half-dwarf, and you're Palsh, the human. Really? A dwarf? This is getting crazier and crazier. You would be surprised by how tall dwarfs can get. Silver said with a smile as he took something else from his inventory. 2 bags. These are our funds. Of course they are. There's 10 million Valis in each bag. 10 millio. The FUC. I told you to be quiet. Doesn't matter anyway, I isolated this place since I expected this to happen. JJ, just how much did you say? 10 million for each of us. Loiju was stunned shitless, his hand becoming that much heavier. Inside you'll see many coins, we'll start with the small ones, and convert them into chips. Just follow my lead, and you'll understand. But his next line made Loiju shocked. Isn't that right, partner? How did you? I spoke inside your mind using telepathy. You. No. Loiju suddenly understood where this was going. You can't be thinking of. But Silver simply smiled like a demon. From now on, whenever you wish to talk with me, make sure to give me a signal, I'll establish a telepathy link and we'll be able to share thoughts. By the gods. Just what did I sign myself to? I need to make a choice. But why is my heart racing so much? In the end, Loiju followed Silver. He could feel the weight of gold on his hands. And it made his mind go blank. A few minutes later, Yeah baby I. Loiju exclaimed with fiery passion as he saw the small metallic ball fall on his chosen number. Obviously, they were playing roulette. It's a split. The beautiful announcer said after checking the number, a bit stunned. Lucky fucker. Damn, he's loaded now. Give me some of that luck sheesh. The spectators were baffled, albeit he had lost a few times, some pretty heavy, this guy's luck just seemed to be getting better as time went on. Why you ask? A split meant that. The 200,000 Valis worth of chips Loiju had just bet had just magically turned into 3.4 million Valis. Come to me. Loiju tyrantly proclaimed as he opened his arms, pulling all of the chips into their side of the table. Once he did that, it meant this round was over. Alright everyone, this round's over, in a minute I'll start the next round. The beautiful lady said after a small clap to gather everyone's attention. I can't believe this. Loiju maintained his serious expression, looking at the table with a serious expression. Tap tap, /. He tapped twice on the table, this was his signal, it meant he wanted to talk with Silver. Yeah. Where was he? On a table nearby, /. Straight. Silver said as he threw his cards on the table. Sigh. Damn. This guy's too good, I'm out. One of them said as they got up from the table. While everyone was too occupied understanding they had just lost a ton of money, Silver pulled the pot of chips to his side of the table. This round was over, and out of the 6 players, 2 had already left, too frustrated to continue. If all sides are ready, I'll be stopping for today. Silver said with a smile as he got up from his seat. Is that so? Thank you for playing. The dealer said with a smile. Tap tap, /. While he prepared to gather his chips to move elsewhere, he heard Loiju's taps. They were night unheardable due to the background noise of the casino, but he was expecting them to come, so it was easier to hear them. So he quickly established a mental link. I won. Good job. But let me guess, you want to raise it again. Can I? Sure, don't bet yet, wait for the ball to start spinning. But get ready to bet 50% of what you have. 5-5-50%. That's 2 to 23 million. Yes, that's going to be the last one of today. Oh. You seem disappointed, what happened to the guy that didn't want to play? My mistake. Silver rolled his eyes as he collected his rewards before going to the table where Loiju was. Spin, /. The ball started to spin. It was time to bet. Go for the 5-number bet. I think it's 0-00-1-2-3. Got it. Loiju quickly informed the clerk of his choice. And the people gasped as they saw the mountain of chips enter the table, they started to consider if they should join in or not. Spin, /. The ball spun more and more, and it started to slow down. 30, 32. 35. The ball stopped at 35. He had lost. So close. Shit. He lied to me. Again. In order to keep this act real, Silver would constantly lie to Loiju, making every bet of his a true gamble. He never knew when he was going to win, he just knew he was going to. And somehow, this made things even tenser for him. Would he win now that the bet was against all odds? Or would he lose in this pretty safe bet? He didn't know, he just threw the dices. Haha. It seems his luck finally bit him. Suck it men, everyone loses once. Or twice. It happens. Loiju said dejectedly as he turned to the side, ignoring the other people around him, and telling the announcer he was about to check out. On their way to cash out, Loiju asked Silver. Why did you do that? Because it was getting a bit too much. Too much. The plan was simple. While they got inside together, they went on their ways, each one in a different game. But they would always be near each other. While Silver used his own abilities to gain against his opponents, Loiju would receive his help to bet and keep a consistently rising winning streak. He would gather the attention while Silver would accumulate gains over time. You think this is dirty, but in this place, the rules are subjective. First, they played in the high-value zone, meaning they were mostly dealing with those that could spend a lot, rich people by birth that didn't mind spending 500,000 valis at once. So they wouldn't affect the hard-working people that came here to relax, albeit they should have been somewhere else. Second, this place was a dark casino, albeit the contrary on the surface, it was very clear they used underhanded means to keep their customers in line. Especially since Silver had already noticed a few guards approaching them from the sides. Not him in particular, but Loiju. His loss was what made them stop a little, but they were still there, they were likely thinking of having him go back to playing. Despite his recent loss, they had still made a lot, albeit a few 10 million valis was likely pocket change for this casino. And Silver wouldn't mind draining more of their money, he wasn't afraid in the least. After Loiju cashed in, he followed after a while, and the two left with 2 big sacks of money, meeting in an alley outside of the casino. It seemed everything had gone well. Smack. Is that all? Loiju asked as he looked at the piles of beaten-down people in the alley. Yes it is, there is no one around is. PFF. Loiju spat on the fallen guys. These guys. They sure are terrible. Using goons to go after us. Those guys. There are even a few level 2s amongst them. Yeah, it pisses me off. Should I just borrow their things? No. Man, don't do anything stupid, let's just go. You don't seem too pleased yourself. I certainly would be very pissed off if I were the one on the ground, but thankfully, I had someone to beat them up for me. Well, guess so. Sleep tight, you won't wake up for some time. Silver turned around, putting his hand on Loiju's shoulder, and they vanished just like that, while the beaten-down people remained there sleeping. Those goons wouldn't wake up anytime soon, enough time for them to raise this place asunder. In their first raid, albeit they went slow, learning how to coordinate properly, they still made a whopping 36.1 million valis. With most of it coming from Loiju's massive gambles. Silver himself was impressed, just how many rich people were there in the world willing to waste their money away. And the answer was plenty. This wasn't even one of the big casinos such as the Grand Casino El Dorado Resort. He wanted to go there, but that place was locked away behind a special invite, he had no idea where to get it. Silver had severely underestimated what Arario meant for the rich that lived outside of it. Everyone wanted to have a taste of this place and see for themselves the lives of the people inside this mythical place. Because for them, entering the city wasn't that simple, a noble from a distant kingdom would have to use a lot of connections to get inside. Even for the normal folk. The night was long, and the number of casinos for the play around was bountiful. So after changing their appearances and names one more time, they entered the next casino. 6 hours later, Bwahahaha. On the alley next to another casino, Loiju let himself loose with laughs as he looked at Silver. Why you sure are hands. Wheeze. While the elf laughed to the point of losing his breath, Silver stared away with a poker face. Damn. Haha. Did you have a good wheeze? Tea time with that old Leia. Wheeze. Sigh. This fucking elf, I swear. Ha ha ha. Quickly going over what happened. Once again, Silver and Loiju won over and over at a casino, but this time, they didn't hold back. They were betting tens of millions in high-stake games, losing a few, but mostly winning. This led to the attention of the casino owner, and her eventual approach. An extremely ugly and old woman. She first approached Loiju, but quickly changed to Silver. She tried to blackmail him with her twisted words that mixed lies with the truth, and a little flavor of threats. Wanting to have a steamy night for the price of leaving the casino alive. And then proceeded to surround them with her goons. Of course, this was done properly so as to not spread chaos in the casino. Despite this, against all odds, Silver accepted. What? While Loiju managed to leave with his loot, Silver followed her to her room. Where he obviously did the deed. And by deed, he meant knocking her and her level 4 guard unconscious with his abilities before putting the two of them on the bed and leaving alone. That guy would wake up for one hell of a surprise. Of course, Loiju was aware of this, but he couldn't stop laughing. Ha. I'll treasure this memory forever. Yeah. Keep laughing, it should be happening by now. Silver said without much interest as he rested his back on the wall. Happening? What do you, wow? Loiju quickly looked at his pants, his expression twisting as his blood drained from his face, literally and figuratively. My sacred branch. Are you sure it's not a twig? Curse you. This isn't the problem right now. Snap. What are you doing? Taking a photo of you checking your pants. I'll treasure this moment forever. Silver said with a smile as he stored his camera in the dark space. You. All right. Very funny. Now help me fix my C*CK. Come on. Wipe out a potion or something. Hey, weren't you happy just a few moments ago? Silver started his monologue. While you were playing around, you didn't even realize your drink had been tapped. If it wasn't for me taking your place, you would be having a good time with a certain old lady right now. End of monologue. Oh no. By the sacred tree. Yeah, anyway, I don't want to hear a thank you. Instead, drink this, and tell me where your home is. We're leaving. Lloydju said nothing much, drinking the bottle immediately before proceeding to explain where he lived. And like that, they vanished once more. An adventure like none before, the two thieves ran away with their bounties of gold. And a rod a tad too solid. Notes. Perhaps I exaggerated a bit in the comedy and it ended up sounding bad. Oh well, I hope it was fun at the very least. As always, if you have something you would like to see addressed in this time skip, say it now. I'll probably post 1-2 more side chapters before resuming the plot, or more likely, posting it as time goes on. If you have an idea for them, say it, otherwise, I'll follow what I have in mind. Thank you for reading. I'm out. My biggest disappointment was the punchline at the end. I thought and thought, but that was the best I could think of. Chapter 152, Into the Abyss, Take the Plunge. We continue where we stopped prior to the side chapter. I wanted to do another side chapter, but I'll leave that for another time. For now, we'll be starting a small arc, around 5 to 10 chapters. Not quite, there'll be a small event before that, it'll take the next 3 to 4 chapters. This will be the last one before the final arc, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. Anyway, goodbye. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my Discord RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. / a few minutes later, / clang, / huff. Huff. Tired, with blood all over his body, his clothes ripped to pieces, the ground broken into many fragments, Silver rested his halberd on the ground and sat down amidst the fallen magic stones and the birds' torn bodies. He quickly took a few potion bottles he prepared beforehand, digging them up from the ground, gulping them down, and splashing the rest on his body in order to heal his surface wounds and recover a great deal of his strength. Should I start to fight? Half naked. He mumbled to himself as he looked at the water running around. I only took my shirt off this time. But my clothes always end up torn. I already bought some cheap clothes to use, but buying clothes every once in a while is a bother. That would be quite the sight, one I wouldn't refuse to take a closer look at. Someone said near him. Silver slowly got up from the ground, unsurprised to hear the voice. He had detected this person's presence from the moment his fight ended, and this also served as a reminder for him. He was so focused on his training that he neglected his surroundings, allowing someone to get relatively close to him for an unknown amount of time. His hands glowed faintly in green light as he touched his chest, he hastened his body's recovery speed as he opened his mouth to ask. Do you know me? Silver asked as he looked at the hooded woman. Intimately, in fact, wasn't our last meeting quite hot? She asked seductively as she removed her hood. She was standing on a rock on the other side of the river, it was just a few meters away, but they could hear each other perfectly despite all the noise. With a toned skin, it was immediately apparent that it was an Amazon. An Amazon. One that I know. Silver raised an eyebrow, he was surprised to see who it was, so he did not move away. But his guard was up. Oh. I thought you would at least show some reaction, but you look quite confident. I like that in you, how your eyes never waver. There are many types of eyes people would give upon looking at me. I like this type the most. Purple eyes and light makeup, a pretty face not commonly seen. Her long dark hair that went all the way to her slender legs, and past her hourglass curves. A beauty with a cold gaze that many men would droll over. But giving the ultra great sword behind her, it was clear this was no defenseless pretty flower. Image in case you forgot. I met you before. Silver said coldly as he crossed his arms. Aisha Belka. There is no way I wouldn't recognize her, I investigated her and read her status when I infiltrated Ishtar's manor. The third strongest in the Ishtar familia, and the one that actually acts as the captain of the familia, leading all 100 Berbera warriors since Phryne is too stupid and lazy to do so. Our first meeting was when they tried to ambush me in the dungeon before I became level 3, pathetically failing since I prepared for it after stealing information. She's also Haruheim's closest friend. Or used to be, since it has been a while since they met. The one who took care of her the most. Despite not seeing her for a few months, Haruheim always talks about her and how much she misses her, regardless of how perverted she is. Nevertheless, their personalities don't match at all. Era. I'm honored you still remember me, she said as she took a step. He truly is special, crack. The moment she took a single step, an invisible bullet struck the ground. Not a single step, I can hear you from there just fine. Era. Truly domineering. I like that as well, she said as she licked her lips. Silver's mood, however, did not change. Tell me what you came here for, otherwise I wouldn't mind continuing what happened last time, and this time, you won't have help. I can see that you got stronger, but what makes you think I didn't also? He said with a frown. Aisha let out a small sigh before smiling sarcastically. Men like you are all the same, acting and speaking tough, barking loudly, but can't even last an hour in bed. Hashtag. Oi. I. Silver replied in annoyance. Chuckle. But he then realized he got played, seeing her playful smile. She is exactly as the rumors say, a woman of strong resolve that won't cower no matter what. Her pride is harder than adamantite, she'll walk around with her thin clothes, and if someone calls her a slut, she'll probably say, yes, I like it, before punching a hole through the person's guts. The only thing worse than a brute Amazon is a lustful Amazon. And worse than that is a smart Amazon. Combine it all and you have this lady over here. Lady may be too much. In any case, I think you're misunderstanding something. This time, I came here by myself, and not under the name of the Ishtar Familia. I expected that much. So what do you want? You sure are thorny for someone that owes me, she said faintly. How do I owe you? Silver asked calmly. She smiled. Last time we met, you may have fooled the others with that trap you set up beforehand, but I know Haruheim the best. I was the one that gifted her the perfume she uses, she said as she touched her lips with her index finger. Silver realized what she was going on about. He didn't show it, but he was already letting out a sigh mentally. After everything was over, it didn't take much for me to find your trail, and to find concrete evidence of her kidnappers. Should I say kidnapper instead? I thought the bombs combined with me erasing my tracks would have been enough to clear everything, but life isn't always optimistic. Considering everything. Yeah, I do owe her one. How awful. Why did you help me then? Silver asked, cutting the chase. Did you get it all from just that? Good, I don't like talking much either. It seems he's willing to talk at the very least. I was ready to force it upon him if necessary. Her playful expression suddenly dropped, becoming serious as she said. Look, Ishtar has done some twisted things recently. She'll soon launch a mass investigation. No, it surely has started already. I wanted to talk with you earlier, but you aren't really an easy person to get in contact with in secret. Ishtar's surveillance is always following me, so annoying. What? Silver said with a frown. Investigation. For what happened before? Did she stabilize her situation already? It's a bit faster than I expected. I know that you have her, or at least know where she is. I won't ask it, but in exchange for my previous actions, make sure to keep her safe, she said as she closed her eyes. Technically, you did me a favor by taking her out of there. But it wouldn't have been fun if I said that, would it? Fufufu. As she laughed in a low tone, Silver remained silent, thinking. As soon as the Donatus ends, she'll start a mass investigation around several selected targets using any means available to her, be it coercion, simple manipulation, blackmail, seduction. Even for a familia mainly consisting of women like yours, it isn't any harder for her to get what she wants. It is already bad for people unrelated to this to be involved, but Ishtar would never care about this. The worst would be a situation where both Haruheim and he are captured, and the Hestia familia falls. Heh. I don't want to see the place I work in burn in flames for her. Sigh. Silver said as he shook his head. Aisha crossed her arms, waiting for his reply. I know that she is a trustworthy person simply by how well Haruheim speaks of her and also all of the help she gave her over the years. In fact, most Amazons under Ishtar are rather trustworthy due to their straightforward personalities. Always working together, not because they're in a familia, but because they're friends. Few are loyal to her, they are mostly with Ishtar because she is the lord of the entertainment district, and because her philosophy and way of running things fall in line with what they want to do and how they are. Not like all Amazons are under Ishtar, that is an exaggeration, there are many scattered around Orario, mine even has two. But the reason I refused to show any sign of familiarity with her was due to Ishtar's very existence. The more Aisha knows, the higher the danger upon herself. The moment Ishtar becomes overly cautious and charms her own subordinates is the day her betrayal would be revealed. And any information I shared with her during that time would end up being revealed. But since she's here, she must have realized that things have reached the boiling point and she can't remain still anymore. The time to cross the line has come, otherwise, she may not have the chance to do so. Regardless of what happens, if Ishtar uses charm on her, she'll still end up in trouble, and Ishtar will still attack me, perhaps even more fiercely. No, definitely more. So, it would be better to work with her, to take that divine bitch down. But this isn't the best scenario. The best one would be for her to remain far away, and never contact me. Her doing so simply means that she's not confident in me winning on my own. Aisha stared at Silver, waiting for him to finish sorting his thoughts. And when he did, he raised his head to stare at her, his expression changing slightly. You are just like she described, Silver said with a small smile. He had seen and heard enough, it was time to drop the act. Era. She smiled as she closed her eyes once more. How is she doing? She asked in an oddly light tone. I have put her to training, and she now has a healthy routine from morning to dawn, and many friends to accompany her throughout the day. My only regret was keeping her encaged, Silver said with some remorse. No, don't blame yourself for that. As I thought, that blonde-haired maid I saw in his manner from far away was indeed Haruheim. Even if she hid her ears and tail, her golden hair and way of walking are unmistakable. Before coming, Aisha made sure to scout and investigate. After all, she was Haruheim's friend. Once she disappeared, she was one of the first to volunteer to seek her. Using what she knew, she was quick to find out where she was, but she kept silent and made great efforts in stirring all investigations away from the Hearth Manor. That was the best she could do given her position. She would never say that, however. Not her style. She's better with you than she was with us, Aisha said as she looked around. She started to remember what she saw during the few times she went to take a look at Haruheim. I never saw her smile that much before. She's happy, and that's what matters. Raising her right hand, she said. 2 weeks, this is the maximum amount of time you have. Hide her while you still can, and prepare yourself for the worst, because regardless of whether she is found or not, Ishtar has made it clear that you're to be captured. So soon. Why does she need me anyway? Her obsession is so annoying. Aisha shrugged. She wants to figure out something. Your relation with Freya. I have nothing to do with her though, Silver said as sweat ran down his forehead. That isn't up to me to decide. If she says you have, then you have, we only follow her orders. She looked into the waterfall on the side, saying heavily. If it was before, I would have said you have a chance but. During the past 3 or so months, a lot changed. Ishtar has hired assassins for us, the Berbera. What? Silver said in surprise. I stop my observation of her and she pulls this out of her ass. Hiring assassins for her own children. Does she have no guilt or feelings for those of her own familia at all? Or is this one of those sickly forms of love few of the gods have? A few died under their assault, but the ones that survived all leveled up, she said in a solemn tone. Even if she failed once, Ishtar kept pressuring us until we either died or leveled up. She'll definitely not share this in today's Donatus, but in the blink of an eye, the Ishtar familia grew to a total of over 50 level 3 adventurers, 18 level 4 adventurers, and 1 level 6 adventurer. As for our Captain Tammuz, I can't quite say, he was never the talkative type, rarely ever leaving Ishtar's side. However, taking that he is still here, the chance of that being the case is pretty high. Level 6. Silver said as he clenched his fist. Did that frog? One of the biggest jokes amidst the first-class adventurers finally rose in rank. For over a decade she had been stuck at that level, advancing little to nothing. To the point she started to neglect her own training, becoming that fat monstrosity you see now. She is a clear example of what happens when your will is low. She gave up leveling up long ago, and now, merely terrorizes others with her high stats. Because that won't decrease anytime soon, she'll have to age a lot more for that to start showing. Yet. Such news would be enough to shake Orario for a while. A level 5 adventurer is a superstar, and level SIXS are like CEOs. A level 7 would be like Jeff Bezos on crack. Yes, she has kept the details under really tight curtains. Most of the Berbera have no idea she managed to do it. And I bet she won't reveal her card unless extremely necessary. The reason I know is that I'm the 3rd strongest. Yes, I know, you can praise me more. Damn. I think I have an idea of her plans now. She'll likely try to repeat her previous plans, capturing Haruheim and performing the ritual on her. If she succeeds, she'll have dozens of level 5 adventurers, and 1 level 7. If her current Captain Tammuz does level up, then she'll also have a level 6. plus all of her other preparations. She may very well win. It seems impossible, but right now, the Freya Familia has 4 effective level 6 adventurers, and 1 super level 7. But for someone that isn't afraid of using underhanded means, a single curse is enough to bring a level 6 adventurer down to level 5. She has definitely prepared dozens, somewhere hidden even I don't know. Because the last time I raided her vault, I found no such items there. And with an army of level 5s. Enough to rival Freya's. Freya obviously wouldn't allow herself to be attacked like this, but a clash would end up happening one way or another. Right in the middle of an overpopulated city. During a time when some dangerous people lurk in the dark. Yeah, this isn't good. Your expression isn't pretty. What happened to the serious men from before? She asked with a smirk. He's tired. Tired of having crazy people go after him. Silver replied with a small smile. You better get used to it. Every first-class adventurer had their fair share of problems before becoming what they currently are. She said as she turned around. Oh yeah, there is one good news though. Phryne didn't level up without some trouble. She's currently recovering from her injuries, and it'll take a few days in the least for her to get out of bed. And taking how lazy she is, I bet she'll spare no time at all to busy herself around with her pastime, instead of adjusting to her level. Don't come crying to me later saying I didn't do my part. She left, walking further and further away, shaking her hips as she lifted her hood. Inhale, exhale, I planned on hunting mainly on this floor for the rest of the day. Silver mumbled. My training was never easy, but I did it because it was the perfect balance between monetary gain and status gain. And in a sense, safety. But it seems. Snap. He snapped his fingers once he broke sight of Aisha, collecting the magic stones into his pocket space. He turned to face the Great Falls, staring right at the blue abyss that led to the Great Lake. I can't stop with just this. Step. Silver took a step forward, taking the plunge as the clear blue water splashed around him. His body battered and bloody, he raised his hand, his halberd soon following suit as it flew to his hand. Splurge. Cutting a large fish into 2, Silver continued to fall as monsters kept appearing. And like a moth to the fire, he dived straight first into danger. Notes. You may think that I artificially leveled up the Ishtar Familia, but honestly, I was thinking about this for a long while already, before we even started this volume. I wanted something that would make the final fight more interesting, but not do something too crazy. Even if Phryne leveled up, she didn't really gain that many stats. At most, her status boost due to her level increased, and right now, until she recovers and gets used to her level strength, she's actually weaker than she was before. I do like to make calculations and compare the statuses of others, but I'll leave that for later. If you still wish to see some calculations, let's consider Tammuz. First, I have already thought of the exact values for the status boost. I've postponed it for a while as it wasn't necessary, but I thought for a while and came with the values. Level 1, 15% increase. This would be enough to keep up with what they say that people immediately get stronger after receiving a status. I even thought of raising it further, but I decided to keep it as such. Level 2, 20% increase. Continuing from there, I decided to keep adding 5% more to each level, so albeit it doesn't look like much, I do think there is some substance to it. Level 3, 25%. Level 4, 35%. Starting from level 4, we'll start to see how things changed as adventurers reach the standard of first class. The 5% increase changes to 10%. Level 5, 50%. And the moment they do reach first class, it changed once again and they gained an instant 15%. I thought if I should keep things like this, and after a while, I decided to just go back to 10%. So from level 5 and above, it's a 10% period. Level 6, 60%. Level 7, 70%. Level 8, 80%. And so on. Considering Tammuz's stats were never disclosed, I'll just assume things. Tammuz never participated in combat, he was just Ishtar's aide, being by her side at all times, and albeit he was the captain on paper, Tammuz took more care of Ishtar herself than the Familia, and this was mostly due to her servitude nature due to years of being charmed. Even in the original, Tammuz was just charmed by Freya, and he was never given any sort of free will to act, which is rather unsettling when you think about it. Due to how he fought Bel, albeit little, I imagine Tammuz is a sort of high agility and dexterity fighter, with his secondary status being strength and constitution, with probably 0 for magic just like Phryne since magic is rare. So he would be something like this prior to becoming level 5. Tammuz Belalai. Level. Strength D. Vitality E. Dexterity B. Agility B. Magic I. Quick strike -H. Abnormal resistance -H. Magic. Skills. As you can see, this Tammuz I envisioned is in no way a maximized adventurer. He's what you can say, among the best level 4s out there, and he is a prospect to become level 5. And even if you were to point out the inconsistency of this, asking why didn't level up then, I think I already answered that he was a mere consort, working very little. I do think he'll become stronger in 2 years, but his growth rate is little compared to someone like Raoul and Anakati, the people who would be considered the strongest level 4s of the future. Or at least some of the strongest. So let's make a quick comparison based on everything shown. If we say Tamu's got about the same at every level, then his total agility would be open parenthesis 760 plus 760 plus 760 plus 760 close parenthesis times 1.50, and that adds to about 4,550. As for Silver, we don't quite know his stats as a level 3 yet. I do have a sheet since it'll be shown in future chapters, but we ended up jumping his development as I'm pretty sure we showed his initial stats, and then never showed them again. Even so, let's make some conservative estimations. 1,500 plus 1,500 plus 500 plus 100 slash from development ability slash x 1.25, and that add for about 4,500. Not counting the other development ability. It's pretty much the same, and Silver is far from facing them either way. And I quite like this math as well, as it falls perfectly in the area I wanted. Silver is technically a first-class adventurer, or at least, he's falling into the ranks of one. This is how I do things. Anyway, see ya. Chapter 153, Sparks of War. Here it is. I hope you like it. I'll now eat something, perhaps study more, and then attend some classes. Once I'm back, I'll study a bit since I have my last exam tomorrow. Wish me luck. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. /fwoosh, /crack, /bam, /. After free falling for 17-ish seconds, Silver crashed on the ground near the basin of the Great Falls, causing the surrounding area to tremble. Behind him was the lake where the Amphisbaena spawned, but of course, it had already been taken care of by the Loki Familia in their last monthly expedition. They should be below, right? He said as he looked around. It's been around a week since they left for this expedition. They should be coming back by this point considering they take around half a month on average for each expedition. There are many reasons why this is the case, but the main one is that diving in the dungeon is usually easier than climbing. Everyone is full of energy at the start, and if it wasn't for the save points, such expeditions would be impossible. It can take a week to reach the deep floors, and considering they go beyond it most of the time, it's already impressive the Loki Familia can keep such times. //. Time seemed to slow down as a large turtle monster jumped from the lake behind him, snapping its sharp jaw toward his chest. //. But Silver simply slapped downward, sending the poor turtle back onto the ground. Crystal Turtle. Image. A large category monster that has crystals growing from its shell. It is sometimes mistaken for land, so adventurers attack their destination first to make sure it isn't a monster. I must have bothered it due to the vibrations from my landing. This was what I get for not checking where I land. Not a problem anyway, hunting these monsters isn't really difficult. One of the reasons why I stuck with killing iguanas near the Great Falls is that, yes, there are many worthy monsters to fight, especially in large groups, but on these floors, apart from the floor boss herself, there is no worthy monster for me to take in a one-on-one situation. Given these floors' size, it can also be a chore to go after monsters, as strange as that sounds. Even if they come in bigger numbers and overall, their density is much higher than the floors above, it doesn't compare to the simplicity of hunting those birds in the waterfall. Anyway, I didn't come here for that. The lower floors are divided into 3 regions as compared to how the middle and upper floors were simply divided into 2 regions. The first region of the lower floors is the Water City, where the recommended level by the guild for the adventurers is 3 since an average level 2 adventurer would find it hard to deal with the monsters here on their own. Not impossible, but not recommended either. Also, not considering some of the unique/special monsters that pop up from time to time like the Iguazu, for those, they can do nothing but run. Even higher level adventurers would run when faced with some of those. After the 27th floor comes the 28th floor, a safe zone that has the second settlement in the dungeon. It isn't as developed as Rivera on the 18th floor due to the area it is located in, but thanks to its overall location, it is more than capable of sustaining itself. So it's used as a resupply area for adventurers who work around these floors, doing commissions or simply hunting for the sake of materials. The second zone is similar to a swamp, with many parts of it actually being dry and truly, the only ones safe for locomotion. You wouldn't want to traverse through the swamp areas, it is already dangerous enough to do that on the surface, much less in the dungeon. However, these floors are full of beneficial crops and fruits suitable for consumption, and that's where the food and wood on the 28th floor come from. It is similar to the 19th to the 24th floor in the sense that there are many herbs for collection. Many expensive herbs. But different from those, these are the lower floors. Adventurers that can come down here to seek herbs and leave in a short amount of time aren't really that numerous. And commissioning big familiars for this is often too expensive, which is why even a single specimen of undercoral on the 25th floor can cost upwards of 3 million valis. The harder it is to get, the higher the price. And for the dungeon, it is normal for the quality of everything to increase the deeper you go. Speaking of money. Silver looked around, spotting a few undercorals nearby. Since this was the place Amphisbaena respawned, very few adventurers had the balls to come close, regardless if she was dead or alive. And they weren't being cowardly. The dungeon has a track record for spawning monsters ahead of their scheduled time, and you wouldn't want to be near this place when that happened. So many resources ended up accumulating here over time, normally taken by the big familius as they pass through. Even Silver was careful when he came here for the first time, but after a few times, he got used to it, making tens of millions every time he visited. I like money. Whistling as he collected the materials, he thought. Beyond the second area, starting from the 32nd floor is what I like to call the dinosaur zone. The environment of that area consists of valleys surrounded by mountains, a mix of everything we've seen so far in the dungeon. The deeper you go, the complexity of the area increases, together with the landmarks. Forests, caverns, lakes, and more can be found here, and with it, the complication of moving around makes maps essential. Monsters that are literally impossible for level 2 adventurers to take on start to appear. Of course, I'm talking about average level 2 adventurers, not those crazy irregulars that appear every so often. These new monsters mostly take on the appearance of ancient beasts. Dinosaurs. Magical dinosaurs. And this goes on until the 36th floor, the entrance to the deep floors. A decent map of this area can cost upwards of 30 million valis, way over the price for a decent set of gear for a level 3 adventurer, the people that would raid this zone in groups. 30 million valis would be enough to greatly gear a level 4 adventure unless you wanted to be fancy and requested gear from named blacksmiths. The guild shares quite a lot with everyone if you ask. And pay, but they only do so for those of equivalent status. They wouldn't give information on the deep floors for an F-rank familia. But I just asked Fells and she gave me quite a lot for free. I'm very thankful for that. There was even information about the upper and middle floors I didn't know. I even asked the Xenos whenever I had the time. After all, they live in this place, and they know a lot of things even older familias don't. You never know when it might become useful. And that's where I'll be going today. Crack. Yet again, Silver was ambushed by another monster. A large serpentine fish jumped out of the rocky walls, opening its giant mouth to devour him whole. Image. Smack. But Silver simply raised his leg, kicking the lower jaw of the monster, making it recoil and twist in the air. With a depressed expression, he said. They don't give me a challenge anymore. No, they never did. Making a pinching motion with his index finger and thumb, the fish was cut in two in the air. Thud. Splash. The 8-meter-long fish was cut in two equal parts, with one falling on the ground, and the other splashing on the water. Sigh. The lower floors are a level 3 area after all. 2.5 months ago, when I took my first step here, I could easily take on level 4 adventurers. My total stat count was over 3,000, which is equal to what an adventurer that has leveled up with 750 on their stats would have by the time they became top level 4. Of course, not counting the bonus they have for their level, but that is enough of an indication of my strength as compared to these monsters. Usually, the dungeon grows faster than the adventurer, but the contrary seems to be happening in my case. I should try harder, I'm taking this too lightly. Shaking his head, he finished taking the materials before turning around. The entrance to the 28th floor was over half a kilometer up ahead. He had no time to waste. At the same time on the 44th floor, boom, boom, Within a large open area surrounded by black and burning red rocks, with black gas rising from the cracks on the ground akin to that of an active volcano, a group of adventurers fought against a series of massive, molten rock monsters. Each of these monsters' steps made the entire area tremble, like war machines of God. Their mere presence caused the surrounding rocks to start melting. Boom. But despite that, they were blown away by the petite foot of a small Amazoness with a cheerful smile on her face. Hot! She exclaimed as she swung her foot in the air, smoke coming out of her soles. But while she blew some wind on her foot, many red-hot stones started to fall from the sky like fireworks. The fragments of the giant monster she just slew. Whoosh. But under the precise control of wind, those rock fragments were sent far away, saving a group of adventurers carrying bags and other supplies. They all breathed heavily, letting out sighs as sweat fell from their forehead. Tiona. Stop playing around and deal with them appropriately. Riveria said with a frown in a displeased tone. Sorry. Tiona replied as she turned around hastily. Slash roar, slash. One of the stone monsters took this chance to slam down at her as she was distracted. Slash boom, slash. But before they could do that, another Amazoness came flying from the side, slamming her fist in the middle of its eye socket, a hole full of molten lava. Slash sizzle, slash. As her hands burned, she exclaimed. Pay attention, you fucking dimwit. Hey. I'm no dimwit. Tiona replied as she looked at her sister, pouting. She jumped forward and cut the giant's legs with her greatsword, making the golem fall onto the ground with a great thud. To those sisters, it seemed these monsters were nothing more than a fun way to warm up rather than a true fight. URG. Those two are a pain to manage. I do agree with you, if the two lasses were a bit more mindful of their surroundings, I wouldn't mind letting them do as they wished. Gareth replied as he looked at Riveria. He turned around, and checked everyone's condition. The vanguard group was okay, but the support and backline groups were on their last legs. They have little gas left, should we wrap things up? As he said that, he turned towards a blonde child. A palom holding a large spear with a golden tip. The men nodded and said. I was about to give the order. Just waiting for those two to waste a bit more energy. If I have everyone pull out too quickly they'll complain and complain. Ever since that day. Ever since they talked with him, together with a speedy growth, everyone's been awfully focused on themselves and their growth. Well. I can't blame them, it's the same for me, I've grown more in these last 2 months than I did last year together. It's frightening, even. We went further by 1 floor than planned, it's good enough as we made a new record for ourselves. But it'll take a little while until we can proceed further. The next and last known safe room is on the 49th floor. There's a 10-floor difference between each safe zone, and currently, the backline and support teams cannot make the way there. We lack second-class adventurers. If we had at least 10 more, then that might have been feasible. But we would be cutting close, and I don't like that. Either that or a few more first-class adventurers. Riveria smiled as she saw Finn in deep thought. Albeit this isn't the deepest we ever went, as an expedition group, they're growing nicely. At this pace, in another 2 years, we'll surpass the record and step into the 59th floor. Of course. Finn replied with a smile. Even if I wanted to take only the executives and those above, it would be impossible to reach this deep as everyone would tire themselves out on the way. So we need the backline and support groups to help us and carry a portion of the burden. However, if they're too weak, they'll only hold us down. That's why it's taking so long. Everything is in its due time, there's no need to hasten things. He looked at Gareth, and the two nodded at each other. So the dwarf patted his chest and cleared his throat. Or you two, get your asses back here. Slash tremble, slash. His scream shook the area, making several of the weaker backline adventurers who were 100 meters away cover their ears. In no time at all, they gathered up before turning back to their main camp on the 39th floor. There is a reason why such deep expeditions take so long. They can't move together all the time, as that in itself is too dangerous, so instead, they have the vanguard clear the way first before setting up camp in a safe zone. Once the way is cleared, they'll pack and move to the next safe zone, rinse and repeat. Right now, as these were new grounds, only those above level 4 were participating, everyone else had been left behind on the 39th floor. And with them, they left a certain angry wolf to cool his head and protect the weaker members as they dove. It was a very controversial choice, but one that ended up passing in the end as they weren't going to leave for long. Under the condition they allowed him to participate in the fight against Eudeus, the floor boss located in the middle of the White Palace on the 37th floor. But that would have to wait as it took at least 3 months for it to spawn. Last time, they didn't kill it, but this time, they timed their expedition just right so they could claim it. Not only was it a good experience for everyone involved, but the drops from all monsters in the area were also enough to fund a great portion of their next expedition. But not all, such was the amount of money they threw into these in order to guarantee everyone's safety. Slash back at the surface, slash. Inside a tower that smelled heavily of incense. Sighting on a stone throne, a goddess with tanned skin gazed at her subordinates with a pleased gaze. She said nothing, but under her faint smile, her mind was constantly moving. Things have been progressing well, better than I initially expected. Amazons are truly a strong species, despite all of their shortcomings when it comes to their overall intellect. She looked at her wine glass, at the red liquid inside it. Like the blood she spilled to be here today. Her expression did not change even as she thought about them. This time, I'll take things slowly, one step at a time. Not solely rely on myself, I'll use them as well. This is why I invested in them so much. I poured almost all of my riches this time, into the best equipment available, the information. At this rate, the preparations will be completed within another month, the last Berbera will have passed through their trials, and they'll have enough time to adjust to their new strength. I can extend this adjustment period by 2 months, as to give the Berbera that failed another chance since not all are ready to level up yet. As for that bitch, even if she knows, so be it, I'll have her attention fall onto this, and keep the rest under covers. Her arrogance. I'll use it against her. Her expression soured as she thought about someone. But all of this is useless without that little girl. What about the task? She asked as she looked forward. One of the Amazons took a step forward to say. We are currently investigating all major familias discreetly, but so far, no signs of her have been found. On another note, we are sure she's still within Horario, the chance of her having left without no one noticing is too small. She has to be within Horario. Ishtar didn't say anything, she simply looked at the windows and thought. As long as she isn't here, I won't move on with this plan. But I can't take too long with it, the opportunities to perform the ritual come and go, and if I lose one, it wouldn't be unlikely for me to be forced to postpone things. Getting a new killing stone took little to no effort, albeit finding a decently large one has been difficult. The bigger the stone, the higher the number of fragments I'll be able to acquire. Lastly, I'll have to silence the people that know about her ability. Once I take Freya down, I can't let the rest of the world know about it, at least not immediately. Especially that narrow-eyed rat. She wouldn't hesitate at all to move on me once I exhaust myself on Freya. I won't commit the same mistakes and underprepare myself, I'll only move when I have everything at my disposal. Even if that in itself is unnecessary. She turned her gaze from her wine and back onto the Amazons on the hall. What about him? One of the Amazons tensed, but she didn't say anything. We can proceed to capture him at any moment. Good. But until we find her, there's no point in causing excessive unrest, so leave him be. Freya may know what I'm doing, but there is no point in provoking her into attacking us ahead of time. Besides, with his current reputation that has been rising recently, if he suddenly disappears, some trouble would occur, which may lead to unforeseen variables. I want a clear and overwhelming victory, to have her break in front of me. That should be the minimum for her arrogancy and sins. There were also some rumors about his ties to the Loki familia. That requires some further investigation. Ishtar never considered silver a threat to her plans, only a tool to be used and then discarded. Perhaps he would make a nice trophy, as he was indeed quite handsome. She was surprised when he escaped last time, but she already knew he was somewhat special to have Freya's attention. But she attributed her failure not to him, but to whoever helped him. After several months, she had yet to find conclusive evidence of their existence, so she decided to stop wasting time and start moving her own plans forward. There was no meaning in being on edge all the time, instead, she should prepare herself for when they reappeared. And give them hell for messing with her. As for the rest, there is also the traitor. I slowly checked everyone one by one, but I found no conclusive evidence even after 3 months. This person. You played me really well. Yet for how long? You may keep your lips sealed. But can you keep them close if I decide to open them? Continue with the preparations, inform me as soon as you find her. She smiled seductively as she got up from her throne. Phryne, I'll leave it to you to continue training them. Kakik, I'm on it. Phryne replied as her eyes sharpened. Turning towards everyone, she said. Didn't you hear her? Move it. The Amazons silently left the room in a hurry, before they became the targets of this fat toad. The sparks of war were starting to appear, ready to burst this gunpowder barrel that was Horario. Notes. Chapter 154, Adventure Time. A bit later than usual, I was just occupied with some other things. Anyway, this chapter is big, 4K words long. Enjoy. P.S. There may be more errors than normal, that's because I edited this chapter with music blasting in my ears, so I didn't quite focus like I usually do. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Like the wind, Silver hastily made his way across the floors of the dungeon. Everything on his way, be it monster or material, was properly taken care of. Sigh. Stuffing a large bag worth of materials, knowing full well its contents were worth tens of millions made him realize full well the difference between adventurers. Even if a party tries their best in the upper floors, being very efficient, just how much will they make? 50,000 at most. In here, you only need a stroke of luck and you can find something worth 1 million. Of course, just as their pay is larger, their expenses are equally as high. If there's someone buying under coral for 2 million each, there's someone paying 6 million for a knife made with it. That's how the market went. But without further ado, his first stop was of course /28th floor, /step, a new record. After descending a large staircase, he arrived at a massive open area. Not as big as the 18th floor, but big enough to house a large town. The ceiling was mostly made of blue stone like the floors before it, full of glowing rock similar to the crystals on the 18th floor, regulating day and night in this place deep underground. The ground was mostly sand, but there were many rocky areas, and if someone really wanted to, the sand didn't go that deep, so it was simple to clear an area. There aren't that many trees all around, the only ones here look like distorted coral as if silver had just stepped into the floor of the ocean. But there were many large rocks, and these same rocks when carved, together with the additional materials collected from the second area that encompasses the 29th to the 32nd floors, were used and reformed into many facilities such as houses, inns, and more. Of course, they're all extremely expensive, even more so than Riviera, but surprisingly enough, people don't complain. Why? Because different from Riviera, the prices here are much fairer. While Riviera is a safe zone on the 18th floor, this is the safe zone on the 28th floor. When taking an overall look, both the service X danger and the quality X price ratios are better than what Riviera has. There is a reason why Riviera is said to be full of scammers. All of this worked together to form quite the unusual place. Like Riviera, this town existed for many decades, albeit even then, it was not as famous as the latter, for obvious reasons. Now that I think about it, I have never visited Riviera. Silver said as he scratched his neck. I said I would visit it with her. But in the end, I never did. There was never a reason to go there, I don't need to rest in the dungeon at all. And now, I'll once again go past this one since there's no point for me to resupply. Sigh, I need to stick more to my promises. After all of this is over, I'll bring Haruheim, I'm sure she would like. Who knows, perhaps I can even bring Hestia as well. Although it's strictly prohibited for gods to enter the dungeon, some do break the rules, and as long as they don't release their divinity, the dungeon would normally be incapable of noticing it. But would she remain put and not cause trouble? Without looking back and thinking of some pretty dangerous things, Silver went to the next floor. Sometime later, /29th floor, As he said before, this was the start of a new zone. It was very similar to a swamp, tall trees with long roots that went above ground, and murky brownish-black water that went all the way to one's knees. The worst nightmare of any Palom, as the water could often surpass their waist. Splurt. Without mercy, Silver trampled on the giant crocodilian monster that tried to ambush him from the shallow waters, making its body split apart like minced meat. Why are they all so damn sticky? He said with some disgust. He raised his foot from the minced body of the reptilian creature, shaking it. In fact, if you were to look around, you would see that the water that surrounded him was dyed red with blood. The trees around him were full of meat pieces and intestines as if decorated for some macabre festival. And behind Silver, the bodies of at least 30 more such monsters laid there, half floating in the dirty water. After gathering enough data, with a serious expression, he started his assessment of this new monster. Mid-level 3 at most, very hard scales, very agile despite its chubby look, especially so in water, level 4 in speed, decently strong as well. If it stays motionless, it would look no different from a log. He crouched near the body, grabbing its legs. Half-meter-long claws and its tail is full of sharpened scales, one hit could cut a normal man into pieces. Even a level 2 adventurer would be minced. Sharp teeth, but they're meant to shatter bones than cut meat and... Wow. A drop. And just like that, he grabbed the green shiny scale on the ground and left, continuing his adventure, ignoring the rest around him with a pleased expression. But after a few minutes, he came back with a dark expression because he forgot to collect his loot. /30th floor, With a large frown and an angry expression, Silver raised his hands, boiling the water around him. Saying, "This is annoying," as he saw a few dark figures move in the murky waters. Splat. Silver moved his hand sideways, increasing the gravity in front of him by several times, making the ground cave in and the water splash to the sides as if a barrier had been deployed there. /KYYY. When he did that, a large group of black serpentine creatures appeared, being squashed against the ground into black puddles. They were leeches, each the size of his arm. Some even bigger. His expression distorted. Normally, he didn't really care about gore or the look of the creatures in the dungeon, but he had developed a particular hate of these small critters when one of them bit his toes when he wasn't paying attention. Remember that Silver wasn't really wearing any protective gear, simply a black boot so his feet wouldn't get wet, not that it mattered as he could easily dry them, but his boot could have very well have been made from a sturdier material. The pain still haunts him. Disgusting. A single drop of blood and these guys will come swarming from who knows where. They come in packs of hundreds like the Iguazu, an awful monster through and through. If you let even one bite you, it's over, they'll suck you dry within a second, I'm not kidding. It isn't pleasant. They can also jump out of the water. Image. They are a good source of money regardless, since monsters drop more loot the deeper you go, so at least 1 in 4 will drop something apart from their magic stones. His expression distorted as he felt the water tremble around him. He exclaimed in disbelief, more, as he clenched his teeth and hands in anger. Give me a break. All right, I've had enough. Even if I have to tire myself a bit. Slash crackle, slash. Silver's eyes started to burn as red flames danced around his body. His arms started to turn black as his muscles carbonized, showing his black and charred skeleton underneath it. This went all the way to his legs, even affecting part of his chest. As his legs burned, he started to levitate above the ground. Just leave me alone already. He exclaimed as he pointed down. Slash burn, slash. Like a volcano erupting, the entire area in a 10 m radius of him was immediately reduced to cinders. He didn't move, allowing the flames of destruction to cover his entire body. Slash splash, slash. It didn't take long for the water to move back, leaving only the charred trees as evidence of what had happened here. Slash whoosh, slash. Silver remained there, in the sky, watching with a tense forehead, his veins bulging out as his body went back to normal. He turned to look at the side, seeing a small black mass approaching him. These aren't the lower floors for nothing, monsters will never give you peace. His expression twisted towards a mad smile. But that was why I came here. Isn't that so? Slash spark, slash. Slash freeze, slash. An ice spear slowly condensed on his right hand together with a red spark of light in the form of a star as he turned his body midair to face the incoming beasts. Slash 31 st floor slash. Slash roar slash. With a mighty roar, a tyrannically large, 9 m tall bear creature swung its meaty and deformed paws towards Silver. Image. Ha! Exclaiming loudly, Silver punched upwards without fear against the monstrous creature several times his own size. His fist was akin to a pebble for this beast. Slash bam, slash. The hand and the paw collided, causing the nearby shallow water to shoot up. Slash gore, slash. The bear took a step back, in the middle of its hand, a hole could be seen, leaking blood into the murky water. Seeing its reaction, Silver taunted as he kicked the ground, causing it to crack. What is it, big guy? Expected me to get squashed. Slash smack, slash. Slash rowayer, slash. Silver kicked the bear's face, sending it rolling back. Not enough. This big guy should be mid-level 4. What was the name of this monster again? Ursa's Boxer. Such an awful name. I'm sure this name was given by the gods. Still. But things are starting to get interesting. There is a reason why they say that after the 29th floor, monsters level 2 adventurers cannot kill start to appear. This guy is a tad bit above that as well. And I've killed 9 already. They are pretty common in these waters. Kind of wanted to say that, slash thum, slash. Slash roar, slash. Upon recovering its wits, the bear raised its mighty paws and hit the ground, sending Silver into the air with its shockwave. Slash bam, slash. Its paws crashed against the ground like a comet hitting the earth. Many trees were immediately uprooted as the rocks beneath them shattered under its mighty power. Time seemed to slow down, with Silver starting at this chaotically yet beautiful scene of the world ending around him as he flew in the air. Time slowed so much in fact, he could clearly see the shockwave traveling from the bear's attack. But in truth, he hadn't used any ability, this was simply his normal perception caused by him focusing. Yet, suddenly, Silver blurted out a single word, wow. As he saw something unexpected. This bear. In a surprising turn of events, right after it hit the ground before the shockwave even had time to travel a third of the way to Silver, the bear's eyes turned red as its anger reached the peak. Its paws dug onto the ground, pushing itself forward. Rushing with its 4 limbs in a feat of speed that made even Silver in awe. The bear was so fast that from its perspective, the water and the rocks in the air became still. In the blink of an eye, the bear broke through the shockwave it had previously caused. All of this was caught by Silver's eyes. It's faster than the Iguazu. A bit faster. How fast is this? Twice the speed of sound. Thrice. Whatever, come. Slash fwash, slash. It swung its paws once more, trying to split Silver apart. But it only cut air. A shame, friend. Silver replied as he reappeared beneath the bear, his finger upward, pointing towards the sky. He shrugged and said, I can teleport and fly. It seemed he was a bit faster, or so he wanted to say, but in the end, he felt embarrassed to say more cheesy words. Slash splurt, slash. His finger suddenly parted open in two, and he pointed it at the bear's head. Like a railgun, a highly concentrated beam of light was released from within it, penetrating the bear, opening a clear hole through it. But no blood spilled, because everything had been carbonized. Slash splash, slash. Silver landed on the ground. My high magic stat is starting to show itself if I raise 1 or 2 more levels. Slash poof, slash. The bear turned into ash, exploding into ash. Slash bam, slash. At the same time, the shockwave arrived, pushing all of the ash onto Silver with extreme momentum. Cough. Motherfucker. Some got into my ass, he said as he shook his boots and pants. Truly. This bear, it may not have caused him any damage, but it managed to give him trouble. Slash 32 ND floor, slash. Slash smack, slash. Yup, no more swamp, I guess this is it, he said as he kicked a rock into the horizon. I won't miss it. The last zone of the lower floors, the dinosaur zone. In front of Silver was a large valley. And he was sure this place could house Aurario without any problem. If he were to count the caverns within the dungeon's walls and beneath the ground, the total area would have likely been even bigger. Perhaps he could even add Melon here as well. Don't hold him onto this. The 18th floor could already house Aurario, albeit with quite little space left, so the 32nd floor being able to do so is nothing impressive. But honestly, this wasn't the case for the floors between the 19th and 31st. I wonder why. By the time I reach the 70th floor, how large would it be? Big enough to encompass all the way to Rakia in the extreme north. That's a few thousand km. And that's a conservative estimation. Would the 90th floor be large enough to house the entire continent? I think that's too much. And if so, what sort of monsters would be there? Silver raised his index finger to his chin as he started to think. Typically, the size of the floors is deeply tied to the strength of the monsters within them. Simply put big floors strong monsters that need space to fight properly. This can be simply because they're big, like the Amphisbaena that takes most of the 27th floor, or simply due to a destruction factor. If it was to be that big, then following the 12th floor rule, the 90th floor would be in the middle of the 8th zone. Going over it again in a resumed manner, the difficulty of each floor goes hand to hand with its zone. Starting with its suitable level, before becoming harder as it transitions to the next zone. The upper floors are from the 1st to the 12th floor. Suitable for level 1 to 2 adventurers. The middle floors are from the 13th to the 24th floor. Suitable for level 2 to 3 adventurers. The lower floors are from the 25th to the 36th floor. Suitable for level 3 to 4 adventurers. The deep floors are from the 37th floor and beyond, since there is no name for anything beyond that. Of course, it's not like you need to stick with these rules. Since the guild uses the average as a way to measure things, if you're above average, then yes, try to go beyond. That's what you should do. It's very normal to see level 1 adventurers on the middle floors, and level 2 adventurers on the lower floors. It's not like they can't be there. It just means that they're likely unsuitable to deal with everything those floors have to offer. That is just a conventional naming sense. Even if the guild says that everything beyond the 37th floor is said to be a deep floor, that means nothing to the dungeon. Perhaps there is some sense in there. Auranas is the one that keeps the dungeon in check after all. And he is the one who made the guild, and the guild was the one that spread these kinds of things. Silver started to float in the air to scout the area, saying, I think the guild did this to protect the adventurers. People can be overwhelmed when given many options, sometimes ending up choosing nothing or even entirely giving up. That is why sometimes having someone lead the way is good. The reason why the guild forces some familiars to go on expeditions. To set an example, and it's also in line with the guild's objective of conquering the dungeon. Sayings that humans are social animals may be a good way to explain this. If newbies were to go and learn that they spent 10 years only to reach the second zone, when there are in fact 5 more, they would certainly get disheartened. The crushing realization that they're nothing, and in no way special. It can be heavy. Not all can tolerate such feelings, much less grow. This same reasoning can be applied to fear. Most civilians would hear stories of Amphisbaena, and for them, that monster would be like the final monster their parents would tell them about before going to sleep. But knowing that somewhere down there are monsters that would eat it for lunch may be too much for the feeble mind of most mortals. Especially when there are no such adventurers to protect them. Heck, people already piss their pants for monsters such as the basilisk, a level 6 threat of the surface. Now imagine how they would feel if they realized the black dragon was a thing. Most would prefer to live in ignorance rather than to understand the truth. That they are helpless no matter what they do. Anyway. With the current method, if adventurers spent 10 years only to reach the middle floors, there are only the lower and deep floors left to go, as the rest is unknown. It's half of the way as compared to a fifth, as the unknown is often not ignored. Some would definitely continue, but those would be special. They would keep walking regardless of their surroundings, people with a strong will. The problem is the talents that would turn their backs before they had the time to bloom. Not everyone is born great, and some need time to become such. Most legends were like that, starting from some nameless guy in some easily forgettable place before becoming a great ruler. The guild doesn't want those potential talents to go away. They are already pressed with what they already have, so they need everyone they can get. Eventually, these efforts will give birth to heroes that can take on the final quest of the 3 great quests. Or so they wished. Because those heroes died. For me, however, the deep floors end on floor 48. I like being methodic and I don't mind knowing that there are many levels above me. Because it has the opposite effect on me. It makes me want to catch up with them. I don't have words for what would come after the deep floors, and technically, that doesn't matter. That is why I call them zones. With all of this in mind, the 7th zone would end on the 84th floor, and the 8th zone would encompass from the 85th to the 96th floor. And the ideal level for adventurers would be levels 8 and 9. When I say it like this, I mean, it would be for a party, not that they need to have that level to be there. I am 100% sure that there is no need for adventurers to go that far if they wish to raise their levels to 8 and 9 respectively. There are bound for many unique monsters to exist, and several monster Rexes are going to be there, guarding the dungeon in some dark place. A feat worth such strength, there are many. Silver scratched his chin. That is already entering into the realm of legends and fables. The strongest monster before the big 3 was Nidhogg. Nidhogg was defeated by the 6 great spirits in the middle of the era of heroes. That was between 10,000 and 1,000 years ago. Or was it before? My knowledge of history is lacking in this regard. Doesn't matter, when it's about history tens of thousands of years ago, things start to get inconclusive and imprecise with many interpretations. Cough. Back to Nidhogg. It was eventually overturned by the big 3. I meet with one of the great spirits in a weird twist of fate, but I have no idea how strong she is. She could very well be beyond level 9 for all I know. My most conservative guess is 7. N1. I refuse to go below that. I think it would be too much of a disrespect for the heroes of the past to say that the strongest monster of their era was weak enough to be defeated by a group of level 5 spirits. Just kidding. Taking how strong the Zeus and Hera Familius were for defeating 2 of the big 3. Would its power be around there? He said, pensive. If so, would those deep floors be full of monsters on the same level as it? Silver smirked. That would be pretty fun to find out. It even gives me the idea to go there right now. I bet that if I use everything I have, I should at least reach it. But then again, I don't want to risk meeting some sort of crazy monster and getting vaporized before being able to do anything. Step by step I'll get there. But his expression soured again as he let out a sigh. That is what I would have liked to say. Because it seems fate is asking me to hurry up. How strong is a monster on the 90th floor? Would it be strong enough to destroy nations in a matter of minutes? Seconds. Riveria can cast magic that can wipe out large sections of Orario if not most of it at once, and she is a limit magic stat mage close to level 7. If we raised her level by 1, she would be in the range expected for those levels. Not quite there then, of course. I'm talking about Riveria, who is already a very destructive and power-oriented mage, an irregular among irregulars into consideration here. Destruction capabilities may not be their focus, they may just have weird abilities or simply go in another direction. An example is the level 6 monster in the north I just talked about, the Basilisk. It has destroyed cities and more, even causing a desert to increase in size. But in the end, it is only level 6 at most. Albeit someone has yet to take it down. Kaaya. From the sky south of Silver's current location, a flock of massive pterosaurs started moving in his direction, rising amidst the massive trees, casting shadows in the mountains. I guess time's up. I enjoyed my time off long enough. Crack. Silver cracked his knuckles before opening his right fist. A hole started to open on his palm. Crack. Exclamation point. But from below him a massive worm at least 10 meters wide appeared, wishing to swallow him whole. So with an even large smile, he exclaimed, "Showtime," as his body flashed in white light. Boom, thunder, crackle, . For the next few hours that day, the 32nd floor skies thundered with lightning bolts. Notes. N. I used level 7 as the minimum for the Great Spirits because, in the most recent Danmachi episode, it was specified that Fianna, by using the Blood Fury Spear, could get to level 5 or 6 depending on her anger. And considering she was a great hero of legends, I felt the Great Spirits had to be at least a bit higher than that. Overall, this chapter has a lot of exposition. Most of it was merely speculation, and there weren't a lot of things that went outside of the Danmachi world formula. The only thing that could be wrong here is the way the dungeon builds itself, and the influence of arenas in it. Since it could be technically much smaller, albeit I don't think that's the case. I spoke about levels, and how things could possibly go. It may seem strange to think of floors where to hunt there, you would need a party of level 7s, but sometimes we forget there was once such a party in the world. Even though there was only one level 8 and 9, there were adventurers strong enough to compete with such powerhouses, with the current otter likely being strong enough to face level 9 threats. At least like this, I set up some background for the dungeon. We'll see more of it, not in this volume, but likely in the ones after. Considering Silver will become level 4 this volume, in the next one, he'll take his first steps in the deep floors, and we'll likely end the volume with him being somewhere around that. Only in the one after we'll take the first steps into the unknown and explore the dungeon fully. Albeit until then, there are many events planned, I think at least 80 plus more chapters. We'll reach there soon enough. Chapter 155, Final Challenge. Here it is, another chunky chapter. I've been posting quite a few of these recently. This is what happens when I edit them twice. This one has 4K words, so enjoy it. Next one is only in 2 days. We are officially starting the next small arc here, as I said before, probably around 10 chapters or so, perhaps a bit more if we count the inter-arc. After that, the last arc of this volume will take place. P.S. Important. 2 things. First, I was thinking of making a Ko-fi account if there is anyone willing to help. Nothing's done yet, and honestly, I was conflicted if this is even necessary. Second, I was also thinking about buying a subscription for one of those AI art generators. There is a lot of things going on with them recently, and honestly, seeing some of the art they can make is honestly pretty good. You know, make use of the Patreon money to actually improve my own working experience. I know, right? Crazy. Just kidding. Even if I spend $10 a month for 200 tries, since that's how some of those AI work, if I can use 100 of those tries to make one perfect image of a character, then wouldn't that be worth it already? My dream would be if everyone there could just use the bot to generate whatever they wished. Honestly, that is just so my work decreases. It's a bit shameless, but it is what it is. If one person just gives the AI the right commands to make the perfect image. So who am I to complain? If you have one in mind, make sure to tell me. That was all. I shall now grind some cheese for my pasta. Goodbye, and enjoy the chapter. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. Later that day, A small and delicate goddess moved around impatiently in her room, taking heavy steps as she puffed angrily. Crack. The wood on the floor of her room started to distort, and a door suddenly rose from the ground, opening to reveal a man carrying a massive box awkwardly. Seeing him, the goddess smiled for a split second before her eyes sharpened again. You're late. The man immediately stopped, the box in his hands started to float, revealing a man with a tired expression. It's been an entire day. I risked myself in the dungeon, went to buy a beautiful cake I ordered a few days ago, and everything I get is this. Sigh, it seems I'm in the wrong place. Silver disappointingly said as he turned around. The goddess suddenly froze in place. From all possibilities that had passed on her head, this wasn't one of them. So she jumped forward awkwardly, trying to grab onto his collar. Wait. But in one swift movement, the man quickly turned around, grabbing the goddess, having her fall onto his arms. WH. Before she had the chance to reply, he kissed her and fixed her hair as the door disappeared behind him. MNN. After a few seconds, he stopped kissing her and walked past her as if nothing happened. Hey. Are you going to leave after that? The man with silver eyes stopped, staring back with a small, sneaky smile as he said, we have a party to set up. Before opening the door and leaving. The large box soon also seemingly turned alive, flying after the men, albeit midway through that, it was sucked into a dark shadow, vanishing from reality. Why you? With her eyes twitching, her hands clenched and her veins sticking up, Hestia grit her teeth as she stomped the ground. Come back here. Bad boy. He needs to be disciplined. Around an hour later, A group of 5 girls slowly walked in the streets of Orario, under the light of the magic lanterns and the moon. 3 human girls, one with long dark blue hair, having a more meek personality. She had a long, simple dark dress that went all the way to her feet. Beside her to the right was a strong-looking girl with red hair, wearing a casual shirt with a pair of leggings and a pair of dark glasses, looking really fashionable. And on her left was a girl with blonde hair. She looked strong and elegant due to the way she walked in her stylish adventurer clothes. Although those weren't clothes meant for the dungeon, it was only a fashion trend. Aside from them, there was an Amazon and an elf. Unlike others of her species, this Amazon was wearing a large, long-sleeved jacket and the most skin she was showing were her legs as her shorts only went to her knees. She was sucking on a lollipop, calmly walking without thinking much with her hands in her pockets. And next to her was a tired red-haired elf. She was rather unusual as she used little clothing, something very strange for an elf, as they were a very reserved species. It looked as if she had just walked out of the gym, although she wasn't sweaty and instead, smelled like flowers. Overall, this was a pretty strange group. URG. Right there. The elven girl said as she had the blue-haired girl massage her shoulders. Slash crack, slash. Ah. My back. The human girl's expression turned ashen as she exclaimed. I'm sorry. Her hand started to glow as she started to chant. Stop it, Cassandra, you know that you can't use magic in the middle of the city. But. It's okay. My back may hurt, but. I won't die yet. Slash crack, slash. URG. Hopefully. The Amazon rolled her eyes, saying with a bit of mockery. Next time, don't try to show off just because you saw some pretty boys. Ha. Care to repeat that, sketchy Amazon? The elf said as her expression distorted in displeasure. Heh, those long ears are for decoration. I'll say it again since you're getting deaf. Just because you saw some pretty boys, you tried to act tough and lift that heavy hammer meant for first-class adventurers, and now your back is like this. She looked at the elf and said with a snicker. Do you think boys like strong women like that? Or are you aiming for that kind of guy? Are you an old woman? Are you an old woman? Trying to appeal so much to men, are you that desperate? The elf's expression was completely devoid of emotions now. Your ways scream of virginity. Exclamation point. The other girls suddenly trembled, almost falling on the ground. Granny, pay attention to your surroundings and act your age. If you can calm down, the uncles are certainly going to give you a chance, sheesh. She said as she licked her lollipop. The poor elf started to twitch, she couldn't keep her expression anymore. What about you, huh? You talk about me, but you're virgin as well. What a failure as an Amazon, yeah. Huh. But I. Blah blah blah. Yeah. I don't care. You can say whatever you want, but at least, I have something on my chest to be proud over. Slash thunder, slash. The Amazon girl stumbled down, dropping her pink lollipop on the ground. Indeed. For an Amazon, she was very much lacking. Hey, you say I'm old, but aren't you too childish? The elf's expression was like that of a demon as she continued with her harsh words. Slash thunder, slash. Don't tell me. Your panties have cute little bears in it. Slash thunder, slash. The Amazon felt weak. The blue-haired girl looked at the red-haired human, asking. Hey. Cute bears are okay, right? To be honest, the other two were also currently using cute panties. But they remained silent, a silent nod to each other. The five continued on their way into the manor, but the relationship between the Amazon and the elf seemed to be forever damaged as they continued to insult each other. But there was one thing on the other three girls' minds. What was the true age of the elf in front of them? Only the Amazon knew, and she didn't dare to actually say it out loud. For now, the elven girl was in her mid-20s. Slash pop pop pop, slash. As the girls walked into the manor, all sorts of festive props were ignited, confetti and such things started to fall into their heads. Congratulations on the level up. Everyone from the Hestia Familia said in unison as they looked at the five girls. Cassandra and Daphne, who were level 2 already, took this opportunity to walk to the crowd and clap as well. You too. The blonde human girl said slowly. Daphne scratched her head and replied awkwardly. Sorry, we were tasked with having you stay occupied as everyone prepared this. The Amazon and the elf looked at each other, reaching a truce. This wasn't the time to fight. Seeing everyone in front of them like this, they smiled. After all, they were also very expectant of their aliases. But where was their captain? And their goddess? The captain and Kami-sama? Well. Suddenly, the crowd parted ways, revealing the empty main dinner table. Slash poof, slash. White smoke suddenly covered it, and when it dissipated, many plates full of sweets and snacks, together with a massive cake appeared. On one side of the table was a man with deep silver eyes, but they were covered by a pair of sleek dark glasses. He smiled slightly as he replied. You called. On the other side of the table was a small goddess, smiling widely as she puffed her chest proudly. She looked at them and said. And we came. Congratulations on your new aliases. URG. Hestia suddenly stuttered, but Silver winked at her. So she closed her eyes and said. From left to right. Rig Righteous Daffodil. In. Inagua. It means Virgin Amazon. I'm so sorry. And Rauralfar. I hope I said that right. It means Red Elf. Bua. I'm so sorry everyone. This was the most I could do. But despite her inner plight, the three were smiling, with the elven girl almost crying with happiness. Finally, she was level 2 as well. She did not understand what her alias meant, but it sounded cool, and that was all it mattered. Unfortunately, she would never understand the cringe of a certain goddess. 1 week later somewhere on the 39th floor, a small Amazoness girl turned in her bed until her eyes trembled slightly. She opened them slowly, welcoming the faint light of the day, as her brain resumed its functions. URG. I miss my bed. My bum is stiff. She suddenly realized something. Opening her arms with a large smile on her face, she exclaimed. Oh yeah. Final. OOOF. She was suddenly punched in the head, sending her head straight into the pillow, smoking slightly. Can you shut up? Yesterday was already hard on me, and now you scream as soon as you wake up. Someone said on the side. It was another Amazoness just like her, but this one possessed some refined features only found on mature women. It was Tioni, her older twin sister, scrubbing her eyes groggily as she opened her eyes. Tioni rubbed her eyes before taking a small hand mirror and checking herself, frowning at the sight of her 2 large dark circles. My back hurts, my face is a mess, my hair is messy, and I can't take a bath in this place, only wipe my body with those rough towels that damage my skin. Crack. She clenched her fists and teeth, her veins started to stick up. This place is getting on my nerves, I need to break something. I can't meet Captain like this. Seeing her sister on the verge of exploding, Tiona said. That's normal sis, it has been over 2 weeks since we descended and we're still on the deep floors, this has to be one of our longest expeditions to date, and you knew that remember. If we add the time it'll take to go back, this expedition will take over 3 weeks if not a full month. Finn said we had to wait for the Udeas to spawn again since we need the money. Tioni was silent. If you were so bothered by it, why didn't you go back with the backline and support team? By now, they would be relaxing somewhere next to Rivera. Tioni remained silent. If you had done so, you would have been able to take a bath right. They had to go back first since we don't have enough supplies for everyone here, so they went first. Albeit they'll wait for us on the 18th floor so we can make the rest of the way together. I'm okay with this, it's nothing much really, yeah it sucks to be like this, I feel unclean despite washing myself twice a day. But I can't miss fighting it. Silence. But if I remember correctly. Who was the one that said she wanted to participate in the Udeas hunt, despite all warnings? Ah. Fine, I can last a few more days no problem so shut it for a minute. At least until I reach the 18th floor. I'll take a nice bath there and then. She blushed. I'll hug the captain and, sniff. But when she sniffed herself, her energy suddenly plummeted and she crashed her face on her pillow. Sigh. Her sister shook her head as she looked at the side. As soon as they stopped talking, the 3 other girls in their tent sneakily opened their eyes, thinking the same thing. Are they finally done? Despite it all, they wouldn't move at all, simply because. If they were to do so, they would become the next in line to hear Tioni's complaints and worries, cutting their sleep short. And no one wanted to do that so early in the morning. Half an hour later, In front of a large hole with a staircase leading up, a group of about 20 adventurers could be seen holding many weapons, ready to fight. One of them was carrying a small flag with a smiling clown painted on it. It was the Loki Familia. Obviously. All right. We'll be going now, everyone, pay attention. Finn exclaimed as he looked back. He nodded towards Gareth and Riveria before taking the first step. Raoul, you'll protect the rear as per normal. Yes, sir. Behind this group, a pair of twin Amazons yawned. Tioni raised her right fist, clenching it as she thought of the 18th floor. A warm bath. Here I go. Her sister nodded as well. Yeah, I really miss a nice bath. Almost to the point, I lost my motivation to fight these monsters. I simply want to soak in some hot water. Some of the girls near them also nodded, all of them missed a nice bath. Thinking about this, the 2 followed behind the large crowd. But they would all be in for a pleasant surprise. 36th floor, boom, boom, Faint vibrations traveled across the ground, the sound of something heavy echoed in the air. A man raised his head from his comfortable rock, gazing at the tall prehistoric trees that surrounded him. A monster. Ah. The men smiled. It's coming, rest time is over. I've been looking for this guy for a long time. It finally spawned, slash boom, slash. The sounds became louder, it seemed the beast was close, but in truth, it was still far. Slash whoosh slash. In one swift movement, Silver jumped high and held the branches of the large tree, gazing at the horizon above the forest canopy. Slash crack, slash. He saw many trees being pushed aside, a feat of absurd strength. These trees can't be broken so easily. He mumbled with an awkward smile. Each tree has a trunk with a diameter of at least 10 m, and that is for the thinner ones. Heh, no wonder it's called a tyrant. Something massive was coming, pretty fast at that. Phew, this will be rough, I can feel it already. Too much, perhaps. Silver relaxed and sat, spreading his legs as he stretched his arms. I've been here for a week already, and progress has been noticeably faster. The difficulty is certainly a factor, but I think the level difference is what matters here. No matter how high my stats are, if you have a level 3 defeating level 4 to 5 monsters, you would still get a higher amount of Excelia. Perhaps even directly gaining high-quality Excelia, the one used by the gods to level someone up. High-quality Excelia can only be gained by doing things that would impress the very gods. And defeating stronger opponents works just fine. So, even if the monsters on the 25th floor were weak to me, since we were on the same level range, that was enough to give me a decent amount of Excelia. But due to the lack of a challenge, my growth slowed down as I imagined that the effects of my skill started to drop. I've been researching deeply into the true effects of my skill, but that has been pretty unreliable so far, as I've gathered a bunch of inconclusive data. This is mainly because its effects change over time, and I can't quite point out a reason why. Perhaps because of my feelings and way of thinking change, or because of my environment. Regardless, it isn't simply based on the difficulty of a challenge, and overcoming it. If it was just that, things would be much simpler. I've even thought about just going to the deep floors. But I've decided to spend some more time here before going there. The monsters here at the end of the lower floors are all high level 3, and level 4 adventurers should have an easy time here. If it was in one-on-one situations. It's almost impossible for a level 4 to solo these floors because monsters come in groups of dozens and in constant waves, sometimes even as armies. Naturally, they would require high-class equipment, like magic swords or be special to do so. Average adventurers won't be able to last alone here at all, thud. Thud, slash. I've read some reports too, and the best attempts at soloing these floors and were shared with the guild were from the big familius. Like a guy who came here with top-class gear, and even a few magic swords. He was a high level 4, not a wizard, but a frontline fighter with a lot of stamina. Because what ends up killing a higher level adventurer here isn't injuries, but their lack of stamina. After slashing down 1,000 enemies, your sword isn't as sharp anymore, and your arm doesn't move as easily anymore either. To show how difficult things get. The only reason why I'm not being harassed by monsters right now is that I hid my presence. Smell, sounds, heat, and more, I'm literally invisible right now. That is why I'm very happy that this big guy decided to come here. Silver's expression turned devilish as he turned around. Did it smell the blood from the fallen monsters? If you were to look behind this very tree Silver was sitting on, you would notice a literal lake of blood, but no monster carcasses. Those mighty trees were toppled, the ground was raised, the stones were broken, and the forest was silent, still fearful of what happened. Truly a monstrous scene. As he waited, Silver pulled a small book from within a black portal, reading a line. The Tyrant of the Plains will only spawn on the 36th floor with at least a minimum time interval of a week and when a large number of monsters die close to the central area of the floor where the Red Plains are located. Slash poof, slash. He closed the book, throwing it aside. But a black portal appeared from the empty space and swallowed the book whole. What does this mean? Simple. It means that every expedition group should avoid traveling through the central area of this floor, because big groups are bound to attract large groups of monsters, killing them in the process. And causing this guy to appear. The Red Plains are an area full of blood-red weeds, legends say it's due to the many battles that happened in this place. And albeit there may be some truth into it, it is also a fact that these weeds are red by nature. I grabbed a few and grew them in my garden, and they multiplied pretty quickly, and they were still red. So it doesn't have much to do with the spilled blood of the warriors that fell here, slash boom, slash. The monster's steps now were close enough to make the trees shake, making a few leaves fall onto Silver's shoulders. But his expression was still relaxed. Every dungeon sector has its rare and unique monsters. The upper floors had the jackbird and its golden egg, blue papillo, mist imp with its extremely high newbie's death count, the infant dragon, and a few other instances. The middle floors have the famed green dragon and its horde, the crystal mantis that is attracted to beautiful ores and crystals, the firebird, the vuivre. Albeit this last monster is as rare as the mythic unicorn. The unicorn is a rare and unique monster that can appear anywhere in the dungeon, and it even appears on the surface as well. There is about a single report of it every year or so of it. It's the only monster accepted by those that live up above because unicorns don't harm anyone, they just flee and run, and they are rather pretty horses. It also helps how they appear in many heroic tales. Continuing. There is also the Moss Huge, the Golden Lion Tamarin, and the feared Bloody Hive, akin to a floor boss due to its unique characteristics. Especially its ability to act as a deadly hornet spawner. Like before, there are other rare instances as well, some recorded, some not as much, and some yet to be discovered. The lower floors also have their fair share of rare creatures like the popular Crabuncle, a cat monster with fluffy emerald fur and a red stone on its forehead. Mermaids, Voltimaria, the black and white carps, Azul burrowing worm. And of course, like the other two sectors, a monster that is simply way above the danger level of other monsters, the feared Herurelia. It's a type of eel monster that can naturally fly, being able to move extremely fast in both water and air, albeit, it moves faster in the air as compared to its water movement. Funny enough, this monster can be said to be docile because it won't go after adventurers as long as they leave its territory, so if you can create some distance between you two, it'll stop chasing whoever was unlikely enough to have bothered it. If they even have the chance to do so. It spends most of its time on the water, hidden, and when someone goes near it, it'll move out of the water to fight. If this happens, the adventurer is as good as dead. As soon as it leaves the water, it'll release an electric shock powerful enough to turn a cavern into a light show, vaporizing the water around it and melting the stone in a 15 m radius around it. It can even kill a level 6 adventurer if they aren't paying attention, at least, cripple them so they won't be able to defend themselves for a while. It only does this once, and it doesn't fight further despite it being very capable of doing so. If the adventurer doesn't fall to its attack, it'll retreat into the water to flee, not even giving the poor sod the chance to rake in some profits. A boring-ass monster that has a single move. And it's so rare that I didn't really try looking for it, it's pretty dangerous too. Silver said awkwardly. Anyway, that's a thing of the past, now, I'm all about going further down the dungeon. My plan was to defeat the strongest creatures on the lower floors first to make sure that I am capable enough to take on the deep floors by myself. Monsters on the deep floors will be level 4 on average, and yes, stat-wise, I'm level 4. No, I'm over that, but it doesn't mean I can breeze through an army of 100 such monsters. I'll certainly get tired. So I thought, what is the strongest creature I can take on before going there? If you ignore the surface, it would definitely be the monster Rex of the 27th floor, but she's on her respawn time. Hence, this guy is my ticket there. Silver said as he let the wind flow through his hair. Once this is done, I'll /bzzz/. Puffed. A fucking fly got into my mouth. /boom/. As Silver spat the annoying fly, a pair of amber eyes gazed at him from amidst the trees. His eyes opened, now focused. You sure know when to come, almost choked there. Damn fly, it startled me. Its eyes were at least his size, and not only that, Silver was at least 15 m above ground. /exhale, /schwa/. The monster let out a turbid breath, the air pressure was so strong all of the tree leaves were blown away. What a bad breath. /roar/. With a thunderous roar, the beast charged forward. Notes. You've fallen into my trap. Activate. Cliffhanger. Cliffhanger, trap card. Activated at the end of the chapter to make readers suffer 100 points of mental damage. Use it during an intense moment to induce a target into a state of confusion. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this chapter. We had several things happening one after the other, so I hoped it wasn't done in a bad way and you managed to follow everything with no problem. Next chapter, fight of course. We'll see. Bye. Chapter 156, A Brutal Parade. Here it is. This chapter is a bit smaller than the others I've been posting. We've had around 4 to 5 chapters with over 3.5k words, some with 4k, it was time for the good old 2.5k chapter. With this, I'll take my leave. See you all later. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /crack/. In the blink of an eye, the giant prehistoric tree Silver was standing on was blown to pieces, like a matchstick being hit by a bullet. This would be what a normal person would have seen if they were there. Speed. Fast. In the sky, Silver stared at the massive beast as it stopped charging, immediately raising its head to look at him. Gore. It growled in a low frequency, frustrated that it had somehow missed. It's exactly like the description. Standing in a hunched position with its head close to the ground, the massive reptile stood at a whooping 15 m from head to toe. That in itself was already reaching the height of the Goliath, but that wasn't its true size. If it were to fully raise its head, it would easily surpass 20 m, perhaps even more. Although they don't have the concept of dinosaurs, it's still very reminiscent of a T-Rex. Officially, it's a dragon, just a very weird-looking dragon. It would be closer to a wyvern though. As Silver described, the tyrant of the plains was like a T-Rex in shape, however, it did not possess a pair of arms in front of its chest, and instead, it possessed a pair of dragon-like wings growing from behind its back. They were long and sharp, making a C shape with the monster in the middle. At the edge of those two wings were a set of claws it used to grab and support itself on the ground, not that it needed that since its muscular legs were more than capable of doing that. Image. /roar, / boom, /. The tyrant jumped, causing the plains and the trees to tremble slightly, his target. Silver! Exclamation point. /whoosh, /. Silver instantly teleported, watching the tyrant from another angle in the sky. Roar. Seeing that it had missed once again, the tyrant opened its wings, maneuvering in the air as it quickly turned back and dived right at him. Damn. The tyrant can't fly, it's simply too heavy for that. But its wings can easily support gliding, and its legs can throw it high in the sky like a frog despite it weighing several tons. How it can fly despite that is a mystery to me, but I do know its bones are hollow. Although how much that helps is. /flash, /. Silver once again teleported, this time, he was even higher in the sky. If it wasn't clear by now, Silver was merely observing his enemy, although he came here to fight after doing his research. One thing was reading, the other was experiencing it for himself. It's fast, strong, it can jump really high, and glide in the sky as well. This is what I saw so far, but from what I read, it also boasts sturdy defenses, it can use its claws to grab the stones, hanging on the walls of the floor if necessary. Its tail acts as a center of balance and it is a weak point. But cutting a 3 to 5 meter thick tail full of dense muscle and bones, and protected by a sturdy scale exterior is easier said than done. Like many other monsters, it also has magical powers. Despite it being the strongest being on the plains, it adopts an ambushing hunting style, and due to this, many first-class adventurers ended up dead before they even realized it. It's an all-rounder, and this is the scariest thing about it since most monsters tend to be min-maxed towards a certain purpose. A group of at least 2 beginner level 5s is necessary to take it down, or a decent level 5 adventurer coupled with a few second-class adventurers should do the trick. If they have the means of stopping it from fleeing and casting magic that is, /boom, /. The tyrant stopped gliding, opting to fall on the ground to reduce travel time. It once again looked at Silver, but this time, it started moving towards the trees. There it is, another thing that makes it shine over other monsters. Its intelligence, it'll retreat and advance depending on its environment and condition, it is a sneaky hunter. It's likely one of the smartest monsters in the dungeon, yet even so, its intelligence only goes so far. It's strange to think that such a monster is strong enough to wipe a country out there on the surface. It may not be on a single day, but will happen over time. It is a decent level 5 monster at the end of the day, considerably stronger than the enhanced green dragon I fought 2 months ago. Albeit that wasn't level 5 yet, it was rather close. After making a preliminary assessment, Silver raised his right index finger, pointing it at the ceiling. Normally I would take this a bit slow, observe it more, and draw more conclusions to reduce the risks, but I have no time for that. I have to get stronger, I'll face it and take it down by myself. Retreating isn't an option, because if I do, it'll mean that I'm completely and utterly incapable of dealing with Ishtar. It may be fast, it may be strong, it may be sturdy. But like all before, it'll eventually bleed. All of my statuses are pretty much what a beginner level 5 adventurer would have if we disregard the level boost. Perhaps even above that. And I surpass most first-class adventurers in all areas, including combat experience. If there is one adventurer that is stronger than me, then I'll be faster, if he is faster, then I'm stronger. And so on. And above all, I have an incredibly high magic stat, /fum, /. Light started to bend above his index finger, and a small flaming ball formed on top of it. This time, he didn't morph his hand, it took a bit more effort, but he did it as a form of training as well. Cruel son. Cough. I don't give my abilities names. Silver said awkwardly as he pointed at the forest beneath him. The tyrant may have hidden there, but Silver could easily hear its breathing, the hustling of the leaves as it moved, the tremor of its footsteps. The loud echoes of its giant heart beating. There should be no adventurers nearby. If any has stayed then they are idiots. And I do not concern myself with idiots. The ball suddenly grew to the size of a gym ball before being compressed again to the size of his nails. /beam, / howl, /. Like a laser beam, the fireball was thrown at the forest, leaving a red streak across the sky. Silver's clothes were blown back due to the air pressure, the air howled as the red light pierced it. The ceiling's lights were overshadowed due to how bright the ball was, and the entire world seemed to dim a little. Slash roar, slash. The tyrant felt the attack. It was observing Silver all this time, so it immediately opened its mouth, forming a red beam of its own to counterattack. And the two streaks of light clashed. Slash boom, slash. Slash shaw, slash. The forest trembled as a small mushroom cloud formed in the sky. The trees had lost most of their leaves, the ground was charred, and there was fire everywhere. It seemed that having everything burn was a common occurrence to Silver now. Slash roar, slash. Slash roar, slash. Slash roar, slash. Silver started to hear the sound of other monsters, rushing to his position. His expression did not change as he turned his face to look behind him. I guess having a one-on-one is too much to ask in the dungeon. This may be tough. But that is what I want, slash gulp, slash. He drank a potion, wiping his mouth afterward. Basic precautions have been taken. There's no point in holding back anymore, slash bzzz, slash. The moment he said so, green electricity moved around his body, gathering at his arms. Smiling, he opened them wide as several holes opened in his arms and a thin, almost invisible thread slowly moved out from them, like snakes. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash caw, slash. From behind him, a tall and muscular two-headed bird opened its enormous beak to devour him whole. 1. Without looking back, Silver started to descend. Yet the monster did not attack him. The monster was now stuck. Mid-air. It seemed something had gotten a hold of it. Slash splat, slash. In the next moment, the bird was minced into pieces, and as blood rained down from the sky, a man slowly descended onto the ground beneath it. Silver stared at the small army of monsters approaching him on the horizon and at the T-Rex staring at him with its pair of ember eyes. People fear the dungeon for a reason. But how would they feel if they saw this? Well. Silver's body started to transform, his muscles bulged, and his clothes disappeared, leaving him only with his pair of shorts and his halberd in hand, his hair freely moving in the wind. Like many times before, his silver eyes started to glow faintly, but he didn't realize it. Just as a mage's magic circle brightens, Silver's eyes flashed with light in proportion to the amount of magical power he used. Slash silence, slash. And like the silence before the storm, the dungeon came into a halt, only the faint breathing of the monsters could be heard. Slash roar, slash. Suddenly without warning, all beasts rushed forward like a tide, bearing their massive fangs as they trampled on the rocky ground. This is my life now. An adventurer is meant to go where no one ever went before, slash crackle, slash. Ambers started to form around his body. Slash inhale, slash. Ha. With a might scream, Silver's body exploded in flames as he dashed downward, running in the air as he made his way to the tyrant. His expression tense, his muscles tensing, his eyes red, he opened his left hand. Slash boom, slash. Ah. Slash heavy breathing, slash. At the same time, all the way on the surface, a blue-haired girl opened her eyes hastily, sweating heavily as she jumped out of her bed, throwing her prized and precious pillow to the side. Slash crack, slash. She didn't care about her condition as she ran out of her room, immediately bumping into another girl, a red-haired woman with a serious expression. Oi Cassandra. Where are you going looking like that? Daphne replied as she saw Cassandra in her underwear. Topless. I heard some crashing noises and decided to stop here. It was the right choice, just look at her. No. Sylve. Captain. He. Where is he? Bloodied fangs at dusk, failed promise of the one that scorns the golden thrones. Is this about your dreams again? Look, the captain is already being very understanding and listening to them almost every day, give him a break. But Cassandra grabbed her shoulders, her eyes trembling with a fiery resolve and determination. Fear and despair. It's different this time. I thought it would be okay. But it's different now. A festival of tears, a mountain of sorrow. I warned him yesterday, but he told me he would be careful. He believes me, and always comes back with feedback on what happened. Always making through. But she didn't think he could survive it this time. Seeing her expression, Daphne patted her shoulders and said. Sigh, look, the captain already went to the dungeon. Slash thud, slash. Cassandra fell onto the floor like a brick falling onto water, her disheveled hair falling onto her shoulders. Ah. It's over. If we can't contact him. Warn him. Hill. The King of Carnage and the Empress. OIA. What's the fuss about this time? Out of nowhere from the other side of the corridor, a tiny goddess screamed as she looked at the two girls. She had a smile on her face, it almost seemed to be shining. With her two hands on her waist, she stared at her two children with a reassuring gaze. Why are you cursing your captain so early in the morning? Ah. No. Hestia didn't quite understand her powers, but she believed in Silver and in whatever he had seen in her. And throughout these few months, he had shown her more than enough evidence to prove that her ability was indeed real, even though it's still hard for her to believe. She still didn't. But so was the mortal plane, a place full of unexpectedness. A world the gods cannot predict. Raise your head, wash your face, and lastly, put on some clothes. She ordered as she pointed at her face. Silver told me to pay attention to her. And to support her when he isn't here. I've experienced firsthand how she can be when she has those dreams of hers. And when he isn't here to listen, someone has, or else she'll become euphoric, like this. And that shall be me. Go goddess. I. Hestia nodded with a serious expression, showing professionalism. I know. I'm also worried, but there's no way to contact him. Explain to me in detail what you saw, and then. We'll think about it. Unders. Tude. Cassandra said as Daphne helped her up. Hestia observed the two go back into their rooms with a pensive gaze. She then turned her face to the windows near her, looking at the city outside. Silver. Be okay. Praying silently, she awaited for her beloved child's return. Slash boom, slash. Slash roar, slash. Slash shred, slash. A festival of blood and gore, a mix of broken pieces of monsters, dirt, and ashes fell from the skies continuously. A pile of corpses and glowing gems slowly grew taller and taller with each of the monster's giant corpses. Slash crackle, slash. Slash whoosh, slash. In the middle of this, a humanoid monster, with green flames encasing its body, holding a black object that flashed faster than the eye could blink as it tenderized wave after wave of creatures. Its skin was black, dark red veins flowed beneath it, glowing in an eerie faint blue light. This humanoid creature, believe it or not, was Silver. And his opponent, the unending waves of monsters. KRGH. Slash boom, slash. From time to time, Silver pointed at a monster, and it immediately exploded. Slash freeze, slash. He stomped the earth, and pillars of ice rose to defend him and encase the monsters within it. Slash zap, slash. Purple crystals rose from the ground, burning the monsters around it with powerful electrical currents. Slash grow, slash. A huge twisted tree rose atop the carcasses of the monsters, its roots tangling and piercing the eyes of and injuries of the monsters, draining their blood until they turned into husks. Slash splash, slash. The ground parted open over his command, and a powerful geyser of water shot up to the skies, disorienting the monsters up above. Slash tear, slash. If that wasn't enough, a massive blue shark swam from within, biting another large monster down, dragging it below. Slash roar, slash. The fight was unending and the roars and screams of monsters filled the place. But it was in a moment of carelessness. Slash splurge, slash. A white flash suddenly rose from the ground, cutting Silver's right arm. Would he come back this time? Notes. Chapter 157, The Emperor and the Empress. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, The Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /cut, / roar, / splurge, / A white flash suddenly breached the ground, blasting the earth into the skies. Like a blade slicing through the wind, the white flash of light passed right through his shoulder, cutting Silver's right arm cleanly. Exclamation point. / crack, / boom, / a few seconds earlier, / I have the advantage. I'm winning. I can do this. A level 3 is winning in a direct confrontation against a level 5 monster. Although, considering my stats, this isn't really, / tremble, / the ground. Exclamation point. / crack, / White flames poured out like a volcano eruption, unexpectedly and without warning, blowing away the earth and the bodies of the monsters, making brilliant crystals fall from the sky like rain. In the midst of this chaos, a white flash parted from within the chaotic flames, ambushing the creature that was clashing against the tyrant. A moment of distraction when all retreat paths had been removed from the picture. As the flash dissipated, Silver grabbed his injured arm with a twisted expression. Retreating immediately, the humanoid creature vanished from its location, reappearing far away crouching on the ground to lick its wounds. / rapid breathing, / huff. Huff. Blurg. Silver, after retreating from the fight with an instant teleportation, immediately kneeled on the ground tired, one hand clenching onto his now empty shoulder while he vomited something on the ground. A mixture of blood and colorful potions. It was oddly artistic. Damn. My luck finally decided to take its debt. Things were going so well in these past few weeks, and of course, as per the law of Lady Luck, something would happen now of all times, /boom/. Staring at the chaos far away, Silver painfully covered his wounded shoulder as it closed up, his flesh wriggled as it tried to regenerate, but doing so proved to be quite the task. First, I need to retreat and access the situation a bit. And deactivate this. Crackle. The green flames that were surrounding his body slowly vanished, leaving behind a bare, naked man in the middle of the forest. Due to the flames, his previous clothes had already burned up, leaving his bottom friend free in the wind. His horribly charred skin returned to its previous healthy look while his bright blue veins vanished, returning to how they were supposed to look. His hair that had solidified, becoming akin to a hard scale on his head, went back to its smooth and glossy appearance. These flames won't be useful anymore. I was using them to protect myself from the unending waves of monsters the dungeon was throwing at me. But now that they've all been pretty much exterminated, they serve no purpose apart from putting an extra strain on my already tired body. He touched his chest, nodding to himself. My dark skin was also a side effect of using these, just like when. Well, those are old times. Now. I am someone else. /. Silver's eyes darted around, immediately focusing on a small object falling in the air. Found you, friend. His remaining arm stretched outwards and the air twisted. The next moment, a burnt arm appeared on his hand. He immediately squinted his eyes. Shit, it's worse than I thought. He said with a frown, biting his lips in regret. Those white flames completely vaporized my skin, and my muscles are charred. But it's manageable and recoverable. If I treat it soon enough. Otherwise. It'll take some good full months to grow it back. Sometimes I fell like a lizard. Still. Not now. Realizing his arm was too damaged to be reattached to his body, Silver stored it inside his inventory after washing it with several potions. It wouldn't do much, but it would heal it over time for sure. His arm was resilient, it wouldn't rot due to being in the open for a few minutes, especially when he closed the wounds on it. If he was scared of that, he would have just frozen it. Gulp. 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 He also drank a few more potions now that his stomach had a bit more space. And his headache recovered a bit. His body was healed, and his resources had been somewhat replenished. Alright, I feel a bit better. Boom, roar, raya, Two distinct roars echoed in the forest, one deeper than the other. One louder than the latter. It's not. URG, this hurts. Unmanageable. He said as he removed a large torn from his leg. Splurt. Ha. I can do it. He raised his head to look at the distance. He had no desire to flee, no fear in his eyes. He knew he had to defeat them, else, if he couldn't take a level 5 monster, how would he take on a level 6? He had to take on constantly harder challenges if he wished to raise to higher levels. The tyrant and his mate. One of the few forms of monster cooperation in the dungeon. Like in the middle floors, you have the bloody hive and those damn hornets. A few floors below, you have the merman and the slightly rarer merman leader to command them. The Tyrant of the Plains is a special monster that can only spawn once per week after several conditions have been achieved, but sometimes, a new creature may appear together. Out of 4 appearances, there is a chance his mate will appear as well. For a total of a 25% spawn rate. The Empress. /roar, /FUOM, A white beam of light was suddenly released at the sky, illuminating it. /boom, The energy cannon collided against the ceiling, making the entire floor tremble slightly. And Silver immediately felt his stomach grow cold, if even for just a second. Exclamation point. That. They can't be. Are they trying to make the floor collapse to force me out of hiding? He quickly denied his own thinking. A monster wouldn't be so self-destructive. Damage to the dungeon itself is often caused by mistake or in the middle of a fight. Monsters can and will often neglect dungeon damage as you go deeper, but that is due to the dungeon's tolerance for damage increasing as the floors grow wider and wider. Even if the damage may be enormous, it would be only a little tickling for the city-sized floors deep down. Because of this, Silver shook his head. Impossible, even with their combined might, it isn't enough to cause me any harm apart from tiring themselves. Silver suddenly had an epiphany. Unless. I see. Thinking of a possible solution, Silver rested his head on the tree's trunk. The Empress' intelligence is higher than that of the Tyrant, so this should be within the realm of possibilities. Overall, the Empress is outclassed by the tyrant in every single way: power, speed, size, stamina, brutality, intimidation. And she is overall a high level 4 monster. A party of well-coordinated level 4 adventurers can take it down as long as they have at least 2 level 4s doing the vanguard, given they are offensive adventurers by nature. There is no point in sending 2 level 4 mages to deal with it. They'll only get themselves killed unless they are irregular mages that know a handful of combat and casting techniques. Even so, that is incomparable to the tyrant that needs at least 2 to 3 beginner level 5 adventurers to get the job done, and there is a high chance one of them receives high damage of the likes I just received right now. So they would have to have a decent party or be even stronger. And albeit may lose in many aspects, she greatly outclasses the tyrant in the lethality of her magic and in intelligence, to the point a level 5 will surely die if they are hit by her magic. Unless of course, it was one of those very situational adventurers that have high magic resistance and constitution. And yes, we're talking about the very tyrant whose intelligence makes him smart enough to retreat and ambush others. She is a step above it. Slash boom, slash. Slash tremble, slash. Another beam of white light crashed against the ceiling, making large rocks collapse like rain. But this one was weaker than before. It's clear now. Her objective isn't to collapse the floor, but instead to make the remaining monsters gather here, as shown by the already gathering monsters. And at the same time, she probably wants to put some pressure on me as well. It's a bluff. A monster is fucking bluffing. How? Weird. My body is still a bit stiff. But I need to move. I understand now why they say that the tyrant is the gatekeeper of the deep floors. If you can't defeat it, then you shouldn't even consider descending further. The deep floors. As for the rest, the Empress magic, the white flames she creates aren't exactly hot. My arm may have been burnt, but that was because I wasn't ready for them. The problem is how she can use her flames in different ways and not just breathe them out like the tyrant. This variety makes her one of the monsters with the highest magic arsenal in the dungeon, as on average each monster has 1 spell to use. She made her flames into a sharp line, and that focused line cut my arm, almost cutting my chest as well. It makes me curious as to how she does it. Slash boom, slash. Seeing another fireball rise into the skies, this time a dark red one, Silver's thoughts were put to a halt. I'm sure of it, the Empress must have been created from the very start, but instead of attacking me head first, remained underground, waiting. And the moment my fight with the big guy got into her range, she burst out to give me a fatal attack. I avoided it, but at the cost of an arm. I was careless. I thought that after so long, there was no way she would appear. She was really sneaky as well, but that is merely an excuse. There is no place for that here where a mistake may cost your life. Slash crack, slash. Silver slowly rose from his seat, pulling a pair of boxers from his inventory and putting them on. A lesson is a lesson. I'll keep it on the back of my mind. Slash phew, slash. Slash boom, slash. Silver inhaled and exhaled while the Empress continued to bombard the ceiling. His fight against the tyrant was tense, not because it was strong, but because of the many monsters surrounding it. He had to try his best to avoid them all, and as such, his fighting style became centered around long-distance, wide-range attacks. But now, he has a chance. I'll end you two before your reinforcements arrive. Slash whoosh, slash. Silver vanished from his location, going right to where the fun was brewing. In the middle of a valley full of red grass, with many sections of it overturned, full of monsters' corpses, a tall dinosaur lifted its head, aiming towards the skies. White flames gathered within its jaws as it opened them, revealing a spiraling white vortex. Gurgling like the innards of a volcano. Slash RAAR, slash. The flames gushed out like a geyser, a fireball turning the heavens aflame. HAAA. Slash boom, slash. Slash rare, slash. But at the moment the Empress spat out the fireball, something happened. A small creature just the size of its nails kicked the ground nearby, creating a tremor as it flew like a rocket towards it. Roar. The tyrant tried to stop it, but the flames on its mouth prevented it from acting well, as it feared burning up its partner. But this was calculated. Silver wanted to be there at the right time when the monsters were the most vulnerable. The Empress was indeed bluffing, but she didn't account for Silver's ability to come in and out of any situation that was beyond its scope of thinking. So by showing such an opening, he took the opportunity instantly. Hoo! Ha! Slash smash, slash. Slash bang, slash. His 2 feet smashed against the lower jaw of the Empress, sending her head recoiling backward as she wailed in pain, her teeth shattering as blood splattered all around. It was an on-point drop kick. Rising kick. Because it was coming from below. Slash crack, slash. But the Empress refused to be thrown away. Its foot dug into the earth as it stabilized her posture, her body turning around as her massive tail demolished everything on its path. Ha! Silver, however, remained unmoving. Slash bam, slash. He too used his foot, blocking the tail, catching it as he left a trail on the hard ground. The earth of the dungeon was much harder than on the surface, especially in this location. As such, he could actually try to stop her attacks while using the ground as a platform. URG. His entire body tensed as he spun, dragging the Empress with him. His arms turned red as steam was released from his pores, his teeth almost shattering as he clenched them. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash crash, slash. But Silver threw her away like a rag. And while she flew in the air, Silver jumped after it. Slash roar, slash. Slash flash, slash. Slash burn, slash. Brimming with anger at what it had just seen, the tyrant released its flames without restraint. Slash grin, slash. Silver smiled, he was waiting for this. Slash crack, slash. Gravity reversal. I'll be trying this from now on to explain a bit better. Time seemed to slow down as Silver turned his face to see the tyrant looking at him with his bloodshot eyes and its burning mouth. The flames within danced around its teeth. It may think that he was an easy target because he was in the air, but it couldn't be more wrong. Slash gum, slash. Silver's left hand turned dark purple and solid, like a crystal. His skin started to peel off, collapsing into the center of his palm as a dark sphere the size of his fingers started to form. Slash tremble, slash. At the same time, the ground around him started to rise, including the two dinosaurs that suddenly lost their footing, swinging their foot around in confusion. His face soon became red due to the effort he was putting in, his arms started to become red as well as some of his veins burst. He lifted his hand, pointing it at the skies. Rise. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash roar slash. Slash beam, slash. At the last second, Silver flashed away, and the beam of fire passed through the area he was previously in, crashing against a tall tree in the horizon, burning it to ash. Slash roar, slash. But as the tyrant spun and trashed in the air, the flames followed its mouth, wreaking havoc in the world around it, burning everything on its way to cinders. First. I'll take this. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A right arm for a right, slash shine, slash. For a moment, his halberd flashed blue, as if understanding his goals. Slash cut, slash. Slash splat, slash. Roar. It carved the monster's skin as its edge cut a trench right across its right eye. As the tyrant screamed, Silver disappeared once more. He had to make the most damage as possible while everything was still in the air. URG. He suddenly felt lightheaded, and everything that was falling started to fall back down to the surface. His nose bled slightly, and as he wiped his nose, he shook his head so he could refocus. I pushed myself too hard, too much mind at once to try and lift those humongous creatures. He gritted his teeth once more, tasting iron. This is little, nothing I can't handle. Hup. Silver reappeared on top of the Empress with a fierce expression. She could do little to stop him as he placed his left hand on her forehead. Ha. Slash splat, slash. His hand suddenly accelerated forward, becoming an afterimage as it dug inside her flesh, passing through her protective scales. But not through her bones. Rare. Now was the time. The Empress shook her head fiercely as she fell from the skies, trying to shake him off. Too late, I have already touched your forehead. Slash burst, slash. Red light flashed from within her wound, something was happening on the tip of his arms. Slash boom, slash. An explosion of enormous proportions took place, and soon after, something massive clad in dark smoke fell from the clouds before crashing against the ground. Slash gasp, slash. A sudden breath was heard from within the smoking hot object and something walked out from within the black smoke. Cough. Ha. It was a half-naked man with one arm. Now fully naked as his underwear turned to ash once more. His skin was red, but by the second, it recovered its original color. One down. Notes. I tried to add more words, but in the end, I barely managed to add 500 words worth of content while I edited it. I wanted to make the fight with the Empress longer, but in the end, he pretty much fled, recovered, went back, ambushed her, punched her a few times, used a plasmid, and exploded her head. She was weaker than the tyrant, yes, but I don't know, perhaps there was a better way to make this comparison. Once again, if it wasn't clear already, Silver is technically strong enough to face the tyrant alone. His stats are more than enough for this. But since he is fighting alone, he has to account for much more, so this becomes harder. A challenge. Otherwise, even if he were to receive a status update and become stronger, if he were to fight a level 6 and win, people would complain about inconsistency. Don't worry as I'm thinking about the power scaling. Anyway, see ya. Chapter 158, Limb After Limb. I'll give you a tip to enhance the reading experience. Listening to songs in any kind of work does improve it. From a trashua with terrible writing to an epic 5-star class work. Knowing which song to use and when. Some people can handle background noise better than others. I, for example, am terrible at talking while I listen to a song unless its volume is reduced into oblivion. But I can write and read very well while listening to it. Nothing else to say. Enjoy. Hopefully. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. /whoosh/ /crash/ The tyrant finally fell from the skies, raising dust and shaking the ground. /roar/ You sure do have the energy to talk. Another earth-shattering roar shook the 36th floor. The tyrant grieved the loss of its loved one, its anger couldn't be put into words. To its defying scream, Silver walked out of the smoke cloud, dusting his shoulders and saying, "It's me and you again. Just the two of us." /bam/ The air exploded, and the sound barrier was broken. Silver had barely walked out of the smoke released by the body of the Empress, but a bloody mouth appeared in front of him. His eyes flashed. "Bring it on then." /crash/ This time, he did not evade, he merely raised his left hand in defiance. 3 metallic pillars grew on the back of his hand, converging to form something like a pyramid. They also pierced his palm, like 3 metal rods embedded on his flesh. Silver displayed no signs of pain at all, instead, only a euphoric smile remained plastered on his face. /buzz/ A green spark ignited at the point where the 3 pillars connected. /bam/ Exclamation point. Suddenly, an orange sphere formed inside the mouth of the tyrant, preventing it from closing. "Clench your teeth, Tiny, this is going to hurt. Or try to at least." Taking the chance he created for himself, Silver slid beneath his jaw, striking the area between the joints of his neck with his leg. /crack/ /wooble/ The impact traveled across its scaly body, like waves in the sea. The strong impact on such a fragile area caused some of the joint bones to break and shatter, sending the tyrant into berserking rage due to the pain. /snap/ Snapping his fingers, the bubble inside its mouth burst, disorienting it. Teleport. /grab/ Silver once again disappeared, reappearing next to the tyrant's tail. He jumped onto it, grabbing it. /melt/ The phantom figure of a burning crucible, bubbling with some unknown substance, formed atop his hand as it poured molten metal onto the ground, forming a long thin wire of untold constitution. Smiling, Silver sent the wire around its tail, grabbing the other end with his teeth as he lacked an arm to do so. /roar/ Feeling that something was wrong, the monster started to shake its body and slam its tail on the ground, trying to stop whatever Silver was doing. But with one hand grabbing one end of the wire, and his teeth the other, he was completely still, like a tree climber. Like this. /bam/bam/. The tail moved up and down, hammering Silver against the ground without mercy. /slam/. But he held on, all of his training before, his body's resilience. It was exactly for situations like these. Because this would decide the tyrant's fate. BHFHNSH tup. Burn it up. /sizz/ The wire started to become red. It was getting hotter. And hotter. At a very fast speed. /roar/ /burn/ The monster jumped into the skies, sending flames beneath it like the propellers of a rocket, trying to burn the pesky insect that was causing it such pain. It placed its tail beneath its body, or as close to the flames as it could. But it didn't stop, it instead got worse. /crash/ The tyrant fell from the skies, and in one move, it swung its tail against the rocky ground with enough force to split the earth into 2 halves. Silver had to take the brunt of its entire momentum plus the impact of the tail. URG. I think I shattered my legs. Blood came out from his mouth like a small river, but he held on to the other end of the wire. Exclamation point. He looked below, still biting onto the wire, he saw one of his bones sticking out. His eyes turning bloodshot, his raised his neck higher, pulling the metal wire even stronger. /roar/ The monster was getting tired, but the pain stimulated it to move. Merg. /muffled scream/ /split/ /thud/ /whimper/ With a might thumb, the creature's tail was cut cleanly. Silver persevered, heating the extremely resilient wire, turning it into the sharpest of blades. If he couldn't cut through with his halberd, then he would use a more surefire way. Even if it takes a bit longer. And the bones on his legs. He didn't expect to cut all the way as initially, he merely wanted to break the scales, creating an opportunity for him later on. But beneath all of that protective layer, the tyrant was softer than he expected. Teleport. Ah. Ah. Slash crack, slash. Silver ripped his new shirt off, putting it on his mouth to help with his pain as he grabbed his leg, pushing his bones back into place, even if it meant cracking them a bit further. Just because he was used to pain, that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Snaping a leg in the middle hurt just as much the first time as in the 10th time, only the tolerance changed. Slash muffled scream, slash. Ugh. Slash SZZ, slash. With his leg back in place, he poured the wound with an elixir. It was, in fact, the last one he had. In the few months, he used a few without replenishing them due to their exorbitant price, buying a few every now and then. He consumed them at a rate faster than he could replenish them, and given their popularity, it wasn't easy to get them. His best source for potions was Mayak, but through these last few months, Silver completely covered all of the alchemy god's schedule with his potion ideas. He still had many decent potions, but they wouldn't be able to heal him as fast in the heat of battle, even if he were to spend his own mind to help with the process. Slash crackle, slash. Rest time was over, the raging dragon approached Silver from behind. It had already stopped trying to be sneaky, and this time, it only wanted to devour him whole. My legs are still a tad numb. But he had no interest in going down today. Slash crackle, slash. Thorns formed on his arm, sprouting from within his muscles as his skin became green, full of moss, and his muscles rigid, like wood. Slash coil, slash. Without warning, multiple green vines rose from the ground like a rising tide, coiling around its two legs as they pulled the beast down. Gore. But they dealt little to no damage when faced with the thick scales of the tyrant, leaving not even white scratches on its peerless scales. Gore. Grr. However, those thorns were stubborn, they grew, and even when the dinosaur ran away, breaking the very ground they came from, their remnants continued to coil and grow around its body, going as far as its wings and necks. If this continued, they would reach its head and eyes as well, and even when it used its claws at the end of each wing, they did nothing but stop the inevitable. Slash roar, slash. They went from a bother to threat, and from that to something even worse as they started prickling the small gap between its scales. And then, a cheeky vine stabbed its massive wound on its tail. Slash drain, slash. Roar. In a turn of events, the thorns shot up with accuracy, embedding themselves inside the flesh of the monster, and soon after, they became red as they started to drain its blood. Not only on its tail but all around the body, the vines drained its strength, growing stronger themselves, eventually ripping apart its scales one by one violently. Just a bit more. It worked rather well. Through all of this, Silver remained near, grasping his halberd with his left hand. He was looking at the creature's right wing, waiting for it to disregard his presence. Slash flames, slash. Finally having enough, the tyrant prepared another flame breath. Now. Slash vanish slash. Disappearing from his location, Silver slashed his halberd. Slash cut, slash. Slash whimper, slash. Slash flames, slash. The tyrant cried, and Silver smiled. Hot blood started to fall from the skies as a large fleshly object collided against the earth once more. Together with the whimpers, flames covered the skies as the tyrant breathed them out in pain, burning the vines for good, but they already accomplished their jobs. Slash thud slash. It was half of the tyrant's right wing. He didn't aim at the base because that wasn't a weak point. The base where the wings grow off out is full of cone-shaped scales each larger than his hand, protecting it from all attacks. Southwest, the only place he could aim to deal the most amount of damage was right in the middle of the wing. Grr. Oh. It's not attacking anymore. This time, the tyrant jumped high, creating some distance between them. Due to it losing its wing, it fell on the ground roughly, yet that wasn't enough to hurt it much. It gazed at Silver with its head close to the ground, trying to decrease its weak points as much as possible. It knew that Silver was making use of their size difference to strike where it couldn't defend, so it tried to make its chest reach as close to the ground as possible. But would that be enough? Slowly, step by step, Silver is killing it. Its enemy was a fast ant that bit more than it looked. It was a very dangerous ant, one that was there at one moment, and in the next one, it wasn't. First, he took one of its eyes, then it's a tail, then a wing, next. Let's go. Slash tremble, slash. Silver stomped the ground, making everything tremble. Slash at the same time, somewhere between the 36th and the 37th floor, slash. A large group climbed a long set of dark stairs in almost complete silence. URG. Just a bit more. Just a few dozen stairs and we'll leave this hellish place. Someone said with a depressing tone. Ah, I want some hot food. I want a cold bath. And I want a proper night of sleep. Yeah. Me too. Please don't talk about that. I'll lose my focus. There's still a long way to go until the under-resort, so stop for now. As the members of this party talked away leisurely, voicing their complaints at each other in order to distract themselves from their tiredness, their leaders remained attentive, especially a certain werewolf with platinum hair. His wolf ears were constantly moving as if it was trying to hear something coming from further above. Its concentration was broken when someone tapped its back lightly. "Something's on your mind, Bet?" Gareth asked as he approached the men. "I'm hearing things, Gramps, from above. Things don't look good." Bet replied with a focused gaze. The old dwarf's eyes sharpened, while the others stopped talking, not only to hear what they were talking about, but to also give the wolf boy more leisure to hear things. "Tell me more, what did you hear?" "Tremors, rocks breaking apart, I smell fire. Everything else is being muffled down." A small Palom with blonde hair frowned as he scratched his chin in wonder, his thumb starting to ache in response to the demi-human words. "Fire is a bit odd, there aren't that many monsters on the 36th floor that can breathe it. And unless there is one right by the entrance to the 37th floor, it would need to be a pretty strong fire for you to smell it from down here. If we assume it's further away from the entrance and not directly at it. Fire can normally be smelled from a very long distance, but in the dungeon, the airflow was often convoluted. One day, the air flowed upward between floors, on other days, it's the contrary. Only in some very specific floors did the air maintain a constant flow, like in the Water City where the Great Falls directed the airflow. One of the girls from the party raised her hand, asking, "Are you sure you aren't mistaking it for the smell of the 44th floor?" The person who said that was a pretty cute small girl with bob-cute blood-red hair. Image. The place she was talking about, the 44th floor, was a massive volcano-like area. The Loki Familia had just recently raided that floor, and they were now preparing to go further than that. Of course, that did not mean they didn't know what lay ahead. A considerable amount of information can be collected from the guild about the floors between the 40th and the 50th floors, but anything beyond that gets considerably scarcer due to the severe difficulty rise. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth already stepped beyond the 51-foot floor on their own in the past, but anything beyond that was difficult due to the unique layout of those floors. Not that they couldn't, but it was simply too dangerous. In a sense, they were already past their age to go on a reckless adventure, they had too many responsibilities to abide by, and their age was too high for them to charge forward without thinking anymore. That is why, just recently, a strong party formed by the executives has been formed. The Loki Familia's plan was simple: the raid group would go as deep as possible, and then they would split. The first group, composed of their executives and a few level 4s acting as supporters, would go as deep as they could, and return to the safety of the main group after scouting ahead. That's how they raid, their own method that had worked very well for the past few years, to the point they hadn't experienced a single death in years. As for the 44th floor, the smell of sulfur and fire was so strong deeper down, that even on the 38th floor they could feel it, making them go numb over time, to the point they couldn't distinguish the strong smell of fire coming down the floor above. And this was one of the problems of these floors, the strong smell that interfered with one's senses. This stench peaked on the 46th floor, but it quickly reduced as they went further all the way until the Monster Rex's room on the 49th floor. Do you want a beating? I'm sure of what I'm talking about. So stop babbling nonsense and shut up. Bet growled in anger due to being doubted, his fur standing up like a startled cat. She rolled her eyes at his provocation. She was used to his displays of anger. Instead of an intimidating wolf, Bet was more of a barking dog at this point in time. But even a dog can bite, something she didn't want to experience as it would surely hurt. Focus, Bet. What do you think is likely happening above? Gareth asked as he looked up. Tisk, do I even need to say it? Bet snickered as he climbed another step. His eyes opening slightly, he stared at the faint light far above. His pupils dilated as he tried to get more details. Some stupid party must be confronting some monsters, and they must be fairly weak to cause this commotion despite only being on the 36th floor. To not even take care of the monsters cleanly and effectively, they must be here to commit suicide by letting the waves stack up, or they must be struggling to keep things at a manageable level. I've heard that story many times in this place, and even though the people that can come this far are half decent, the 36th floor still has a higher death rate than the 37th floor. Bet, you talk as if anyone could just go to the 36th floor in the first place. It must at least be a medium-sized exploration familia. Riveria replied as she climbed to the same level as them. She has a point. TCHE. Gareth turned to the side as Bet snickered, looking at Finn. He may be silent, but he was talking to him with his eyes, and he meant, so. What do we do now? Finn closed his eyes, trying to estimate the most appropriate course of action. He raised his thumb to his forehead, his classic deep thought expression. All right. And eventually, he opened his eyes, smiling as he looked back at everyone. We'll be increasing our pace. People complained soon after. Just my fucking day. Bet said in displeasure as he put his hands on his pockets. Slash tap, slash. But someone slapped his back hard. Stop complaining and move your ass. Huh. Who dares? Bet turned around to see a pair of twin Amazones looking at him with stiff smiles. My bath is on the line, so move up. Please. Bet remained silent. He wasn't in the mood to bicker with two angry Amazons, especially the older one, that one wouldn't hesitate to swing her fists around, and in the end, no matter what he said, it would be his fault in the end. Because this already happened, more than once. The Loki familia increased their pace. Slash meanwhile, slash. Slash crack, slash. Haha. Is that your all? Slash smack, slash. Silver let himself loose as he clashed with the giant lizard again and again. Notes. Chapter 159, Destruction. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /boom, / URG. It's getting heavier, /BAM, / roar, / clang, / The fierce battle continued with Silver and the tyrant laying waste across the forest as they moved from one corner to the other. From the Red Plains to the dense forest, and from the forest to the Rocky Mountains. Eventually back at the Red Plains. Or what remained of them. Enraged and hurt, the giant monster whose eye, wing, and tail had been cut. Bit and trashed around in a desperate attempt of killing its aggressor. Yet every time it was about to crush that damn creature, it vanished. Whenever it opened its mouth to breath fire, something stopped it. Fire, lighting, ice, air, invisible barriers, strange objects, plants, metal, all kinds of things popped in and out of existence. This constant interruption and this feeling of emptiness drove the monster to a pseudo-madness. Clang, / But, it wasn't the only one getting tired. Splurt, / The dragon slashed Silver's shoulder with its remaining wing claw, drawing blood as it fiercely moved forward, toppling the ancient trees of this prehistoric forest. Ugh. Bam, / bam, / bam, / The tyrant collided his head against Silver, using it to smash him against the trees. Grit, / Yet, even as his body accumulated more and more wounds, Silver continued to fight, trading as many wounds as he could, gritting his teeth as his foot dug onto the earth whenever he could, and as his hand tore its skin apart. But things didn't look good. In such a direct fight, unless he used his plasmids to support him, he would lose, and that was to be expected. The tyrant was a level 5 monster, and even with his boosted stats, he was still lacking a little. Yet, this gave him a weird feeling. Was that all he was worth? He knew better than to frown at his own powers, once he trained and lost so much blood in order to attain his current level of proficiency. But he also knew where the problem of being too reliant on something leads to. Clang, / swoosh, / Using his remaining strength, he threw its head away, and parried the monster's massive foot, sending it to the side as his halberd was flung away. Roar, / Seeing that the annoying black rod had been sent away, the monster took this as a chance to end it, once and for all. Clack, / But its teeth sunk into the air, piercing dust and rocks as Silver once again vanished. Gore. Roar. Its eyes bleeding with anger, the tyrant turned its face directly towards the sky. It was used to his actions. Its enemy would constantly flee like this. To this, the monster would answer with a barrage of fireballs to force it down. But right now, the tyrant didn't have the energy to spare. However, in the brilliant white eyes of its enemy, it saw a certain cold determination. It understood, right then and there as the human's blood dripped slowly from the sky, that this would be the end. Crackle, / Inside its dark throat, flames surged, dyeing its neck red as scalding fumes were released from its mouth, setting the surroundings ablaze. Something was different though. This fire was stronger than before. Perhaps not as strong as its first fire blast when it first clashed against Silver, but for the current situation where both sides were rather exhausted, it was more than impressive. Flash, The color of the sky seemed to dim as a red sphere condensed within the monster's mouth. As if its existence was the only thing that mattered. Beam, crack, / As the fireball was releasing, creating a pillar of light in the sky, the tyrant's foot dug onto the ground. And the earth was set ablaze. This was the flare of the end, the final move for this fight. One. More. And. Thud, / Finally. The 36th floor. Raoul said tiredly as his face fell onto the grassy ground. Breathing heavily, he almost inhaled grass. This bag is unnecessarily heavy. He was tired, after fighting the monster Rex on the 37th floor. Better put, just watching from afar, making his way across the White Palace, and climbing 200+ steps to the 36th floor, he felt that his legs were about to fall off. There's no time to rest, Raoul, so get up on your feet. Gareth said as he pulled the man up again by grabbing his shirt. Slash tap, slash. He slapped his back, prompting the men to walk. But Raoul didn't seem to have the will to go on as he once again sat on the ground, sweat falling from his forehead. He definitely could go on, but the bag on his back had already done enough damage. Can't we just leave this behind? But a cat girl with black hair appeared behind him, saying cheekily. We definitely can leave those drops behind, but that is under the pretense you're going to reimburse everyone for the lost money, right? Slash fush slash. Raoul suddenly got up on his feet again, his energy back at 100%. I'm rested, let's go. Raoul said with deep determination, his jawline even becoming a bit sharper. She rolled her eyes, already expecting this to happen. Everyone focus. We may have left the deep floors, but this doesn't mean we're safer, it's the dungeon after all. Finn said without looking back. Everyone's tired, this went on longer than it should have. No matter how much I plan, I can't predict how fast or how late they'll come back. Even more when things don't look that good. This was because his gaze was currently on the smoke that covered the sky, and the fires that raged across the forest. A girl approached the blonde Palom. It was an elf with green hair clad in a long robe. It's worse than we thought, Finn. Indeed. As everyone caught their breath, they looked above to notice the situation. Wow. My nose is tingling. How awful. If our day couldn't get any better. Everyone seemed to have their own reactions to this. Some were confused, others were apprehensive, a few were merely tired, while a few simply complained about the heat, pulling their shirts to try and cool off a little. Everything is burning. But one of them, an elf, bit her lips in agony. The sight of seeing a forest burning wasn't exactly pleasant to her, as it sparked some bad memories. Many elven forests had been burned up on the surface due to the accursed magic weapons of the Kratzo and the Empire's desire of conquering the world. This included hers. She had a reason to be here in Arario of all places, after all. Albeit her mother saved her life long ago when she was but a small child, she still remembered some things vividly. The sheer amount of resentment she has towards them isn't in any way small. She carried it within her heart all this while. As such, this scene, despite having nothing to do with her, made her feel bad. Slash thud, slash. Calm down. Finn slammed the bottom of his spear on the ground, and everyone stopped whispering to each other. It seems something has indeed happened on this floor, so we'll have to tread lightly. We'll proceed as per normal since the fire is quite far from our current location, but be ready for a change of plans midway through that. Finn turned his face to a pair of twin Amazons. Tiona, I'll have to trouble you two with being on the vanguard again, sorry for this. You too, Gareth. See. The problems of being tough and capable. Tiona said as she jumped to the front. Her sister quickly replied. Count on me, Captain. While Gareth merely nodded, already understanding his duty before Finn even opened his mouth to speak. Ace, we'll count on you to direct the fire with your wind in case of emergencies, and Bet, you know the drill. Slash crack, slash. Cracking his knuckles, Bet smiled. On it. So everyone. Exclamation point. Suddenly, the mages turned their faces to the side, gazing at a spot far in the forest. Such intense magic power. Lafia said in a trembling tone. Level 5 at the very least, but it is so. Rough, slash flash, slash. The sky in the distance was suddenly overtaken by a bright light. Like the rising sun. A brilliant ball of light rose into the skies. Slash boom, slash. The pillar of fire overtook the skies like a volcano eruption, but something clashed against it, creating a resounding explosion. The pressure of this impact was so intense even they felt it despite being considerably far away, their clothes being blown slightly with the wind. Gareth tightened his clutch on his axe, his expression stiffening. That doesn't look good, Finn. I'm still a bit groggy from the sleep, to think an opportunity to wake up would appear so soon. Finn didn't say much, but he was pondering. Given their current circumstances, was it wise to interfere? Wherever that explosion happened, it wasn't on their way. So he has to consider, if a fight were indeed to happen, would they have enough energy to continue after? Of course, they have many potions and rations in case they do need to make a short rest, but he believed that meeting with the main group as fast as possible was their first priority. Only then would he be able to somewhat relax. Because it wasn't just about the physical exhaustion, a potion could resolve that. It was all about the mental state. As the flames in the sky dimmed, Tiona asked. Is it over? The leaves moved slowly under the wind, their faint sounds being muffled by the noises of the raging fires. But there was one thing on the back of everyone's mind. Where are the monsters? Tiona asked as she looked around. Her sister was thinking the same thing as her. Indeed. Something's fishy. Raoul tightened his backpack belt, just in case he needed to run. Captain. Everyone awaited Finn's orders. If there is a monster or something brewing up in the dungeon, then it's up to us, the Loki Familia, to exterminate it before others are swept up in its waves. If there is a problem, then we shall deal with it. He spoke with confidence, the determination of one of the top 10 strongest adventurers in the world. He was Finn Dame, captain of the Loki Familia, peak level 6 adventurer. For his bravery in combat, the gods gave him the alias of Braver. A bit later, crack, Looks like this part of the forest burned quite some time ago. A demi-human with dog ears looked around as he carried his spear on his back, pointing at the smoking trees on his path. He tried touching one of them, but it didn't take that much strength for it to crumble down. That's not the point. Look, see how the trees are toppled over there, it's as if something mowed everything on its path. A girl with red hair crouched near an open area. All of the trees in that area had been mowed down and compressed into a thick plate of charcoal. Something big and heavy had made its way across this path. It was very clear, a pathway in the burnt forest. Can you two just shut up and walk? No one here is blind. Bet said, annoyed. We were just commenting on what we saw. The red-haired girl said, annoyed. That's exactly the problem. Roar, smash, poof, TSK, how annoying. You're all annoying. Especially you, Bet. Tioni said in anger as she smashed a flying, armored serpentine creature that appeared from the ground, turning it into dust immediately. I had an image in mind, but I lost where I saw it. It was somewhere in the manga on a random page showing many monsters that weren't given a name. Hold onto your horses everyone, we'll soon be arriving. Gareth pushed a large burnt tree to the side, and it immediately turned into charcoal, staining his clothes and painting his face and beard black. He looked. Bwahaha. Raoul immediately burst into laughs, his knees growing weak as he almost fell onto the ground while the others held theirs. This pissed Gareth off a little. Even Finn reacted to this, letting out a small quick breath, PFF. You can sure laugh in the middle of a serious operation. It seems everyone is in need of some private counseling. Crack. As he said that, he cracked his fist merely by clenching it. Silence. But as always, the one that was terrible at reading the mood, Tiona, excitedly exclaimed. Ah! Guys, look at this. Tiona said in excitement as she pointed at a large black boulder. A quick look showed that it was something very similar to glass, being transparent. And if it wasn't for the black dust on it, they wouldn't have noticed it. Tiona touched it, but she quickly brought her hand back in shock. Are you okay, Tiona? Her sister asked as she approached her, concerned due to her sudden movement, thinking she had somehow hurt herself. Ah. No. It's cold. Cold. Everyone became confused by her words. Gareth, being the sturdiest of everyone in there, touched the black object first, and he soon identified what it was due to the water that dripped onto his hands. This is a massive chunk of ice. Ice. Lafia exclaimed as her expression distorted. But Gareth ignored her, saying, despite the hot temperature all around, it seems to be melting at a very slow rate. Riveria was silent, while Lafia tilted her head in confusion as if trying to understand something. How weird. Raoul commented as he touched the ice in curiosity. This isn't the only weird thing here. Finn mentioned as he walked to the ice boulder. You may not have noticed, but several things have already shown themselves as we walked. He pointed towards a small crater on the side, incomparably small and almost unremarkable. Look there, if you take a look at the ground, you'll see something rather weird, and that is glass. That is, the temperature on that specific spot was so great, that the sand in there turned into glass. The forest may be burning in some sections, but even in those, the highest temperature is nowhere near enough to heat the ground to such a degree to form such chunks of glass. Now, look there, see those stone pillars? They aren't natural, they may look like the burnt trunks of trees, but that isn't the case. And finally, the smell. Bet nodded with a serious gaze. This iron smell. It's blood. One of the others, another elf, one with blonde hair that flowed down onto her waist, raised her hand to ask. Are you telling me all of this was caused by a party of adventurers? It seems this is the case. Riveria replied. It's the highest possibility. But who would be so irresponsible? She asked with a frown. Now, let's not start assuming things. Gareth quickly said as he noticed that the conversation was steering itself in the wrong direction. Adventurers can't control everything, so don't blame them for this. What we should be concerning ourselves with is what forced them into this situation. A forest fire of such magnitude is rare even for wide-scale magic amidst first-class adventurers. So we need to consider. Gramps, don't waste your breath on this. But someone was quick to intervene. Why talk when we can walk? Bet said as he walked past everyone. If we want answers, we just need to go ask whoever did this. If they are still alive, that is. He said in a slightly mocking tone. He has a point. Surprisingly. Raoul said in a low tone. What did you say, bastard Raoul? Say that a bit louder. Bet said as he snarled at the boy carrying the massive backpack on the back. I said that. I need a bath. Chuckle. The others laughed while Bet sked loudly, going back to his walk in search of the truth. In the end, Bet was correct, there was no point in thinking over and over, they just needed to go there and find out for themselves. What had happened here? There was no need to stay still. Notes. Chapter 160, Who? If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my Discord RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. Around a minute or two after the explosion in the sky, two platinum eyes opened in the dark. Gasp, cough, ha. I think I swallowed dust. Silver finally woke up after his final strike against the tyrant, his skin tingling, his muscles aching, his head pulsating with pain. Everything hurt, even his mind. Where am I? He was somewhere rather uncomfortable. The best way he could describe this was that this was akin to the feeling of being buried in sand, albeit, whatever surrounded him was much lighter than that. It was soft to the touch, and it was rather nostalgic. Yes, he had seen and felt this many times before. I can't breathe very well. If I try to remember. Memories of a pillar of fire burning his face and skin passed through his mind. I took the fire head on and cleaved it. Then I hit its face. Yeah, I remember killing it, but overtaken by fatigue. After that, I think I lost consciousness for a moment. All right, I know what happened now. URG. Pain suddenly flared, stinging his body. Everything hurts. I have almost no energy left. But I can't leave myself like this. Using the little he had left, Silver opened his pocket space, taking out several potions at once, laying them on his chest, drinking them one at a time even if it meant consuming a portion of this ash. He needed to recover, and he had no time to make it pretty. Gulp, URG. Again. Gulp, Damn ash. Once he was done, having a bit more energy to move, and feeling the warm feeling on his stomach, he created a small bubble for himself, finally being able to properly open his eyes and stretch his body without the risk of more ash falling somewhere it wasn't supposed to. Lit. A small fire lit on the top of his finger, illuminating his surroundings. Is that? The first thing he noticed was the large colorful stone beneath his feet, the thing he was laying on top of, the very thing that was pressing onto his back, causing him severe discomfort. It was without a doubt, the tyrant's magic stone. It was a bit bigger than normal, being around the size of a standard pillow, and a bit shorter than his legs in terms of length. It was about the size of a teen palm. Even so, it was already massive, as most monsters on this floor left behind magic stones the size of his fist if not smaller, around the size of a finger. This was to show how special the tyrant is, and it can be considered the monster Rex of these floors, like how the infant dragon is on the upper floors. Time to work. I need to get my shit together. First, since he was still weak and it would take a while for him to recover, he decided to stay hidden inside the ash to avoid any potential monsters, making a small hole to the surface so air could flow inside. It was unlikely for the dungeon to spawn more monsters due to the severe destruction all around, but that didn't mean those already existing ones wouldn't appear. Leaving through teleportation was an option he considered, but he wanted to be in this area as long as possible. Because all around him were tens of millions of Valis worth of loot. Were he capable of collecting it all, processing it, he might even be able to order something from Hephaestus again. Though if she would accept it or not, that is another problem. So until he had at least a bit more energy, he would stay like this. Ouch. Ouch. It stings. Shit, this is. URG. Holding himself back to not scratch his healing wounds, Silver had to bite a small piece of cloth. Crack. After that, he started to cover his wounds. He had many internal fractures and ruptures, and he even had to pull a few bones back into position. Normal potions wouldn't heal it, and if he were to leave them alone, they would end up causing more harm than good. His skin was a deplorable sight to behold, with scars, cuts, burns, and more. He knew it wouldn't be possible to heal everything now, but healing them to the point he could fight again should be possible. Each one of these wounds costs 10k Valis. Some of the better ones cost 100k. I'm literally washing with money right now. But it's worth it. The resources I spend on potions increase up to a certain point, but the value of the items that come from the dungeon is ever increasing. An elixir will always have the same effects, but one day, the price of a normal magic stone from a deep floor monster will likely cover a substantial amount of the price. Most importantly. Fume. Silver took out his right arm. It was still riddled with wounds, but at the very least, it seemed recoverable now and not a chunk of charcoal like it was before. The feeling of seeing your own arm like this is not pleasant at all. Taking out several objects from his inventory, he injected the arm with all sorts of weird substances before letting out a sigh. Hope they work. I've thought about this after using many potions throughout my journey as an adventurer. Consumption and direct application in the injured area are two of the only 3 methods used when confronted with a wound, the last one being through magic. But what about direct intravenous injections? Of course, potions weren't meant to be injected, so I had to ask Mayak for help as I didn't have time to study the viability of that. And he did as I asked, modifying most of the common forms of health potions into ones that could be injected, at a cost. Of course, you can at most inject a fifth of a potion every 10 minutes or so in order to give time so your body can properly absorb its contents and not increase the pressure inside your veins. Amidst many other complications, a potion is a mixture of many complicated herbs. You wouldn't want to apply it inside your veins that much. But that won't be too much of a problem to me right now since this arm isn't really connected to anything. I'm the one controlling its circulation. Injections don't really improve the healing power of the potions anyway. To be honest, they do work faster and their efficiency is better as the potions are already traveling within the bloodstream instead of it is being first absorbed by the skin or the stomach tissues. Still, I won't abuse something that hasn't been properly tested and studied yet. Anyway. Time to put you back together. Cut. Silver's finger became akin to a razor blade as he removed the layer of skin that grew on his shoulder and his amputated arm. He needed the flesh to be exposed so the two could attach again. Wriggle. Like a can of worms, his veins started to protrude out of his wound, connecting with the ones in the arm. Once they all connected, Silver pulled the arm back in place slowly and washed the wound with a potent healing potion as his entire arm glowed green. Multiple forms of healing on top of each other for maximum efficiency and to ensure no problems occurred during the process. Grip. Soon enough, his arm was back in action. His grip was still a little weak and stiff, but his arm was back and that was what mattered. The reason why he didn't feel pain was due to him reducing his sense of pain and touch, effectively numbing himself. He wanted to do it before to reduce his torture with the scratching was that he wanted to make sure his entire body was healing properly. Now that the problem was only his arm, paying attention to it wasn't a problem, something he could do much easier if he wasn't feeling any pain. Poof. Silver let his face fall onto the ash as he closed his eyes. What a day. The tyrant was an interesting foe. By defeating it, I have proven that unless a unique type of adventurer appears, I have already stepped onto the realm of first class. Early first-class adventurers should be manageable if not easy for me to deal with. Much less when I receive my status update. But Phryne was also one such case. When she became level 5, she was stronger than others. And now she's level 6. This is not enough. Not enough for me to feel safe. If we go by her status, I already surpass her in some areas, but fighting her would still be a challenge. Once I recover, I'll go to the deep floors. Silver took a deep breath as he resisted the urge to scratch his body. Thinking about it. The Loki Familia's expedition should still be in the dungeon. I think they passed through these floors just a few days ago, so I should still have some time to see their fight against the Amphispana. How strong is it in comparison to this T-Rex? Probably a lot stronger, but I want to see it with my own eyes. A minute passed with Silver letting the potions work their wonders. And he suddenly opened his eyes. Someone's here. Several steps. Heavy sounds. Creaking. They are carrying something heavy and wearing heavy armor as well. Their steps are well coordinated. Experienced fighters. And they definitely noticed me, not really the normal bunch if they can detect me while I'm inside this ash pile. I have an idea. But first, I need to put on some clothes, my previous ones are completely charred. But it can't be something too perfect, a few minutes before, Things are becoming worse. Raoul mentioned as he avoided stepping on a sharp rock. Gulp. My foot would have a hole if I wasn't careful. After a few more minutes walking around in the forest, meeting with all sorts of bizarre sights, such as the numerous monster corpses that littered the ground together with a sea of drop items and magic stones, they finally arrived at the main area where they thought the pillar of fire had originated from. And they immediately realized something. Isn't this the Red Plains? The black-haired cat girl asked as she looked at the blood-red weeds that grew on the ground. Image. Albeit most of those were now destroyed, replaced by many craters, buried by the monsters' bodies in the black ash, or simply overturned in some way, shape, or form. It's completely destroyed. I used to like this place, despite its bad reputation. The cat girl remorsefully looked at the dead grass. Slash slap slash. But Raoul appeared behind her, slapping her shoulders with a smile. You talk as if this mattered, Anna. The dungeon will fix this in a week or two. You are. Anakity looked at Raoul with disappointed eyes, but she should have expected it. This idiot wouldn't understand. Complete and utter lack of romanticism. So she merely left to the back line to talk with the other more understanding girls, leaving him alone with the dogmen. This made Raoul confused. He looked left and right but he couldn't find the reason for her departure. Huh? Why did she leave? Did I say something wrong? Cruz looked at him with a hopeless expression. Really, bro? Damn. I thought I was bad with girls, but it seems you beat me up to it. Slash tap tap, slash. Keep it up, buddy. He said as he left. WH. What do you mean, Cruz? Please explain it to me. Cruz only waved back. Nah man, figure it out yourself. WH. Why is everyone always like this to me? Raoul said dejectedly as he looked at the ground. I'm not an idiot. Everyone kept looking around, noticing more and more bizarre oddities. The first thing was that this was indeed the place they were looking for. The density of monster-related items has increased significantly, and the amount of destruction is incomparable to the rest of the forest. Second, the complete and utter lack of life. No monsters. No people. Not even their bodies, only a few scattered, broken remains of the monsters were left. They already expected to find the monster corpses, but this was completely barren. Why are they gone? Cruz asked from the backlands. Scratching his ears, Cruz looked around. It does seem to be the right place. Slash twitch, slash. Bet's ears suddenly twitched as he looked at the side. I hear something. Someone's here. Exclamation point. Everyone followed his eyes towards a large pile of ash in the corner of this mess. Slash hustle, slash. The ash started to move, and from within, an arm popped off. Kia. Ghost. Some of the girls were startled by this, especially the ones that couldn't take horror. This included the silent Ace who tensed, her dominant hand going for her sword, albeit her grip was extremely weak as her hands trembled. It's not a ghost, damn it. Bet exclaimed in anger. These pussies. Leave it to me. Be careful, Gareth. Finn said as he looked around, making sure there were no extra surprises. Always. The old dwarf approached the pile of ashes, grabbing the arm with resolution and pulling it up without hesitation. Exclamation point. And a person was dragged out with it. Ha. The person who was pulled was startled, letting out an overly dramatic scream. Ha. What the? Oh. It's you, old man. Albeit. You look kind of weird. Silver replied as he looked at Gareth, noticing his blackened face due to the charcoal that fell on him a bit earlier. Slash silence slash. All of the executives of the Loki Familia suddenly froze. It was to such a degree that the others even became a bit startled. Did they recognize him? It seemed so. Just who was this person to make them like this all of a sudden? Including their boss. And why was he topless? Old man. Can you let go of my hand? It kind of hurts, not gonna lie. Apologies, young man, I was just surprised. There you go. Gareth did just as Silver asked, letting him go. Silver immediately stretched and crouched, grabbing a potion from within the ash, popping it up as he drank it, sprinkling some of its contents on his bare chest, much to his observers' displeasure. Or pleasure. The more they looked at him, the more they understood he was likely the culprit for everything that had just happened, or at least, he was part of it. His chest was riddled with wounds and scars, his arms as well, some closed, some open. Even after being dragged from the ash, some of it clung into his skin, making him look just like Gareth. And making their job of recognizing him that much harder. Huff. Silver pushed himself a little, stepping out of the hole, and a few of the girls became embarrassed. Not only was he topless, but he was also pantless, and only a small section of his pants was now left somewhat intact, the only thing left between their eyes and his private parts. Phew. That was tough. Silver smiled warmly to Gareth, before taking a look at the people of the Loki Familia. Well. We meet again, this time in quite the situation, so pardon my current looks, there isn't much I can do if my clothes don't have the same status as me. But honestly, you all look like crap, so I guess we're even. They really got me by surprise. I thought their expedition group had already passed through this floor. To think there would still be some people left, what a surprise. WH. Sort of logic is that? Riveria mumbled as she shook her head in confusion. Bwahaha. And you're one to talk, kid. Only your pants are left. Gareth said with a smile as he scratched his beard. Is he the only one? For now, Gareth stopped overthinking. This situation was already strange enough, nothing would come from thinking and thinking. Leave that to the small palom back there. So he decided to merely listen to this young man, see what he had to say. To his words, Silver shrugged with a smile. What can I say, my clothes weren't made to resist being blasted by a firestorm. I'm still looking for some that can last me a few dives, but I've been unsuccessful so far. Because of that, I stuck with buying cheap clothes instead of expensive ones. Gareth's eyes shinned with a certain comradeship. Is that so? I've actually run into the same problem many years ago, so I have some recommendations. At the same time, a few meters back, While Silver discussed with Gareth on the side, the others looked in stunned silence. The executives couldn't believe who they were seeing, while the others were trying to make ends meet to understand the situation. Clench. The first to get his bearings was Bet, who clenched his fist in a mix of disbelief and anger. He didn't take a step forward, there was no need to, he wasn't ignorant to disregard the situation, as he had already started to understand what had happened. Albeit he still found it hard to believe. The second one was Ace, her mind was simple, and so were her desires. After being surprised, she quickly recovered as she had a single question she had in her mind. What are you doing here? The how would come later. So she took a step forward, the first of everyone to move. WAWAWAWAAAA. Lafia's mind went into a loop, she didn't understand where to begin, neither did she understand how to finish. Just for a moment, the hardships they had to face to come down here went past her mind, and when she started to think about how he did it alone, her brain clogged. So she mindlessly went after Ace, her head still spinning as she denied reality. Especially the image of the half-naked man in front of her. This is unexpected. Took the words right out of my mouth. Finn and Riveria recovered almost at the same time, both frowning, the same questions passing through their minds. However, such things needed to be asked later down the line, not here in the middle of a dangerous field. I've seen him before. Following the executives who had already talked and met with Silver privately, it was time for the others to make sense of this mess. Cruz looked at Silver with a deep gaze, trying to remember where he had previously seen him. But not much passed through his mind, the famous white brain blank. Raoul was just looking from afar, he may act stupid, but he did have a brain, he immediately understood that based on his actions so far, Silver was alone and likely pretty happy. Who? Tiona's mind finally processed things, and her answer was to exclaim loudly as she ran forward and pointed. Oi, wait a bit, Tiona. And her sister went right after. When they left, Finn exclaimed awkwardly to the others. Everyone, focus. It seems things have taken yet another confusing turn. He facepalmed. Albeit I wonder if this is better than my previous expectations. MNN. Captain, do you know him? I do. And perhaps you should too. While they looked confused, Finn just told them it was better to regroup, so they started walking. In the end, everyone followed Ace and the others, interested in knowing the story behind this. While some wanted to understand who he was, the executives wanted to know how a level 2 adventurer made all the way to the end of the lower floors finding himself in the middle of this mayhem. How was he connected to all of this? Notes. If there are any mistakes, tell me, because I did quite a big change. This chapter used to start with the Loki Familia's POV and then Silver's. But then I switched it, thinking it made things flow better. We're literally on the final arc before the end. I think I said this too many times already, either because I'm stupid, or because it's simply an impression due to how long it has been. This Loki arc is a little big, it'll likely cover the next 2 weeks worth of chapters, but hopefully, I'll set their characters completely, and there won't be a need to showcase them like this in the future at least for a while. There will be one side chapter that will be full of interesting character interactions, and if you want to spoil, there will be a scene where the boys will try to sneak on the girls bathing, and Silver may. Well, we'll see. For now, the Loki Familia has met Silver, next, they'll climb back up, and prepare to face Amphisbaena. After that, back to Arario to deal with the aftermath of his choices. See you all then, peace. Chapter 161, First Class. I shall make some food, see you all later. I'll be posting Zero Fate later as well, I have yet to finish writing it and editing it. Anyway, bye. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /back to the present/. The situation was rather awkward, no one knew what to say. Gareth had already run out of topics to talk about, and now the only words left on his lips were a question. The same everyone else had. Apart from a few who still failed to recognize who the man in front of them actually was. What it meant for him to be here. Alone. To those people, Silver was likely just a strong adventurer, perhaps well-geared as well, though that gear had likely been destroyed by now given his subpar state. But which one of the first-class adventurers had such connections with the Loki familia to the point it made them surprised to see him here? Still. Who were they to blame? Silver was completely covered in black ash, considerably injured, and his clothes were. Well, he was barely wearing any. There was nothing on him that could make people easily recognize him, only his eyes were there, but was that really enough? For the executives, it was, for the rest, no. None of his usual disposition could be seen right now. He looked way worse than even a beggar, and albeit he didn't smell, that was merely because the stench of blood on him was so strong, other smells were overshadowed. Even so, no one was actively trying to smell him, even if they were, the smell coming from Raoul's armpits would have sent them to the ground already. Especially Gareth's, dwarves aren't really a flowery race. One of the reasons why Bet always stayed as far away as he could from most people during raids. And good luck living your life if you point your nose towards the elves and call them smelly. Peace and quiet will be the last things you'll ever have. Seeing that things had slowed down, Silver asked. Are you guys coming from the deeper floors? I thought the Loki familia had already passed through here. Yes. Finn replied after a bit of hesitation. Forget it, right now, why he is here doesn't matter, what we need to do is keep moving. You must have seen the main group or at least heard of it. They went ahead while we stayed behind to take on Udius, the monster Rex of the 37th floor. While he said that, he pointed at Raoul and the extremely bloated bag he was carrying. It was likely full of items including Udius's magic stone that was about the size of a person. Silver nodded, this much he had predicted the moment he saw them. I see, that's pretty incredible, you all do look rather tired though. The problems of not being able to come and go whenever you want. Then, may I ask why are you all here? The Red Plains aren't really part of the usual route adventurers would take, most prefer to stay away from here. For obvious reasons of course. Especially for a large party of tired adventurers, and unless they came here for an extra challenge and some spare change, I can't see why they would make this deviation in the usual path. Though, was it me? Finn's lips twitched, it was getting harder to maintain his composure. He may be the braver, but he is still a person, he simply didn't know how to react. You see. We thought that something had happened. So we came here to check on it. To his words, Silver looked around, and he awkwardly scratched his head. I did go a bit overboard. My apologies for dragging you all into this. I did check for adventurers, but I can't predict if a group will come up or down while I'm at it. It's not like this is the first time ever such a thing has happened. That isn't a problem. But. Finn's tongue moved inside of his mouth as he tried to find the adequate string of words to use, but he failed. It was really fascinating to see the braver so stuck, perhaps a mix of his tiredness plus how sudden the situation was made his brain revolve around on the same spot. Silver obviously noticed this, and he chuckled slightly. It seems I do have some things to explain. Not that I mind, I was planning on leaving anyway. This may be a chance, I wanted to see the monster Rex anyway. Also, why not tag along and see how a proper familia does things? I can definitely learn a lot from seeing how the best operate. Would you all mind if I tag along? I can promise not to hold you all back at least, of course, if it's too much, I can go back alone just fine, I came down here like that in the first place. Hey! Tiona suddenly exclaimed as she jumped forward, staying a few feet before Silver. Did you really come all the way here alone? Silver raised one of his eyebrows. I did, is that somehow weird? Tiona was stunned. Was it strange? Well. Not really, if she wanted to, she could also do the same, albeit it wouldn't be productive nor smart for her to do so. Unless she ran non-stop, coming down here would take a few days on foot, and even if she defeated some monsters, just how many magic stones would she get? It was, overall, not worth it. I guess not. No. That isn't it. What did I want to ask again? But someone was there to shine some light into her confusion. Of course it is. Lafia exclaimed as she clutched onto her staff. She pointed at him, her hair becoming disheveled. You're only a level 2 adventurer, what are you doing all the way on the 36th floor? It has barely even been half a year since he started. At this period in time, Ace was still level 1, and it would still take another half year for her to level up. Even if she had reached her limits around that time. Shouldn't it have been the same for him? Ah. So that is what's been on your mind. Their suspicion isn't baseless. He looked at her and replied with a serious look. Hunting the tyrant of the plains. Silence, thud. Lafia fell onto the ground, unconscious, her face red. Leafy. She had to be held by one of the other girls else she would fall face first onto the ground. Is she okay? Silver asked as he pointed at her. Why yes, don't mind her, it happens from time to time. Anakity replied as she looked at Silver and then back at the young elf. But her curiosity took over her. Aside from that. Are you really level 2? I finally recognize him. He's the one Tiona often talks about back in the manor. Not only Tiona. Even the goddess spared a few words for him once in a while. There was a time she said we were boring compared to him. The rookie that beat Ace level up record by a whole 10 months. Last time I saw him was from far away, this would make it our first time talking like this, that is how I didn't recognize him at first. His current look is rather rough, but his eyes are unmistakably bright. The captain of the Hestia Familia. He's surely strange. I guess. Silver replied with a shrug. I should be changing that to 3 soon. I ought to. While the world will see me as a level 3, I'll raise my level to 4. How can you reply with, I guess? Tap. Gareth slapped Silver's back, but he didn't move in the slightest. His expression did twitch because that small tap just happened to be on top of a painful area. Boy, how about we get you some new clothes? I think your current look is too much for the ladies. If we leave him like this, he might as well slip out. And I don't want to see a bloodbath, nods. The girls nodded to the old dwarf's words. Ah. Sorry. Silver said as he faked surprise. He knew very well his current state, honestly, he was about to create an excuse so he could put on some. Albeit he wasn't embarrassed, this didn't mean he was enjoying it either, he didn't like to show off like this, he wasn't that sort of person. If he were to show off, be it in other ways. Even so, it seemed his acting had paid off somewhat, had he appeared fully clothed as if nothing happened, given the current situation, everyone would have noticed that something was wrong. The contrary would have happened had he decided to appear naked as he was before, some of his teeth might have fallen by now. So a little bit of embarrassment wasn't much, especially when he didn't really care much, he was very proud of this body he trained so much to attain. Give me a moment, I'll take care of that. Silver raised his hand, and water started to rise from the ground, completely covering him in a bubble. Water. Ah yes. He doesn't need to chant. Riveria's eyes twitched, she was used to how other traditional mages looked at her and her disciple due to how they broke the usual 3 magic formula. But what is worse, a mage that can cast more than 3 magic spells through the fauna system, or someone that simply doesn't chant at all. There aren't even any magic spells. Considering their pride and way of be, they may label Silver as a fake mage. Not that he would care. She put his finger on the water, it wasn't an illusion, it was indeed plain cold water. Gareth on the other hand was certainly curious about what would happen. Pop. Not long after, the water sphere popped open, revealing a fresh-looking Silver with a new pair of pants. But that wasn't all, his body was clean, and albeit his scars were still visible and their intensity hadn't decreased, they were much cleaner than before. And what sort of adventurer would frown at a scar? They were pretty normal in all adventurers. The important thing was that there were no more dust or blood, he was even sparkling, smelling nice, which was odd. His hair was neatly in place, and his feet were now covered by a pair of leather shoes, and the same could be said for his hands that were now covered by a pair of thin black gloves. For his chest, he had a simple and cheap white shirt. There wasn't anything impressive about his clothes, they were obviously very cheap, and that was for a reason, Silver always destroyed them, so there was no need for his clothes to be expensive. This was the contrary for the Loki Familia's clothes though. Their clothes were made with extremely resistant materials to the point they could be considered armor. It wouldn't save their lives against a monster that could tear through the metal sheets of their armor, but the little protection it offered could indeed save them, and it did before. And that was priceless. As proof of that, they were mostly intact apart from a few cuts and tears here and there, Riveria's cape was pristine apart from the dirt around it, even so, it was very little. Tioni and Tiona's clothes were very minimalistic, but their bodies were their armor, they only needed it to stay intact so they didn't suddenly go nude in the middle of an intense fight. The surprising thing, however, is the fact he managed to clean himself so quickly. Thud. Dusting his pants in a carefree way, Silver snapped his fingers. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash clang, slash. His halberd flew from the ground, falling next to him in a cool way. It even seemed to shine for a moment under the light coming from the ceiling. He looked at it, feeling a bit remorseful after seeing its current battered state, so he washed it clean with water as well. Raising it to the sky so it could shine even more, he rested it on his shoulders. I'm done now, he said as he pulled his hair back in style with one hand. Slash annoyed, slash. Raoul didn't know why, but he became annoyed as he saw the looks of surprise and admiration coming from the other girls. That's probably the smoothest thing I've ever seen, Cruz said as he checked his own dirty spear, patting it with some understanding. If only you could fly like that, I would be drowning in ladies right now. But don't fret, you're good just the way you are. Narvi, the red-haired girl, looked at Silver, stunned. Oh no. He's hotter than I expected. Each of them had their own reactions upon learning who he was. A little bit further on the back, Finn and Riveria talked. He does know how to show off, Riveria said as she rested her staff on the ground. Finn was also smiling slightly as he noticed her pensive expression. Did you feel anything interesting? Apart from the rising magical power, nothing. It was sudden since just as it came, it left, vanishing. It makes me wonder just like the first time I saw it. I see. However, I did notice something. Oh. His magical power has increased exponentially. He's likely lying about his level. Finn felt his thumb ache. So it wasn't just me. Whatever he did wasn't enough to draw it all out, but conservative estimations would put him in the high ends of level 3, perhaps even higher, albeit it does pain me to even consider that. He never showed himself to me as the mage type. Even after what he told me, I believed he was akin to a bat lineage, fighting in the front lines due to his unique gift. At first, it was weak, at most comparable to an average mage. But this display has made me change my mind. The density of his magic power is higher than Lafia's, and that in itself is absurd. Finn replied as he continued Riveria's sentence. Lying about being level 2 means he became level 3 sometime after. In fact, he was already very strong even before that, much stronger than what a level 2 should be. He became an adventurer not that long ago, and his level up to 2 should be true and not a lie due to the guild's testimony. But even so, how long did he spend as one? 3 months? 4? Perhaps even less. At that time, he was barely considered to be a rising, second-class adventurer, even if he had a lot of combat experience and technique. It took Ace half a year to reach her limit as a level 1, and another 6 months for her to level up. She might have raised her level faster were we to tell her about her magic and also the secret of leveling up. But she would have died due to how reckless she was. At that time, she was strong enough to blast a minotaur to pieces if she used her magic, though it recoiled pretty badly on her untrained body. Even so, I can't see her leveling up any faster. Even now, thanks to that, her speed has increased by about 3 to 5 times, though given that, she would push her limits higher and that would balance things out. It's difficult to quantify it precisely. How unsettling. Just what does he know that allows him to grow so quickly? And what will become of him a few years down the line? Finn was really lost. Seeing this, Riveria immediately knew what he was thinking, but she had to change the subject of the conversation. How about what he said about before? Did you think about it? I did. How about we let him tag along? Oh. I thought you would be against it. Riveria coughed slightly. Normally that is the case, being this deep in the dungeon, being too optimistic of things often led to bad decisions. However, at the same time, I wouldn't mind helping a fellow adventurer go to a safe point, especially if he were someone I knew. And was injured. She turned her face to look at the others. Besides, it doesn't look like they'll be able to ignore him just like that. And I have a feeling this won't be our last time seeing him today either for some reason. Slash chuckles, slash. Finn chuckled in a low tone. Why don't you just say that you're curious about him? She said nothing, though her expression seemed to become slightly tenser, almost imperceptible. Heh, well. You have the same feeling as me. Having decided on how to proceed, they approached him to see what he had to say. Notes. One of the things I think I did badly in this arc was just how much time I spent on it. I did a lot of character interactions, and this is mostly what this volume is about. Though I think it was necessary, I also understand the others that want to see him blast more monsters into pieces, just like how I did showing him slowly descending to this floor. Hopefully, as I said before, next volume will be more focused on that. Though it remains to be seen. Tell me, what sort of interactions would you like to see in this small arc? Would you like to see a specific character talk about something? Perhaps a particular scene? Anyway, bye. Chapter 162, Shut It Hag. Here it is. A light chapter, not really anything else I can say. I really wanted to make people go, surprised face to his achievements, but I think that would be putting them down too much. I think they react in accordance to their surroundings and what they saw half decently at least. If you're up for a small teaser. There'll be around 5 to 6 more chapters with the Loki Familia before ending with the Amphisbaena. One of those chapters will be a side chapter where it'll be all about funny character interactions and a bit of showing off. After that, the events that'll lead to the end. Bye. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. You sure are full of surprises. Gareth mumbled as he scratched his beard. Silver could only smirk at the dwarf's words. I am well aware that I'm not really normal. HM. Is that some form of bragging, boy? /chuckle/. Who knows? Aren't you pretty unordinary yourself? Gareth smiled. Honestly, he liked Silver's personality very much. But as he turned to the side, seeing several people making their way to them, he grimaced. He felt as if these people were treating this boy as an animal in display instead of a fellow adventurer. Even so, instead of asking what he was curious about, something else came into mind. Are you sure you're okay? He asked as he turned to face Silver again. Before I took him out of that pile of ash, his body was full of wounds and he was also very rough, the very same look adventurers who went through extreme times would have. His breath was also very strong with the smell of herbs and potions. I think I understand now. After he barely survived whatever happened here, he hid inside the ash to recover. I remember that he had a self-healing ability, so he must have treated some of his more serious wounds first. Despite what he is showing right now, I can tell he is very tired, but he still persevered through the pain so as to not make us worry. Without doing anything, it seemed Silver had gained a small bit of respect from the old dwarf, who was now nodding at him slightly. How do I feel? I healed most of my superficial wounds, but there are still many other things to stitch back together. My body is flaring and burning all around. I might still have some small fractures left to heal. Good enough. Albeit I'll take some time off after I'm back. Thank you for worrying about me. This should be enough for now. Next, the biggest problem at hand. How do I collect the loot without them noticing? Will I have to carry it all the way back? I'll do it if that's the case. Also, time to prepare a prop backpack. If they find out I came here without one, they'll not only question my sanity, but also my credibility as an adventurer. Some proper gear as well. While Gareth let out a grunt, Tiona took this opportunity to talk again. Hey. Is it true? You came here to hunt the tyrant. No matter how much she thought, she couldn't understand it. I said that before already, didn't I? No matter how many times you ask, how am I supposed to reply? Though it's not like I don't understand, no matter how high my stats are, this should be impossible. If this goes on. Not to say the Loki Familia, people may want to see my level. I wouldn't mind showing it to them. But not now. If someone sees my stats, they'll realize what's wrong. Once I level up, I wouldn't mind showing the 4 on my back, that'll shut them up. The rest I'll leave it to their imagination. But. You know. Before Tiona could finish her words, she was cut off by another lady. How? Ace asked with a tint of curiosity. Her hair moving in the hot wind, the Sword Princess asked the rising adventurer the thing she wanted to know the most. That how wasn't as simple as it seemed. Silver turned to face her, and only now did he realize just how many people had gathered around him. The twins, Ace, the unconscious Lafia being carried by another elf, and a few others. Now, the only ones far away were Riveria and Finn, who were walking closer, together with Bet, who despite acting as if he didn't care, was slowly approaching by the minute. He would deny any sort of interest. Bet liked to say that pride was useless, but that would be a lie. Right now, after what happened last time they met, Bet had been training non-stop like a machine, using all sorts of dangerous methods to the point Gareth was forced to intervene. And if he were to ask that as well, Bet would literally dig a hole in embarrassment. Frowning, Silver asked, "What exactly do you mean by how?" as he looked at her. "My routes. I just took the normal path, nothing special. Or do you want to know something else?" he asked playfully. He knew exactly what she wanted to know, but why not joke around? Of course, given the situation, Ace was incapable of seeing the irony in his words, taking them seriously as she went into a deep ponder. Question mark. As those words were pronounced, Ace entered into a never-ending cycle of questions. How? What do I mean by that? How did you hunt? Grab your sword and swing it. No, that isn't it. Just that isn't enough to come down here. I learned that many years ago. So what is it? He is alone, which means he's level 6. Not that either. If so, he's good at something else. Hunting. In a way that allows him to come down here. Secret passages. Environmental knowledge. Words that she rarely used passed through her mind as the cogs of her conscience turned. But what is to hunt? How do you hunt? How do I reply? What do I want to know? But saving her from her own nightmare, Tioni opened her mouth to blurt something rather rude. She's asking how did a level 2 like made your way here? Puffed. Raoul spat some of the water he was drinking on the ground due to shock. Cough. Not subtle at all. Cruz's ears dropped slightly as he facepalmed. Once again, the Amazons failed to read the atmosphere. Exclamation point. Silent awkwardness filled the air as everyone looked at Tioni, who was now looking at the ground with a slightly red face. She had a look of, I was just trying to help, plastered on her face. Regardless, her words were the truth, they had the same question in their heads. How is he here? Of course, it's not like the way is blocked, anyone can pass between floors. But amidst the onslaught of monsters, much less a level 4 adventurer, even a level 5 would die before reaching this floor, even if they were equipped with top gear of the likes of magic swords and items. Perhaps reach this place depending on how they fought. Nevertheless, a team is necessary to reach this far and to go beyond, an expedition had to be built. People aren't machines. To maximize effectiveness, a team large enough to switch positions every once in a while in order to decrease the pressure and the load on each member is necessary to raid the deep floors. To divide the burden. Yet they didn't see any such people nearby, which was also one of the reasons why no one brought this up, thinking he might have lost them. Losing someone wasn't easy, and no one wanted to be the first one to bring that up. Of course, he could be one of those rare cases of people with special abilities. They already knew he had a unique assortment of abilities, but they never saw how far he could go with it. There was once a thief that could completely erase his presence, and he used to cause mayhem in the city until he was apprehended. But that isn't the only way to come down here alone. All of the executives could, but one thing is to come, another is to go back. As for Ace, she felt strange. This wasn't what she wanted. She never looked down on his ability as an adventurer, she merely asked whatever came onto her mind at the moment without putting too much thought into it. It only then came to her that she was being very rude and that Tioni had taken the blow for her. However, she was genuinely interested in knowing the methods this supposed level 2 used to come this far. How did he deal with the monsters in the Water City? What paths did he use? What strategies? Then what about all of the floors after that? What was his secret for fighting stronger monsters? This was for her dream. Did he know anything that could help her? All adventurers dreamed of being stronger than their actual levels, but few could pull it off, and once in a blue moon, an adventurer that could go beyond even that appeared as well. A top level 4 defeating a recent level 5 appears every once in a while. It isn't technically that rare. But a new level 4 defeating an established level 5. This is completely different. Yet right now, they were seeing a rather recent level 2 fighting against level 4 monsters. And even a level 5 one. From their perspective, 3 to 5 months is nothing, barely enough time for someone to get used to their new level. That was why it was so flabbergasting when they heard the news of someone that had become level 2 in 2 months. Not just any level 2 mind you, but one that could take on level 3s and even fight a level 4, even if defeated, it was a fight to behold. Just how could he have such progress? Oh. Listening to Tioni's words, Silver's expression became a bit more serene. He knew she didn't have the intent to mock him, but at the same time, she had a bit of contempt within her tone, just a little, still much less than what the others had. While Ace had no such feelings for him, Tioni and Tiona had close to none, while the others had their own fluctuating emotions. Each had their own circumstances, and Silver wouldn't hold them accountable for being doubtful in this situation. He isn't a child. That would one day change anyway, and people wouldn't question him even if he were to appear much deeper. But that wasn't the day yet. Guess that is indeed a bit off from your perspective. Silver had to think deeply before replying to her question. Well. The question is, do I play this safe and make an excuse? Or do I brazenly admit to what I did? Perhaps something in between. I'll admit and say that if I didn't have my pocket space to bring items with me, and my ability to teleport, getting this far would be tiring. I might not even be able to do it. It takes around 2 weeks to come this far for a normal party and expedition, and at most, I would cut the time to around a few days as I can fly throughout the floors and maintain my invisibility, avoiding as many monsters as possible. But every time I come, I always jump all of the previous floors with just a single ability, and I can then replenish what I lost with a potion from the pocket space. My starting point is completely different from theirs, which is always stuck on the first floor. I can always train where I'm supposed to, fighting stronger creatures than I'm supposed to, and whenever I need, I can retreat. It's obvious I would grow much faster. In fact, how long has it been since I actually stepped into the upper floors? Ironically, I have been training on the lower floors for weeks, and I haven't touched the first floor even once. He looked all around at the destruction he had caused, although they didn't know that. Or you could say, they didn't want to believe it. How do I put it? Things happened, the monsters on the water city weren't enough anymore, so I came further down, eventually reaching here. What a trashy answer. Bet said on the side as he approached them. He had a dark aura around him, his eyes said it all. He was displeased with seeing Silver here, for many reasons of course, but most of all, he felt conflicted. Bet felt this once already, it was during the time he saw Ace, how she quickly leveled up and overtook him, and he came to fall for her. Despite not having any such feelings for Silver, Bet felt something similar to that time. But only he and his distorted emotions could tell that in the end. He approached Silver and looked at him with a ferocious look. If you came here on your own, or through some other method, just say it, why blabber so much? Just say it already. But Silver didn't seem that intimidated, only staring down at the wolf boy. From his perspective, Bet's outburst looked more like a cry for help than an attempt of acting tough. He sought strength, he wanted to know more than anyone else, perhaps even Ace, what made him this strong. Bet's senses already made him capable of distinguishing what happened in this place. An intense battle of the likes he only sees in the deep floors where monster armies are the standard. And at the center of it all was this bastard. There was no one else on the 36th floor, no smells, nothing, only him. Gritting his teeth and seeking another answer is a waste of his time, so he needed to confront it now. This isn't the place for that, man. He replied with a shrug. This guy has anger issues, but I don't think he means any harm for the most part. Still, the way he speaks makes me want to beat him up. But not here, not in the dungeon. He's right, shut up, Bet. Tioni said as she looked at Bet, taking this opportunity to pass all of the shame to him. Bet became infuriated as he pointed at Silver and exclaimed. What? I'm right though. Don't tell me you buy his weak words. But before the situation went out of control, Finn and Riveria intervened as they arrived from the backlands. Bet, enough, other familia's businesses isn't something we should pry into. Riveria said as she pulled the wolf man's ears. Especially one we are technically indebted to. He became infuriated, he couldn't take it anymore. Every time they met, it was the same thing, no answers, only these shallow words that explained nothing. Like being teased endlessly. Ah. Not you too, old hag. Thunder, slash. Oh no. Everyone turned to look at Bet, their expressions dark. Out of every word he could have uttered. Ah. And no. I meant. Bet tried to explain himself, but it was already too late. Riveria was now gazing at him with an emotionless smile. Looks like you need some counseling. The thing she hates the most out of everything is being called old, and if you dare to add something like single in the same phrase, it's over for you, not even Loki can save you anymore. No, if Loki saw you say that, she would be the first to leave the room out of fear of being dragged into Riveria's wrath. Praying for her child, she would leave without looking back. The strength of this 100-year-old level 6 elf wasn't something that can be overlooked. As the wolf was dragged by the elf, screaming all sorts of things, begging for forgiveness and cursing the heavens, a blonde Palom approached Silver with an apologetic smile. Enough of being impressed, this wasn't the place, nor the time for it. Notes. Chapter 163, Up Above We Move. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my Discord RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Standing in front of Silver, the captain of the Loki Familia, Finn Dane closed his eyes with an awkward look as everyone watched Bet be pulled into the woods by Riveria, albeit he did not bow his head. Apologies for his behavior once more, he means no harm. Most of the times. He's just tired, spending 2 weeks in the dungeon fighting has placed all of us on edge, and you know how he normally is. Asking him that may have been too much, they only saw each other a few times after all. Once he comes back, he'll be a target of mockery from Loki for the next few weeks. Sigh, he dug his own grave. I don't really mind, he has some right, after all, my words were nothing but half-assed excuses. So? Tiona asked. Silver's eyelids twitched as he saw her genuine expression. So what? What is the truth then? It didn't seem she had any intention of letting this go. I never lied though. I can go on all day. You know what I'm talking about. Thud. Tiona pouted, but her light kick towards the ground made the place tremble a bit. She immediately became a bit embarrassed, she didn't want to let loose like that, a rookie mistake. Adventurers rarely lose control of their own strength, but Tiona was so mentally tired and annoyed about her own condition that she did, for a moment, forgot to hold herself, almost shattering Silver's toes. With a shadowy dark expression, Silver looked at her with his lips trembling. Ah. Well. Can't you tell? Silver raised his arms to the sky as he stretched. Isn't everything you need to know all around you? In a sense it is, but it doesn't make sense, you know. Silver smiled. He was about to retort when ah! The painful screams of a man echoed in the plains. No one looked behind though, they wouldn't associate themselves with that guy and whatever he was passing through. Gulp, slash. Raoul swallowed dry. He was a smart man. He saw someone call Riveria old, and after what happened to the poor sod, he vowed to never talk about age whenever he was anywhere near her. Some of the girls trembled. They had been within the ones that were unfortunate enough to either call her that or to be dragged into her wrath. Gareth wanted to laugh, but he knew better. Doing so would make him the next target, and he, more than anyone else, didn't want to receive an hour-long scold about maintaining composure as a top executive of the Loki Familia. Riveria was a master at bickering, perhaps the very reason she had yet to meet a partner to this day. The other one being that in the entire world, there wasn't a single elf that could match her. Being a high elf, and therefore part of elven royalty, Riveria is extremely revered by other elves, who hold her in high regard. Despite this, she has never acted conceited or taken advantage of it, even expressing annoyance at the preferential treatment she usually receives and the devotion they express. Even if at first she saw Palams as inferiors and dwarves as annoying, after living decades outside her forest, she lost those traits. However, this did not mean that her views on romance had changed. She still saw herself as an elf that would one day marry another elf. Albeit after so long, such thoughts had been almost completely forgotten, thrown to the back of her mind due to the mountains of work she always found herself with. No one dared to say, but beyond her age, being called a loner was truly the thing she hated to hear the most. Time passed and the screams ended, though at this time, Tiona had already forgotten her reason for questioning Silver, and so did the others. Since that's over. Finn on the other hand felt this was the right chance to strike. You asked me before if you could tag along, are you still up for it? Surprise. The others didn't expect Finn to step up like this, they were expecting him to just bluntly disagree. Do you mean it, Capitan? I already talked this over with Riveria, and I don't think you are against this, are you, Gareth? I'm with you. So that's that. He raised his head to look at Silver. Due to the difference in height, he had to stay a bit further away, otherwise it would be awkward. But even so, Finn never felt offended nor that there was a need for him to find another way to enforce his authority. His courage was as tall as his spear, let it shine in golden light. Sorry for being blunt, but would you mind if I went on our ways? I do have a schedule to meet and we are already a tad late. Silver nodded. He also wanted to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. Also, would you mind sharing with us what just happened? I wouldn't. Ha. When I ask you don't want to talk about it, but he asks and you suddenly want to. You didn't ask me that, you asked me how I came down here, not what happened here. You. Silver shrugged as he looked at the annoyed Tiona, instead looking at Finn again. Just one thing then. Do you have a mind potion? I'll pay you all later, of course, don't worry. I'm just a bit too. Tap. Don't worry about it, kid. Here, have this one. Gareth said as he passed Silver a small blue bottle from a pouch on his back. Thank you, I'm actually pretty spent. Pop. While Silver drank his potion, the others started to check on their equipment again. They had a very rare rest after all, so they better make the most of it. Albeit it was interesting meeting someone they knew in the dungeon, and they wanted to ask all sorts of questions, it was time to move. They came here to know what had happened, but since it seemed everything had already finished and there were no looming dangers for the future, Finn decided that it was better to ask the rest as they moved. Of course, this meant putting some trust in his words, but who would dare to lie to the braver? The person with the strongest intuition in Orario. Since their questions had yet to be truly resolved, Ace and the others figured out that it would be better to find out on the way rather than directly ask questions, although, of course, Tiona still kept babbling her mouth as they went on. Such as what was the deepest floor he had ever reached. Only to hear his lackluster reply, this one. But just before they left, Silver raised his right hand. Tremble. OWA. What is happening? Tiona asked as she felt the ground vibrate. Huh. KYAA. Lafia, who was awakened by the commotion, suddenly saw a massive rock floating above her head, sending shivers down her tummy. Kayam. She immediately fell unconscious again in the arms of the golden-haired elf. But Lafia wasn't the only one confused. Everyone else, including the top executives, questioned the nature of his sudden actions. However, even when they looked at him, Silver did not back down and continued what he was doing, calm and focused. Can you take a step to the side? He asked slowly and gently to Tioni. Huh. Slash thud, slash. Just had she taken a step to the side, a large rock crashed against the ground where she previously stood. That would have hurt. A little. Not like my hair can get any messier than this, slash crack, slash. The ground parted open as dust was sent into the skies as many colorful items took over the canopy of the trees. Magic stones and all kinds of drop items were flying above their heads. Everyone was left without breath by this exotic sight. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Silver mumbled to himself as his right hand closed. Among those, a few items slowly descended into Silver's hands. It was a pair of large magic stones the size of an adult's chest and a few drop items like fangs and scales, 4 fin, and the others. It was clear what they were. The Tyrant and the Empress drops. Once everything he wanted fell into his hands, Silver opened his mouth to say, "Sorry for the commotion, I just wanted to grab some things before proceeding. I may not be able to bring everything with me, but at least this. These magic stones will barely pay for the potions I use today, and these drop items can be sold as well for a certain margin of profit." Silver's eyes then sharpened. "I won't leave the rest behind though, too much to waste. Once everyone advances, I can collect the rest." "Ah, so you're cleaning up, very responsible," Anakity said as she looked at Silver. "Still. How are there so many? There are so many glittering stones. I know that the monster density in the lower floors is much higher, especially here, but even so. This isn't the deep floors. At least several dozen parties of monsters were defeated here today. It doesn't make sense, it makes me feel as if an expedition group passed through here. But he's alone. You can say that this is something I made. Normally, I would take everything I could back with me, leaving the rest for the dungeon to clean. But it isn't really possible to bring much back this time, so I'll have to go out of my way to make sure these won't pose a problem to others, even if I'm making a loss." They grimaced. They understood his feelings very well. No adventurer felt well leaving behind the loot she worked so hard towards, much less actively discarding these items. A certain Amazon girl only saw piles and piles of gold being buried in the ground. But to prevent trouble, they had to bury the magic stones at the very least to reduce the chances of monsters consuming them. And by doing so, it speeds up the reabsorption by the dungeon. All items and things left in the dungeon, from a person's body to the things they used, will eventually disappear within the dungeon. This is how it cleans itself. However, that can take some time, and in that time window, things could happen. Very dangerous ones. If a monster of these floors were to consume enough magic stones to become an enhanced species, it could become something more dangerous than even the Tyrant, and if it were to become an irregular, things may go out of control really quickly. It could lead to the death of many, all due to a lack of responsibility, the very reason Finn came here, to check on the mess and make sure it didn't impact others in the future. Silver also understood that, so he raised his other hand. Slash tremble, slash. The pile of items was dropped inside one of the many craters scattered throughout the field. And further in the distance, a small mound of earth was raised before it fell back onto the earth under his command, covering all of the items, burying them 5 feet under. Slash grumble, slash. And thus, with the gurgling sounds of the earth, tens of millions of Valis were buried forever in the dust. Returning into the embrace of its creator, the dungeon. "I feel like I just shot myself in the foot," Silver said with a black expression. "Please. Don't be reabsorbed. Another one of your abilities?" Gareth asked as he raised an eyebrow. "Not really, just the same old telekinesis. This time I'm not lying. I could use other abilities, but I don't see the need to. It would only give me more work later on as I would need to explain, even if simplified to them." "That was pretty cool," Tiona said as she walked to his right side. She raised her massive double-edged greatsword, lifting it to him. "Can you do the same with Urga?" I can." Honestly, he didn't mind playing with this Amazon. Yet, she wasn't exactly in good condition right now. She smelled pretty bad. But Silver didn't have the heart to say it out loud. So he merely grabbed her sword. It was heavy, and it made him bulge his muscles a little to lift it up in the air. It was a true berserk strength weapon, albeit, for this little Amazon with rather thin arms, it was as light as a feather. A metal feather. She normally swung it around like a kid would swing a broom around thinking it was a legendary sword. Much for everyone else's fear and displeasure. She had been scolded many times for such behavior, and she would likely keep being scolded for many years to come. "It's a bit heavy." "Is it? I think the weight is just alright. Still. I'm quite surprised, Raoul can barely even lift it." "Hey. I can do it." "We know you can't, bro." "Shut up, Cruz. You can't do it either. You are weaker than me." Looks at this guy. "But different from you, I have learned to realize what I can do." "Huh. But I'm aware of what I can do." "Do you?" Why me? While those two discussed, without showing anything else on his face, Silver lifted Urga in front of his face and let go of it. Gasp /. Yet, Urga did not fall, it stayed motionless in the air. How weird. They're like the girls back at the manor. When they joined us, they also asked me many questions and wanted to see my powers. Their expressions were just like hers. Albeit now, they are barely surprised by them. Sometimes I ask myself if I made them too numb to this. Still. Is it so impressive? I find it rather cool, I guess. The many years of using these powers seem to have had their toll on me. The first thing Tiona tried to do was grab it, but Urga did not move an inch from its still position in the air, as if it was embedded in the hide of a very thick monster. By applying a bit of force, it did move, though Silver started to sweat a little as she kept adding more and more power behind it. She could literally ride her weapon in the air. Yay. While Tiona had fun standing on top of her massive dual greatsword, Finn shook his head in helplessness. He could only thank Silver for being responsible and cleaning up after what he did. He didn't mind the destruction on the floor. After all, how many parties can come here in the first place? Of those that can, none would be troubled by those fires. But now that everything had been taken care of, Finn had everyone enter in formation to move. He looked at Silver with an inquisitive gaze, but it was clear what he was asking. Don't worry about me, I can offer rear support. If I hold you down for even a moment, I'll make the rest of the way up on my own. Step. You better hold on to your words. Bet said in displeasure from the side, his two cheeks red and swollen. Silver rolled his eyes and so did the others, and as such, the Loki Familia expedition continued on their way above. Notes. Really now, this chapter was pure talk. I'm sometimes surprised by just how fast the words go by. It feels like nothing happened, but there are 2.7k words here. Sheesh. Anyway, see you all next time. Chapter 164, Moving Up the Floors. Sorry for the delay, I had actually forgotten today was Sunday, so I was just doing something else until I remembered. Peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/AbadamWriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Their way across the forest was a smooth one with no monsters in sight. Everything nearby that could pose a threat to them had already been taken care of during Silver's onslaught. And it would likely take even longer until more spawned. As the fires still caused destruction all around, the dungeon was working non-stop to fix the damage, and as such, it had no time to create more monsters. To some, this was a relief, but to others, this was depressing. They were tired after many days of repetitive fights. It can be thrilling at first, yet as time passed and they became dirtier and dirtier, spending many days without seeing the sun, they start to loathe spending time in this dark abyss. While the others, those with unending fighting spirit, felt bored, as they were here already, better make the most out of their time. There are no monsters. Like, at all. Tioni said with a frown as they walked into the woods. Whenever I think I've seen a monster, I get disappointed since it's always a carcass. She turned to the side, fixing her eyes on Silver, making him raise an eyebrow. Yet, she said nothing, only letting out a breath of disappointment as she swung her cookery knives around. Rustle. Several people including Silver looked to the side, some of the bushes far away suddenly moved unnaturally. Finally. Tioni's eyes opened maniacally, she knew what it was, something to vent her frustration. /SHA. A scaled serpentine creature jumped from within the bushes, flying above their heads with its many small wings. It opened its mouth, full of razor-sharp teeth, intending on devouring the prey in front of it, Tioni, in one bite. Roar splurge. But it was blown back to the ground with a single kick. The poor thing didn't even finish its introductory roar before its head was crushed into bits. Foosh. Crack. Like an agile ballerina, Tioni flipped in the air, falling with her 2 feet on the ground, cracking it as she smiled. Feel much better now. The others didn't say much, keeping their eyes open for more monsters. Raoul looked at Finn, but he shook his head. There was no time to harvest the monster, so Raoul did what he had to do. He grabbed a spear and raised it, ready to turn the magic stone inside of it into dust. This was how things were done in here. They had to make sure to dispose of all magic stones before leaving, even if that meant having Riveria cast a wide-scale magic to turn them all to dust. However, this wasn't necessary right now. A simple spear thrust to destroy would suffice. And this time he would hit the bullseye in a single try. Splurge. This isn't it. Don't tell me I. Then realization kicked in, followed by a wave of embarrassment. What? I missed. How? Chuckle, / Hiding his face from a laughing cat girl, Raoul looked at the monster's body in confusion. Sigh. All right, this time I'll. Here, I grabbed it for you. But his confusion vanished as he noticed a brilliant stone in his assistant's hands. He says assistants, but in truth, Silver was anything but that. The only reason he was called that by him was that he had no position in this party. Hence, he acted in the same way a supporter would for a party, standing somewhere in the back next to the mages and the other supporters. Huh? How did you? Raoul didn't understand how Silver grabbed it, to the point he thought he was playing some tricks on him. When did he grab it if he was staring at the body the entire time? Even if he did it under the cover of his eyes somehow, there would have been some sort of clue like the body vibrating. Like this. Silver raised his finger, pointing it at a tree near Raoul. Huh. But when the finger lit up with light, Raoul felt his knees go weak. Splurge, / The tree behind him was hit with a strong invisible bullet as blood splattered around it, some of it falling on his face. Thud, / As the monster's body fell onto the ground, he realized what happened. There was a hidden monster there. Dangerously close to his face. Gulp, / A monster. How? I need to focus. Raoul shook his head, opening his eyes to see the monster's body split apart as a small magic stone flew towards Silver's hand. See. I see it. Thank you. My heart stopped there for a moment. But this guy. Is he showing off to me? Despite feeling grateful, he quickly started to get annoyed. He took the magic stones and put them inside the bag with a tired expression. Huh. But Silver suddenly frowned, his expression growing darker and darker. What is it? Is he going to ask for compensation? Well, he did take one down, I guess. Raoul took the magic stone again, ready to hand it to him when Silver said. I forgot my bag. Silence / Raoul wanted to kick him in the face for making him worry like that. Cruz had to give it to him. Silver was very good at moving the tension up and down. Give me a second, I'll be back in no time. Silver said as he looked at Finn in the front. Shush, / Just make it fast. And there he goes. Finn replied as his head fell slightly. In some senses he's similar to Loki, coming and going. But in her case, I can see where she goes most of the time. But he just zips around. Riveria looked at the forest. That's probably how those that can teleport perceive the world. For them, something that is far away for us is just a step away from reach. It is a bit enviable. You talk as if that was the only thing about him that was enviable. Gareth pointed out as he scratched his beard. Did you see how he healed himself and cleaned his own body? Not to say where he got those clothes from, he can control the environment and teleport not only himself but other things with him as well. An adventurer that can make the work of an entire party. An extremely rare teleportation ability. Telekinesis. Environmental manipulation. Several forms of elemental magic. Healing magic. He's a tad too versatile. Gareth smiled cheekily. Hey, how would you ambush him if you had to? I knew you would come with one of those the moment you started talking. Finn replied as he lodged his spear on the ground. As you do, thinking is what you're good at. Finn closed his eyes with a helpless smile. Just thinking. Oh, come on. Don't make me recite everything. Whoosh, / Hey, I'm back. And I got my stuff. Mwahaha. I'm rich. More so than I already was, but. Kia. Cutting straight through Gareth's words, Silver reappeared behind Lafia, this time with a massive backpack on his back. He had a small, pleased smile on his face as if a massive weight had been removed from his heart. But why was that the case when he was literally carrying such a comically large bag? Silver's bag was clearly of high quality, meant for expeditions to be carried by the strongest of supporters. The bag is around 2.5 m wide, deep, and a tad over 2 m tall as well. It was as if he was carrying a small wall. Did you do that on purpose? Do what? What's this little elf on about now? Don't feign ignorance. From everywhere. Everywhere you could have appeared. Did it have to be behind me? Lafia had enough of getting stunned by him. This time, she was going to fight back. SSTO. Sorry for that. Silver interrupted her with a smile and an apology. Honestly, he wasn't trying to scare the girl, he simply teleported to the spot he had been before. It wasn't his fault that they had moved a little, causing this misunderstanding. Humph. I accept your apologies. she said as she turned to the side with her arms crossed. You're really fast, but if everything is done, let's proceed. Finn pulled his spear from the ground, moving forward in his continuous march. As they walked, Cruz approached Silver with his spear on his back and a question in his eyes. How do I say this? Dude. Yes. Speak your mind. Yeah. Thanks, man, sorry for being awkward, it's just that. This may sound a bit strange, but... Have we met before? I've been having this feeling ever since we first met, and I can't tell if that's due to some other thing or... Yeah. Met before. Silver stopped for a few moments, thinking about all of the demi-humans like him he met in the past. It didn't take long, but he finally remembered. Aha. I remember now. I didn't recognize him that day, but now. I did arrive at Orario through the northern gates. I mean. Silver let out a small chuckle. I think it was around morning, near a living district. He said with a half-smile. Do you remember the human guy that was cheated on by the cat girl? Gasp, with the elf. PFFFFFT, All of them were thinking the same thing. What? Some of the girls almost fell onto the ground while Raoul and Ainakity coughed due to shock. Wasn't it a tad too specific? Even Ace, who isn't very well versed on these things, became a bit embarrassed as she looked at the side, but her ears were perked. What a sudden twist to their conversation. Gareth was holding in his laugh while Finn wanted to shake his head, but he kept his eyes on the path ahead. While Riveria narrowed her eyes, what are they talking about inside the dungeon? I would never cheat on the captain. Tioni said with determination in a low tone, albeit almost everyone could hear her. We can. Forget it. Tiona replied as she shook her head, choosing to stay in peace rather than deal with some problem. Cruz's eyes on the other hand lit up as he heard his reply. He touched Silver's shoulder with a smile. Yeah. So it was really you. If we're talking about that same event that happened several months ago, then yes, that was me. I had just arrived in Orario, it was my very first time here, and I must say, it was quite the welcome. Taking my first steps in Orario and already noticing the disparity of class between the levels of the adventurers. That was a special case, but yeah. Men. What a small world. Cruz and Silver continued to talk as they made their way to the staircase leading to the 35th floor. But the atmosphere was a little awkward due to the subject of their talk. Since you two are talking about this so much. What is your type of girl? Raoul asked from the back out of nowhere. His expression twisted into a smile as he quickened his pace, leaving him behind with the killer question. Suffer! Exclamation point. Now, that is a question I did not expect to get. Silver replied as he thought deeply. How do I reply to this guy? My type. Having one type is hard. There are already many pretty girls, so I would say it's more on personality, but that isn't entirely true. I like short, long, and all kinds of hairstyles, smack. Ainakity smacked Raoul's head since he couldn't read the mood and was making things worse. No need to answer this idiot, just go on, Adventurer Silver. I do have one though. But I guess that's okay. Silence. That's it. One of the girls in the back said suddenly. She quickly blocked her own mouth. Cough. Forget what I said. Bahahaha. Gareth lost his mind in laughs. Don't you want to know as well, Tiona? Her sister asked. Me. Why would I? You are G. Let's move on. She said as she quickened her steps. Everyone. We are in the dungeon. Please. Some concentration would be appreciated. Riveria said from the side with a sharp gaze. Can't he read the air? Why does he keep causing trouble? They stopped thinking on this matter, albeit a few girls still thought about it. Sometime later, We've arrived, the 35th floor. Be prepared, everyone. We have company. Roar. Barely had Finn talked, the sounds of monsters running from afar reached their ears. Now this is the dungeon I know. Bet muttered with a smile as he smashed his fists against each other. Not that boring feast. I can finally have some fun. I'm going first. Crack. Bet kicked the ground and rushed forward with incredible speed the likes Raoul could not even react to. He's gotten faster than before. He said as he took out a bow, ready to offer supportive fire. Cling. He's just trying to act tough, if he moves like that he'll get tired in less than an hour. Ainakity said as she took out her own weapon from its scabbard. Isn't that just normal Bet behavior then? Asked the red-haired swordswoman in the back. No Narvi, even Bet knows where to stop. Seeing the high number of monsters that continued to increase, Silver asked. Should I help? Silver took a step forward, wanting to offer some assistance, but not because he felt they needed it. If this goes on, it may take over 2 to 3 days to reach the safe point on the 28th floor, which wouldn't be ideal. That's already very fast since it normally takes 2 weeks to reach the 36th floor. But that's excruciatingly long to me. I've lived with the convenience of coming and going into the dungeon that I've forgotten what it is to travel around on foot. And if we stay fighting and taking the longer routes every time, should I create an excuse? Perhaps it. Stay the fuck away. Bet exclaimed from far away as he smashed a Triceratops monster's head with a kick. Guess that's a no then. Cruz tapped his shoulder and said. I'll be going first, friend, I'm actually part of the Vanguard group you see. Silver smiled. Go on, try not to get yourself any dirtier than you already are. He replied as he dusted his shoulder. Hey. Not everyone can get themselves cleaned like you. Silver got an idea. But it wasn't time yet. Slash swoosh, slash. Cruz rushed forward, piercing with his spear. I'm going too. Me too. Wait for me. Following those two, Tiona, Tioni, Ace, and Lafia rushed to the front lines, albeit Lafia merely stood a few feet in front of Gareth who was there to ensure her back was safe. Those four. They are going against my orders again. Riveria said displeased. It's all due to him. Leave those young ones alone, they are a bit too shaken and they need to vent their energy. I could even extend that to me as well. I still can't quite comprehend what I'm seeing right now. To think this kid grew so much so fast. If I were a few decades younger I would've. Gareth has always tried to defend their actions, he was in his own way, a very soft person. He many times disagreed with Riveria's harsh actions, taking more casual approaches than most would take given his position. They are all proficient adventurers. Die. Bet exclaimed as he decapitated a monster with a kick. They don't look that professional to me. Riveria said as she saw Bet rush into a group of 12 flying monsters, ripping them apart with his hands as he smiled amidst the falling blood. As they fought, Raoul smiled proudly, saying, See. This is the power of the Loki Familia. But Silver merely nodded, saying something very mature. It's very impressive, my hope is that one day I can lead a Familia just as good as yours my friend. To his words, Raoul shut up, feeling completely defeated. Both in power and temperament. Raoul started to draw circles on the ground, depressed while the others shook their heads. Silver made sure to imprint this into his mind, this was how a first-rate Familia fought in the dungeon, even if they are more relaxed now than when they were deeper down, they still have their own dynamic that is worth studying. Because one day, he may very well be right there where Finn is, overlooking the battlefield with a serious gaze. Notes. As some people were asking, Silver did collect most of the loot. Next 2 or so chapters, they'll make their way to the 28th floor, and I'll release the side chapter of this arc, after that, Amphispana and we're back at the surface to start the end. Peace. Chapter 165, What Happened to Her? Pretty simple chapter, I feel that most of these chapters should have been released together. Though, yeah. Until next time. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/AbadamWriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, The Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /splat//poof/ Showing her prowess as an Amazon, Tiona jumped into the air and swung her massive double-edged sword, cleaving a massive boar monster in half, cleaving its magic stone, making its body turn into ash and dust. Breathing quickly, she kicked the ground, shattering it, ready to pounce or another monster. Crack. But the cracked ground beneath her foot parted open, and from within, a massive mouth engulfed her. Tiona. Her sister exclaimed in anger as she jumped after it. No matter how much faith she had in her sister's physical constitution, no one would like to see their own kin being devoured by monsters. Apart from a few weirdos who had sad pasts. /splat/. Who do you think you're eating? From inside and screaming loudly, Tiona slashed the throat of the monster, decapitating it as she jumped out from within together with a shower of red blood. Her sister approached her, knocking on her head with the back of her cookery knife, saying, Can you pay more attention next time? Hee. I made a mistake. Don't laugh. Die. /boom/. As the two talked, Bet finished killing the last monster on sight with a grandiose stomp, one that was so powerful it created an aftershock that shook the cavern and beyond. Albeit the 35th floor was still the same environment as the 36th, some portions of it were beneath the ground or inside the mountains through ant-like caves that went all around the floor. These caves would spawn the same monsters as up above, but there was still a certain unique selection of monsters that were unique to this dark environment. It was estimated that at least a third of the area of these floors was underground. Is it over already? Lafia asked as she looked around. I barely even cast 3 spells. Well, that's how we do it. In the end, there were no casualties and almost no injuries either, only a small scratch on Cruz's arms that can be healed with the simplest of potions. But everyone was a bit more dirty. Bet had red and dusty spots all over his body and fur. The same goes for Cruz. Tioni's hands were completely red, not from her blood, but from the monsters she slew with her daggers. Tiona took small steps on the ground, reeking of metal and blood, leaving behind red footprints. Riveria facepalmed as the urge to knock on her head with her staff increased, but she held herself, not because she was being mature, but because she didn't want to dirty it. Right now, she and Lafia were the 2 cleanest in the entire party. As members of the rear, they only cast magic here and there. Also, Riveria was extremely experienced in the traditional magic of the elves, using it to create small bodies of water that could be used to wet towels so they could clean themselves as they waited for the monster Rex to spawn. Of course, that was around a day ago, so after an entire extra day walking and fighting, resting only for a small amount of time, they were sweaty while everyone else was. Better not describe them. They craved a bath. As for Ace, surprisingly, thanks to her wind barrier from using aerial, rarely would blood fall onto her, dirting her. But she still reeked. Silver made sure to remember what they did here. It may seem disorganized, but there is a clear strategy being used. Only the vanguard moved forward while the top executives stayed back to protect the rest. There are 2 big reasons for this. The top executives can preserve their energy for true emergencies, while the executives can accumulate excelia, something they need much more than them. They were extreme level 6s, far into their levels. Killing everything would be a simple deal, but one that was much more meaningful for the others. An expedition isn't only meant to make money and increase their fame, but also to increase the strength of the familia as a whole as they take small steps closer and closer to the familia's objective of conquering the dungeon. But that would be something for the far, far future. While Tioni and the others came back, Finn turned to Silver. Adventurer Silver, would you mind doing what you did last time? Cleaning all of this would take a while. And he himself said it for us to put him to use so. No one frowned at Finn's way of addressing him. Silver himself asked everyone to call him by his name if possible. This didn't start today, but done ever since they first met. I'm already thankful for doing something. I was honestly pretty bored. I didn't act because that would be rude. The worst thing I could do in this situation is to act on my own and disrupt their party's momentum. That's why I asked first if I could, but since Bet refused and no one objected to him, I just stayed still next to Raoul, helping him whenever too many monsters surrounded him and the others in the rear end. Snap, slash. Silver raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Splat, slash. All of the bodies of the monsters trembled as small cuts were made on their hide. Whoosh, slash. From within each hole, a magic stone shot out like a bullet, moving towards Silver. And the bodies of the monsters slowly turned into dust as they lost their core, leaving behind drops of many kinds. Done. You are really fast at this. Finn replied with a smile. If we had him on every expedition, taking care of the post-processing would be a breeze. Thank you, it's honestly not that impressive. Once a monster dies, most of the magic resistance they had just goes away, so I can process their bodies pretty easily if I focus enough. Riveria turned to look at him, saying, I'm not so sure about that. It may be simple for you to do, but being able to quickly clean after a hunt is honestly an ability that takes years for adventurers to perfect. For some reason, Riveria started to nag. Many accidents can happen in the middle of the cleanup, forcing the party to fight in a disadvantageous position, or to abandon their hard work. Normally this is done by supporters as one of their many jobs, but it's honestly pretty dangerous to do even for the stronger adventurers they support. Some monsters have toxic skins, others have corrosive blood, and a few are simply too tough for weak supporters to cut open. What you did trivializes this harvesting process, and increases the efficiency of a party by a lot. If a party hunts for 6 hours, one of those hours is spent harvesting. Silver listened to all of her words. It was rare to see Riveria spending more than a few words on a single subject. Not to say of the preserved energy, crouching down and cutting a monster apart can be very mentally and physically taxing, and looking at you, that doesn't seem to be that heavy of a task to perform. Silver smiled. You overpraise me, but you have a point. I never took this that seriously as I work alone, but your words make me a bit more proud. That is a bit of a lie, but being humble in the face of the best is not that big of a deal. I am fully aware of what I can do, though it's true that working alone most of the time has made me distance from what is common. Listening to other adventurers, mostly the people back in the manor, has slowly filled these empty spots. However, contrary to his intentions, his words left them in deep ponder. Works alone. While Riveria's expression darkened at his words as she remembered the far past, Silver helped Raoul stash the magic stones in his bag, much to the latter's discontent. Throughout it all, Raoul's face was cringing in anger as he looked at Silver. Hey! Tiona finally came back with the others, and they could finally behold her new appearance. Look at you, lass, you're like a tomato. Gareth said playfully. Sigh. What do I do with these kids? She touched her hair in annoyance. What can I do? I'm not like Ace that can block all of this disgusting thing. URG, this sucks. Tiona touched her hair and clothes multiple times. The feeling of her skin sticking to each other was horrible and she couldn't wait to take a bath. But she then had an incredible idea. Turning to face Silver, she asked him with open arms. Can you do that thing? That thing. Turning his face with an expression of bewilderment, Silver faced Tiona, who now had a large smile glued to her face. Given the context. You want me to clean you up? Exclamation point. Puffed. Bahaha. Gareth couldn't contain his laugh. You're sure bold, lass. Go on. I'll cheer you on, ha ha ha. Just wait till Loki hears this one. Everyone became a bit stunned, thinking their own things as they processed Tiona's unusual words that seemed a bit. When you put it that way, it's a bit strange. Forget it. Even Tiona took a step back as she realized the context of her words. She became a bit too brazen this time and ended up disregarding the meaning of her words. Nevertheless, Silver merely chuckled. He didn't mind, nor did he misinterpret her words. He knew what she wanted, and he knew she didn't have any impure thoughts about it either. He was mostly teasing her as she only had a single desire, to rid her body of that terrible feeling. Well, I can definitely do it, you just need to stay still for a while. With her eyes brightening by the second as if the clouds in front of the sun had been cleared, Tiona smiled, albeit it wasn't exactly pretty given her current condition. Ah, really? Yay. Sigh. What are you doing in the middle of the field? Riveria mumbled as she looked away. Well. She is a bit. Not in a proper condition right now. Honestly, this expedition can be said to be one of the dirtiest I have participated in the last few years. To Riveria's words, Silver merely said. It's only going to take a moment. Finn didn't say anything. No, he felt it would be better to not say anything. And the others just watched. Slash whoosh, slash. He raised his hand, closing them. A cage of water rose from the ground, entrapping Tiona. Huh. It's wobbly. No one could see her anymore, but inside, Tiona was like a child touching everything with curiosity. It should be starting by now, be sure to hold your breath, we don't want you to breath water. Silver joked as he looked at her. Sure thing. HM. Should I expect anything? Do you know what a dishwasher is? Dish. What? Then forget it. Everything was fine until. Puffed. Ah. It tickles. Ha ha ha. Stop. Ha ha ha. Her laughs were heard from within as the ones outside could only imagine what was happening within. Riveria stared at the ball with great interest, although she thought, is she going to be fine? With a dark expression. Ha. Eek. And not there. Ha ha ha. Ah. Slash awkward silence, slash. Everyone suddenly looked at Silver, and he couldn't help but sweat a little. I didn't do anything, don't look at me like that. I don't think I need to say anything. Tiona said as she looked at Silver with a grumpy expression. Ace became emotionless as if she was looking at an ant. Suspicious. Lafia mumbled as she looked at him. Instead of defending himself from the dead gazes of the ladies, it was better to focus on the matter at hand. Slash splash, slash. The water wall fell, revealing a sparkling clean girl with wet, bob-cut hair. Wow. Her clothes were now sparkling clean, her sword as well, her body was even steaming a little as the water was hot, and her cheeks were a little rosy. She opened her sparkling eyes, looking around her with a certain embarrassment, prompting everyone to look at Silver again. Tiona was someone who would always be very active, so why was she so silent? Thank you. She said in a low tone as she approached Silver. No worries. Why is she like this? He shook his head, perhaps having water wash her body while everyone is around her might have made her embarrassed, and that is okay. Everyone else had something else in mind though. Here, stay still one more time. Tiona's hair was still wet, droplets of water were all around her body. To dry her, he first placed his two hands just a bit from her ears, making her freeze in place due to the gesture, her face even becoming a bit redder. WH. Didn't it look fairly romantic? Slash fush, slash. Before she could even say or think of anything, a powerful air current blasted her face, making her eyelids open and her mouth wobble. Ah! In 1 second, her face, body, and emotions dried up, but her hair was now disheveled. Done. Silver said in a heavy tone. I don't know how to feel now. Tioni said as she face-palmed. But in a sense, I am envious of her. She seems much more comfortable now. No. My body only belongs to the captain and any sort of interaction with other men is forbidden. Yet I want a bath so bad. Hey, do it for me too. Raoul asked with a big smile. Not you too, we need to move guys. Finn said with a half-smile. Despite seeing that the mood was now better than before, they still needed to move. Staying in the same place for too long in the dungeon isn't safe, and even though the ground was broken, the dungeon was healing itself at speeds the naked eye could see. Monster could spawn at any moment. But Silver turned to him, shaking his head. Don't worry. Thank you, friend. // Raoul was blasted with a potent water curtain, making everyone shudder. But strangely enough, neither his clothes nor himself were washed away due to the pressure. Staying in the same place with the help of some invisible force. Yet, this only aggravated Raoul's misfortune as the water hit his body with even more intensity. It couldn't be seen due to the water, but he was crying. Psugbugu. Raoul seemed to scream something inside the water, but only bubbles came off from inside his mouth. Splash. Finally, after 5 seconds, the water disappeared, showing an immaculate Raoul in place, fallen on the wet ground with a twitching body. Ah! He grunted as his body twitched. Fush. If that wasn't enough, Raoul was now blasted with a strong wave of air, drying him up completely. He only cried silent tears. He was clean, but he felt something else had been washed away. His pride. Anyone else? Silver asked as he looked around. They all shook their heads in a mix of fear and unwillingness, some now wanting to experience what Raoul just had, some too fearful and embarrassed to know what Tiona had just gone through as well. Sigh. Someone grab Raoul so we can proceed. Managing a familia wasn't easy, Finn thought to himself as he went on his way. Around an hour later, If we go like this, we'll take forever. 1 hour later they were still underground, their rate of locomotion was unacceptable to Silver. If they went on like this, he would only go back home tomorrow, leaving Hestia a tad too worried, and he couldn't even warn her. He thought about sneaking to notify her when he had the chance, but that would be difficult given the people that were surrounding him. So to make everything a bit faster, he merely raised his left hand, turning his hand to the side so he could see his palm. Crook. Multiple green and brown lines started to form on his hand, becoming something akin to a topographic map. Raoul was obviously the first to notice it. As the person who was the closest to Silver, it would be difficult to not notice that. Silver's hand was shinning. WHWH, what are you doing? Raoul asked, his voice trembling as he didn't know how to feel. This prompted the others to look at him as well, albeit they didn't stop walking. I'm taking a look at the map. The map? But your hand. This is my map. Silver said as he interrupted Raoul. Chun. A greenish projection suddenly appeared in front of him, shocking Raoul and the others who were paying attention to his actions. We should be here. And given our path so far, we should be moving. Here. Ah. Why yes, that is the entrance we are moving towards. His confidence made Raoul quiver a little. That was the sort of thing he wanted too much to acquire, but his cowardly behavior was holding him back. Not everyone is born a hero, some grow to challenge the dungeon, others grow to fear it. Raoul was the latter. That's a fairly useful ability, boy. Do you have the entire dungeon in that hand of yours? Not quite, my ability is just a compilation of all of the maps I have faced over time. Here, this is what I have. Chun. The entire map vibrated as it zoomed out, showing more and more floors. Eventually becoming a large pyramid. This is. Riveria said as she looked at the map in interest. The entire dungeon from the 36th floor to the first floor. Of course, many areas are missing and the dungeon itself changes from time to time, so some things would be different. He raised his hand, pointing it at the map. See this red dot over here? This is us. With this amount of zoom, it's a bit imprecise, so I rarely use it like this. Finn scratched his chin as he looked at it. He thought to himself how envious he is of this ability. Mappers are extremely important to any expedition, but he alone is better than most put together. Incredible. Ainakity said as she looked at the map. Can you add Orario at the very top? That may be a bit much. I can. Silver replied as if it was a matter of course. Chun. Buildings materialized and a large tower rose from the tip of the pyramid. It was the dungeon seal, Babel. With Orario as a reference, this allowed everyone to realize just how incredibly large the dungeon is, and even the incomparably large Tower of Babel is just as tall as the upper floors and few more combined are deep. This also allowed them to compare the size of the floors with the city, and even though the buildings were small, the size of small ants, they could still see where the walls of Orario laid. The dungeon sure is massive, ain't it? Narvi asked with wide eyes. Sure is. One day, I'll also add the deep floors and the surroundings of Orario to my map, but for now, it shall remain like this. With that in mind. Wouldn't it be faster if we just broke that wall over there? Silver finally showed his reason for doing this. He merely wanted to reduce their travel time. You talk as if that was simple. Breaking the wall is simple, digging a 10 m long stable hole is another thing. Finn said as he shook his head. That I agree, so. Tremble, / Allow me to dig it for you. The walls of the dungeon trembled, and a small hole started to open. Notes. Chapter 166, the 28th floor. Finally, we arrived at this damn floor. There should be one more chapter focused on Silver's progress, as it has been a while since we had any status updates. And after that, I'll post a side chapter focusing on his interactions in the rest point. After that, we'll advance to the floor boss and blah blah. You heard this a few times already. This chapter has 3.5k words. I hope you like it. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disk at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /tremble, / crack, / What is going on? Raoul asked with a twisted expression as he looked at Silver. Give me a break, / back in the front lines, / The source of the trembling wasn't hard to discern. Everyone knew who was the culprit behind it. Albeit they haven't realized it yet, they had already grown somewhat used to his out-of-the-norm occurrences, and with his personality, they also grew to understand most of his intentions, though if that was trust or not, it would depend on who you asked. There he goes. Things are getting hectic again. What is he doing this time? With a frown, Finn and Gareth looked at Silver, followed by Riveria, who was more preoccupied with analyzing the magic power fluctuations around him than at anything else. And as expected, she understood nothing, frowning in frustration. Silver's hand was glowing in faint gray light as he pointed at the dungeon wall, and this was exactly where her eyes were locked at. First, it was a small rock that fell from the wall, making a small hole, but over time, this hole increased in size until a lengthy tunnel formed. It was a path that went straight through the dungeon. WH. Did you just do what I think you did? Raoul asked as he pointed at the hole, his eyes fixed on Silver. It was rather comical. Raoul's exaggerated reactions were always somewhat entertaining to see, just as much as Lafia's embarrassed and clumsy responses. You mean the hole? Silver asked as he closed his hand. Yes, damn it. He then shrugged, saying. I guess I did. You. Sigh, you tire me. Guess it's time to do what I'm best at. Clear my mind. Focus on the path and on the task at hand. And. Raoul looked at the hole as his expression went back to normal. Not care. The girls looked at Raoul with mixed expressions. Was this the attitude a level 4 should have? But oh well, they couldn't blame him. Everything Silver does is hard to swallow with their common sense. Once is okay. Twice is bearable, thrice is still within the 3 magic rule. But 4, 5, 6 times. Each and every time he goes beyond said limit makes them shudder, not in fear, but in some indescribable feeling. It was a similar feeling to when they met Lafia for the first time. It took them a good while to get used to the fact she can cast 1,000 different forms of magic, and that her potential was immense, allowing her, despite being level 3, to wound even level 5 monsters with her magic, perhaps even level 6 if she concentrated enough. Even so, in her case, she takes an entire minute or so preparing to cast it, creating a magic circle, gathering strength and concentration as she focused on it. So she has a method to follow, one they understood. It somewhat made her seem more normal. Especially in comparison to the men in front of them right now. A tunnel. Now, isn't that your dream, Gareth? Finn said with a half-smile. Heh. The dwarf exhaled in displeasure, looking at the Palom with a stern smile. What are you blabbering on about, Finn? Well, don't you all complain that we should just dig holes instead of moving through the dungeon? You even gave the idea of creating an extensive mine shaft to facilitate movement. That was 20 years ago. He said with a twitching expression. Gareth looked haughty as he crossed his arms. I still think that idea has some merit. Unfortunately, digging isn't the problem, it's maintaining it. When the very walls around you work day in and night to repair themselves to their original state, even an experienced miner like me will shudder and give up. If that wasn't enough, talk about the monsters that may appear at any moment. Riveria approached the two, saying, "It feels just like yesterday to me though. I remember Gareth complaining and trying to formulate a sketch, and even. You're a high elf." Gareth muttered in anger, almost implying that she was old. "And you're a dwarf," she replied with a dangerous tone. While the dwarf ground his teeth, the elf raised one of the corners of her lips very so slightly, amused. Getting her smile wasn't impossible, but it sure was a difficult thing to see. For now, the mood seemed good, but that didn't resolve the issue at hand. Finn was thinking about what he should do next. Yes, moving across the hole would cut down a lot of time, but they had a schedule and plan, one they repeated several times over the years. They were used to it, they were good at it. If something bad happened, their brain and reflexes would be ready to react as they were familiar to the environment around them. If they went off the path, this could dysregulate their rhythm, and there was a chance he wouldn't be able to lead them properly was a problem to arise. "Are you worried, Finn?" Riveria asked with her usual stern gaze. No. What am I even doing?" Finn hesitated for a moment, but he then realized, what was there to fear? If he stopped here, too fearful of such a small change, how was he supposed to improve? Had he grown complacent of his position to the point he had forgotten what being an adventurer was actually about? He has to strive for more, and everything starts with a single step. "We move forward," he exclaimed loudly. Without realizing it, Finn received a life lesson here. A routine is something good to have, but relying too much on it isn't his style. He was the braver, and he excelled at thinking out of the box and outwitting his opponents. How can he trap himself like this? The Finn of the past wouldn't have hesitated towards such a minor thing. As someone that has the entire map and the paths memorized, he would have understood where he was and given appropriate orders no matter what. Now that he understood more about his temporary companion, he would have made use of this new ability to cleave through the dungeon at record speeds. But here he was, hesitating. Pathetic, he thought to himself. As always, he's being too strict with himself. You can always ask for help, you know. Riveria knew exactly what was going on inside the mind of that tiny human. Despite how complex it was, there was a certain simplicity to it, one she had grown to understand over the years they spent together, be it in the peace of their home or in the chaos of the dungeon. And at the same time, as they walked, she turned her face to the back to look at a certain someone, Silver, who was now talking eagerly with the other people of the rear. She wanted to understand it, but no matter how many times she tried to, she couldn't. And this made her confused. And even more interested. It wasn't like what he just did so far was inconceivable. All of his magics were founded on something she had already seen, heard, or read off before. But doing it was something different. For her, what he just did was still borderline impossible. If Riveria wanted to, she could cast a strong impact magic, cleaving a tunnel through the rock just the same. If she wanted to, she could cast ice magic to create a bridge and walk to the clouds. But who was she? The Elven Sage. The strongest wizard in the world. Her titles were many, perhaps as long as her almost triple-digit age. Is something wrong, Riveria? Nothing, let's proceed. Perhaps she was a bit too sensitive about her age. But then again, you can't use her as a base for these sorts of circumstances. Even with her prowess, making a hole through the dungeon just so a party can save 30 to 60 minutes or so of time is a massive waste of resources, especially when you consider that the walls of the dungeon get stronger and thicker the deeper you go. And so does the danger of doing so become. The only times she used her magic like this were when she was still below first class, using it to flee from enemies or in intense and extreme situations. But that was long ago, from a time she would rather forget. A time that sometimes makes her turn back and remember her memories with a slight smile. Even the times of extreme distress of the past were now merely good memories of an era where her only worry was to level up and everything around her was new and interesting. Since for her, for the first time in her 70-plus years of life, had seen something apart from the monotonous forest she used to live in, trapped inside by her father's fear. And despite thinking she had seen it all, life always finds its way to show her that there was more to the world, first in the form of a certain blonde-haired girl that was like a doll. Then in the form of children with untold potential, one she took directly under her wing. Disasters that left many alone, she had now seen it all, something completely different from the peaceful life in the forest. And now in the form of a man that can seemingly affect the world at will. Sometimes, given her nature as an elf, she finds it overwhelming. In her many years of life ahead of her, what else would she witness? In any case, with many questions on their lips, and impressed once again with Silver's resourcefulness, the Loki expedition party made their way through the dungeon with renewed spirit and speed, mowing down all of the unlucky monsters on their way. Together with the help of Silver, who continued to open the path ahead through a myriad of ways, such as freezing the water of the swamp so they could pass by, or by moving everyone across a chasm so they didn't have to go around it. Not only by affecting the environment, but also themselves. As Raoul put it, he felt that Silver wasn't pleased with what he did, so he decided to show off by displaying other applications of his magic, like erasing their smell and sounds to healing their mind and exhaustion. Raoul's first thoughts were how good he must be at sneaking into baths. Unknowingly touching into a great secret Silver wanted to keep a secret. But being the more reserved man he is, he kept it to himself, letting his imagination run wild at the adventures of the invisible bath invader. It is a no-brainer that all of this greatly increased their speed. And despite the fact that he didn't help at all when it came to the fights, Silver still did his best in helping the rear whatever way he could, such as pushing monsters aside, or helping the archers secure kills and recover their arrows. And asking questions about magic with Lafia, who, at first wasn't that keen on talking, yet eventually gave in due to her boredom, just so they could pass time. Still, the very thought that Silver could be there, so deep in the dungeon, was already shocking enough for them, and after seeing him act and fight with them, it was clear that he had the right to be here. And that made them think. Quite a bit. For Silver, helping them wouldn't take much energy, but did they need it? Slash crack, slash. With the sounds of another monster's skull breaking beneath Bet's boots, the answer was a solid no. Yet, as he grabbed all of the magic stones on the ground with a snap of his fingers, gathered all of the fallen arrows in the blink of an, handling it all to their respective owners, everyone had the same thought in mind. He's the perfect supporter. Even if Silver were to remain silent and not say anything at all, the sheer amount of logistic help he could provide was out of this world. He moved without speaking most of the time as if he could hear what they wanted. And they didn't know he could store items in a pocket space and teleport them out of the dungeon whenever he wished if they knew that as well and relayed this to Loki. There was a big chance Loki would have just kidnapped him on the spot. Is it not enough? While everyone focused on their abilities, Ace looked at her blood-stained sword. Despite her meteoric growth in these past few months, how could it be comparable to his? How did he, in the span of half a year, go from a nameless adventurer to someone capable of fighting on equal foot against level 4 monsters? No, he went beyond that. They may not have seen it, but Ace could tell that just before they met, he went on an adventure. And this meant that now, he would become even stronger upon returning home. For him, her current growth could very well be at the pace of a turtle. It wasn't about their difference in levels, it was about their attitude. It was time for her to seek her own adventure. Slash grasp, slash. She grasped her sword, swinging it to the side as she cleaned the blood on it. What are you thinking about, Ace? Riveria asked as she approached her. Nothing really. So you mean that you stared at your sword for a good minute without thinking about anything at all? Ah. Ace looked at the side, slightly embarrassed. She struggled with her thoughts for a while, looking at the wall before asking. Am I strong? The elf raised one of her eyebrows, resting her staff on the ground. Just what sort of question is that? Of course, you are. But why are you comparing yourself to the boy? Riveria looked at the conflicted girl, still a young child in her eyes. Her eyes seemed to smile, amused. She turned to the side, gazing at Silver as he sat upon a rock, discussing something with Lafia. Surprisingly, that girl was talking non-stop about many magic topics, things that would bore all non-wizards at this party. Yet he listened without shying away at all, asking and replying to her words, fully connected in her conversation. He was a very good listener. Well, if this continues, I guess he'll indeed surpass you. Slash pout, slash. Ace pouted a little, feeling frustrated. Ace. Where are you going? She asked with a serious expression. For some reason, the moment she thought of the possibility of being surpassed, the thoughts of when she met him in his home for the first time passed through her mind. She remembered how she was thrown on the ground like a sack of sand, despite the overwhelming difference in level. It didn't matter how proficient he was and how many years of training he had beforehand. Albeit she showed her strength later, it didn't feel right. She still lost to a newbie despite being level 5 herself. And thinking about how she'll never be able to get back at him if he does reach her level made her a bit. What was the word? Pissed off. So she bolted to the front lines again, being at the forefront with Bet. Looks like I went too far. Oh ho ho. Even a sage commits mistakes from time to time. Gareth joked from the side. Shut it, I don't want to hear it from the man that used to throw himself at the minotaurs in the middle floors without a single thought. Riveria replied as she closed her eyes. That was 20 years ago. Gareth replied, his face becoming a bit red. A bit less. 19 or so. Her eyes relaxed a little, though they returned to their strict state not so long after. 8 or so hours later on the only safe point of the lower floors, the 28th floor, We actually arrived so fast. Tioni said with a dumbfounded expression. Even with the cuts we did along the way, I was expecting at least half a day to a full day of walking, excluding a few short stops to rest, but we moved on without stopping. Tioni suddenly trembled with excitement at the thought of letting herself go in the waters that fell from the waterfalls around this floor. This means a bath. Finally. She took her first step, her destination, any freaking lakey nearby. Grab. But something touched her shoulder, holding her in place. Huh. She turned her face slowly, looking at the bastard that dared to stop her. Sis, are you going to take a shower without grabbing some spare change? Aye. What about soap? Aye. And a towel. In the end, Tioni was forced to make her way to the side, moving to the camp located near the Adventurer City located on the 28th floor, her expression cloudy. The reason why the Loki Familia didn't directly camp inside the city was because of the monstrous price that followed it. Yes, the city's inhabitants weren't dicks like the ones on the 18th floor, but the prices of everything here apart from the local products and water were still exorbitant. Housing was simply ridiculous, and despite being just in the ratio between price/condition compared to the 18th floor, it was still too much for them. It was much better to have a few dozen more supporters carry extra supplies so they can camp outside than to book a place to stay there. While Tiona simply observed her sister as she walked dejectedly to the camp. If she was that eager, she should have just asked for his help/blushes/. Perhaps not. As for Tiona, she wondered why she was like that. If she wanted a bath so much, she could have just asked to be showered as Raoul had been, but upon thinking of what she experienced inside that water ball, she thought otherwise. Not only for herself, but also for their guest's safety, she was fearful of what her sister might do in a moment of blind anger. I wouldn't mind a proper bath either. Still, it had been a while since she had a proper bath as well. There were only 3 things on her mind right now. Take a bath. Eat something. Sleep. Everything else could be left for later. Hee. Let's go, Isu. I'm sure you want a bath as well. So without hesitation, she jumped at Ace, grabbing her hand as she pulled her towards the camp. Sniff. Overwhelmed, Ace couldn't do much apart from nodding, but as she sniffed herself, her little bit of resistance disappeared as she walked forward, holding Tiona's hand. Wait for me. Ace-san, Tionea. And as always, they were followed by a clumsy elf. There they go again. The other girls watched as the 4 girls went ahead. What do you all think? One of them asked with a stretch. Count me in, can't stay a minute more in these soggy clothes. Don't forget about me. Well, since everyone's going. Raoul, let's carry these bags already. Ainakity said as she started walking. What? Hey. We're supposed to organize all of this first. She turned around and did a cute gesture. Do it for me. She seemed to be sparkling. No. Raoul sternly replied with a sharp expression, albeit his face was flushed. OT. What did you say? I said you are an idiot, humph. You. Raoul's expression was red. Sigh. I'll go with them, I also need a bath. Oh. That's rare coming from you, I thought you never bathed. Gareth said with a smile. What? I'll not even reply to that. Riveria said, a bit frustrated. Humph. She merely walked forward without looking back. Finn, Gareth, Silver, and the other guys watched as the girls made their way to the camp in silence. We should go already. Crux said as he rested his spear on his shoulder. I need some sleep, but only after a proper meal and shower. Same place. Gareth asked. You can all go ahead, I first need to. Slap. Gareth approached Finn's back, slapping it with a smile. Whatever work you can do, first take a shower, no one will blame you for jumping a few minutes of work. But it's really fast, I just need to check on them. And give a few orders here and there. No can do, no compromises. Sigh, fine. Finn turned to Silver. Wanna come with us? We'll introduce you to the rest after we're back. No thanks, I'll just walk around and wait. Gareth shrugged. Not a big fan of public baths, or too afraid to show yourself. Heh. Raoul chuckled on the side. Silver maintained his expression, but he felt offended somewhat. But he had nothing to prove to these guys, the only people that needed proof of his prowess was Hestia and in the near future, Artemis. So with a dark expression, he turned around and made his way to the camp. Heh, I knew it, the world is fair, if one is born with many talents, nature will balance things around and take some others. Silver had enough of Raoul's ramblings. 4.4 inches. Finn was confused. What does that mean? Gareth scratched his beard. Raoul's soul seemed to have jumped out of his body. Finn narrowed his eyes, eventually face-palming, Gareth continued to scratch his beard, trying to figure out what Silver meant by those words. Bwahaha. Until he did. Of course, the one most impacted by this was Raoul himself, who was now kneeling on the ground, his face ashen. Be mindfully of who you provoke. My apologies. Silver walked away with his hands on his back, while Raoul cried silent tears as he was patted in the back by Gareth. Notes. Chapter 167, Sneaky Status Update. I'll post the other chapter, the side chapter about this small arc, after I come back from the family dinner. It'll take a little while, but hopefully, I'll still have time today to drop that in the other chapter from Zero Fate. But considering how things are, I may only be able to do that tomorrow. Also, taking into account that after next week will be New Year, I'll start to announce that I'll take a break during the first week of New Year, since that'll be when my final exams will take place, together with the fact that it's New Year, so a small break should be justifiable, lol. That's pretty much it. Actually, I had first made this chapter bigger, but as I edited it, the word count went beyond 4.5k, and realizing I had made a mistake, I cut it and used the rest to make the next chapter. I hope you can forgive me, this chapter is still well beyond 2.5k, and it'll probably breach 3k once I edit it again, but you may feel as if it simply did not cover as much ground as it should. P.S. It did. Anyway, that's all from me. After walking a bit, Silver's eyes flashed blue, and his gaze became a bit empty, as if his focus was elsewhere. There they go. Now I'm left alone once more. Although traveling around the dungeon took longer than I expected, I did learn a lot during my time with them. That moving around is more of a bother than I could have ever imagined. Made me remember my time as a level 1 adventurer, and the time before I actually became an adventurer. At that time, I had to walk to the dungeon from the old church, sometimes getting on a wagon, enjoying the length and bumpy ride across Orario. Fighting and moving across the claustrophobic hallways of the upper floors. And after a long day, teleport back to the surface, wasting the little energy I had left and collapsing on my bed due to exhaustion. I would have to frequently clean my bed sheets due to that. Very different from now, I just come and go whenever I wish, and I normally move at high speeds in the dungeon, either through teleportation or flight. Sometimes I just walk, it depends on how cautious I'm being. If I'm exploring a new floor, for example. Good times. Hugh. Stretching his back and arms, Silver looked around with a certain interest. The Loki Familia is stronger than I thought. And hopefully, as soon as tomorrow, I'll see that for myself, how capable they truly are. What I saw so far was just a small part of what they can do. To put it in better words, they are stronger as a group than I expected. And I have yet to see their true power. Their coordination and fighting capabilities, when put together, can make them take down creatures much stronger than themselves. Well, that is to say, each and every one of the executives has some sort of unique repertoire of abilities that makes them exceptional. And when all of these unique individuals are put together under the right leadership, it results in a fearsome display. The Freya Familia definitely surpasses the Loki Familia in terms of special and unique individuals by miles, as her divine ability allows her to scout any individual no matter how hidden they are, as she peers directly into one's soul. After all, if in a generation there are 1,000 individuals with the same level of talent as, let's say, Tiona and Tioni, only 10 to 30 would see the light of day and be developed. The rest would either live their own lives without knowing what they could have been, die, or their circumstances might lead them on some unforeseen road. Such as not growing properly, losing an arm or a leg due to an accident, or straying off into a dark path. That is why they say Ace is a talent only seen once in a while, albeit for Freya, she has seen it a tad too many times. The problem is that she is very bad at managing a familia. They lack leadership. The Freya Familia are merely a group of strong/talented individuals, each willing to send each other down for the sake of their goal. One they are unwilling to share. Their goddess love, attention, and care. The better they are, the easier it is for her to see them. If she desires them, she'll pluck them like a girl grabbing flowers from a garden. I would be surprised if there was even a single person in that familia of hers that is actually normal, just willing to become a good adventurer with no second intentions. This person would be commendable. But so far, I'm willing to believe everyone in there wants her body or attention, for one reason or another. Apart from, of course, Otter, who treats her more like a person than everyone else. Even if that is up for debate. You can't deny that albeit Freya has a kink for gathering pretty flowers into her garden, she does take proper care of her collection. In her own way. And I have no doubt she already saw me when you take count of all of the events that drew me into the limelight recently. Such as Ishtar's actions. It would be strange if she didn't notice me. Albeit, I'm unsure what to think of her. I've only met Freya twice, at the party. And in the bathhouse. URG. She approached me more than once, yet did close to nothing. I'm unsure if she sees me as a weird commodity, or if she's simply too occupied with something else to care. No, that wouldn't make much sense. There is nothing that can stop her desires apart from another goddess like Loki, and Loki herself would never put herself in front of her for an adventurer of another familia. Whatever it is, I need to grow stronger, fast. Sigh, thinking about this makes me realize how long the path ahead is. Silver walked to a rock nearby, sitting on it. What sort of adventurer am I? I thought about this before and it has clung to my mind. Everything I have is my magic, that in itself is not bad, but I realize that I need something else. I have 3 skills, one raises the amount of excelia I gain, so it can be considered a passive ability until more of its effects are discovered if there are any. The other one reduces the amount of time I need to grow strong by raising my starting point in regard to others, as while everyone starts at I0, I start at H100. This is great since while most would take weeks to months to get used to their increased stats before getting stronger again, I receive quite a substantial boost to my abilities merely by leveling up. Lastly, I have a skill that gives me a development ability, which is interesting, but once again, passive. I have no super ability or something that defines me. But honestly, I think I'm just thinking too much. My magic allowed me to breach my limits, my skills allowed me to seek further challenges, and all of this together shaped me into the adventurer I am today. So what if I have nothing else apart from a strong body and a weird collection of magic spells? That is enough. I just have to open my mind and be creative. My plasmids can be anything, I can do anything. And as my magic stat increases, it'll become comparable to even the strongest spells Reveria can cast. Albeit that in itself may take a few more levels. Perhaps I may have to surpass level 5 and reach 6 to do that. Even with my high stats, this is how impressive she is with the way she paved herself. That is quantity. As for control, I have classified my plasmids in layers due to their complexity and how taxing they are for me to use. It's not like I forgot how to use them, but more like I can't, it's just something to help me understand where I stand. Through Tier 1 to 3, my current state allows me to effectively employ Tier 3 plasmids in combat to a certain degree, but Tier 4 is something else. There is a lot I can do, however, I'm far from being able to utilize everything I have in my arsenal. At first, I thought it would take longer to use Tier 3 effectively, but I underestimated my own growth. Level 4. Perhaps I'll be able to do it. But first, I need to get there. Though, I ought to be careful. Level 5 adventurers and above will have their own specialties, I can't be the best at everything. I don't need to. Silver smiled, vanishing from where he currently was. He reappeared somewhere within the forest of driedwood near the Loki Familia's camp, but not for long as one of the coral-shaped trees cracked open, transforming into a misshapen door. After looking around several more times, making sure no one was here, took a step forward, pushing the door. Creak. The door opened, revealing a room that was illuminated under a faint light coming from a tall crystal on the side. It was the same one he took from the 18th floor all those days ago. Zzzzzzz. And of course, you couldn't forget to mention the black-haired goddess that slept soundly on top of a large office table, waiting soundly for someone to return. I'm home. Albeit not for long. With a smile on his face, he took a step inside his manners office as there were a few things he needed to discuss with her. After all, he was going to spend the night in the dungeon for the first time ever since he started adventuring. He needed to notify her of this never-seen-before situation. Else she may start throwing a fuss upon noticing that he wasn't back. Clack. The door closed, and the tree went back to normal as if nothing had ever happened. Step. Zzz. Hey, zzz. Huh. Due to the continuous echoes of his shoes, Hestia drowsily opened her eyes as she looked forward. Daphne. I'm not sleeping. I'm just taking a temporary eye recharge. Huh. Finally sobering and waking up from her nightmare where she was signing up 100 papers, Hestia opened her eyes wide as she realized that this was not a dream anymore. Creak. So without saying much, she jumped from her chair and over the table towards him without a care in the world. Thud. Because she knew he would grab her, and sure he did. Like a kitten, she rubbed her face on his chest. I'm very happy to be so eagerly welcomed, albeit please, don't do such a dangerous thing next time. He replied with a helpless expression as he held her close. Humph, if this is dangerous, I don't think we need to talk about the dungeon. You do have some rights but. No buts. Looks like she's upset. Did something go wrong at work this time? It's not like this is the first time. Every once in a while, as she works as a clerk in one of Hephaestus' shops, she'll receive one bad customer every once in a while. Fine, I'll pamper you a bit, tick. However, the rhythmical ticking of the clock hanging on the wall woke him up. Unfortunately, today wasn't a day he could throw away time like this. So he remorsefully patted her head. First, let's talk for a moment, I don't have much time left today. Albeit confused, since this was the first time that Silver had to leave at night, Hestia listened to his story as the minutes rolled by. 5 minutes later, I refuse. She said with a pout. What? I told you. I refuse. She exclaimed as she jumped at him again, throwing a small fit. Ouch. Stop. You know that I have to leave else. And leave you to sleep with those people. Not on my watch. You little. Silver smiled in a mix of annoyance and happiness. And he eventually said as his hands opened, saying with a smile. If God has denied me of my path, then I shall make my own and commit a sin. Ha. Silver. Ha 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 ha. Stop. Ha ha. She laughed as he tickled her. A tug of war between the two started. Sometime later, and. Done. Status update complete. Hestia whispered as she slapped his back lightly. Good work. I should be the one saying that though. The only thing I do is write on a piece of paper. Scribble, / She quickly inscribed something on a high-quality piece of paper nearby. Here, take a look for yourself. Nothing new. Silver asked with a bit of disappointment as he looked at her. What else do you want? A skill. Slap. She slapped his ass. Skills don't come and go like that. Tud. Feeling the continuous punches of his goddess that were more akin to a massage on his back, Silver read the paper with a fast glance. Melios Silver. Level. Strength SSS, 1203-SSS. Vitality SSS, 1247-SSS. Dexterity SS, 1090-SSS. Agility SSS, 1332-SSS. Magic SSS, 1278-SSS. Evolved Body-H. Perseverance-G. Geneticist-H. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skills. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. Neo Stir. N1 for a recap on what everything does. Sigh, even after so much training and bloodshed day in and out, I'm still a bit off from my ultimate goal. Things truly get harder and harder, sure. I've been a level 3 adventurer for 2.5 months, so I can definitely go further. Another 2 weeks of intense training should do the trick. Perhaps more, as in 2 months of training non-stop, dexterity only rose to 1090, so it may take a while to go beyond the current value. I have no intention of stopping halfway. I trained non-stop, bleed a lot every day, and used all sorts of means in order to trigger my skills and development abilities, in and outside of the dungeon so everything would grow as fast as possible. I removed all of my armor, and most of the time, fought without using my halberd, using ice spears as a substitute, even when all monsters here could break it without much effort. I did things like using the feared birds in the waterfalls of the Water City to train my agility, to the point my agility stat outgrew my incredibly fast-growing magic stat. I drank all sorts of poisons and substances to stimulate my body, and I let monsters slash it time and time again on purpose, healing myself over and over with my plasmids, and even so, my constitution only barely kept up with those 2 stats. As always, strength and dexterity fell behind, for obvious reasons. And now, I fought such a despairing fight, and yet there was no raise in my development abilities. There is a reason why people take so long to level up after all and why they focus on 1 or 2 stats at most. Sigh. It rose so fast at first, but after it went past the 1000 mark, things just started to take more and more and more effort. Tap. And how is that bad? Hestia said as she kept punching his back. Even when I'm taking care of monsters higher in level than me, the raise is just this much. If I was fighting normal monsters around my level, how many more times would have it taken me to reach this point, if at all? I might have taken just a tad less than Ace to level up. She took 1 year to become level 4, 3 years in total ever since she started, while I've taken half a year to become who I am. The question now is, should I press on and level up, or should I try to push my body to its absolute limits? At this time, I could raise my stats way further by leveling up, making my standing against the Ishtar Familia that much better. I don't want to give up like this, but it's also true that I'll need everything I have to deal with them. I'll think about this after I'm officially back from the dungeon. Creak. Silver slowly moved, startling Hestia. Are you leaving now? Hestia asked as she laid her head on his back. Yes, I'll be back by tomorrow afternoon. We can take some time to eat at a restaurant if you're available. She smiled. Then it's a promise, don't forget it. Never. You did get late once. That was because my watch broke down. Let's go to that expensive place, I'll pay. She said proudly as she puffed her chest. You sure? You'll end up using all of the hard-worked money you made. She quickly put her hands on his mouth so he would stop talking. Shoo. Stop talking, before I reconsider. You talk as if you had no allowance. After a bit more of small talk, Silver kissed Hestia one more time before opening a door and stepping over it. It was for a moment, but Hestia saw a forest of coral trees on the other side. She knew where he was, the 28th floor, a place very far from her. However, as long as the blessing she gave him burned brightly, she would be able to feel him. Or so she hoped. So she clasped her hands at the same time as the door closed, praying so he would be back safely. Notes. N. Development abilities. Evolved body increases his basic attributes, such as resistances. This value is affected by the status boost, but it isn't additive per level. Perseverance, it raises all stats the more beaten up the person is, even if he is healed up afterward. Its effects increased based on the user's determination and will to live and fight. Geneticist, increases the strength, speed, and effectiveness of plasmids and gene-related abilities, based on in-world analysis, skills. Vitalgen, greatly strengthens the user body, raising all of his stats by 1 level permanently. Meaning he always starts at H100 instead of I0. But it massively alters the user's body, making it incapable of using normal magic apart from his own exclusive magic, suffering a greater version of mind down if he tries. Infer David Missimus massively increases Excelia gain when fighting stronger monsters in challenging ways. The more despairing the situation seems, the stronger the effects gets. Winning impossible battles increases the chances of rewards. Neo Stir gives him the development ability Evolved Body. Extra. I actually forgot to mention something. I have been working on learning how to use the AI you see. And I made a couple of images that I think are pretty cool. All of this is funded by my Patreon, and I'll eventually post them there since Patreon isn't exactly a good page to drop images, either that, or I'm dumb. My greatest problem with images is the fingers. The AI can struggle very hard to do so, and also making a halberd, for some reason, it simply can't understand what it is. I'll post it all here really quickly, but make sure to come back later because I'm actually being pressured to go to the family dinner, and I'm typing at light speed. Here they are. There may be some problems or missing, so make sure to come back in a few hours to check everything. In case there are none, wait for some time, I'll try to drop them later. Peace. Chapter 168, Side Chapter New Year Special, SC 11 and 12. So, allow me to explain. Originally, this chapter was supposed to be a small thing showing interactions between the MC and the Loki Familia while also setting up some triggers for what will likely be their future actions that'll happen in the background of the next volume. This would also suffice as the final interaction between them for a long while since I don't know when they'll meet again. This chapter would set up everything I needed, and plant the seeds of ideas that would germinate into the changes in all characters for what'll likely be the focal point of perhaps Volumes 6 and 7. We are currently at the end of Volume 5, if you go to Patreon, you'll see the end of Volume 5 play. In the next few chapters after this arc, I'll set up events that'll be the foreshadowing for the next arcs as well, and as many people have been requesting, the Freya Familia will likely appear more frequently now. Enough Loki, time for Freya. Since we did advance a lot, it's time for Freya to start claiming her investments. If you know what I mean. In the end, this chapter came after a lot of effort, because I wrote. Before editing, this chapter was 7.5k words long, and after editing, it's 10k words long. So what I'll do is that instead of posting 2 chapters, one special, and one because it's the weekly release, I'll just post this one. I was even planning on not posting any other chapter this week. This may depend on my mood after I finish editing this one. Regardless, taking a look at the next few chapters, you all would be left at a cliffhanger nonetheless, so I'm sorry, there's no escape. With this all in mind, I hope you like this relaxed chapter. I wanted to add so much more, but then, this chapter might have gone from its current size to 15k. I'm writing this before editing, but if the chapter does surpass 10k, I'll just add everything together and call this a New Year special. As I said before, if that does happen, you'll only be seeing me after the first week of January. I'll make sure to make an announcement chapter to explain it all properly. Until next time. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /back in the dungeon's 28th floor, /crack/. The strange tree in the shame of a colorful blue coral split apart in the center of its trunk, and Silver stepped out of it, exhaling slightly. The air in the dungeon is so thick. It's hard to notice when you go from floor to floor, but when I jump like this, it always gives me a slight bump. Though each floor is different from the other, these floors are very humid, while far below, some floors are full of smoke. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Looking around to make sure no one saw him like this, he cleared his traces before moving around the tree and into the forest. He had already made them wait long enough, it was time to meet with the Loki familia for real now. Chatter. As he approached the camp, seeing large tents erected on an open patch of land in the middle of the forest, Silver saw people coming and going, holding large boxes as they rushed in and out of them. Some wore adventuring clothes, but most wore cloth instead, something between casual clothes and adventuring clothes. This was because of how long they had been here. While Ace and the other executives camped down below, waiting for the floor boss to appear, the rest made their way above. And eventually, they arrived, and after setting camp, they had nothing to do apart from waiting for their bosses to arrive. It was a well-deserved rest for them, a few days of slacking off. Though, not without some problems. They seemed desperate. Silver chuckled as he walked. If we go by time. They must have arrived just a few days ago. Considering their size and baggage, they took around a week to come from the deep floors to this floor, and they likely expected Ace and the others to take the same time as well, or at least something similar. Yet they arrived much sooner, it must have been quite the shock. Imagine you, a loyal soldier, given the order to patrol for 2 weeks while the commander arrives. But after a few days, nothing happens, so you start to slack off, after all, who can last 2 weeks doing nothing at all? And then, bam. Your superior arrive many days ahead of time. Only to see you sleeping on duty. They'll likely be scolded soon, their faces aren't that pretty. The expressions were a mix of surprise, confusion, and helplessness. Sometimes, being efficient wasn't good, and this seemed to be one of them. As he approached their camp, some noticed him, immediately realizing he wasn't part of their group. They wondered who would have the gall to come uninvited, but they weren't to blame. It had only been half an hour since the executives came back, and they barely had time to talk before they went to relax and shake some of their tiredness away in the open lakes around the forest. It wasn't enough time for information to spread. And obviously, there aren't any fancy bathhouses this deep in the dungeon, there may be something back in the city, but Finn isn't willing to spend even a single coin there unless an emergency arrives. At least, not the money from the expedition, he doesn't mind if the others were to spend their own money. So instead, they went to a nearby lake they encircled previously to shower. Don't worry about misunderstanding happening, Ace and the others girls went to a different section to shower, a small natural lake quite a bit of walking from where Gareth, Finn, and the other guys are. Unless they put in some effort, they won't see each other at all. Is that? Of course. There would always be some people willing to risk their necks. Once he stepped into the camp, Silver immediately noticed a group of guys sitting around a bonfire with sharp eyes. A strange aura covered their bodies. Hey. Excuse me for a moment. ? Silver heard the footsteps of someone approaching him from behind, and by the looks of it, it was a girl with a gentle yet meek voice. Oh. I saw her before. From afar. What was her name again? Scratching his chin in deep thought, Silver took a good look at her. It was a girl with brown eyes and long black hair that she had braided in a tail. She wore a brown and white top, a brown skirt, dark leggings with a white band and light brown borders, a white headband, glasses, pale arm covers with light brown borders, white gloves, and a white belt with pouches. Image. MMN. She pushed her glasses back, she had to raise her head a little to look at Silver fully. Without a doubt. You must be Mr. Silver. She thought for a small moment before saying more. I was tasked with showing you around. Otherwise, the others would stop you. She then became a bit flustered. I am sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. Pardon my rudeness. For someone that looked shy and meek, she spoke quite fast, giving him no time or space to butt in. Was it because he wasn't from her familia, and hence she felt no pressure when facing him? Or due to her own personality? I'm Line Arsh. Level 2 healer and a supporter. Silver raised his hand. And she grabbed it with a small smile. I'm Melios Silver, level 2. Captain of the Hestia Familia. Am I a healer, a frontliner? Both. Combat magician. She pushed her glasses back in place again. Nice to meet you, Line Arsh. It's a pleasure. Melios Silver. So. Should I show you around? I was told to guide you to your tent and also anywhere you asked. Silver smiled, she was very polite, albeit she seemed to keep a certain distance from him. Being cautious isn't something Silver would nitpick at, especially towards someone he had few interactions with. No problem. In that case, how about some food? Oh. We just finished baking some food. Then lead the way. Silver said with a smile. On the side, 2 guys whistled as Silver and Line walked away. Did the new guy just ask Line out? I know, right? Bro's smoother than ice. /step/. You guys. Someone said from behind them, a girl. The two guys suddenly shuddered. Line's just doing what she was told, regardless. It's none of your business. So instead of gossiping, get those boxes back in place. We need to be ready for tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. And as such, they ran away. Sigh. Letting out a small sigh, the human girl looked behind her. It wasn't enough that the executives came so early, disrupting our work, they brought with them an outsider. Well. It's good they came back early, everyone's tired from sleeping in tents. Though. I barely had the time to catch my breath. She shook her head. Not my problem. Instead, I should pay attention to those guys. Her eyes sharpened as she turned to the group of guys standing around the bonfire. They already tried something suspicious when we first arrived. We let them go after a few beatings because everyone was tired, /crack/. She cracked her knuckles with a fierce expression. Do they think we forgot about it just because they stayed on the low for a few days? You're all lucky I'm even keeping an eye on you. If they were to do something stupid and anger the executives. Yeah, a small beating is little compared to that /thud/. Ah. Someone screamed behind her. Juna. Help. Ha. She turned around quickly, seeing a small demi-human almost being buried in a bunch of cloth from an overturned box. GG. So she ran. Sometime later, After walking around the camp, grabbing something to eat, and ignoring most stares, Line led Silver to a small tent on the edge of the camp. It looked pretty ordinary apart from the fact it was pretty small. And this is your tent? It isn't much. I'm sorry. What is there to be sorry about? It wasn't even you who made it, in fact, I'm already happy for having a place to sleep. Silver's mature response impressed Line. She had seen many adventurers about Silver's age, and most of them were like Cruz and Raoul. Even if they accepted the tent, they would have complained somehow. Anyway. Silver said as he looked around. Thank you for accompanying me, I've gotten a good grasp of the surroundings. At least I won't get lost and wander somewhere I'm not supposed to. With a small smile, he said, see you around, with a small smile as he walked past her. Ah. Until. Silver was just a bit too fast for her, it made her think of Tiona, though in her case, Tiona would often push her around while he simply moved at his own pace. A few more minutes later, Silver sat on top of a rock, staring at the forest. After having a quick meal, he just came here to relax. As different from the others, he had no job, and in consequence, he was pretty free. And that meant he was bored. His rock was on top of a small hill, so he had quite the look over the camp. He saw a lot, including a group of men sneaking into the forest. Since it was getting late, the light coming from the ceiling crystals of the floor started to dim, making it easier for a group of guys to disappear in plain sight. Heh, now that's youth. Silver said with a large smile. Trying to sneak a peek at the beauties. Terrible choice. A warrior must be proficient not only at fighting but also at choosing his fights. Are you guys really trying to sneak a peek at the bath of 3 level 5 girls, 1 level 6, and several level 4s and 3s? Though I'm curious at what it would look like. I have a long life ahead to risk it all here. But I'll wish you all luck, my fellows. You'll need it. At worst, I'll be there to give you all a burial. With a helpless expression, Silver rested his head on the grass, listening to the sounds of the crickets and other insects all around as he stared at the crystals above, their light almost blinding. Shing. His eyes seemed to change, and a small protective cover grew over them, allowing him to see the world better. Like a pair of sunglasses. Should I collect another one of those for my collection? One souvenir from every safe point. Every floor. Make a small miniature dungeon. That would be pretty interesting. Pondering over many interesting ideas, Silver shook his head. Later. Time passed, and Silver observed his surroundings, people running around the place. And the boys arriving at the bath area. It didn't take much effort from him to notice their presence. If he focused, he could hear their sounds, even the giggling of the girls coming from the lake, like mermaids in the ocean. Albeit, that was much harder due to the sounds of splashing water all around. The background noise was too prominent for him to spy on them like this, otherwise, even Bet, the one with the strongest senses in the Loki Familia, would be able to hear them. So instead, he just focused on his immediate surroundings, and once he did that, he barely even heard anything. Just the sound of wind blowing onto the grass. All of this silence and peace kind of made Silver reflect on himself. It's rather irking, but at the same time soothing. He said with his eyes closed, a small smile plastered on his face. How long has it been since I was forced to do nothing? So long I feel weird, Shah. The wind blew. And Silver. Thud. Arg. Can't do. I'm bored. Slapping the ground slightly, Silver morphed it into a smooth stone seat. I have an idea. Slash crack, slash. The ground in front of him trembled, and a rectangular stone rose like a tombstone. Image. HM. Silver flicked the stone, and it glowed. When the glow receded, the stone had turned white. It looked weird to the touch as well. It was fluffy in a sense. It looked oddly like a. My canvas is completed. He proclaimed with a smile. Now then. I only need a target. And some tools. His eyes turned into the horizon, the bizarre forest of coral that covered the entire floor. Albeit he couldn't see it, he could imagine it already. Raising his hands and making a small rectangular frame with his fingers, his targets had been set. Slash brush, slash. So his hand started to move. His left hand started to melt into a rainbow of colors, like ice cream in the sun. While his right index fingernail elongated into a stick before falling out. It was a brush. Perfect. Slash brush, slash. It's been years since I painted anything. Back in the village I grew up, I used to paint as a pastime. And even before that. I started to paint to relieve my boredom during the early days when I could do very little and had little freedom. Between all of my options, studying and doing things like this were the only things the child me could afford to do. And despite me wanting to give my parents the feeling of raising a proper child, I couldn't bring myself to play in the mud with other kids. At least not for very long. Yes. I did forcibly piss me own bed just so they could experience what it is to have a child. It was a terrible experience, but I went through with it, just so they could have a fulfilling parental life. All of that led to me having a very caring and loving family. They look at me as a talented boy, not as some sort of monster. Changing his gaze to his rocky canvas, Silver pondered. Painting can be taken as a form of dexterity training, but honestly, that isn't really the case. Yes, it can be hard at first, but once you've got the hang of it, there isn't really much you can do to improve. Even if that may take decades or years, it depends on each artist and person, and what they want to do with it. The key aspect is being creative and loving what you do. To come up with unique ways to make art, or merely to make something ordinary unordinary. Slash brush brush, slash. Silver started to paint. She was a bit bigger. Here as well. As time passed, the sounds of his brushing were the only things remaining. Slash 10 or minutes later, slash. Slash boom, slash. Silver was woken up from his focus by faint reverberations coming from the forest. Ah. So it finally happened. Peeking his head around his canvas, Silver stared at the forest, faint smoke rising into the skies. Looking below the hill, he saw the ferocious glances of the girls as they ran around, weapons in hand. Looking for something. So they did it, and they failed. I do applaud your balls. But I do condemn your rationale. The heroic crusade of the boys had come to a horrifying and sudden end. It seemed the Forbidden Garden would remain as such, far from mortal eyes. For now. Regardless. I think this piece is good enough for now. In front of Silver was an oil painting of Tiona, jumping around eagerly amidst the flowing green grass. It looked a bit rough in some places, but it all added to the charm. Smiling, the stone cracked, and the painting popped out like an old-style VHS tape. Silver carefully placed it on the ground next to a few others he had painted quickly. They were all pretty similar style, each one of them had a girl in it with a different theme. It was possible to see how fast his brushing style improved with each artwork. Tioni holding a large box full of gold coins. If you took a closer look at the coins, you would see Finn's face stamped into them. Tiona jumping around a large patch of grass, running without purpose. He wanted to paint the other girls, but he wasn't an almighty machine. He only finished 2 paintings and a few sketches. Next one. I'll paint Lafia sleeping lazily holding a teddy bear. And Ace sitting on the edge of a lake. And to top it off, I'll make Riveria, screams, question mark. Silver once again looked to the side, seeing several boys running out of the woods with great haste. Some were knocked out as soon as they ran out of the forest, and others managed to run, but to where? Their fates were dark. Roar, come back here. Silver heard Tioni's voice from the forest. It was so strong and full of bloodlust he could see the poor birds rushing into the skies in fear. It wouldn't be strange for some random passerby to think that the Loki Familia was in the middle of a small-scale crisis. His expression did not change though, he had already prayed enough. Instead, he focused his attention on the canvas. Screams, bam, The sounds of conflict echoed in the camp, but they didn't interfere with Silver, who kept painting leisurely. And done. I should add some more details. One work after the other, he kept himself focused. Until. Hey. Someone interrupted Silver, coming from the bottom of the hill. I guess it was time for someone to come my way, it's been well over half an hour since I sat here. Silver turned to see who it was. Exclamation point. And he immediately saw a girl standing in front of him. Did she run all the way up here? Can't you take it easy? So there you are. Tiona said with a large smile as she moved around the rock. And she immediately noticed who Silver was painting. Ah. Riveria. Why's she wearing a swimsuit though? She asked as she tilted her head. Silver's expression was a bit tense, but he let out a small sigh in relief that it was her and not someone else. Men desire to see the impossible. Huh. If we can't reach it, then we imagine how it would be. Silver joked as he continued to paint. I don't quite get it. But I think it looks pretty good. Thank you. I didn't know you painted. Just don't show this to her, else she'll break it in two. Tiona said with a mischievous smile. So you did realize. Before Silver even had the time to reply. OHOW. Tiona moved around him, grabbing her own painting with glee. This is me. With an expression full of surprise, Tiona grabbed her painting, only to realize how hard it was. Huh. It's a block of stone, be careful to not shatter it. Exclamation point. Tiona suddenly grew very calm, stepping back to wonder at her figure from afar. Herself, jumping in a field of green grass. Why did you paint me like this? She asked in a rare low tone. Without turning his back, Silver quickly replied. Out of everyone I know from the Loki familia, you're always the most eager and cheerful. So I thought it would just be the most fitting to make you run around a field of grass, having fun in the wild instead of posing. I just felt it suited you more. And my sister? She's a bit more serious, but she has a certain greedy desire. Tiona smiled. I see. But after losing herself in the mood, she quickly snapped back and asked. Anyway. What about the others? Lafia looks. Just as I would expect. But Isu. Well. Silver started to explain his thought process behind each piece. Of course, chaos continued to spread around the camp. Though eventually, Finn and the other guys came running out of the forest to put an end to the girls' bloodbath. And after that was over, Lafia noticed Tiona's absence, and after looking around, she saw her atop the hill together with someone else. It didn't take long for all of them to make their way there. Sometime later, I'm not childish. Lafia exclaimed with her face red as she looked and pointed at Tiona. But don't you sleep with a teddy bear? Tiona teased. It's not a teddy bear. It's a unicorn. She turned around, crouching on the ground with an upset face, almost crying. Don't be down. Stare. While Tiona teased Lafia, Ace stared at her painting in wonder. She felt something when she gazed at it, seeing such a pure image of her made her feel weird. Ace never had a painting made of her, the best she ever had was a small drawing of her face so Loki could spread out her record-holding time. She remembers opposing to it, saying it was a waste of time, but she ended up being forced to do so. Since then, she always had a bad view of such things, and most of the time, she never bothered to understand art. What is it? Can she hold it? The concept of artistical value was something that greatly confused her, one of the reasons why her gear is so simple. It used to be even more plain, but Loki forced this armor onto her, and she ended up adopting it. Though it's not like it's flawless. Due to Loki's strange desires, her chest plate had a hole under her right underboob. It's not like she didn't understand what art was, but her own opinion of that just went far enough for her to understand what was optimal or not to wear when going outside of her room. And the places she often visits are her home, the dungeon, the bar, and the blacksmiths that make her gear. She never really stopped to grab pretty dresses, or to understand what is to be pretty. She never wore makeup, nor did she ever have the need to. And thankfully, she didn't really need it at all. Though honestly, she doesn't have the best of influences. No one she interacted with on a daily basis uses makeup. Adventurers aren't the most formal of people. With that all in mind, seeing her wearing a small white dress, laying on the side of the lake made her think that she was looking at an alien image. It made her remember her mother. And to that, she almost teared up on the spot. Isu. Tiona asked as she saw her expression, a little concerned. I'm okay. She quickly resolved herself, any hint of emotion on her face quickly vanished as she reset back onto her usual poker face. Though after that, she smiled very slightly as she looked at Tiona. She appreciated the worry, in her own way. I'm done. Silver said as he cracked his neck. This is a masterpiece. In front of him was Riveria, playing around on the beach with a very normal swimsuit. It didn't look sexy at all, and it was actually very pure. Depending on your degree of mental corruption. That's very good, I like it. Tioni replied in wonder. Riveria-sama. Lafia exclaimed as she looked at the painting. Wah 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 wah. It is important to once again say that for the elves, Riveria is a very important character, although not on par with the legendary elf of the past. Any sort of sacrilege against her would come with the scorn of thousands. So Silver was playing a very dangerous game by even having the desire to paint her in the first place, but thankfully, they didn't seem to find the painting revolting in any way, so it should be fine. Would Riveria even wear that image? Ace was honestly pretty puzzled as she looked at the painting, knowing that elf, she thought if she had any sort of clothing apart from her robes. Now that she thought about it, how did she look underneath those robes? Ace struggled to remember even a single moment when she wasn't wearing those. Though, as she went into deep thought, she shuddered a bit the moment she saw the ocean. Just for a bit. She didn't have the most pleasant of experiences with water and that elf. We should make this reality. Tiona exclaimed strongly. To her words, Tioni nodded, Ace eyes shook in despair, and Lafia almost had a nosebleed at the thought of seeing her idols in sexy swimsuits. Silver, on the other hand, wiped out a bit of the sweat on his forehead, thinking about what he should do next. Hey. Are you thinking about what to paint now? Tioni asked with a mischievous expression. I am, indeed. Do you have anything in mind? Her expression's making me feel bad. He. Her face going red, Silver started to have a bad feeling about this. Whisper. She whispered something in his ears, and Silver immediately grimaced. But instead of complaining, he got to work. A few minutes later, below, Phew. Finally. They calmed down. Bet exhaled as he collapsed on the ground. Good work, boy, have a rest. Gareth praised Bet as he passed through him, going to Finn. A small retrospective of how they ended up in this mess. After enjoying a nice bath, they made their way back to camp only to hear a distant explosion. Thinking something bad was going on, they rushed with everything they had. Only to see the girls. More specifically, Tioni, going berserk. In essence, it seemed the boys had planned on sneaking and taking a peek at the girls bathing, but they took so long and were so careful with it, that by the time they met with Tioni and the other girls, they were fully clothed. Of course, even if they were faster, nothing would change as Riveria herself had already noticed their presence from very, very far. She was the first to retreat and put on some clothes, albeit upset. She thought about their safety first. She understood very well what would happen to them if they were to see her body. While the slowest one, Lafia, almost showed them her panties due to how long she took, so she was also pretty angry. Unfortunately, she fell unconscious in embarrassment first. Tioni, however, didn't, so she started running after the boys who scattered like flies. Obviously, albeit being angry at the boys' failed attempt, Tioni wasn't going to kill them. At least not easily. So she held back, and this led to most of the boys running back to camp, and you can imagine what happened when a bunch of strong adventurers runs amok amidst weaker adventurers and sensitive gear and items. There were many things subjective to shattering and breaking. The rest is story, but thankfully, Finn arrived fast enough to put everything back in place. Although now, his face was sweating, and his bath ended up being wasted. He can always take another quick bath, but he can't recover if a wagon breaks down into 2 pieces. Lastly, Cruz and Raoul were foaming on the ground next to Bet, too tired to even speak. They could only be thankful that this time, they weren't the ones being punched. Finn. Gareth approached Finn with an inquisitive gaze, pointing backward at the group of boys being beaten up by the girls. Oops, the right word is punished. Yes, Gareth, I'm aware, just leave them there, they dug up their own graves this time. Even if I wanted to, the most I can do is ask them to be light since tomorrow we'll be moving again. Letting out a sigh, Finn looked around, only to realize the girls had disappeared. As for Riveria, she was on the side scolding the other elves for taking things too far when nothing had actually happened. Sometimes, he felt pity for her, he definitely understood what it meant to be looked up to the point of blind devotion. It wasn't always a good feeling to have, it made simple and natural things like meeting new people hard. To the point it made him struggle to remember even a single friend he made outside of the Loki Familia ever since he joined them. Though, thinking of that made him squint his eyes as painful memories resurfaced. After a while, he raised his head, looking at the hill. What is she doing? It seems they are talking with our guest. Riveria said as she approached Gareth and Finn. Why wander here for naught? I'm curious. Gareth said as he scratched his beard. But Finn shook his head. No. Sigh. We should first discuss what to do. Slap. Gareth slapped Finn's back, forcing him to turn around. It'll only take a second, while our discussion at the tent will take an hour, so let's go. Not again, you said that before too. I'm with Gareth this time, enjoy your rest, I have an inkling you won't have much time for yourself later. When do I ever have any? Finn joked as he scratched his head. Exactly. Gareth replied as he walked into the front. Riveria seemed to smile, she closed her eyes and followed the dwarf elegantly. Sigh. Why do I feel even more tired than normal? Finn went after them in the end, an extra minute or two outside his office won't really make a difference. And before he knew, his thumb started to ache. As they approached the group, Gareth was the first to realize their expressions. Ace's expression was slightly red, she looked fidgety, taking small glances at whatever Silver was doing, something very rare to see. Tiona was. She had a deadpan look on her face as she looked forward. Lafia covered her face with her tiny hands, she was like a tomato, mumbling something over and over. While Tioni's expression was red and full of excitement, her eyes and soul burning in a fiery inferno as she saw Silver paint something. What's happening? Gareth's curiosity took the best of him, so he quicked his pace. What is happening here? The girls didn't even seem to react to him, too engrossed in Silver's painting. Is he painting something? Gareth found it odd, and at the same time, impressive. He questioned himself how did the boy brought such materials onto the dungeon, but as he looked at his hand, he realized where the paint was coming from. But before he had the time to process the sight, something else hit his eyes. The magnificent work of art. He was shocked, disbelief, and then, his face turned ashen. But just as fast as that happened, his face turned red and his lips parted open as he realized what he was seeing. Bwahahaha. His thunderous laugh shook everything, including the girls. His legs grew weak from the laughter, and due to the fact the hill was a bit steep, once he fell on the ground, he started to roll downhill. Ha 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 ha. He continued to laugh as he rolled down, eventually passing through Riveria and Finn, whose expressions were open wide in disbelief and confusion. Gareth. It's been a long time since Gareth laughed so damn hard like this. Disregarding his own image. Gareth was never someone that cared about what others thought of him, but as the decades passed and his responsibilities increased, he greatly respected his own job as a top executive. To the point, he wouldn't even touch the slight bit of alcohol in the dungeon, something he deeply loved. Maintaining his composure was something he had mastered. I'll take a look. Finn pondered, but Riveria moved first. And she finally arrived at the top. Puffed. She quickly blocked her face, but her laughter came almost instantly. She had to turn her face and walk away, else, she would have fallen just like Gareth. Perhaps not like him, but she would certainly lose composure. Slash chuckle, slash. She kept chuckling in the back, not having the backbone to stare at the painting again. Just what is going on? Finn was confused and amazed, he wanted to know just what Silver was doing to enact such reactions. So he started climbing the hill fast. CCC caption. Tioni exclaimed suddenly. As she saw her beloved rush to her, instead of her ordinary happiness, she felt dread. Oh no. I can't let him. So she rushed to him. Exclamation point. She's coming to me. But why is his expression so fierce? Did I do something wrong? Tioni looked like she was going to kill Finn. Slash whoosh, slash. Evading her charge by ducking, Finn stared back in disbelief as he saw Tioni fly downhill. No. She exclaimed in frustration. Something's wrong. Finn was sure of it, whatever was up there. His thumb started to ache really bad. So he made his way, step by step. Ace and the others finally noticed him, and their expressions were all similar. Some sort of embarrassment. Silver was the only one that didn't seem to notice him, though it was subjective. Did he not notice, or did he not care? In the end, Finn simply walked close, Tioni rushing behind him. Excuse me. Eventually, he saw it, and his mind went blank for probably the first time in his life. The more he saw it, the lesser he thought of it. His mind drew circles until it shut down. Wah. No. Don't look, Captain. Tioni exclaimed in vain. But it was too late. In front of Finn was another Finn, but one very much unlike him. This Finn was half naked, holding a thin towel, standing in front of a door. The towel did little to cover his body, but it did enough to cover everything it should. Half of his ass and his front. Finn was in a profile stance, with his head over his shoulder, looking back at whoever is watching the piece. Looking in a very embarrassing way. The exact definition would be submissive, or as others would say, looking breedable. His skin was light and his pose made him look weak, adding to his embarrassed and frail expression, he even looked like a girl. The best way to describe this was Finn had been painted as a femboy. It was the painting of an effeminate Finn, holding his towel, trying to cover his body as he passed through a door, embarrassed at whoever was gazing at him. Not my proudest work. Silver muttered in a low tone as he noticed Finn approach. Finn quickly passed through all stages of grief, eventually stopping at anger. What is the meaning of this? He asked, his expression tense. His forehead turned red and his veins started to stand out. His berserk skill almost activated on its own. Thankfully, it needed a keyword. Rare was the moment he let his anger take over, but he couldn't tolerate what he was seeing. It was simply too insulting. Shatter it. Finn mumbled in a low tone. No. Tioni cried as she pulled his hand, beginning. Please, Captain. Sniff. Let it be. Break it into a million pieces. Finn cried as he raised his hand, his expression dark and cold. Tioni grabbed the art piece, running down the hill at high speeds. Finn suddenly realized his mistake. No, wait. Don't show it to the others. Finn cried in desperation as he went after Tioni. For the first time in his life, he felt like this as he interacted with another person. Never before had he felt such urgency. No. Perhaps more than once. But those times were far, far away. Lost in time. Ha ha ha. While they ran around, Tiona pointed and laughed. While Riveria stared at her own painting with a dark expression. Isn't that too revealing? Of course, for the elf, even that was too much. After a while, Amidst the shattered remains of her precious art piece, Tioni hugged what was once Finn's glorious bum with her most pained expression to date. No. Captain. My precious painting. Destroyed. Sniff. Cry. Tioni started to cry while Finn looked at Silver with an "it's your fault" expression. Silver shrugged, he only did as he was told. No one knew how to comfort her, and honestly, did they need it? This would be the result regardless. Gareth. As for Finn, he just wanted to leave. As fast as possible. Each second it became harder for him to keep his composure, each time he thought of that painting. Gore. I'll see you all later. He said as he turned around, walking downhill at a fast speed. Ha ha ha. It's been a while since I saw Finn this flustered. Well then, I'll be on my way, see you all some other time. Gareth said with a smile, still laughing slightly. I'll tell Loki about this later, she'll definitely pester the boy for him to make another. But if I don't do it, someone surely will, and things will escalate badly. Better be me to take the blame. He thought it was a shame, such an iconic piece of art should be hanged right above his office. Loki would have loved it. Unfortunately, it was now broken, and even if it could be repaired, it is difficult to say how Finn might react to it. That's that. Silver said as he morphed the stone once more, ready to draw more. You. Riveria approached Silver, she thought his courage to be reckless. And his disposition to be commendable. He took all of this as if it was nothing. Is the painting not to your liking? Silver turned to Riveria, she frowned, holding the bridge of her nose without knowing what to say. Would you like a sculpture? He asked inquisitively. No. Wait, what? Everyone turned to Silver. Is something wrong? You can make sculptures too. Lafia asked as her face twitched. He can manipulate stones. But to such a degree. Of course, I can. Here. Tap, crumbles, He lightly tapped the stone, and it instantly broke down into pieces, leaving behind a small, arm-sized sculpture of Riveria. It was a very good statue of her raising her staff, casting a spell. It even had the proper magical runes carved on the ground together with her magic circle. It was perfect, it only needed some paint. Wow. Tiona exclaimed as she carefully grabbed the statue. It's really Riveria-sama. Ace looked impressed. Sigh. If this goes on. And Riveria looked even more tired. Should I add some details? What do you all think? Is it that popular? Perhaps I should sell these. I never thought art was that valuable. The best I can think of are the statues of Apollo I have in the storage of my manor. They are merely gathering dust, but their prices keep rising since they are now a limited commodity, rare. If I have the time, I'll research a bit more. Yes. Tiona saw it excitedly. All right. Snap. With a smile, Silver snapped his finger. And the stone statue came to life. While everyone was in shock of the now moving statue, Silver narrated in a serious tone. After a tense fight, Riveria. The strongest wizard in the world, High Elf. The beauty of the forest finished chanting her spell. Light. Colorful lights washed over the stone, and it suddenly didn't look like a bunch of rocks anymore, but a really small Riveria casting a spell. Gasp. While the others were taken aback in surprise, Silver continued. she chanted, raising her staff up high. The mini Reveria raised her staff and pushed it down against the ground, igniting the gigantic red magic circle on her feet. It wasn't exactly in proportion, since her magical circle could cover the entire hill if she wanted, and that would be easy to do for her. Once she did this movement, flames started to gather all around, and Lafia even knew what he was going to say. She screamed with all her might. It was time to save her companions. Ray Levitine. She and Silver exclaimed at the same time. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash gasp, slash. Flames suddenly covered their bodies. They panicked until they realized that it wasn't hot. Huh. And as the flames receded, the mini Reveria returned to stone, the color slowly returning to the boring gray it was before. Wow. Slash claps, slash. Tiona and Ace clapped, while Lafia said. As expected of Reveria-sama. You're all exaggerating. She replied with a slight annoyance. That was interesting. Do I look like that? Was that truly annoyance though? It was little, but a mix of embarrassment and surprise was hidden beneath her words. Perhaps seeing herself all serious like that made her realize how she truly acted, and that being shown in such a blatant way was actually pretty mind-boggling. I found it pretty interesting. Hey, can you do that again, but with other people? Tioni asked, interested. No problem, just tell me any story, and I'll play it out for you. Silver said with a small smile. Just a small party trick anyway, but for them, people that never saw anything resembling a movie or animation. The closest thing they ever saw was likely a puppet show. In that case. While Tioni started to tell a story, Reveria listened quietly. And for a moment, she felt great interest in staying here and watching the show, studying this strange magical phenomenon, but duty called her. So she regrettably made her way down the hill, while the others remained silent, listening and watching the show unfold. Tioni narrating the story, and Silver playing it out. It was odd, yet incredibly amusing. Slash time passed, slash. Ace and the other girls remained next to Silver, seeing him show all sorts of abilities, creating the greatest of shows for their entertainment. The more they watched, the more impressed they became. Just how many things did he know? He painted well, he knew how to make incredible puppet shows, he even showed them portions of his memory, his fights in the dungeon, like a movie for them to watch. If they allowed, he could even show their own memories. Albeit, Silver made sure to limit this own ability, he didn't want them to think that he could read their minds. That wouldn't be good. Using the same ability, he showed them great hits from the depths of his mind, stories of great heroes from lands far beyond, like the tale of a boy chosen by the Force in a galaxy beyond the stars above. Or what he remembered of it anyway, most of it were his own creative inputs. But for them, this was nothing but an innovative tale, fictional, but interesting nonetheless. Over time, others arrived, Cruz, Raoul, Anna, and more. Without knowing, Silver had to erect several stone seats for everyone to enjoy his show, a great display beneath the glowing crystals, who would expect to have such fun several km beneath the ground. The minutes ticked, the hours rolled by, and it was almost time for dinner, and eventually, rest. Today had been a pretty lazy day for the executives. They arrived after a stressing experience in the dungeon, took a bath, ate as they watched Silver, and enjoyed a good afternoon. However, it was now time to rest. Tomorrow they would once again hit the road, and they had to be in there 100%. Or as close to that as they could get. Phew. Not exactly intense, but hard in its own way. As everyone left, Silver sat on the ground. His hands were a bit stiff after he used too much of his plasmids for several hours. It was fun, in its own way. I should take some time and repeat this, but with the others in the manor, I'm sure Hestia and Haruheim would appreciate these greatly. I've barely done anything like this with them, I feel bad already, /////. He suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from beneath him. Oh. With a small smile, his hand carefully dug into the earth, eventually pulling a small creature from within. Kiii. The abhorrent, demonic fiend screamed loudly. It was a small fluffy hamster with white fur. Huh. Some of the girls that still had to leave were abruptly attracted to the cute noises the small rodent let out. And like flies, they all gathered around Silver. Key. The hamster cried in fear and distress. It was almost fully blind as it lived most of its short life inside the ground, but that didn't mean it couldn't detect the presence of these massive and dangerous creatures. Using Silver's hands as a whole, it hid inside them, trying to dig further into safety, but Silver's hands were harder than any rock it had ever encountered. How cute. Anakity blurted as she crouched near him. Have you never seen one before? Silver asked in wonder. They aren't that hard to find. She and the other girls shook their heads. How odd, there are so many all around, I thought you would have seen one. In this hill alone. Smiling a little, he started his short lecture. This little guy in my hands is a dungeon hamster. Like the dungeon fireflies that give light on the upper floors, it's considered a critter, meaning it doesn't have a magic stone, so it's just a normal animal. However, like most critters, it's directly connected to the dungeon's infrastructure, meaning the dungeon is currently structured in a way where they do have a purpose, even if small. Silver opened his hands. This greatly startled the hamster, though this time, it didn't try to flee. Without them noticing, Silver had already charmed the little guy, so it didn't feel fear around them anymore, albeit, its instinct to hole up was so strong it still felt distressed being in the open. Dungeon. Hamster. Ace asked as she approached him. Not a monster. So. A normal animal. In the dungeon. Yes, these little guys live everywhere, from the upper floors to the lower floors, perhaps even deeper. They dig and dig, eating on the many things they meet along the way. Though this is as far of information as I can give, there isn't that much information on them to go by. How cool. I didn't know there were such creatures in the dungeon. Tiona said with a certain surprise. Most of her time in the dungeon was spent hunting, and even in the times when she camped in a floor, she spent most of her time resting, not paying attention to the creatures around her. In truth, it's not like she had never paid attention to them before, it's just that, they were so insignificant as compared to her other worries that she never realized they were even a thing. The same could be said to the others. If you were to ask the residents that live on the 28th floor and the 18th floor respectively, they would likely point out many other creatures. Would you like to hold it? She nodded furiously. Just don't squish it, it is, at the end of the day, just a normal hamster. Oh okay. Wait, if it's a normal hamster, how does it digs the ground? Tiona asked in a rare moment of wisdom. Silver grimaced. That is a great question, though one I don't have a conclusive answer for. The only thing that comes to my mind is that they are more capable at digging than they look. They should have adapted to dig at the weakest and most soft spots of the earth. As he spoke, Tiona played with the small hamster, holding it with its belly up. It was very cute. Image. Can we bring? No. Why not? If you ask your advisor in the guild, they'll tell you why. There are more than enough records there. Just like bringing a monster outside is illegal, bringing any critters is also equally as bad. The dungeon has its own ecosystem with its own creatures in balance, and so does the surface. Bringing any creature from those two environments up and down is going to cause heavy consequences, more on the surface than in the dungeon. What a shame. Once Tiona had enough of the hamster, she passed it on to Ace, who gazed at the little creature with great confusion. I thought there were only monsters in the dungeon. But some cute creatures pop up every once in a while. One of the other girls said with a pondering gaze. They are more frequent than you think. Silver said as he looked around. His eyes locked onto a tree. He raised his hand, doing a pulling motion. And something came floating. Here. Oh. In his hands was a very small reptile reminiscent of a chameleon. The moment it landed on his hand, its two big eyes rolled around, and in the blink of an eye, its skin changed, becoming the color of his palms. It didn't disappear, but it did a good enough job. Cool, right? What? I didn't even know there was such a thing nearby. Anakity said with a frustrated look. Ace remained silent, passing the hamster to Tioni, but the moment it looked at her, it ran fright, making her flustered. Ha. Not there. The hamster eventually jumped onto her breasts, vanishing. This sight made the other girls frown. Cough. After coughing slightly, Silver said. The dungeon is a mysterious place with many creatures, it's not just a den of monsters. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I wonder. The dungeon must be destroyed, together with all monsters. Ace declared in a sharp and heavy tone as she interrupted Silver. Her voice was full of anger and remorse. It made the others snap out of their bubbly atmosphere. Tioni even let the hamster escape onto the ground again in surprise. It's not like I don't understand where you're coming from. Silver said as he looked into the distance. For millennia, the dungeon caused nothing but pain and misery for many. Though you could also say the contrary. Ace's eyes suddenly opened wide in anger. How can you say that? The contrary. People causing the dungeon. Misery. Silver turned to her. He looked at her with a certain pity. She was very naive, wasn't she? Well. It's mostly my personal opinion, but I were to explain. Let's go from the beginning. The dungeon, have you ever thought of what would happen once it disappears? Question mark. Ace was taken aback. Let's say that once the dungeon vanishes, the gods also leave as their purpose in the mortal world ends. Would you be okay with that? The gods. Loki. That would mean. The Familia would. Disband. Ace suddenly felt a pain hit her chest. Together with that, all of their blessings would vanish, and everyone would lose their abilities unless the gods decided to maintain them in some way, but that wouldn't last long in the scope of time, probably only a single generation. Meaning, soon enough, we would return to the era where mages ruled supreme, and heroes were few and far in between. You could say this is good since most villains that use their powers to oppress others would disappear. But so would the people that rely on the little money they make by supporting others. Together with everyone that rose with blood and sweat. In the end, nothing would change, and perhaps, the differences between people would increase even further. Not everyone can become a mage or grow to become a hero, but everyone can receive a blessing and do something with it. Ace and the others were silent, pondering deeply. Without the dungeon, it's not like all monsters will disappear. Like before, how long would it take to exterminate them all? It's been 1,000 years since Babel was created, yet monsters are still out there, and it doesn't seem they'll vanish anytime soon. In fact, the dungeon has been here for so long. Perhaps even longer than us. Have you ever thought of that? What doesn't that have to do? The dungeon. Silver pondered how to reply, before saying. No one questions when an avalanche claims a life, since it's merely an act of nature. It's bad luck on that person's side. Or their recklessness. But when a monster comes, everyone easily raises their fingers. Though honestly, everything I'm saying can be easily broken in the name of hypocrisy. People need something to blame. They can't blame themselves for being weak, otherwise, everyone would be like Bet, and it's easy to see how dark and hated he is. So the easiest thing to do is blame something that can't defend itself. The dungeon. It's easy to blame it for everything. As such, if the dungeon has been here before even the first human, elf, dwarf, and any other species ever took foot in this world, that would mean the dungeon is just part of nature. Wouldn't it be strange? Perhaps even unfair to blazingly blame it for everything, when in fact, we evolved and developed alongside it. Exclamation point. Ace grit her teeth, but she remained silent, letting him continue. I hate monsters too, don't get me wrong. Silver said in a low tone. I lived in the countryside. I heard tales of villages that were razed to the ground just because a monster that would barely be considered level 2 appeared. I was lucky that I never lost anyone close. But that isn't the case for everyone. My parents had friends, my grandparents had friends too. I'll never meet them. But I do understand that hating without understanding won't lead me anywhere. If the dungeon is a natural aspect of nature, and so are monsters, what exactly are you supposed to do? Destroy the whole world? Or perhaps, you'll draw your attention to the ones that made all of this. The very gods. Are you going to hate them? Scream at them? No, this isn't what I want. Do you have the will to defy the gods and demand an answer? Though, even the kindest of them will only bite their lips and look to the side whenever you ask about it. No matter how much I ask Hestia, she'll always change the subject. And even when I pressed after trying to be as gentle as possible, she could only look at me with extreme guilt and sadness for having to keep silent. I had no strength to press further. They know something, and it pains them as much as it pains us to the fact they have to hide the truth. The world isn't black and white. If you hate monsters for the people they took, then you won't be able to face reality. We kill each other much more than monsters kill us. Perhaps that wasn't the case in the ancient past. But now is. Is that a good thing? Ace could only look at the ground. So before you hurt yourself in your own delusions, learn to accept it, and find out what you want to change first. What you desire to become. Living only to kill monsters. Isn't that? Silver did not finish his phrase. He noticed that it would be too much to press more. Ace crushed the grass next to her. The purpose of the dungeon is a mystery. It's alien. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit with the natural order of nature. When monsters arrive at the surface, they'll blend in with other creatures, mix in with the ecosystem. Some will destroy it, others will enhance it. But for some reason, they have an unending desire to set all of us ablaze. Don't you think it's weird? And perhaps a bit unfair too. Aren't we also the creations of the gods? Why do we have to suffer such a fate? Some created deserts, but other monsters created forests. Is that good or bad? If we take into account our perspective, then more forests and fewer deserts are good. However, what about the creatures that lived there before? Now likely extinct. No one will remember them. And neither will I. I have too much going on in my mind to care. Ace raised her head to stare at Silver, her eyes wavering. Her emotions were clashing. That's why I'll find out the truth. Question mark. Why did the gods allow such a thing to exist? What is the purpose of monsters? I'll figure it out one day. Silver got up from the ground. I'll go grab a bite. See you all later. Good night. He went down the hill, leaving the adventurers agape and pensive. Each of them had their own reasons. Anger. Revenge. Money. Power. Fame. However, they never put so much thought into it all. Did they need to? It was all so distant. The purpose of the world. The purpose of the dungeon. Monsters. They just kill monsters and make money out of it, that's it. Few ever had the effort of trying anything else. It was a matter of perspective, one Ace very much feared. Out of everyone there, her face was the darkest. If monsters deserved this world just as much as they did, then her parents' sacrifice. Was her actions and hatred towards all monsters justified? If an elf were to cause her harm, was she justified to hate all elf kind? She can't bring herself to. Because she knew many elves, and she knew they didn't. The greatest mental hurdle of her life was presented in front of her eyes. Notes. So yeah, this is it. I wanted to bring forth Ace change in regards to monster sooner, albeit, I think Silver was a bit too direct with it. Ace has a very fragile mindset. If she were to start questioning her own goals, she might end up breaking apart. Hopefully, she'll go through it and realize that it doesn't matter if she hates all monsters and wants them dead, she has something to do, and she'll accomplish it. Hopefully, she'll grow from this experience and learn that yes, the world isn't black and white. Understand that there is something beyond. Honestly, I wanted it to be bigger. Especially at the end, I wanted more conversation, I wanted the girls and Ace to retort and show their opinions, and I also wanted to make an extra scene of them at night. Such as them eating around a bonfire. However, my hands beg for mercy. I still have to write the next few chapters for Zero Fate, and then, I'll prepare to go back to Azimuth fully. There's a lot to do. Anyway, I gotta go, see you all later. Chapter 169, Amphisbaena. Phew. Hey everyone, the week is over, and it's time to get ready and go back to the story. During this week, apart from studying, I also finished 3 side chapters, one explaining a few things related to the final part of the volume, and the other 2 were merely for fun and character development. One of them was the New Year special. I have to see how I'll post each, and yes, one of them is Hephaestus side chapter. Also, they're all pretty big, all over 5K, and one is even 10K long. As I said before, I had my exams, 5 to be exact, and I'll have to see if I stayed for finals. I likely did as I had some nasty exams. But at least you can see me play around, perhaps even give me ideas in real time. That's it from me. I have to edit Patreon's chapter and also Zero Fate. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my Disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Several hours later, His time in the camp was short but fulfilling. Several interesting things happened during his time there, such as when some of the guys tried to peek into the girls bathing. Their end wasn't very pretty. Silver also got to know several people of the Loki Familia, and had fun by showing off his abilities and exchanging stories with them as he waited for time to pass. Although after his talk with Ace and the others, the atmosphere around them became a bit awkward. Regardless, since the Vanguard group returned faster than expected, this meant they would also return earlier than usual, at least a week faster, all thanks to him. Within a few hours, they would make their way to fight Amphisbaena. After a short night of sleep. The ones who would fight her would be the executives, the same people who just came from the 37th floor after fighting Eudeus, so they needed all the rest they could get. Twinkle. As the lights in the ceiling flared up indicating that it was daytime, the Loki Familia's children drowsily departed under the sounds of loud horns and wooden carts, their banner hung high in the sky. Today, they would take down another tyrant of the dungeon, the Amphisbaena, the monster Rex of the 27th floor. Though that would only last a month as all other monsters, Amphisbaena would eventually return upon death. And luckily, they would be there to take it down once more. An hour later, On his way, Silver did almost nothing. Under the unstoppable power of this army, all monsters were exterminated before Silver even had the chance to see them. Sometimes, he would be lucky and see one, then again, someone else from the rear would take care of it, much to his disappointment. Shua. Splash. We're here, finally. Silver muttered as the sounds of falling water echoed all around. The bottom of the great fall. Chatter. But the sound of water wasn't the only thing hitting his ears at this moment. Move. Don't stop your sorry asses for a moment. Someone screamed as they pointed at a group of supporters. You. Move those boxes. You. What are you doing? Did you dig a trench properly? People were giving orders all around, and the 100 people of the Loki Familia moved around in coordination like ants in a colony, even if a few mishaps ended up happening here and there. All entrances to the bottom of the Great Fall had been blocked, not only because of the adventurers but also so monsters from outside wouldn't affect the main fight that would take place soon enough. Not all entrances could be blocked though, as the Great Fall covered a massive area from the 24th floor to the 27th, so there were many entrances from top to bottom. But those near the foot of the waterfall had all been blocked, barricades having been raised, and the monsters up above were currently being cleared out. Even those damned birds, the iguazu, that live near the waterfall were erased, also they wouldn't affect the fight, even if the chances of that were low. To make sure no more monsters appeared, the walls of the dungeon were broken and marked in strategic points studied over dozens of expeditions to maximize the effects of the dungeon self-repair mechanism, and cover the most space possible. As such, no monsters would spawn during the fight. And they needed to do all of this fast, as it was unknown when the floor boss would surge out of the water. This time, they were way ahead of schedule, so they had the leverage to build fortifications all around, as previously, they were planning on leaving the boss monster alone until the executives came back. There are many risks for that, but their orders were clear, to not engage it under any circumstances and be clear of its spawn time. Albeit the time for it to come back from the dead is 1 month, it could increase or decrease within a certain margin without as much of a warning. It wasn't like they always managed to defeat it the moment it was born, rather frequently, the time of these monsters was off, resulting in severe losses such as a few unsuspecting groups of adventurers being affected. Some surviving, but honestly, most didn't. It was all to the will of the dungeon, so at least, they had to have the basics laid down so the executives could fight without having to worry about their surroundings. If an emergency was to arise, taking it down within a few minutes wouldn't be a problem, that is why the Loki Familia is one of the strongest. But this wouldn't be worth it. The purpose of these expeditions more often than not is to strengthen the power of the Familia, from the level 1s to the level 5s, and not to have their high-level SIXs kill everything. And considering the recent increase in the strength of the executives due to past events, this time, Finn, together with Gareth and Riveria decided that Ace, Tioni, Tiona, Bet, and Lafia would take care of it. Alone. Yes, Lafia was included despite just being level 3 for a bit over half a year. Honestly speaking, this group was more than strong enough to take it down, and they knew that what they wanted to test wasn't their strength, but rather, their ability to coordinate with each other. Let's drop this bag first. Silver said as he untied his bag. Slash thud, slash. His heavy bag hit the ground with a loud thud, and with a small grunt, he sat on a rock as he looked at everyone. Silver was very impressed with their level of coordination. They acted as if they had done this many times, sitting around a bonfire, sharpening their weapons, inspecting their gear. They were relaxed, yet at the same time, tense. And apart from a few newbies that seemed a bit out of place, everyone was doing their task with a straight face. Well. Not him of course, he had nothing to do. So he just turned to the edge of the lake, staring at the blue abyss beneath his foot. The lake formed by the Great Fall was at least a kilometer wide, and over 100 meters deep in some areas, a rather large lake to be found underground, yet small if taken by above-ground standards. Image. Perhaps even a bit too small considering how many waterfalls feed it, but things such as erosion due to time are unnecessary to consider here in the dungeon. Inside the lake were a few underwater tunnels, sucking in water with rather strong currents, another reason why entering the lake is dangerous, and albeit those entrances were deeper down, it was never a good idea to risk your safety. These passages were one of the means Amphisbaena used to move across the water city, some had been mapped, and those areas were marked as danger zones for any adventuring party, even for the Loki Familia. But funny enough, most of the time, those danger zones were pretty safe because Amphisbaena would rarely be alive for over a week, someone would always take it upon themselves to cut it down. It was a very profitable deal at the end of the day. Amphisbaena could also swim up the main waterfall, so you would be very much in the wrong to think it was safe to stare down at the lake from up above. There were little to no monsters in the lake itself, with the only ones nearby being the iguazu living behind the waterfalls. The boss monster completely took it as its exclusive territory, its nest, so there was little to no effort from the Loki Familia side to clean and investigate it. They knew only one creature would be inside it. And there it was, a large blue crystal growing in the middle of the lake, dozens of meters beneath the surface of the water. Just by taking a look at the humongous shadow contained within, Silver already understood that this double-headed dragon was a bit over his paycheck. Although, was it really that far from his reach? Firstly, monsters don't have levels, the commonly used ratings are all but human creations made so people could have a better understanding of how to effectively gauge the danger within, and outside of the dungeon as well. Amphisbaena was technically level 5 in terms of power, just a tad stronger than the tyrant he fought on the 36th floor, and his status had just been updated. It was a similar case to the Goliath where its true strength was lower than its actual rating given by the guild, due to some of its aspects that make fighting it difficult. And also because the guild wants to prevent adventurers from killing themselves in the goal of having an adventure. Honestly, all boss monsters are like this. The Goliath is tall and has hard skin, so normal iron/steel weapons would have some difficulty in breaking it unless they were really well made, so fighting it is really difficult for low-level adventurers. Use a bow. Hard, most bow users wouldn't have the proper bow to deal enough damage to its face from the lower ground. Magic. Level 1 and 2 adventurers wouldn't be able to do it either unless they had some sort of unique magic or irregular abilities. Like Ace explosive combination of Aerial and Avenger, a combination so destructive she could blow up a troll in a single sword swing even when she was a level 1. And she was less than 10 years old at the time. Technically, the Goliath skin isn't that much stronger than a Minotaur, and its strength has the same proportion as that of a level 3 adventurer or a stronger level 2 adventurer, but due to its size, each of its movements has quite the impact on its surroundings. Even if they can damage it. Go on, try to hit its legs. If you're too slow, you'll be stomped by a 20m tall monster. Even if you can evade it, then you'll experience a minor earthquake, and a momentary lapse of judgment can lead to death. Amphisbaena is similar as due to its high mobility on water, fighting it while in its zone is near suicide if the proper precautions aren't taken. It was classified as a level 6 because fighting a monster in the water isn't exactly ideal. It isn't the only example of this phenomenon. Other monsters on the lower floors such as the merman get stronger while inside the water, receiving a different rating when in and out of it. So as long as he could remove the water factor, perhaps there was a possibility for him to take it down. But in the first place, Amphisbaena was a monster born within water. Why leave it to fight him on land? Is he supposed to make a lake disappear? He certainly can remove large sections of it, but the sheer amount of water coming from up above would make his efforts a pipe dream. It would be simpler to just directly move it to land, but Amphisbaena would never let it be thrown around like a sack of sand that simply. Many questions. But not that many answers. In the end, a theory, words would only take him so far. There was only one way to find out. Slash splash, slash. The sound of water is soothing. Silver enjoyed the calmness of this exotic environment, even if he was aware of the monstrosity lurking beneath him. The air in this place was surprisingly fresh, a surprise considering he was likely a few km beneath the earth. Slash screams, slash. Silver looked behind him, noticing Ace and her group preparing themselves to fight. "Where is my swimsuit?" Tioni exclaimed in anger. "Huh? Who put this? This is just a strap." "It was you." Tioni screamed while her sister looked at her with a helpless expression, knowing full well she was the one who grabbed that swimsuit. And the reason behind it as well. Sigh. They're full of energy. Ignoring the sounds coming from the back, Silver turned his expression to the waterfall, thinking. Let's see. Goliath comes from the wall, guarding the passage to the first safe area. Amphisbaena sleeps in the lake, preying on those it lays its eyes upon throughout its city of water. Eudia sits upon his throne, ruling his palace of white stone for eternity, awaiting a worthy challenger to come to it as it cannot move. Baylor lurks within the cradle of a volcano where no life can proliferate. Is there a pattern to this? If so, where does the dungeon takes inspiration from? If you take a look, all boss monsters have some sort of space, one that increases over time as you descend deeper. Goliath has the entire 17th floor dedicated to it, a simple rectangular passage where it acts as a guard. It's likely the smallest floor in the entire dungeon. And although I may be wrong, it's definitely around the size of the upper floors in terms of total volume. Amphisbaena has access to all of the floors within the Water City, but this is due to the fact these floors are special. They are interconnected. Eudias also has the entire 37th floor built around his room, with most paths leading deeper and deeper into it, eventually arriving at where he is located. There is one thing all of these have in common, which is that you are forced to pass through the floor boss if you wish to move. It may be possible to pass through Amphisbaena, but she's always on the move. You'll likely not go to her, she'll go to you. Perhaps not Eudias as well. Baylor is similar to Eudias, he has an entire floor to him, and other monsters appear all around. But what lies next? It's definitely there, beyond the 59th floor, perhaps on the 60th floor, guarding the entrance to the next section of the dungeon, something that would be very proper. How strong would it be? Following the trend. Goliath is a level 2 to 4 monster, depending mostly on what you excel at. It may be an impossible challenge or something simple to take down. Amphisbaena is a level 5 monster, 6 if in the water. Eudias is level 6, high 6 if we consider his army of level 4 undead monsters. Baylor is level 7. So whatever next would have to be level 8, or at the very least, give you some sort of challenge near that. I once asked for the records of the floors from the guild, Fells in particular, since I wanted to see if there were any records of the creatures that prowl deeper. But everything they showed me went only as far as the 59th floor, and even that had little to no information, with the only one saying that the 59th floor was the start of the glacier zone. Are they hiding something? Most likely. Do I mind? A little bit. Should I just look for that old man? If there's one person that knows. It's a certain perverted god of thunder, chuckle, Well, whatever is down there, right now, it is a tad too far from my reach, so I'll hold myself for a bit. One day I'll find out, either through the guild or by myself. He closed his eyes, thinking about what he knew about the deep floors. From the extreme temperatures of the 44th floor to the extreme heat of the 49th floor, followed by a complex labyrinth that goes from the 50th floor to the 57th floor. Following those three is the 58th floor, a large square room with its corners being miles apart from each other. A place so huge that a country could be established inside. And at the very bottom, the dungeon displays its ferocity with one of its mightiest creations, the Valgang dragons, monsters that have a breath attack so strong, they put the tyrant to shame, as if it was less than a child. They are the very reason why the 52nd to the 58th floor is called the Dragon's Face. Because they can breathe fire across multiple floors, essentially snipping anyone that dares take a single step past the 52nd floor's entrance. Also, the reason why the Loki Familia executives never went deeper. Technically, what lies at the bottom is unexplored space to the world, the Loki Familia being at the forefront of all exploration teams. The number of reports on the 58th floor are so few that may as well count as rumors. But it is true that ever since Zeus and Hera's Familia's disappearance, no one ever went beyond that place, at most, gazing at it from afar from the holes the Valgang dragons made with their breath attacks. If someone went there, then it was Otter and the Freya Familia. Otter is someone who's always seeking a challenge so he can improve himself. His desire for strength is large even when he's the strongest, so the chance of him going there once or twice is large. I say there's a high chance because just like he's strong, he has some responsibilities. Such as protecting Freya. He can't really do it when it takes 2 to 3 weeks to reach that deep. As such, a lone venture into the depths of the dungeon might take an entire month, even for him. Perhaps. He's the only active adventurer who saw what the floor boss beyond the 59th floor looks like. From everything I've researched, Otter is extremely respected, and he seems to have a pretty clean record of incredible feats. Some of these include clashing constantly against the Hera and Zeus familias, experiencing their power firsthand. That also being the reason for his constant drive for strength, as he likely understands the severity of what their disappearance means. Albeit, I don't know much about the man himself to say much more, so I'll leave it at that. As for other familias, after Zeus and Hera's disappearance, chaos started to brew within the city, and the Dark Age fell into the streets. Murder and destruction were commonplace as everyone fought against these dark gods and their psycho children that wanted nothing but to cause some sort of destruction for their own twisted reasons. There sure is still a lot of ground to cover. He said awkwardly as he kicked the water lightly. Tremble, Heh. Smiling slightly, he looked at the water. Yet it seems. The dungeon really wants me to move forward. Tremble. Splash. Splash, slash. Everyone. To your positions. The floor bow. Amidst the screams, Silver laughed. Did you have a good nap? Tremble, slash. Well then, welcome back. Crack, slash. Inside the crystal, the faint contour of the giant dragon moved, and 2 pairs of eyes glimmered, staring at the ceiling. Crack, slash. The floor boss was awakening. Notes. Yay, we're back, and what else but some good old cliffhangers. That was why I said that regardless of what I did, you all would receive a cliff, at least with the last chapter. We stopped at a good point, had we stopped here. Imagine the pain of waiting over a week to see the continuation of this fight. Yeah, pain. Anyway, welcome back everyone, we'll continue from here. There are a few things to go over, but we'll do that later. Peace.